1 second ago, the man had just won 30 million in the lottery. He was happily fantasizing about luxury cars, villas, and beautiful models, living a carefree life where all he had to do was spend money and enjoy himself. But his joy was short-lived. The entire city was suddenly transported to a frozen plains world. Everyone started with only a dilapidated, drafty wooden hut. To survive, they had to continuously upgrade their shelter. Soon, a cold wave arrived, and food became scarce. Some people sold their wives for a piece of bread, while others turned on their own relatives to survive. However, this man, who was still regretting not having spent his lottery winnings, had already moved into a villa-style shelter. A row of laser turrets patrolled automatically outside the door, and inside, he ate king crab and drank 1982 vintage red wine every day. This man's name is Chinemo. And all of this is because he awakened a daily notification system at the start of the game. Every day, he can know the location of treasures within a 5-kilometer radius in advance. It was now the second day since Chinemo arrived on the frozen plains. During this time, he had obtained a lot of supplies through the system, including an extreme cold-down jacket, thermal underwear, 100 pieces of coal, a sharp axe, and a golden blueprint for a level 2 shelter. Thinking about how he couldn't sleep well last night because of the cold, Chinemo decided to post a trade request in the chat channel, intending to exchange his resources for some food. As soon as the message was sent, someone messaged him privately. Chindeyo, bro, I have 2 sausages here, can we trade? Chinemo, 2 aren't enough, I want a whole bag. The other party was immediately turned away, but Chinemo added, we can still negotiate. And the 2 parties finally settled on 6 sausages. Although Chindeyo was full of regret, his stove was about to go out, so he could only grit his teeth and complete the transaction. As for Chinemo, 6 sausages had also appeared in his inventory. But after glancing at the results, he was speechless. 1 sausage only increased hunger by 10 points, and 6 sausages combined weren't enough to fully restore hunger. So Chinemo simply put coal back on the shelves. After all, he had 100 coins, which wouldn't be a problem for the time being. After the coal was listed for the second time, the exchange exploded. While others might struggle to dig even 1 piece, he had already sold several. Shocking comments flooded the screen. Chinemo, same rules as always, only trading for food. Soon, private messages flooded in. Some offered instant noodles, others bottled water, but Chinemo thought the amounts were too few. Then one message caught his attention. Trade 6 sausages. Upon seeing the name, Chinemo recognized it as Chindeyo from before. Chinemo, didn't you say you were out? Chindeyo, I had a backup plan, want to trade? Chinemo realized this person definitely had some left, so he immediately raised the price, asking for 2 buckets of instant noodles as well. Unexpectedly, the other party readily agreed. After the transaction, Chinemo had 12 sausages and 2 buckets of instant noodles, enough to fully replenish his hunger. Once he was back to normal, he picked up his axe and began chopping trees. Before long, after replenishing his stamina twice, Chinemo finally felled several large trees, bringing his wood inventory to 20. The uses of wood are clear, either for firewood or for building houses. But using wood for firewood is too wasteful, and Chinmo's goal is also clear, to upgrade the shelter. As for the ore, he had already researched the ways to obtain it. Either open chests or mine it himself. But mining it himself was too physically demanding, making it impractical. Therefore, Chinemo once again turned his attention to the exchange. 1 piece of coal for 1 piece of ore. The exchange exploded once again as soon as the message was sent. Some people exclaimed in surprise at how Chinemo had so much coal, while others wanted to recognize him as their big brother. There was even a female streamer who sent him a private message. Brother, lend me some coal. I'll do anything for you. Chinemo merely glanced at it before ignoring it completely. I only want ore. Soon, someone guessed his purpose. Are you planning to upgrade your shelter to level 2? This question shocked everyone. They had only been here a short time, and someone was already preparing to upgrade their shelter to level 2. Chinemo was too lazy to explain and simply continued waiting for a deal to come his way. Finally, a girl named Li Muyao messaged him privately. I have 20 pieces of ore, Can I exchange them for 40 pieces of coal? After reading the message, Chinemo immediately lowered the price. Right now, I can only exchange them for 10 pieces. The other party was instantly dumbfounded. She had originally wanted to raise the price, but Chinemo had instead cut it. However, Chinemo knew very well that the ore could be mined sooner or later, but coal was the most critical life-saving resource at the moment. Coal can save lives. 10 yuan for 10 hours of survival time, it's a good deal. Li Muyao hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. The transaction was quickly completed, and Chinemo successfully obtained 20 pieces of ore. Once the materials were gathered, a system notification sounded. Upgrade the shelter? Upgrade! Chinemo said without hesitation. The next second, a golden light flashed, and the dilapidated, drafty wooden house was instantly transformed into a sturdy level 2 shelter, with a significantly larger area. Chinemo opened the panel and saw that all attributes had been comprehensively improved. Not only could it withstand the cold wind and ordinary monsters, but it also had an additional golden attribute, automatic durability repair per second. Upon entering the house, he found that the environment had completely changed. The once moldy and drafty wooden cabin had been transformed into a clean and tidy living space, complete with a burning stove, where the indoor temperature could even reach 30 degrees Celsius. Outside, it was a freezing cold, but inside, it was warm and cozy. This contrast brought a satisfied look to Chinmo's face. However, he quickly regained his composure. The newbie protection period was only 7 days. The dangers would only increase afterward, and a level 2 shelter was clearly far from sufficient. We still need to upgrade. And it wasn't just the shelter. Chinmo's supplies were also starting to run low. Although the coal could last another 4 days, they only had 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water left. Chinemo knew very well that the most important thing next was to continue stockpiling coal. Meanwhile, darkness was gradually falling. The frozen plains had already warned against going out at night, and to avoid making any noise, as unknown creatures might appear. Chinemo didn't take the risk and decided to stay in the cabin to spend the night. As night fell, a fierce wind howled outside, sounding like the wailing of ghosts and wolves. Chinemo huddled inside, warming himself by the fire, and couldn't help but feel fortunate. Luckily, I upgraded the shelter to level 2, otherwise, in this dilapidated wooden hut, everyone would have frozen to death all night. Just then, a sharp metallic scraping sound suddenly mingled with the wind, as if something was scraping against the door. Chinmo's heart tightened, and he stared intently at the doorway. Something outside? He gripped his axe tightly, his nerves instantly on edge. Even with the 7-day protection period, it still wasn't something to feel at ease. However, the eerie scraping and growling didn't last long. The thing lingered at the door for a short while, wearing down the cabin's durability by 2 points, before disappearing. Silence returned to the outside. Once he was sure there was no more noise outside, Chinemo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The exhaustion from a long day also washed over him, and he curled up on the sofa by the fireplace and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, blinding white light shone into the room through the window. Chinemo jumped up, quickly dressed, and immediately opened the regional channel, only to find that the number of survivors had increased to 2.208 million. Good heavens, so many people are gone in one night! Chinemo felt a chill run down his spine. Clearly, many of those who lacked fuel and whose shelters were not secure enough did not survive the previous night. He pushed open the door and went outside, only to find a series of strange footprints at the entrance, their shapes resembling human footprints. Although the wooden door had automatically repaired itself, subtle scratches were still visible, as if it had been scratched by sharp claws. What exactly happened last night? Chinemo frowned, then opened the channel to check the situation. Sure enough, many people were discussing the strange events of last night. Some said their doors had been pried open, while others were too scared to even go outside. Some even started forming cliques, seeking protection from each other, while others took the opportunity to hatch wicked schemes. Chinemo merely glanced at them and didn't participate. He knew very well that these monsters would eventually pose a real threat to all the survivors. Something bad is likely to happen in 7 days, Chinemo said in a low voice. We must prepare weapons and traps in advance. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Today's notification, good weather. 3 kilometers to the right, there is a crooked tree with a golden treasure chest under it. Chinmo's eyes lit up. Another treasure chest? And a gold one! The system then added a note. As long as he survived each day, he would receive a gold notification. Chinmo knew the treasure chest levels very well: white, green, blue, purple, orange, and gold, increasing progressively, with gold being almost the top-tier resource. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, picked up his axe, and immediately set off. After walking for a long time, Chinmo finally found a faintly glowing golden treasure chest under the conspicuous crooked tree. He quickly dug through the snow and opened it. A flash of golden light revealed the rewards: charcoal *100, or *10, compressed biscuits *20, mineral water *6, AWM sniper rifle *1, 7.62 ammunition *15. Upon seeing the last item, Chinmo was stunned. AWM? In this primitive survival environment, while others were still using stone axes, he had directly obtained a sniper rifle, instantly widening the gap. After checking its attributes, he was even more alarmed. This gun had a long range and high damage, making it a perfect weapon for one-on-one combat. With it, Chinmo's safety was significantly enhanced. However, he quickly calmed down. There are only 15 bullets. I have to use them sparingly. In this place, bullets were clearly scarcer than guns. Unbeknownst to Chinmo, the news of him opening the golden treasure chest had already been flooded the regional chat 3 times in a row. Everyone was in an uproar, exclaiming at his incredible luck and even starting to inquire about who Chinmo was. Soon, a flood of friend requests came in. Some asked for help, some for resources, and others directly expressed their willingness to join their channel. The entire channel was in complete chaos. Chinmo felt a headache coming on and slapped his forehead. I forgot to turn on privacy. He immediately turned off notifications to avoid being watched any further. After finishing these tasks, Chinmo headed back with the supplies. The 3-kilometer snowy road was difficult to traverse, taking a full 2 hours and expending considerable energy. Back in the cabin, he closed the door, sat by the stove to warm himself, and finally relaxed completely. It's safest inside. But Chinmo knew in his heart that a single sniper rifle was far from enough. Once the bullets ran out, it would become useless. We must prepare other weapons. Making a simple bow and arrow was actually the most basic step. All it needed was wood, hemp rope, and a blueprint to easily complete the task. Chinmo also discovered that from the moment they were assigned to the cabins, everyone had received basic blueprints for tools like bows and arrows, stone axes, and slingshots. However, he was missing a hemp rope, so he went directly to the exchange and traded coal for one. Once he had all the materials, Chinmo quickly began crafting. Before long, a simple bow and arrow appeared in his hands. The system immediately provided a notification. This bow and arrow is of white quality, with an attack power of 30 points, enough to penetrate the defenses of an ordinary person and cause considerable damage to lower-level creatures. Its effective range is 30 meters. Making the arrows is even simpler. 1 ore is enough to make one. Chinmo made 10 in one go, thus acquiring basic range combat capabilities. Done! Chinmo looked at the slightly rough bow and arrow in his hand and casually fired a test shot. Although his accuracy was average, the arrow still whooshed and slammed into the tree trunk outside the shelter. The system notified that the tree's health had decreased by 30 points. Chinmo nodded. Although the damage wasn't high, it could still come in handy at crucial moments, and it was better than nothing. After preparing, Chinmo slung his AWM sniper rifle over his shoulder, grabbed his bow and arrows, and went out to search for resources again. However, this time, his harvest left him speechless. For 3 whole hours, he only found 2 white resource boxes and 1 green resource box. Upon opening them, the rewards were a sausage and 4 pieces of charcoal. Holy crap! Chinmo couldn't help but laugh and curse. After searching for 3 hours, this is all we get? The drop rate is outrageous. He couldn't help but complain. No wonder the survival rate is so low. Who can survive this? A whole day's work wasn't even enough to keep the furnace burning. Just as Chinemo was about to continue his search, a system announcement suddenly popped up, instantly igniting the entire channel. Regional announcement: surviving player Wang Zhatian has successfully built a level 3 shelter, capable of accommodating 8 people. Players who have lost their shelters can go there for refuge. The message immediately caused an uproar in the channel. Holy crap, a level 3 shelter? It's only the second day. Many people hadn't even completed level 2 yet, let alone reach level 3. Even Chinemo frowned slightly after seeing the notification. This progress was indeed impressive, indicating that the other party was definitely not simple. Soon after, Wang Zhatian himself appeared and started recruiting. He stated that there were 2 arrow towers in the shelter that needed guards. The requirement to join was to bring 10 charcoal sticks, and those with good looks could even enter without any conditions. With only 4 spots remaining, he even publicly announced the coordinates. Instantly, a flood of survivors poured into the channel, begging for shelter. Some brought charcoal, others even identifying themselves, all seeking refuge. However, the shelter has clear rules. Once you join, you must obey the shelter owner's arrangements, or you may be kicked out at any time. Moreover, members are also obligated to protect the owner, because if the owner dies, the shelter will cease to exist. Clearly, this powerful figure was no ordinary person. He had already won over 3 people. No wonder construction is so fast. Chinemo knew perfectly well that more people meant greater efficiency. However, he wasn't in a hurry to cooperate with others. With the daily notifications, he could lock in golden resource chests every day, allowing him to completely control the pace of development. At most, he would need to hire a few laborers to help out later, which would be enough. However, the current situation also gave Chinemo a sense of urgency. Someone has already reached level 3, I need to get the building blueprints as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the protection period ends, he might not be able to withstand the first wave of monster attacks. The night passed without any monster attacks. The next morning, the 3rd day since arriving on the frozen plains, the first thing Chinemo did upon waking was to check the number of survivors. The result made him frown. Of the original 3.5 million, only 1.5 million remained. In just 2 days, the number had almost halved. The rate of death was astonishing. At this rate, how many will be left in 7 days? Chinemo felt a growing unease and was even more puzzled about what those who had died had experienced, whether they had frozen to death or encountered some other danger. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Chinemo decided he had to speed things up, find more resource boxes, and ideally obtain a level 3 building blueprint as soon as possible to complete the upgrade. Just then, the system notification sounded again. There will be heavy snow today, but there will be a surprise 1.5 kilometers to the left on the small hill. Another golden chest? Chinmo's eyes lit up, his mood instantly improving. He'd gotten an AWM yesterday, so today's reward naturally made him even more excited. He quickly dressed, added charcoal to the stove, grabbed his AWM and axe, and headed towards his target location. Sure enough, beneath the snow, Chinemo discovered a golden resource chest. Without hesitation, he opened it. A flash of golden light appeared, followed by a large amount of rewards: food, charcoal, ore, and a particularly eye-catching heavy weapon. When he saw the details, Chinemo was completely stunned. A machine gun bunker, equipped with a Maxim M1910 water-cooled heavy machine gun, with 600 rounds of ammunition, an astonishing rate of fire, a range of over 1,000 meters, and ridiculously high damage. Holy crap! A Maxim machine gun? And it's auto-locking? Seriously? This is a Maxim machine gun. Although it looks a bit old, like something from World War I or II, with 2-wheeled mounts, on the frozen plains today, this thing is a devastating weapon. Don't forget, the other survivors are still using stone axes and bows and arrows. If someone were to set up a Maxim, it would be a game-changer. Wild animals wouldn't even be able to get close. Even more outrageous is that this machine gun is automatic. It comes with a golden attribute, automatic headlock. Not only does it evolve as the shelter upgrades, but it can also automatically lock onto targets and fire in bursts upon command. This eliminates the need for manpower, making it a completely intelligent firing point. Chinemo couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's a golden weapon! While others are still using melee weapons, he's already using an AI machine gun." However, the problem was also obvious. There were too few bullets, only 600 rounds. At the Maxim's rate of fire, if fired at full speed, it would be empty in 2 minutes. But if used sparingly, it would be enough in a critical moment. Chinemo didn't hesitate and took all the weapons and resources back to the cabin. Back at the shelter, Chinemo immediately placed the machine gun bunker to the right of the main entrance. With a soft thud, a bunker half a meter high and more than a meter deep appeared out of thin air, its dark gun muzzles protruding from within, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Seeing this, Chinemo felt much more at ease. This is safe. With this thing guarding the gate, let alone monsters, even other survivors would be riddled with bullets if they attacked. But for Chinemo, this was far from enough. He had always had a fear of insufficient firepower, and wished he had 10 or 8 more guns to completely arm the shelter. Just as Chinemo was planning his next move, a notification suddenly sounded in the regional channel. Opening it, he saw a message from Li Muyao, with whom he had previously traded. "Brother, my stove is almost out of fuel. Do you have any charcoal left? Could you lend me some?" Upon seeing this, Chinmo's lips curled slightly, and he replied, "Sure, but what will you offer in exchange?" The other party quickly replied, "I'll exchange it with ore. 20 pieces for 10 pieces of charcoal, is that all right?" Chinemo directly refused. "No, I don't need ore right now." These words completely baffled Li Muyao. "You don't want the ore anymore?" Chinemo replied impatiently. "I'm already level 2, what do I need this stuff for?" Ore wasn't as scarce for him anymore. Helpless, Li Muyao could only tentatively ask, "Then, could you give me some for free?" "Freebie?" Chinemo laughed. "You think I'm a savior? Trade me something else." Li Muyao was a little anxious. "I really don't have anything else." Chinemo originally wanted to say food was fine too, but then the other party suddenly sent a message. "I have a level 3 building blueprint here, can we trade it?" Chinemo was stunned, his smile vanishing. "You have a level 3 blueprint?" The other party nodded and simply displayed the blueprint. Chinemo looked at it, and saw that it was indeed genuine, and of unique red quality. Not only could it upgrade the shelter to level 3, but it could also expand its area, increase its defense, and even come with arrow towers and special fire attributes. Seeing this, Chinemo was somewhat confused. "Red is unique? What is a fire seed?" Li Muyao couldn't explain it either. She was just a novice and had no means of using the blueprint. Now that the furnace was about to go out, she could only use it to save her life. "How much charcoal can this be exchanged for?" Although Chinemo didn't fully understand it either, his intuition told him that this was definitely a good product. However, he still tried to bargain, saying, "I don't have much left, I'll give you 10. Li Muyao immediately objected. "10 is too few, don't lie to me." Seeing that the other party was not so easily fooled, Chinemo thought for a moment, and changed his mind, saying, "Then 30, no more than that." This time, Li Muyao immediately agreed, but added a condition. "If my furnace goes out, I want to rely on you, and you have to take me in." She even sent him the coordinates directly. It was only 10 kilometers away from Chinemo. Chinemo considered it for a moment, and felt it was a good deal. "Okay, you make the trade, I'll give you charcoal and a bow and arrow for self-defense on the road." Upon hearing this, Li Muyao breathed a sigh of relief and immediately completed the transaction. As the notification sounded, Chinemo held a blueprint emitting a red glow in his hand, a level 3 building blueprint, officially acquired. "This is a level 3 blueprint." Chinemo held the blueprint, which emitted a faint red glow, and examined it carefully. A system notification quickly appeared. "This is a level 3 building blueprint of red quality, a unique item. Once used, it will be bound and cannot be transferred, and the required materials are also quite astonishing. 200 metal ore, 100 wood, 100 silver ore." Upon seeing this cost, Chinemo frowned immediately. He remembered Wang Zhatian saying that a level 3 blueprint only required 30 metal ore. How come it cost several times more for him? The system quickly provided an explanation. The higher the quality of the blueprint, the more materials are required, but the more powerful the function will also be. Chinemo then realized that he had needed more materials than others since level 2, and now that it was a red blueprint, it was naturally even more excessive. Chinemo didn't hesitate. Instead, he grinned and said, "The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Let's just do it." Even shelters of the same level have different qualities, and he naturally wanted the best. The problem was, he didn't have enough resources in his backpack, so he had to go mining first. So Chinemo made a simple mining shovel and went to a nearby mine to start working hard. 80. His energetic shouts came from the hilltop, but before long, he couldn't keep going. After digging more than 20 times, a piece of metal ore finally fell out. Chinemo wiped his sweat and calculated that he needed 200 pieces, which meant he would have to swing his shovel at least 2,000 times. He couldn't help but curse. Who can withstand that? But Chinemo gritted his teeth and persevered in order to upgrade the shelter. Only at this moment did he truly appreciate the advantage of having more people. If more people came, it could probably be done in half a day. Chinemo worked until almost dark before he had collected 70 pieces of metal ore. He estimated that he should be able to gather enough within 3 days, so he dared not linger any longer and immediately went down the mountain back to the cabin. Pushing open the door, a blast of warm air hit him, and Chinemo immediately relaxed. It's so much more comfortable inside. He lay down on the sofa, casually ate a couple of sausages, and soon fell into a deep rest. 2 hours later, a low, rustling growl suddenly came from outside the door. Chinemo instantly snapped to attention, his heart tightening. It's here again, is it a monster? He grabbed his AWM to try and see what was happening outside, but found that the wooden house didn't even have windows. He could only stare intently at the doorway. A screeching sound came from the door, clearly indicating that something was outside. Chinemo was somewhat tempted, even considering opening the door and firing a shot. After all, the system had already stated that while monsters were dangerous, the rewards for defeating them were extremely generous, far exceeding those of ordinary treasure chests. Just as Chinemo hesitated, he suddenly slapped his forehead. I have a Maxim machine gun! Since he had a machine gun, why risk his life? He immediately opened the shelter's control panel and activated the machine gun's automatic lock-on. The next second, gunfire erupted outside, a dense hail of bullets raining down. Rat-a-tat-tat! It lasted only a moment before silence returned. Chinemo glanced at his ammunition. Only 2 rounds had been used, and there was no more movement outside. He frowned. Just one? But he still didn't rush out, deciding to wait until dawn. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, the frozen plains welcomed its 4th day, the sun rising above the horizon and bringing a rare touch of warmth. The system also gave a warning: daytime -12 degrees Celsius, nighttime -24 degrees Celsius. Chinemo dressed, an axe hanging from his waist, an AWM in his hand, and carefully opened the wooden door. Outside, the snow still covered everything, but 5 or 6 meters away lay a mangled corpse. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't human at all, but a strange, grayish-white, withered creature. Even with the extremely low temperature last night, it didn't look like it had just died. The word zombie immediately flashed through Chinmo's mind. At the same time, the regional communication channel exploded with activity, almost everyone discussing last night's attack. Some people confirmed with their own eyes that they were zombies, while others attacked with arrows to no avail, causing even greater panic. After all, 1 or 2 might be manageable, but if they appeared in droves, no one could withstand it. Just as everyone was in a panic, Wang Zhadian spoke up again, saying that his team had already killed a zombie and the reward was indeed generous, and that they had begun recruiting elites. He even boasted that the team was about to attack a level 5 shelter, attracting countless admirers. However, the conditions were very strict. They had to be elites, such as fitness instructors or veterans. Seeing all the praise and analysis in the channel, Chinemo looked down at the zombie that had been smashed to pieces, couldn't help but click his tongue, and finally managed to utter only one sentence. Maxim, awesome! This scene was clear enough. Others needed 6 people to draw their bows and surround a single zombie to barely take it down, while Chinemo ended the battle in just 0.01 seconds with only 2 Maxim bullets. The suppressive power of the firearms was on full display. Chinemo couldn't help but sigh, thinking that if there were a few more machine guns, the firepower would be so overwhelming that they could practically sweep everything in their path. However, he quickly stopped joking, because several items had fallen from where the zombies had fallen. Chinmo's eyes lit up, and he immediately went forward to investigate. The loot consisted of a frying pan, 10 Maxim bullets, and a one-time use strength stat. Seeing these rewards, Chinemo immediately realized that killing zombies could also yield resources. He paid particular attention to the strength attribute. This kind of item could directly boost one's attributes, a true growth resource that could make one stronger. Chinemo didn't hesitate for a moment, and chose to use it on the spot. The next second, a system notification sounded. Strength increased by 1 point. He clearly felt his arm's strength increase significantly, and his whole body felt more energetic. He stretched his body briefly and nodded in satisfaction. If he could continue hunting zombies, he might actually be able to strengthen his body to near the level of a super soldier. However, Chinemo also understood that this opportunity couldn't be his alone. Since zombies could drop special attributes, other survivors would eventually discover this as well. To maintain his lead, he had to kill as many zombies as possible before others. Fortunately, Chinmo's advantages were quite obvious. While others were still desperately fighting with bows and arrows, he already had a sniper rifle and a machine gun, making him far more efficient. However, he was still in the newbie protection period, and the number of zombies was limited. After weighing his options, Chinemo decided to upgrade his shelter to level 3 first before considering a large-scale hunt. So Chinemo packed his equipment and headed back to the mine to start mining metal ore. For the next 2 days, he almost never left the mining area. He mined during the day and rested in his room at night, occasionally stopping to recover his strength. After 2 days, Chinemo had accumulated 240 pieces of ore, needing only 60 more to complete the upgrade. During his time there, he also opened quite a few treasure chests and obtained various supplies. The most eye-catching of these was a solar-powered DJI drone, which could be used to scout the surrounding environment. With this, nighttime safety is significantly improved. The system also provides warnings, such as alerts that over 50 zombies have gathered in a mine, including some level 3 zombies. Chinemo avoided those areas without hesitation. He knew very well that one-on-one fights were possible, but confronting a large group head-on was suicidal. Even the best weapons couldn't withstand an encirclement. Fortunately, the resource points marked by the system had ample supplies, enough for Chinemo to develop steadily. Even with continuous mining, his resources continued to grow. However, this intense labor left Chinemo somewhat exhausted. More importantly, tomorrow was the last day, and they were still short 60 pieces of ore. Chinemo even began to consider whether he should hire a few people to help. Back in the cabin at dusk, Chinemo opened the regional chat channel and found that there were still about 1.2 million survivors left. In just 3 days, 300,000 had been eliminated. The chat area was extremely chaotic. Some were researching tree bark and snow melt, some had begun hunting wild animals for meat, and many more were searching for shelter. Many players whose fires have died out have started banding together for warmth, and 2 level 3 shelters have even appeared, openly recruiting members. For example, Crimson Rose only accepts women, and Lone Wolf Alliance only accepts Special Forces soldiers. The conditions are ridiculously demanding. Chinemo wasn't interested in this. He valued resources and efficiency more. In his eyes, these survivors were simply potential labor. Just as Chinemo was browsing the information and preparing to select manpower, he suddenly noticed a private message notification light up, multiple messages from Ling Muyao. For the past 10 hours, she had been constantly asking for help, saying that she was running out of coal and was still waiting for Chinmo's coordinates. She managed to find some coal by luck and exchanged it for a little more at the exchange, but she was clearly at her limit, and her tone was becoming increasingly panicked. Seeing this, Chinemo was somewhat speechless. This girl had hardly ever gone out, relying entirely on trading and luck to get by until now. But from another perspective, this kind of luck could also be considered a skill. Chinemo was currently short-handed, especially for the last 60 pieces of ore, which he could easily get someone else to help him complete. With that in mind, Chinemo didn't hesitate any longer and sent his coordinates directly. At this moment, Li Muya was huddled in her dilapidated level 1 shelter. The room was drafty, and the flame of the small stove was growing weaker and weaker. She was wrapped in a blanket and curled up, but she was still shivering from the cold. Only a wisp of hair peeked out from under the covers, obscuring her features, but her pert, white nose still revealed her to be a pretty girl. She trembled and muttered pitifully, "Wow, that liar! He stole my blueprints and then ignored me." She messaged Chinemo all day but received no response. As a naive student about to graduate, she thought that honest communication would earn her help, but reality gave her a harsh lesson as soon as she arrived on the frozen plains. "They promised to take me in, but where are they? What's infuriating is that I didn't even ask for their coordinates." Li Muyao grew angrier the more she thought about it, but looking at the nearly extinguished stove, she could only watch helplessly. Just when Li Muyao thought she might not make it through the night, a notification sounded. Chinemo had sent a message. She immediately opened it and saw that he had not only given her the coordinates, but also attached a transaction. "Chinemo, use this charcoal first, it'll last you 1 night. Come back tomorrow during the day." Upon seeing the 20 pieces of charcoal, Li Muyao was instantly stunned. In her eyes, this was practically a lifesaver. Her earlier grievances vanished instantly, replaced by overwhelming gratitude. "I knew I hadn't misjudged him. This brother is truly reliable." She couldn't help but fantasize in her mind. If he were also handsome, that would be perfect. But she quickly snapped back to reality, and hurriedly replied to the message. "Okay, brother, wait for me tomorrow." On the other side, seeing how quickly she replied, Chinemo made his judgment. This woman had clearly reached her wit's end. However, for him, having another person mining wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After chatting briefly, Chinemo felt sleepy and went to bed early. That night was surprisingly peaceful, with no more monsters bothering him. Early the next morning, the frozen plains entered their 7th day. A cold system notification sounded, 12 hours remaining until the end of the newbie protection period. Tonight at 8 p.m., all survivors are requested to take refuge in sturdy shelters and not venture outside. At the same time, the system also clearly warned that Level 1 shelters could not provide effective protection. This message immediately caused an uproar in the entire regional chat channel. "It's over, I'm still Level 1, isn't this just waiting to die?" Many people were completely devastated. Others were sarcastic, arguing that 7 days was enough time to level up, and if they couldn't, they could only blame themselves. Even more outrageous, some traders took the opportunity to inflate prices, with the Level 2 blueprint, which originally cost 10 charcoal coins, jumping to 30, drawing widespread criticism. Amidst the panic, some began seeking to form groups, hoping to find refuge in others' shelters. After all, many hands make light work, and it's always better than going it alone. Some even made outrageous demands, ostensibly looking for teammates, but actually more like picking a partner, leaving everyone speechless. However, Chinemo didn't care about any of this. His only goal now was to upgrade the shelter to Level 3. Although the system indicated that Level 2 was sufficient, Chinemo didn't intend to take any risks. Moreover, he had also developed an interest in fire seed energy. So he continued to bury himself in mining, frantically collecting resources. Time passed slowly, and after a full 8 hours, all the materials needed for the upgrade were finally gathered. Looking at the panel showing all the required resources, Chinemo breathed a sigh of relief. Finally enough! He immediately returned to the cabin and chose to upgrade without hesitation. As the command was given, a dazzling red light instantly enveloped the entire cabin. The next second, the cabin's area doubled, expanding from 20 square meters to 40 square meters. Not only that, the original wooden walls began to change, gradually transforming into a sturdy metal structure. The entire shelter now possessed a sense of solidity and security reminiscent of a medieval stone house. "Is this the Level 3 shelter?" Chinemo exclaimed in amazement as he stood before the shelter. The building before him resembled a medieval fortress, thick and sturdy, on a completely different level from Level 2. The difference was immediately apparent. Immediately afterwards, system information appeared. Shelter level 3, furnace level 3, can accommodate 8 people, consumes only 1 piece of charcoal per hour. The area reaches 40 square meters, and an additional 20 square meter attic is given as a bonus. The overall structure is already taking shape. The walls are constructed from silver ore, providing protection against not only the cold winds but also zombies and fog. With both durability and defense reaching 2,000 points, and equipped with 2 arrow towers, the overall defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced. More importantly, there are the attribute effects. The gold Repair LV3 attribute allows the shelter to recover 4 durability points per second, while the orange attribute directly upgrades the machine gun bunker into a twin Maxim turret, doubling its firepower. The most outrageous is the red entry. Fire Seed LV3. It can produce 4 fire seeds of energy per day, which can transform vehicles or intelligent machines into mechanical life forms with powerful fire support capabilities. Seeing this, Chinemo was completely stunned. It can be upgraded like this? Even the Maxim gun can evolve into a twin turret, so if it continues to develop to level 7 or 8, wouldn't it be able to get an electromagnetic cannon? However, Chinemo quickly focused his attention on the spark. Mechanical life form. This word involuntarily reminded him of Transformers, and his expression became somewhat strange. To verify the effect, Chinemo decided to test it immediately. But he looked around the shelter and couldn't find a suitable target. There seemed to be no machinery he could modify. Suddenly, Chinemo had a flash of inspiration and remembered the DJI drone he had opened from the resource box earlier, which he hadn't really used much. This thing, it should be considered an intelligent machine, right? Thinking this, Chinemo immediately took out a spark and aimed it at the drone. The next second, blue energy suddenly spread out, and the strong impact almost threw him away. Then, an even more outrageous scene appeared. The drone on the ground began to vibrate violently, and its shape rapidly changed, transforming into a mechanical bird about 80 centimeters tall right before Chinmo's eyes. It possesses scarlet electronic eyes, and its wingspan is a full 1.2 meters. Its metallic wings are sharp as blades, gleaming with a cold, icy light. As soon as it appears, it cackles and circles in the air. At the same time, a set of data appeared: a level 3 reconnaissance unit, attack 160, defense 100, agility 600, and even equipped with a miniature Gatling gun, essentially a flying sentinel. Hiss, isn't this just a transformer? Chinemo gasped. The design was extremely similar to the mechanical bird from the movies. Before Chinemo could recover from his shock, the mechanical bird suddenly stopped flying around, locked its gaze on Chinemo, and changed its expression from frantic to respectful. Then it obediently landed on his shoulder to show its goodwill. Just then, a roar suddenly came from not far away. A zombie staggered over, and upon seeing Chinemo, it instantly became excited, opening its mouth and lunging forward. Perfect, let's test you out. Chinemo remained calm and immediately ordered. Drone, go! Take care of it! He wanted to see the combat capabilities of this mechanical life form. The mechanical bird responded immediately, flapping its wings and taking flight. The instant it approached its target, its right wing mechanically transformed, unfolding into a miniature Gatling gun. The next second, sparks flew, and the rat-a-tat-tat of gunfire erupted. The zombie didn't even have a chance to react before being riddled with bullets and falling to the ground instantly. So powerful? Chinmo's pupils contracted, then his eyes lit up with excitement. Though not large in size, its firepower was exceptionally fierce, easily crushing ordinary zombies. Upon reflection, this made perfect sense. 160 attack power against a zombie with only 30 defense was a complete annihilation. Moreover, this was just the effect of a drone. What if it were a car? Chinmo's thoughts immediately wandered. If a car were modified using the spark, wouldn't it become a real Autobot? The combat power would be outrageous just to think about. The thought immediately aroused Chinemo. If he really had a transformer guarding him, what threat would this frozen plane pose? However, Chinemo quickly calmed down. It was already getting dark, and there was less than an hour left before the newbie protection period ended. He couldn't afford to be careless now. He first collected the supplies dropped by the zombies, then said to the mechanical bird, "Let's go back first." The drone responded with a caw and landed on his shoulder again. The two quickly returned to the shelter. The space has now expanded to 40 square meters, and with the upgraded fireplace, the interior is still very warm, and there is also an attic where they can observe the outside world. Although the environment had stabilized, Chen Mo's mind was elsewhere. His thoughts were completely occupied with the mechanical bird he'd just seen, and even more outrageous possibilities. Who could resist a transformer? Chen Mo muttered to himself. Even with his current equipment being sufficient, such a thing would still be a fatal temptation for anyone. But the problem was also very real. This was a frozen plain. Where would he get a car? Was he supposed to build one himself? That was far too unrealistic. However, Chen Mo quickly remembered someone. Someone had mentioned in the channel that they wanted to trade a Ferrari 488 for charcoal. Right, why not just buy it? Thinking this, Chen Mo's eyes lit up, and he instantly had a target. With that in mind, Chen Mo immediately searched for the person's name, added them as a friend, and prepared to chat privately. But after waiting for a long time without receiving a response, he couldn't help but frown. Could they be dead? In this environment, losing contact basically meant something bad had happened. Just as Chen Mo was pondering, the drone suddenly sounded an alarm, its mechanical eyes turning outside. More zombies? Chen Mo's heart tightened, but he quickly calmed down. With a Maxim machine gun turret outside, an AWM in hand, and drone reconnaissance, what was there to fear? Just as Chen Mo was about to send the drone out to investigate, there was a sudden knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, a slightly nervous girl's voice came through. Are you Brother Chen Mo? I'm Li Muyao, I've come to see you. Hearing this, Chen Mo was speechless. This little girl actually dared to come at the last minute. Out of caution, Chen Mo first sent out a drone to scout. The footage quickly returned, showing a thin girl standing at the door, with no one else lying in ambush nearby. After confirming it was safe, Chen Mo then opened the metal door. As soon as the door opened, a girl with a slightly pale but very beautiful face walked in. Chen Mo was stunned after just one glance. Her looks were indeed rare. She was tall but not thin, almost exactly like the fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged girl described on the channel. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Li Muyao requested to be taken in. She stood at the door, cautiously looking at Chen Mo. Brother, the newbie protection period is about to end. Please take me in. I'll do anything for you. Her tone was clearly pleading for survival. Chen Mo didn't make things difficult for her. After all, she had just given him valuable blueprints, so he directly agreed. The system then displayed the new members' information, including everything from attributes to appearance ratings, even including descriptions like fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. After reading it, Chen Mo couldn't help but complain that this system was a bit too unserious. After receiving permission, Li Muyao immediately entered the shelter. The warmth that greeted her made her relax completely, and the spacious and sturdy environment was so much better than her drafty little wooden hut. What shocked her even more was the abundance of supplies piled up inside. Instant noodles, sausages, drinks, bottled water, and even meat. It was practically a small warehouse. She couldn't help but cover her mouth. So much food! Surviving was difficult enough outside, yet this place resembled a supply depot. Chen Mo ignored her shock, simply staring at her and saying calmly, Since you've joined my shelter, you know what to do, right? His tone was light, but carried a clear implication. Li Muyao paused for a moment, then quickly understood his meaning. As the most beautiful girl at the Central Academy of Drama, she had seen countless men's gazes, and this kind of exchange was nothing new in the apocalypse. After a brief hesitation, she gritted her teeth and whispered, I know. She slowly squatted down, ready to make her move, but Chen Mo stopped her abruptly. What are you doing? She looked up, bewildered. Isn't it you want that? Chen Mo was so angry he laughed. Are you crazy? There are only a dozen minutes left in the newbie protection period, and you want me to do this with you? He waved his hand. I'm telling you to go and keep an eye on things outside. What the hell? Keep an eye on him? Chen Mo's words stunned Li Muyao. She felt a little indignant. She had taken on quite a few roles right after graduation and was only one step away from becoming a big star. She had even taken the initiative, and yet she was rejected? But Chinemo didn't care at all. In this godforsaken place, who cared if she was a celebrity? Her newbie protection period was about to end, and something could happen at any time, so he naturally didn't dare to let his guard down. There was no rush for this. Sure enough, at 8 p.m. sharp, the system notification sounded on time. The newbie protection period was over, the first catastrophe, mist, was descending, and all survivors had to stay in the shelter as much as possible and minimize making noise. The words had barely left her lips when a deafening roar erupted outside, seemingly shaking the very ground. Li Muyao turned pale with fright and instinctively clung to Chinemo, asking, "What happened?" "Disaster struck," Chinemo replied, frowning. But Li Muyao was even more distraught. This place was already absurd enough, now they were saying this was just the beginning? At the same time, the fog spread rapidly, and rustling sounds and screeching noises came from outside, as if something was attacking the shelter. The sounds sent chills down one's spine. Li Muyao clung tightly to Chinemo, not daring to move. Chinemo didn't retaliate rashly either, after all, he didn't know what was outside or how many there were. He thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "DJI." The mechanical bird on the attic immediately awoke, its body gleaming with a cold metallic light. Li Muyao was stunned by this sight. This was actually a high-tech drone? Chinemo didn't explain much, only saying calmly, "One of our own." He then immediately ordered DJI to go out and scout the situation outside. Soon, through holographic projection, Chinemo saw the outside world. Gray fog swept in like a storm, covering an extremely terrifying area, and in a short time swallowed up a large area of frozen plains. The small wooden cabins, several kilometers apart, were swallowed by wisps of mist, and eerie sounds emanated from within. Chinemo was shocked. This was no ordinary disaster, but an apocalypse. Even more shockingly, the number of viewers on regional channels is plummeting, dropping from 1.09 million to 1.07 million in a very short period of time. The speed of this drop is outrageous and alarming. The channel was in complete chaos. Some people were calling for help, and others were describing their attacks in horror. But many people went silent after sending their messages, clearly indicating that something bad had happened. Some people also reported that the shelter was under attack, with different levels of durability dropping at different rates. Level 1 shelters were barely holding on, while Level 2 and 3 shelters were also losing health steadily. At that moment, a crashing sound came from outside Chinmo's hut. After checking the notification, he was stunned. The damage was displayed as 0, and the durability hadn't dropped at all. Several attacks followed, but the result was still -0. His Level 3 red sanctuary remained completely unscathed. Chinemo couldn't help but laugh. This upgrade was clearly well worth it. But others weren't so lucky. Many low-level shelters were on the verge of collapse, some people had only a sliver of durability left, and despair filled the channel. Chinemo, however, gradually relaxed. Since the things outside couldn't even break through his defenses, what was there to fear? He hadn't dared to fire before because he was worried about attracting more monsters. But now, Chinemo had no more reservations. He looked towards the door, opened the control panel, and gave the order. "Maxim machine gun, auto-lock!" The next second, gunfire erupted outside, bullets raining down. In just a few seconds, dozens of bullets were fired. The firepower was ridiculously fierce. The gunfire quickly ceased, and silence returned outside, broken only by the howling wind. Chinemo narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is it all resolved?" But Chinemo still didn't open the door. The fog was still thick, and no one knew when the next wave would appear. He decided to play it safe and wait until dawn. Night passed, and dawn broke. The system issued new rules. Newbie protection was removed. Players could now attack each other and capture shelters to acquire resources. Simultaneously, the cabin movement function was officially enabled. Shelters level 2 and above could be moved using steam devices. Natural disasters would occur every 7 days, with random types. Zombies would also appear periodically, offering substantial rewards for defeating them. The final prompt was, do everything you can to survive. Huh! The real survival challenge has finally begun, and there's even a new cabin movement function? After hearing the system notification, Chinemo immediately opened the shelter panel and found that a new, driving mode, had been added. Once activated, huge wheels would extend from the bottom of the cabin, propelling it forward using steam from the stove. However, Chinemo immediately shook his head upon seeing the consumption. It consumed 10 pieces of charcoal per kilometer, yet the speed was only 10 kilometers per hour. The cost was simply too high. Furthermore, the newly added rules explicitly state that occupying another player's shelter allows for the plundering of all resources. Clearly, this is encouraging players to fight each other. The real survival competition has begun to escalate. However, Chinemo remained calm. He possessed a Maxim machine gun turret, a DJI drone, and an AWM sniper rifle. In an environment where most people were still using cold weapons, he had an overwhelming advantage. Compared to all that, Chinemo was more concerned about what kind of monster had attacked his shelter last night. So he got dressed, took his drone escort, and went straight out the door. As soon as Chinemo stepped outside, he saw more than 20 corpses lying on the ground, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Besides a few zombies, there were also giant bat monsters with wingspans of up to 2 meters, sharp fangs, and a ferocious appearance. Chinemo frowned. Was this the monster from the mist? Both its size and attack power were clearly extraordinary. If it weren't for the machine gun's built-in lock-on function, it would have been difficult to deal with. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly came from not far away. A bat monster that wasn't quite dead yet struggled to get up, half of its head smashed, but it still tried to attack. System data immediately appeared, Mutant Bat LV3, HP 600. Seeing this attribute, Chinemo was slightly surprised. This thing was actually a level 3 elite monster. Before it could even get close, the DJI drone had already taken action, deploying its miniature Gatling gun and unleashing a burst of fire, instantly shattering the bat monster into pieces and eliminating it completely. Chinemo didn't even lift a finger. He knew very well that if it were any other player, encountering just one monster would be tough enough, let alone an attack of the scale from last night. At that moment, Li Muyao in the cabin was also awakened by the gunshots. She pushed open the door and saw the ground outside littered with monster corpses. She was so frightened that she covered her mouth and froze on the spot. "These are yesterday's monsters," Chinemo explained as he began collecting the loot. Li Muyao, snapping out of her daze, immediately ran over to help, afraid of being kicked out if she wasn't useful. Chinemo didn't stop her, only reminding her to collect the ordinary resources. As for the affixes, he would handle that himself. Besides the supplies, there were 10 attribute modifiers on the ground. Although their quality wasn't high, they were all free points, which could be used to freely enhance one's attributes. Chinemo didn't hesitate and immediately began allocating them, 17 points to strength, 10 points to defense, and the rest to agility. The next second, his attributes skyrocketed. Looking at the panel again, Chinmo's strength had reached 3 times that of an ordinary person, and his defense had also doubled. He casually swung his fist, and the wind from the punch clearly created a whistling sound, making the changes after his body was enhanced very obvious. Not bad, that's more like it. With this attribute, Chinmo's survival ability in the frozen world has clearly improved to another level. Afterwards, the two carried all the resources back to the shelter. Because they had killed quite a few monsters last night, the loot they obtained was considerable. Timber, charcoal, food, or bullets, almost everything was available, enough to sustain basic survival for 2 or 3 months. Li Muyao's eyes lit up at the sight of the pile of food. Before, she could barely survive on snowmelt and scattered resources. Now it felt like heaven. She couldn't help but look at Chinemo and whispered. Chinemo wasn't stingy and gave her 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 cartons of milk. Li Muyao was immediately overjoyed, hugging the supplies and thanking him repeatedly. She even picked up some bread and started eating it on the spot, looking completely satisfied. However, Chinemo quickly reminded her. "These aren't freebies." Li Muyao blushed instantly upon hearing this, thinking he meant something else. Chinemo simply rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? I meant work." Chinemo knew very well that this was only the beginning of his struggle for survival, and the future would only become more dangerous. To survive, he had to continue to expand his advantages. In particular, his goal was not only to upgrade his shelter, but also to acquire stronger combat capabilities, such as more mechanical units like drones. Collecting resource boxes couldn't be left to Chinemo alone. So, Chinemo directly assigned this task to Li Muyao. Therefore, Chinemo said to Li Muyao, "After you've eaten and drunk your fill, go out for a walk and collect as many resource boxes as possible. I'll have DJI go with you, it'll be safer that way." "Okay, sure." Hearing that the large bird would protect her, Li Muyao felt much more at ease. After all, she had witnessed firsthand how ferocious that creature was. After finishing her meal, she quickly set off with the drone. Chinemo stayed in the cabin and opened the regional channel, intending to buy a car. But as soon as he entered, he saw that the number of survivors had plummeted to 500,000. Damn, 500,000 gone overnight? Chinemo couldn't help but be shocked. The channel was in complete chaos, filled with messages about survival, trading, and forming teams. Some offered high prices for the crossbows, while others refused to trade altogether. After the monster attack, everyone understood that weapons were a matter of life and death, and no one was willing to give them up easily. More people began seeking cooperation. After all, the daytime was relatively safe, but at night, the fog and monsters would return. Some were recruiting members to form teams, while others were seeking refuge. The scene was chaotic. Some high-level shelters have even begun to expand their recruitment. A level 4 shelter can now accommodate 16 people, a force that naturally possesses immense appeal in the current environment. However, Chinemo didn't care about any of this. His goal was clear cars. So he directly posted an ad on the exchange, buying cars, any conditions acceptable. The message immediately drew ridicule. Buying cars? This place doesn't even have oil, what use is sheet metal? Many people thought Chinemo had gone mad. Some recognized Chinemo and even mocked him with past incidents, boasting that they had joined the so-called Exploding Sky Gang, and wanted Chinemo to beg them for help. Chinemo merely sneered, choosing to ignore it outright. He couldn't be bothered with such a powerful force and continued to raise the price. 100 charcoal for 1 cart. This price caused an uproar at the exchange. Keep in mind, 100 charcoal pieces were enough to survive for several days. This offer was considered extremely extravagant. Someone couldn't help but ask, "What do you need a car for? Do you own all?" Chinemo casually replied, "Sort of." This remark caused an even bigger stir, with everyone discussing it. However, Chinemo didn't explain, but simply continued to ask if there were any vehicles, preferably SUVs. Finally, lured by the high price, someone contacted him. "Jiang Yan, are you really buying cars? I have a Lamborghini Aventador." "A Lamborghini?" Chenmo's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied to confirm. The other party also mentioned that the vehicle was out of gas, but this was no problem for Chinemo. The transaction was completed quickly. As soon as the notification sounded, a black Lamborghini Aventador appeared directly in front of Chinemo. Its streamlined body and low-slung stance made it look like a beast poised to pounce. Chinemo couldn't help but marvel. This was the first time he had ever seen such a car in person. Of course, on the frozen plains, this kind of car is no different from scrap metal. But in Chinmo's hands, it's completely different. What he really needs is stronger combat power. So, Chinemo didn't hesitate to take out the fire seed energy and fuse it with the vehicle. The next second, blue energy instantly covered the entire supercar. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Lamborghini began to creak and groan as its body rapidly reformed and transformed. A few seconds later, a 6-meter-tall black mechanical life form appeared before Chinemo. Its lines were sharp and cold, radiating an intense sense of oppression. It first looked around, then locked onto Chinemo. Its red mechanical eyes quickly became respectful, and it immediately knelt on one knee. Mechanical life form reporting for duty, paying respects to the esteemed creator. Chinemo was stunned, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap, isn't this just solitary confinement? The behemoth before me is almost identical to the lockdown from the movie. Its black and gray metal skeleton, paired with a green mask, and incorporating the body lines of a Lamborghini Aventador, exudes an overwhelming sense of power, like a true mechanical killing machine reborn. However, it clearly didn't know what confinement meant. Having just completed its transformation, it knelt on one knee before Chinemo, its voice low and respectful. "Creator!" Chinemo snapped out of his daze and nodded slightly. He knew very well that this was merely a resemblance in appearance, not a true Cybertronian lifeform. But when he saw the specific data, he couldn't help but feel a jolt. Mechanical lifeforms, army units, with strength of 2,500, defense of 3,000, agility of 1,200, and absolute loyalty. These stats far exceed the defense system of ordinary shelters. With this thing, what's there to fear about the frozen plains? Chinemo couldn't help but mutter to himself. More importantly, this mechanical life form would continue to strengthen as the shelter upgraded, possessing extremely high potential. Before Chinemo could continue his investigation, a voice suddenly came from afar. "Boss, look! There's a level 3 shelter over there." Chinemo looked up and saw 4 people walking up the hillside, 3 men and 1 woman. Not wanting to reveal his trump card, Chinemo immediately ordered, "Change back first." The Lamborghini mechanical body quickly reverted to its supercar form amidst the sound of gears and quietly stopped to the side. At the same time, the 4 people had already approached. They were well equipped, carrying finely crafted bows and arrows, clearly far superior to ordinary players. The leader was a bald man, whose expression was extremely wary. "Boss, it really is a level 3 shelter." The skinny man's eyes lit up, clearly already considering it. The group had lost their shelter yesterday, and were now desperately looking for a place to stay. The bald man, however, was more composed. He whispered a warning to his companion to be careful, then put on a smiling face and stepped forward. "Brother, are you all alone here?" "What is it?" Chinemo asked calmly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. He already knew why the other party had come. The bald man smiled and explained the situation, saying that their shelter had been destroyed and they hoped to join them, even promising to help with defense and reinforcement, appearing very sincere. "What if I don't?" Chinemo, too lazy to waste words, retorted directly. Upon hearing this, the other man's expression immediately changed. The bald man's eyes gradually turned cold. "Then don't blame me for being impolite. We might as well die together." Before the words were even finished, the fat man beside him had already raised his finely crafted bow and arrow, aiming it at Chinemo and sneering. "Watch closely, this arrow will kill you! Is that so?" Chinemo merely smiled lightly and raised his hand. The next second, twin Maxim turrets slowly rose at the entrance of the shelter, and the clear sound of bullets being loaded rang out. 2 black gun barrels were pointed at the 4 men, and the atmosphere instantly froze. "Holy crap, a Maxim?" The 4 men's expressions changed drastically on the spot, completely unexpected that such heavy firepower would appear here. But the shock wasn't over yet. Chinemo spoke again. "Big Bull." The moment he finished speaking, the Lamborghini beside him transformed into a 6-meter-tall mechanical giant. Its metal skeleton unfolded, its giant arms deformed, and a massive energy cannon was aimed directly at the 4 people's heads. The oppressive aura sent chills down their spines. "Is this still the frozen plains?" The group was completely dumbfounded. Maxim was one thing, but now even mechanical monsters had appeared. This was completely beyond their comprehension. The bald man reacted quickly, immediately dropping his weapon and forcing a smile. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's not be impulsive." He then understood why Chinemo was the only one in such a large shelter. He didn't need teammates at all. With this level of firepower, anyone else would be superfluous. "Misunderstanding?" Chinemo chuckled lightly. "Too late." In this world, he didn't need to follow any rules. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the order. "Attack!" The next second, Dinyo's energy cannon roared to life. A flash of blue light, and the 2 didn't even have a chance to react before they were instantly vaporized, leaving only a charred crater in their wake. Even Chinemo was slightly taken aback by this attack. Its power was almost comparable to a missile, a complete crushing defeat for ordinary enemies. The remaining 2 completely collapsed and turned to run. But Maxim had already opened fire, bullets pouring out, instantly knocking the skinny man to the ground. Only one woman remained. Seeing all her companions dead, she knelt down in terror, desperately begging for mercy, trying to trade anything for her life. Chinemo merely glanced at her, his expression indifferent. "What kind of good person can someone who hangs out with that group?" He said nothing more, turning away. "Dinyo." Then Dinyo strode over with heavy steps, respectfully clasping his hands in a fist salute. "Creator, it's all taken care of." Chinemo nodded, quite satisfied with the big guy's loyalty. With such combat power at his disposal, ordinary zombies were simply not worth mentioning. But Chinemo wasn't satisfied. One wasn't nearly enough. If he could get 10 or 8 more, even if the fog descended at night, it wouldn't be a problem. So he placed another order to buy cars on the exchange, but unfortunately, all he received throughout the day were either wrecked cars or trampled wreckage, completely unusable. Just as Chinemo was feeling somewhat helpless, Li Muyao returned with the scout bird. The mechanical bird landed on his shoulder and nuzzled affectionately. Chinemo casually soothed it, then turned his gaze to the girl. Li Muyao, carrying large and small bags, had her cheeks red from the cold, but her face was full of excitement. "I found more than 20 resource boxes today!" As she spoke, she poured out all the supplies, including sausages, wood, ore, and various drinks, which were piled up on the ground. Chinemo glanced at the list. There were 200 pieces of charcoal alone, over 300 other resources, and nearly 100 bottles of drinks. Even he was somewhat surprised. "Are you cheating?" Li Muyao smiled smugly. "I've always been lucky, but I was too afraid to go out before. Now, with the scout birds protecting her, she's become bolder, and her harvest has naturally skyrocketed." These words made Chinemo glance at her again. To have survived this long in a level 1 cabin was no small feat. Perhaps she truly possessed some hidden advantage. Chinemo pondered this inwardly, but said nothing more. As dusk approached, Chinemo said, "Let's get something to eat, the fog is coming soon." The two cooked instant noodles on a stove, adding ham sausages, and the steaming aroma quickly filled the room. Li Muyao wolfed down her food. In this environment, it was already a rare luxury. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening, the fog descended as expected, and the roars of monsters echoed outside. Terrified, she huddled close to Chinemo, crying, "Brother Mo, it's happening again!" Chinemo remained calm, immediately activating the machine gun's headlock mode. A burst of gunfire followed, and within a minute, the outside was deathly silent once more. After confirming that she was safe, Li Muyao visibly relaxed, and her gaze towards Chinemo became more dependent. The two were very close, and the atmosphere gradually became subtle. As for what happened next, we won't go into details. The next morning, Chinemo woke up feeling refreshed. Looking at Li Muyao, who was still fast asleep, he felt a little annoyed that the room's furnishings weren't quite up to par. Just then, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, for surviving 1 day." Chinemo complained directly. "Where's the promised reward?" The system's response was very perfunctory, but it still gave today's hint. There is a breach level 3 shelter 18 kilometers away, with a golden treasure chest inside, but it is guarded by level 4 elite zombies. Upon hearing about the golden treasure chest, Chinemo immediately perked up. His previous 2 openings had yielded an AWM and a Maxim gun, so this reward would only be even more enticing. Therefore, he immediately decided to go there himself. Before leaving, Chinemo quickly cleared out the loot at the door. Last night, the machine gun had taken down more than 30 zombies, leaving behind a pile of resources and 30 attribute points. He added 10 points to defense, and 20 points to strength, instantly raising his strength to 50. He casually threw a punch, creating a gust of wind in the air. Chinemo nodded in satisfaction. "That feels good." But he clearly didn't intend to stop there. He wanted to continue stacking his attributes to completely crush everything. Just then, Chinemo discovered a longsword glowing red in the pile of supplies. Upon picking it up, he found it to be an orange-quality Fire Phoenix battle blade, which not only provided a significant boost to strength and agility but also dealt fire damage. "These attributes are a bit outrageous." Chinemo couldn't help but be surprised. After checking the channel, he realized that the knife had actually dropped last night, but he hadn't picked it up yet. The system announcement had even caused a stir. Someone even offered 1,000 charcoal to buy it, but no one responded. Everyone assumed the holder would never sell. In reality, Chinemo had only just acquired it. After gripping the battle sword, Chinemo clearly felt his strength surge again, breaking through to 100, equivalent to 10 times that of an ordinary person. A simple calculation shows that this strike would have the force of a small car hitting the ground. An ordinary zombie simply couldn't withstand it. Not bad, not bad! Chinemo looked at the long sword gleaming red in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he picked up the AWM, got into his Lamborghini Aventador, and headed towards his destination. 18 kilometers is a distance that would take an average person 3 or 4 hours to walk. But Chinemo now has a supercar. Even with the terrible road conditions on the frozen plains, it only takes him 10 minutes. With a stomp on the gas, the black Lamborghini roared and surged forward like a beast. The intense acceleration made Chinemo exclaim, "No wonder so many people love sports cars." Soon, the supercar sped across the ice field, leaving many survivors dumbfounded. They were still working hard to fortify their shelter when they saw someone driving a Lamborghini recklessly. Some couldn't help but exclaim, "Where did this guy get all that oil?" Others noticed that Chinemo was heading in the direction of yesterday's horrific C-32 restricted area. That area once housed a level 3 shelter and a dozen survivors, but it was instantly wiped out by a zombie horde in the fog and is now considered a forbidden zone. Someone tried to warn Chinemo, but was stopped by his companions, who sneered, "Let him go to his death." In their view, such high-profile behavior would eventually come at a price. But they didn't know that Chinemo wasn't going to his death at all, but rather to reap the rewards. 10 minutes later, Chinemo arrived at the ruins. The level 3 shelter in front of him was completely destroyed. The system showed it was 100% damaged and not even worth dismantling. Chinemo was somewhat disappointed. He had originally planned to pick up some resources, but found that the place had been almost completely cleared out. However, he soon noticed a monster in the ruins. With a low growl, a massive figure burst forth from the ruins. It was a zombie 2.5 meters tall, its muscles bulging, and it even wore tattered armor, its aura quite formidable. System information immediately appeared. Level 4 Elite Zombie, 3000 HP, 200 defense. Chinemo immediately understood that this monster indeed had the power to destroy a level 3 shelter. Instead of immediately transforming the large bullet, he first raised the AWM, stabilized the stock, and pulled the trigger. The bullet accurately hit the head, but only dealt 800 damage, failing to achieve a headshot kill. Chinemo frowned and fired another shot into the neck, but still failed to kill it. At this moment, the zombie had closed to within 20 meters, charging towards him with a roar. Just then, the previously quiet Lamborghini suddenly vibrated, rapidly transforming into a 6-meter-tall mechanical giant, which grabbed the zombie's arm and lifted it up. The elite zombie was instantly stunned. Faced with such overwhelming size, it instinctively felt fear and struggled frantically, but to no avail. Seeing this, Chinemo was no longer in a hurry. He put away his gun, stepped forward, and slapped the zombie hanging in midair. "Weren't you pretty arrogant just now?" Then, Chinemo drew his Fire Phoenix battle blade and stabbed the zombie more than a dozen times without mercy, venting his frustration and cursing as he did so, taking out all the pent-up anger from the past few days on the zombie. The zombie's health plummeted, but it was completely powerless to fight back. Only when it had just a sliver of health left did Chinemo raise his gun again and fire a bullet straight to the head. With the head exploding, the battle was completely over. Chinemo let out a long breath, his emotions easing considerably. A system notification followed. Killed a level 4 elite zombie. Rewards received: food or bullets, a set of purple guardian armor, and a strength attribute. Chinemo quickly put away his equipment and immediately used the skill, boosting his strength once again. Not far away, 2 twin sisters who had been hiding and observing were completely dumbfounded. They had originally come to loot the weaker zombies, but instead witnessed Chinemo utterly defeating the elite zombies. Shocked, they could only think that this person was ridiculously strong. Chinemo ignored these concerns and continued searching through the ruins, soon discovering a golden resource box. Without hesitation, he opened it, and various supplies appeared one after another. Beef, microwave oven, solar panels, even lighters and cigarettes. Chinemo was speechless for a moment, but still put them all away. Until finally, a golden blueprint appeared, a level 4 building blueprint with the nuclear furnace attribute, which could greatly improve the shelter's mobility. Seeing this, Chinemo finally showed a look of shock. This wasn't just a profit, it was a meteoric rise. This was a nuclear-powered furnace, and one that would never go out. Chinemo knew exactly what this meant. Once the shelter reached level 4, he would essentially possess a true mobile fortress. Not only does it no longer consume charcoal, but it also achieves unlimited range, plus a 200% speed boost, directly increasing its speed to 30 km per hour. This setting reminded Chinemo of a mobile city, advancing across the plains, constantly conquering and plundering resources. The frozen world today is essentially the same. Shelters are mobile, and it's possible to seize other people's strongholds. The law of the jungle is completely out in the open. And with the nuclear furnace, Chinmo's advantages are undoubtedly maximized. Golden blueprints, truly outrageous. Chinemo put away the blueprints, didn't linger, turned and got into his car, driving his Lamborghini back to the shelter. He had barely left when two figures quickly appeared behind him. They were a pair of sisters dressed in black jeans, clearly hoping to find something of value. However, after searching for a long time, they found nothing. The older sister, Jian Yao, muttered speechlessly, "This person is too clean." In this environment, resources are life itself, and no one would waste a single drop. The younger sister, Jian Meng, completely broke down, collapsing to the ground. "It's over, we're definitely going to die if we go back like this." Their serious organization was extremely harsh. If they didn't complete their resource missions, they wouldn't get any food and would be assigned to guard dangerous arrow towers. The two sisters could barely make ends meet with their looks before, but after a while, that trick stopped working. 2 days of fruitless searching meant that going back would basically be suicide. Thinking of this, Jian Yao suddenly looked in the direction Chinemo had left, her eyes lighting up. "How about we go and seek refuge with that person?" "You mean the one who can kill a level 4 elite zombie?" Jian Meng was taken aback. Jian Yao nodded. "It's precisely because he's strong that it's safe to stay with him, plus he has those 6-meter-tall mechanical monsters with him." The two of them discussed it, and decided that rather than going back to wait for death, they might as well take a gamble. Taking advantage of the time before dark, they chased after Chinemo in the direction he had left. At this moment, Chinemo was completely unaware of all this. He had only one thing on his mind: upgrading the shelter. The value of the nuclear reactor had solidified his resolve to acquire it as soon as possible. However, upon seeing the required materials, Chinemo couldn't help but frown. Wood and ore were relatively easy to obtain, as they could be sourced from nearby mines. However, steel required iron ore for synthesis, and 200 units of steel meant 2,000 pieces of iron ore. This workload is a bit heavy. But thinking of the unlimited energy, Chinemo gritted his teeth and decided to do it. Soon, he stepped on the gas and returned to the shelter. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Muyao was already waiting at the door. As soon as she saw him, she threw herself into his arms. "Brother Mo, you're finally back. I missed you so much," Chinemo said, speechless. "I was only gone for 2 hours, is it really that big of a deal?" Li Muyao was a little embarrassed and explained in a low voice that she was worried he might encounter danger. Chinemo didn't say much, but casually mentioned, "I actually did run into a level 4 elite zombie." Upon hearing this, Li Muyao's eyes widened. "The person who killed the level 4 zombie in the regional channel half an hour ago, was that you?" Chinemo was stunned. He opened the channel and saw that everyone was indeed discussing this. The various shelters had even started speculating and hurling insults at each other. Everyone assumed it was a team kill. No one believed anyone could solo it. Chinemo looked at the messages and just smiled. It's hard to keep a low profile. Luckily, he had concealed his identity, otherwise he would probably be under the watchful eyes of many people by now. However, none of that mattered. Chinemo directly took out the blueprints and said to Li Muyao, These are level 4 building blueprints. We need to upgrade the shelter. Then he calmly added, Go to the mine and dig up 2,000 iron ore. Upon hearing this, Li Muyao was completely dumbfounded. She was asked to mine 2,000 pieces of ore by herself? She almost thought she had misheard. At her rate, mining 100 pieces a day was considered good. Wouldn't that mean it would take her 20 days? She quickly explained. It's not that I don't want to work, it's just that there's too much, and I'm afraid it will delay your work. Her tone was full of difficulty, clearly indicating that she was struggling to handle the workload. Chinemo thought about it, and also felt that it was indeed unrealistic. 2,000 pieces of ore was no small amount, especially since he wanted to complete the upgrade before the first wave of natural disasters. Should we hire more people? Just as Chinemo was hesitating, there was a sudden knock on the door. In a place like this, it was unusual for someone to come to the door on their own initiative. Chinemo asked Li Muyao to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she was stunned. Standing in the doorway were a pair of identical twin beauties. The older sister, Jianming, asked nervously, We're survivors from City C. Can we join your shelter? Her tone was clearly hesitant. Hearing this, Chinmo's interest was piqued. He was just worried about not having enough manpower, and now someone had conveniently offered themselves up. The two sisters were a little uneasy, afraid of being rejected. After all, they had just escaped from Sirius, and were still shaken by the dangers there. We can work, we won't stay for free, Jianming quickly added, and her younger sister Jian Yao nodded vigorously in agreement. Sure, Chinemo agreed readily, which surprised them, making them a little hesitant to believe things would go so smoothly. They quickly understood why. Half an hour later, the three of them were already standing in front of the ore vein, frantically mining. 80! 80! The sound of pickaxes echoed. Before long, the two sisters were drenched in sweat and completely exhausted. This isn't just clinging to someone's coattails, it's like being sent to a dungeon. They couldn't help but complain, feeling even more tired than before. As Li Muyao dug, she comforted Jianming, saying, There's no other way. This is a frozen plain. If we don't upgrade our shelter, we could die at any moment. Hearing this, Jianming fell silent. Indeed, compared to survival, mining was nothing. However, she still had some doubts. What kind of shelter is this that costs 2,000 pieces of ore? Li Muyao said mysteriously. Brother Mo's is the Golden Sanctuary. After upgrading to level 4, it can be powered by nuclear energy, which is equivalent to unlimited endurance. Upon hearing this, the two sisters were immediately shocked. Unlimited endurance? If that's true, it's practically a mobile fortress. Thinking of this, their eyes lit up, and they worked even harder. Then this mine was worth it! In just one afternoon, they mined 80 pieces of ore, which was quite efficient. Seeing that it was getting dark, the three of them quickly finished work and returned to the shelter. Meanwhile, Chen Mo leisurely stayed indoors, sipping his drink and continuing to acquire vehicles through the channel. Resource gathering was left to the mechanical unit. He raised the price to 1,200 charcoal, but after an entire afternoon, no one was selling. Just then, Li Muyao returned with the twins. Brother Mo, we're back! We mined 80 pieces of ore! Her tone carried a hint of pride. Chen Mo looked at the ore and nodded. More people definitely mean more efficiency. Although there were 2 more mouths to feed, he had plenty of resources and didn't need to worry at all. Seeing this, Jianming quickly asked, Can we join now? Her tone was full of anticipation. Of course you can. Chen Mo was about to agree when he suddenly realized the problem. They were still in the Sirius shelter. The two sisters immediately tensed up. Sirius had a considerable reputation in this area, and many people dared not accept them. We escaped. They hurriedly explained, afraid that Chen Mo would change his mind. But Chen Mo didn't take Sirius seriously at all, and simply said, Retreat before you go in. Hearing this, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief, immediately left their original shelter, and applied to join Chen Mo. As the notification sounded, Chen Mo immediately agreed, and the shelter's population became 4 out of 8. Continue mining tomorrow. I need to reach level 4 before the cataclysm, Chen Mo calmly ordered. Yes, Brother Mo. the three replied in unison. Meanwhile, on Sirius, far away on the other side, they also received news of the twins' withdrawal. Clearly, those people hadn't expected anyone to dare betray Sirius. Soon, harsh words erupted in the regional channel. The other side even used a golden megaphone to forcefully pin the message to the top. Sirius, the guy who took in Jian Meng and Jian Yao, you've got some nerve, daring to mess with Sirius? Don't you want to stay in C3 area anymore? This megaphone is a privilege of level 4 and above shelters. It costs 100 charcoal to broadcast a message across the entire channel for 15 seconds. Originally intended for trade and communication, it has mostly become a tool for showing off power and engaging in flame wars. As expected, the moment the message was posted, the entire channel erupted in excitement. Holy crap, Sirius has a traitor? Jian Meng and Jian Yao? Those twins? The topic quickly gained traction. Many people started to stir up a commotion. Some were shocked, some were gossipy, and others were curious about who was so bold as to dare to snatch someone from Sirius. After all, the other party was a powerful force with more than 30 people. Some analysts suggested that the sisters' departure indicated they had likely found a stronger refuge. However, this claim was quickly dismissed, given that Sirius was already considered a top-ranking power in the frozen plains. As everyone was discussing the matter, members of the Exploding Sky Gang jumped out to provoke them, saying that women were nothing compared to what they had. Sirius, not bothering to argue, continued to exert pressure. Sirius, if you dare recruit, give us your coordinates. If we find you, we'll raise your base to the ground. Immediately following, another bounty was posted. Sirius 3, 100 charcoal coins reward for information leading to the whereabouts of the Jianming sisters. This immediately excited many. Holy crap, 100 charcoal coins! That's incredibly generous! Many began to stir with excitement. After all, for major powers, charcoal was no longer just a survival resource, but also a bargaining chip. Meanwhile, Chinemo had no idea the chat channel had exploded. He was in the exchange, chatting enthusiastically with others. After being online all afternoon, someone finally messaged him privately. Shen Wishwan, bro, I have a BYD, want it? Chinemo immediately retorted. Are you swearing? The other party quickly explained that it was a BYD, but the car had some problems. The engine and battery were both broken. Chinemo was speechless upon hearing this. They're all broken and you're still selling them? But Chen Wushwang was not giving up and began to promote the car's parts, saying that the motor, glass, seats, and radar could all be disassembled and used, and could even be used to modify a shelter. These words surprised Chinemo. He suddenly realized that it had only been 10 days, and someone had already started researching how to reuse disassembled cars. This idea was indeed quite ingenious. For example, the seats could be used as beds, and the radar could be modified into reconnaissance equipment. It was quite something. However, Chinemo quickly shook his head. He had no idea how to do these things. I'm not an engineer, why would I need this? The other person immediately replied that they were an engineer and could modify it before selling it to him. Chinemo immediately understood that this person wanted to make a profit, and refused on the spot. No need, I only want the finished product. Then he prepared to end the conversation. Seeing the deal was about to fall through, Chen Wushwang panicked and quickly lowered the price to try and salvage it. But Chinemo remained unmoved, his attitude resolute. Finally, the other party gritted his teeth and revealed his trump card. Brother, I have a Corvette here, want one? Upon hearing this, Chinemo immediately became interested. He pressed for details about the car's condition, and the seller assured him that apart from being out of gas, everything else was in perfect condition, and that he had just acquired it yesterday. This made Chinmo's expression turn somewhat strange. You're a used car dealer in the frozen plains? The seller replied with an embarrassed emoji, essentially confirming it. This answer left Chinmo both amused and exasperated. But upon closer reflection, this business actually has a market. Although the car can't run, all the parts are treasures, with immense uses once disassembled. No wonder some people specialize in this. Thinking of this, Chinemo glanced at the women eating in the shelter and couldn't help but sigh. What talented people! They can make a living anywhere. Chinemo recognized the Corvette. It was the prototype for this Sidewinder, from the movies, and its appearance was quite stylish. So, without hesitation, he agreed to the deal. But then, Qin Wushuang added a condition: he needed to upgrade his shelter to level 4, requiring 1,000 charcoal and 200 wood. Upon hearing this, Chinemo was stunned. "You're a car seller, and you're almost level 4? This surprised Chinemo. A guy who tinkered with vehicles on the frozen plains had almost upgraded his shelter to level 4. It has to be said that this kind of person is indeed born to do business. He buys scrap at low prices, processes it, and sells it at high prices, quickly accumulating a large amount of charcoal. With sufficient resources in circulation, the upgrade speed is naturally faster than that of ordinary people. Chinemo didn't bother to think too much. Since the other party had good goods, he simply chose to trade. Anyway, he wasn't short of wood, so this deal wasn't a loss. As the transaction was completed, a system notification sounded, and Chinemo successfully acquired a Corvette sports car. He immediately went outside to activate it. Although it was already dark, the fog hadn't descended yet, so the timing was perfect. Chinemo injected a spark into the car, and instantly a burst of blue light erupted. Accompanied by a mechanical transformation sound, the sports car rapidly unfolded before his eyes, transforming in just a few seconds into a mechanical life form over 5 meters tall, its silver-white shell exuding an oppressive aura. Denyo became excited upon seeing his new companion. The mechanical life form knelt on one knee and said in a low voice, "Mechanical life form number 3 greets the creator." Chinemo nodded in response, while checking the attributes. The overall data was slightly lower than Denyo's, but still extremely powerful. Chinemo quickly realized that the strength of this mechanical life form was closely related to the quality of its original vehicle. The better the vehicle, the stronger its combat power after conversion. If he could obtain an even larger vehicle, its combat power would be even more outrageous. Thinking about this, Chinemo even felt a sense of anticipation. If he could get his hands on heavy trucks, or even larger ones, he might actually be able to build a mechanical army. At that time, with dozens of mechanical lifeforms moving out together, even zombie hordes would have to take a detour. However, the prerequisite is still upgrading the shelter. According to Chinmo's calculations, as long as the number is continuously increased, once the shelter level is upgraded, it is entirely possible to gather hundreds of mechanical units and roam freely across the frozen plains. Just as Chinemo was pondering, Jian Meng hurriedly ran down from the arrow tower. "Brother Mo, the fog is coming!" Chinemo glanced at her and teased. "Are you the older sister or the younger sister?" She replied helplessly. "I am the older sister, Jian Meng." The two quickly returned to the shelter. Soon after, a mist descended, and the roars of monsters echoed outside. The sisters were visibly nervous, huddled by the fireplace, too afraid to utter a sound, still shaken by the horrific experience they had just had at the base. Jian Meng reminded him. "Those monsters often appear in groups, sometimes even hundreds." But Chinemo just smiled after hearing this, instead showing some anticipation. If so many really came, it would be perfect for farming resources. Sure enough, as the Maxim turret activated, gunfire erupted outside. In just over 20 seconds, everything returned to silence. The efficiency was outrageously high, leaving the two sisters stunned. The battle had ended far too quickly. The next morning, Chinemo led the three of them out to collect their spoils. As soon as they opened the door, they were stunned by the scene before them. More than 30 zombies and mutated creatures lay scattered on the ground. Compared to the previous situation where dozens of people in the base dared not make a move, the difference was simply outrageous. Following Chinemo, an area could be cleared out overnight. The sense of security was on a completely different level. The harvest on the ground was equally astonishing, including a large amount of supplies and more than 30 attribute modifiers. After absorbing them all, Chinmo's attributes surged again, and his strength approached 100. He casually threw a punch, his speed exploding instantly, directly slamming into a nearby tree. With a crisp crack, the tree snapped and collapsed on the spot. The three women were stunned by the sheer power. They finally understood why Chinemo dared to venture out alone. With such rapid growth and combat prowess, he truly had the right to roam freely in this world. The two sisters exchanged a glance. both knowing full well that in the frozen plains, following a strong ally was paramount. And Chinemo was clearly the one most worthy of their trust. Not bad! Chinemo nodded in satisfaction, feeling the increase in his power. But he also knew very well that this improvement was far from enough. The natural disaster had only just begun, and to survive, he had to continue to grow stronger. So Chinemo turned to the three women and said, "Keep mining and upgrade the shelter to level 4 as soon as possible. The fog is just the first wave. There are even more dangerous disasters to come, so we can't delay." The three women didn't object, nodded, and immediately got into the large bull truck and set off. They understood that now it was a race against time and resources. Whoever was a step behind might lose their life. Chinemo, on the other hand, drove another car, carrying a reconnaissance drone, to continue searching for zombies. However, he soon discovered that the zombies had almost disappeared during the day, making them extremely difficult to find. After a whole day of effort, Chinemo had only killed 5 or 6, gaining a pitifully small number of attribute points. He couldn't help but complain, but he still added them all. After all, even a small amount is still something. When evening came, the three women returned covered in dust and grime, having mined 200 iron ore deposits that day. Although they were exhausted, this efficiency was not low. However, Chinemo calculated the progress and shook his head. Too slow. At this pace, it will take another 9 days. The three women were completely dumbfounded. He wasn't satisfied with that? The problem was that the upgrade requirements were simply too outrageous, with the amount of materials almost comparable to a level 5 shelter. They also had to complete it before the second wave of natural disasters, putting them under immense pressure. Chinemo quickly made a decision to hire people. He didn't plan to employ people, only to hire miners, paying them with charcoal. This would save resources and improve efficiency. The next morning, Chinemo posted a message on the exchange. Recruiting miners, 30 charcoal per day. Unsurprisingly, the channel exploded. Many cursed, feeling it was no different from real-world labor, or even worse. But some gritted their teeth and signed up. After all, charcoal was life on this platform. Even more outrageous, people quickly started actively lowering the price, from 30 to 28, then to 25, and some even privately offered 24, causing a price war on the spot. Chinemo was amused and simply called out the price publicly. Anything lower? This question immediately infuriated everyone, and a chorus of curses erupted. However, Chinemo didn't care at all and eventually recruited 10 people at a very low cost. A simple calculation showed that he could get the upgrade materials in 3 days, much faster than digging them himself. Just as Chinemo was still feeling smug, he turned around and found the three women staring at him with complicated looks, as if they were looking at a shrewd businessman. Li Muyao couldn't help but complain. It's one thing to use capital in real life, but this is the apocalypse and you're still playing games like this? Chinemo raised an eyebrow and asked. Then why don't you go dig it yourselves? The three women immediately shook their heads frantically, changing their tune on the spot to support outsourcing, and even volunteered to supervise the work. Only then was Chinemo satisfied and told them to prepare to leave. Just then, a whooshing sound suddenly came from the air. Chinemo reacted quickly, dodging to the side, and a black iron arrow embedded itself directly in the trunk of a nearby tree. The three women cried out in fright, while applause came from not far away. Chinemo looked up and saw 7 or 8 people surrounding him, all carrying bows and arrows. The leader was a bald man with a fierce face, whose aura was clearly hostile. These people were originally the vanguard squad of the Lone Wolf base, specializing in searching for targets, annexing other shelters, and constantly expanding their power by plundering resources. It was precisely through this method that the Lone Wolf base was able to rise all the way to level 7, ranking alongside the Skybreaker Gang and Dark Knight Rose. Now, they had just found Chinmo's coordinates, and had laid an ambush nearby in advance. They thought they could make a killing this time, but when they looked into the shelter, there was only one man, 3 women, and even a pair of twins. One of the henchmen immediately had a wicked idea and whispered excitedly, "Boss, there are 3 women!" But before he could finish speaking, John Long slapped him back. "Can I see that?" John Long cursed, but his gaze was already locked on Chinemo, as he led his men to surround him from all sides. He sized up Chinemo and suddenly had the idea of recruiting him. After all, people with such skills were rare, so he smiled and said, "Brother, want to join us? My name is Zhanlong, and I'm the owner of the Level 4 shelter." Chinemo merely glanced at him coldly, clearly displeased with the earlier sneak attack. "What if I don't?" The moment he finished speaking, his henchmen erupted, shouting, "Then we'll kill you! You're alone with 3 women, what makes you think you can fight us?" Zhanlong waved his hand, feigning composure. "How about this, we have a one-on-one duel. If I win, you come with me. If I lose, pretend I was never here." Before he could finish speaking, with a bang, he was kicked flying and slammed into a tree. Everyone was stunned. No one had even seen what had just happened. When they came to their senses, Chinemo had already withdrawn his foot, his expression still calm. That kick had completely blew Zhanlong's senses. His bones felt like they were shattered, he coughed up blood, and his face was filled with shock. "You, how can you be so strong?" Chinemo was also somewhat surprised. He had used almost all his strength in that kick. An ordinary person would have been finished long ago, but he hadn't expected his opponent to be able to withstand it. But that was all. Before Zhanlong could even get up, Chinemo had already rushed in front of him and slapped him again. With a snap, Zhanlong was sent flying again, his teeth knocked out. His henchmen were completely terrified, forgetting even to draw their bows. This speed, this power, was utterly inhuman. Zhanlong realized he had messed up and quickly shouted, "Attack together!" But before the others could make a move, Chinemo had already given the order. "Attack!" The next second, 2 supercars not far away emitted a loud mechanical sound and transformed in the blink of an eye into 2 transformers 5 or 6 meters tall. The massive body exuded an overwhelming aura, and the energy cannon in its hand glowed blue, instantly locking onto the 8 people. Dinyo's deep, mechanical voice rang out. "Don't move, you're surrounded." This scene terrified the 7 survivors. With that size and that weapon, they had no doubt that a single shot would obliterate them. The situation instantly reversed. Chinemo had already grabbed Zhanlong by the neck and asked calmly, "Weren't you just saying you wanted a one-on-one fight?" Zhanlong completely broke down and hurriedly begged for mercy. "It's a misunderstanding, big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I'll do anything you want." Chinemo sneered. "It's too late to beg for mercy now. I hate people who show off the most." With that, he kicked Zhanlong again, sending him flying. The man was bent at an unnatural angle and lay motionless on the ground. The remaining people panicked even more. One of the skinny guys quickly brought up his background to threaten them. "We are from the Lone Wolf base. Our leader is level 7. You better." Before he could finish speaking, Chinemo interrupted him with a single sentence. "Stand at attention and line up." Strangely, the men instinctively complied, obediently standing in a row and even putting down their weapons. At that moment, Dinyo walked over carrying an energy cannon. "Boss, should we just take them out?" "No rush." Chinemo shook his head. He was short-handed right now. His gaze swept over the group, and he said calmly, "I'll give you a chance to live, do you want it?" Upon hearing this, the men nodded frantically. None of them wanted to die. The skinny man quickly pledged his loyalty. "Big brother, I'll do anything you ask." Chinemo nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Li Muyao and the twins. "We were just short of miners, and here comes our ready-made labor force." His tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. "Take them to the mine. Each of them has to mine 100 coins today. If they don't finish, kill them all." Upon hearing this, everyone at the Lone Wolf base was stunned. "We're going to mine?" They were an elite squad at the Lone Wolf base, and now they were being reduced to miners. The contrast was simply too great. Chinemo raised an eyebrow. "Unwilling?" The skinny man immediately cowered, bowing and scraping. Willing, as long as you don't kill us, we'll do anything." Chinemo nodded in satisfaction and gave Corvette and Dinyo a wink. The 2 behemoths immediately stepped forward and escorted the 7 men to the mine. Seeing this, Li Muyao burst into laughter, never expecting to become the supervisor. The 7 men, however, were suffering terribly, transformed from an elite team into manual laborers. "Hurry up and work!" She lashed out with her whip, causing the skinny man to gasp in pain, yet he still forced a smile and obeyed, secretly harboring resentment and plotting his revenge. Meanwhile, Chenemo wasn't idle either. Led by the reconnaissance unit, he quickly located the abandoned shelter left behind by Zhang Long. It was empty, but the supplies were quite plentiful. Rice, flour, instant noodles, bottled water, as well as eggs and vegetables, totaling 100 kilograms. These resources were enough for one person to survive for several months. Chenemo took everything without hesitation, and also found 2,000 pieces of charcoal. This was practically hard currency on the frozen plains, which pleased him greatly. Not only that, he also dismantled the shelter, obtaining a large amount of ore and materials. Looking at his haul, Chenemo couldn't help but marvel at how quickly this method of resource plundering had yielded results. "Looks like I can find a few more targets in the future." He already had a plan in mind, and he was eyeing a more advanced shelter. That evening, Li Muyao returned with 7 miners, having mined 800 pieces of ore in a single day. Chenemo was somewhat surprised. "Not bad efficiency." The skinny man quickly smiled obsequiously. "Big brother, we're done, can you let us go now?" He looked at Chenemo expectantly. But Chenemo just smiled. "I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say I'd let you go." His words left the 7 men dumbfounded. "Then what do we do?" the skinny man asked cautiously. Chenemo said calmly. "Keep mining tomorrow. If you do well, maybe they'll let you go." The men could only grit their teeth and agree, but in their hearts, they began to plan their counterattack. As night fell, Chenemo took the 3 women into the shelter, but made the 7 of them spend the night in a makeshift hut outside. This made them both angry and afraid. In the cold wind, one of the henchmen suggested in a low voice, "How about we launch a sneak attack in the middle of the night and take him out?" The skinny man sneered. "You think you can break through a level 3 shelter? There are still 2 monsters guarding it." But despite saying that, the henchman pulled out a Molotov cocktail. The skinny man's eyes lit up at the sight of it. If they could burn down the shelter, they might actually be able to turn the tables on Chenemo and even take everything from him. But just as they were about to make their move, a thick fog suddenly rolled in, followed by a large number of zombies and mutated bats, and the situation instantly spiraled out of control. Before they could react, 2 supercars in the distance suddenly transformed into massive mechanical bodies, charging directly into the battlefield and instantly obliterating several zombies. Immediately afterward, Corvette wielded his giant sword, relentlessly reaping the brunt of the carnage. Wherever the scorching blade passed, only shattered corpses remained, a truly shocking scene. The 7 men were completely stunned, nearly dropping the Molotov cocktails in their hands. This level of combat power was far beyond their imagination. Even more outrageous, a Maxim machine gun turret had risen above the shelter, firing wildly into the sky and turning all the mutated bats into a bloody mist. At that moment, the 7 were utterly desperate. This firepower was simply outrageous, almost inhuman. Soon, the battle ended, and silence returned. Corvette glanced back at them and quipped, "Want to help?" "No need." At this point, the skinny man dared not say anything more. Kill Chenemo? He knew very well that if he dared to utter those words, his fate would be even worse than that of the zombies that were evaporated. He initially thought these giants were just intimidating in size and relied on brute force to fight. But now he realized that this wasn't hand-to-hand combat at all, but pure high-tech crushing. He chickened out on the spot and quickly snatched the Molotov cocktail. Although he couldn't extinguish the flames no matter how much he shook it, he still forced a smile. "Just taking a walk, we're just out for a walk at night." Dinyo didn't expose them, but simply glanced in the direction of the shelter with his mechanical eye. The group instantly understood, lined up, and obediently headed back. As soon as they entered the shelter, they all collapsed, clutching their chests and gasping for breath. What they had just witnessed was too thrilling. Their hearts had nearly jumped out of their chests. "How are we supposed to kill them?" the skinny man muttered under his breath. A single burst from a Maxim magazine was enough to kill a man, let alone those mechanical monsters that vaporized with a single shot. He dared not think any further and urged everyone to pretend nothing had happened. "Go to sleep, go to sleep!" Everyone tacitly shut up, pretending they hadn't seen anything. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Chinemo stepped out of the shelter, stretched, and breathed in the cold air. He felt pretty good. Looking down at the ground, he was slightly taken aback. Wow, quite a few. A rough count revealed that nearly 50 zombies had been killed the previous night. Jian Ming frowned as she looked at the scattered pieces of flesh. The number of monsters seems to be increasing. With the fog continuing to appear, the danger was clearly escalating. Chinemo nodded. It was already the 6th day, with only 1 day left until the end of the beginner period, and the situation was indeed becoming increasingly tense. At this moment, the skinny guy and his group also came out quickly, carrying mining shovels and looking very enthusiastic. Big brother, let's continue mining today. When do we set off? Li Muyao couldn't help but tease. So proactive today? After all, they looked like they were about to die from exhaustion just yesterday. The skinny guy didn't dare tell the truth, and could only chuckle awkwardly. I just wanted Big Brother to level up to LV4 sooner. His attitude was more earnest than anyone else's. Chinemo knew the reason, but didn't expose him, and casually said, It's good that you're aware of this, go ahead. The group felt like they had been granted a pardon, and immediately set off. Led by Corvette, Scout Bird, and the girls, the team began their final day of mining. Meanwhile, Chinemo suddenly heard a deafening roar. A loud bang shook the earth, almost causing Chinemo to lose his footing. What's going on? He had just found when a system notification sounded. Ruins discovered 85 kilometers north. Exploration recommended. This message instantly put Chinemo on alert. He opened the channel and found that many people had heard the commotion, but no one knew exactly what had happened. They were just making wild guesses. Without hesitation, Chinemo decided to go and see for himself. Since the system notification was surprise, it probably wouldn't be simple. He immediately hopped on the Aventador, and with the engine roaring, the mechanical giant sped off at high speed towards its target. The entire journey was through ice fields and snow, with only occasional glimpses of forest passing by. Chinemo didn't stop at all, heading straight for his destination. He only stopped when he reached the edge of a canyon. Dust billowed before him, as if some enormous creature had once crashed there. He peered down and froze. A city? At the bottom of the canyon lay a cluster of collapsed buildings. Spanning several kilometers, skyscrapers lay scattered haphazardly, resembling a destroyed town. Suppressing his shock, Chinemo had Dinyo lead him down. The mechanical giant used an electromagnetic hook to secure himself to the rock face, pulling him down little by little. Soon Chinemo stood on solid asphalt. Looking up, he saw a street that was both familiar and strange, with dilapidated buildings on both sides. There was even a street sign. Magic City Road. At this moment, Chinemo was completely dumbfounded. Have I been transported back to a modern city? Everything here was too much like the real world. Roads, shops, office buildings, only they had all been severely damaged. Could it be that even the city has been teleported here? Looking at the small town spanning 3 kilometers in front of him, Chinemo was filled with shock. But soon, his expression changed, replaced by excitement. If it's a city, there must be a lot of cars. What he lacked most right now was a vehicle that could be modified. And this place was practically a natural treasure trove. With that in mind, Chinemo immediately led Dinyo inside. Before long, he found a blue 7-Eleven convenience store. Upon entering, I was surprised to find a large quantity of supplies inside. Bread, sausages, bottled water, yogurt, and even entire cases of milk. Although many items were on the floor, the sheer amount was astonishing. A quick glance revealed over 200 bottles of milk alone. Chinemo picked up a bottle and couldn't help but laugh. This is a huge windfall. If the entire town could be ransacked, the resources would explode. If we could really empty it all. Chinmo's eyes lit up. That wouldn't just be about survival, but about building his own modern base. Put them away first. Chinemo didn't hesitate, stuffing all the food and supplies in front of him into his backpack. Compared to the limited supplies on the frozen plains, the variety here was far greater. Sushi, hamburgers, milk, and all sorts of frozen foods. It was like a game changer. He simply emptied the entire 7-Eleven, taking everything he could. These things were scarce resources in the apocalypse. Leaving them untouched would be a real waste. After leaving the convenience store, Chen Mo continued to explore the abandoned town. Although it was not large, it had office buildings, residential areas, and shopping malls, making it look like a modern city that had been suddenly abandoned. Soon, Chen Mo spotted a pharmacy. His eyes lit up the moment he saw the sign. In the permafrost environment, medicine is even more important than food. A fever can be fatal, yet this place preserves a complete supply of medicines. He immediately went inside and ransacked the place, taking everything: fever reducers, ibuprofen, acetaminophen, disinfectant alcohol, iodine, and antidiarrheal medication. He also grabbed the first aid kit and bandages, which could be life-saving in a pinch. Chen Mo then entered the mall. It was a scene of utter chaos, as if it had been bombed, with broken walls and fallen concrete everywhere. He carefully dodged the debris while searching for usable supplies. Chen Mo focused on collecting daily necessities: stuffing pots, pans, cups, and tableware into his backpack. After all, they were still using a frying pan to drink water. Their living conditions were far too basic, and they certainly wanted to improve things when the opportunity arose. Not long after, the system suddenly notified him that his backpack was full. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, looking at the overflowing supplies, somewhat speechless. "It's full already?" His backpack had a capacity of 500 kilograms, considered top of the line in the frozen plains. But even with this modern supply depot, it was still far from enough. Chen Mo glanced at the densely packed resources around him, feeling somewhat unwilling. It would be a waste not to take so many good things with me. But soon, he had an idea. If he didn't have a backpack, he would find a car. With that thought in mind, Chen Mo led Dinyo away from the mall. The streets outside were already shattered, with concrete bulging, exposed steel bars, and numerous vehicles crushed into scrap metal. Almost none were intact. Dinyo scanned the area, shaking his head repeatedly. "Boss, these are all broken." Chen Mo wasn't surprised. After such a fall from a great height, very few things would remain. But he didn't give up and continued deeper into the area. Soon, in an open space behind the mall, he found some relatively intact vehicles. One of the black Mercedes-Benz E300s caught Chen Mo's attention. After inspection, he confirmed that it was still usable. Although it was not as good as the previous mechanical units, it was sufficient as a means of transportation. Just as Chen Mo was about to activate it, Dinyo suddenly called out, "Boss, look over there!" Chen Mo looked in that direction, and the next second, his expression changed completely. In the corner, a giant truck, a full 12 meters long, was stuck in a crevice by the collapsed building, miraculously intact. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, his heart pounding faster, and he couldn't help but whisper, "A 100-ton King?" That's right, it was a 100-ton King heavy truck. The first thing Chen Mo noticed when he saw it wasn't its transport capacity, but something else. If it could be activated, this thing would be nothing short of a mobile fortress. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped forward, retrieved the fire seed energy, and attempted to activate it. As the blue energy merged into the vehicle, the previously cold heavy truck began to vibrate violently, with the sound of gears constantly ringing out. The next second, the entire vehicle began to deform, the steel flipped, the structure reorganized, and a colossal machine slowly stood up. Its 10-meter-tall mechanical body exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. This scene stunned the giant bull standing nearby. It looked up and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is huge!" With a size like that, a zombie wouldn't stand a chance against it. However, just as it got up, the heavy truck crashed into a beam in the ruins, causing it to stumble and complain about the harsh environment. But upon seeing Chen Mo, it immediately became respectful, kneeling on one knee to acknowledge him as its master. "Mechanical life form number 4 pays respects to the creator." A deep voice rang out, and Chen Mo was also shocked. The oppressive feeling brought by the size was too real. But soon, Chen Mo turned to ecstasy. This level of mechanical life form was obviously stronger than Dinyo and Corvette. It was simply a battlefield-level existence. Chen Mo didn't stand on ceremony and directly named it. "From now on, you'll be called Pillar." Its appearance was strikingly similar to Optimus Prime, making the name quite fitting. Pillar immediately responded with a respectful attitude. Chinemo then cut to the chase and immediately arranged for it to help move supplies, as the area could be discovered by others at any moment. With the transport capacity of the 100-ton King, efficiency was completely different. What used to be a backpack that could only hold a few hundred kilograms could now be measured in tons. Chinemo, with 2 machines, went on a shopping spree in the abandoned mall. With his current strength, moving furniture was effortless. He took everything: beds, mattresses, tables, and chairs. He also found televisions, radios, and other equipment, and although he wasn't sure if they would be useful, he loaded them all onto the vehicle. If they could receive information, it would be a great deal. Later, Chinemo discovered a generator and solar panels. These were extremely crucial in the permafrost plains, directly related to the electricity supply, and were of very high priority. They carried the equipment until the carriage was full, with the Neo deliberately stepping on it, which annoyed Zhu Zi, who complained. The 2 machines almost came to blows on the spot. Chinemo, seeing that it was almost done, carried the last water purifier up. After confirming that the resources were full, he decisively ordered them to return to the shelter. Soon, a Lamborghini led the way, followed by the massive truck loaded with supplies, and they drove off from the ruins towards the base. When they returned to the shelter, Li Muyao and the others had already finished work. But when the giant truck slowly appeared in the setting sun, everyone was stunned. Seeing the mountain of supplies piled on the truck, everyone was shocked. Someone couldn't help but gasp. Did our boss go to buy supplies, or did he just plunder an entire city? Chinemo didn't bother to explain further, and simply got out of the truck, casually ordering, Mu Yao Jianmeng Jian Yao, what are you standing there for? Move the supplies! The 3 women finally snapped out of their daze, not even bothering to ask where the supplies came from. Their faces were filled with surprise and joy. They immediately called on everyone to help unload the supplies from the car. The skinny guy and his companions didn't dare to delay, and quickly stepped forward to help. What they saw next left everyone dumbfounded: beds, medicine, bread, and even a frozen hot pot. Li Muyao couldn't help but look up, her face full of suspicion, and asked, Brother Mo, where did you get these? These things didn't look like they could be obtained from resource boxes. Chinemo casually made up an explanation, saying that he had discovered ruins resembling human cities on the frozen plains, and that these supplies were brought back from there. The 3 women were stunned. A city ruin in a place like this? Chinemo didn't bother explaining further, only urging them to finish moving things first, promising to make another trip later. Hearing there was more to move, they became even more motivated. Li Muyao, in particular, found a packet of cold medicine and was overjoyed. This kind of medicine was practically a lifesaver here. Seeing this, Chinemo didn't want to waste any more time, so he decided to take his men on another trip to move as much of the supplies as possible. Just then, Li Muyao suddenly reported, Boss, we've collected enough for today. Chinmo's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. This was the key. With enough materials, Chinemo could finally upgrade his shelter to level 4, unlock more sparks, and further expand his combat power. He quickly collected the iron ore and chose to upgrade immediately. The next second, golden light burst forth, and the original 80 square meter 2-story building instantly expanded to 160 square meters. Not only has the area doubled, but the main entrance has also been replaced with a heavy steel door, and the walls are now constructed from 10 centimeter thick steel, instantly maximizing the overall strength. Even the internal structure has changed, with the second floor expanded and an additional floor added. The system also indicates that the shelter layout can be freely modified. Without hesitation, Chinemo converted the first floor into a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, with a large living room and 3 separate rooms for convenient daily living. The second floor was entirely converted into a storage area. The 80 square meter space, combined with the high ceilings, was enough to store a large amount of supplies. The third floor was designed as a reconnaissance area for observing the surrounding situation. After the renovation, the entire shelter was transformed into a unified steel fortress, resembling a colossal black beast with an imposing presence. Chinemo was quite satisfied with the results, This level of defense was so strong that even a heavy sniper rifle might not be able to penetrate it, let alone ordinary monsters. At the same time, all attributes surged again. Defense and durability both increased to 4,000, automatic repair speed doubled, and the firepower system was upgraded to 4 Maxim turrets. This scene left the skinny guy and his companions completely dumbfounded. They stared at the shelter before them, their faces filled with shock. Is this really level 4? They even thought that this level of defense was even more outrageous than Lone Wolf's level 7 base. The reason was simple. Chinemo had practically built it up with massive amounts of steel. Although its size wasn't particularly huge, its strength was extremely high, completely following the extreme enhancement route. Especially those heavy machine gun turrets, which made people afraid to even raise their heads. This didn't look like a shelter, it was practically a post-apocalyptic war fortress. However, Chenmo's focus at the moment wasn't on these things. He looked at the system panel, his gaze landing directly on the number of fire seeds. The original 4 sparks have now been increased to 8. This also means that Chenemo can create 4 more transformers. Keep in mind that the current 3 mechanical lifeforms are already ridiculously powerful. If there are 4 more, they could practically form a small Decepticon army. Thinking this through, Chenemo no longer hesitated and waved his hand, saying, "Come on, follow me!" Everyone immediately responded, leaving only Corvette and Scout Bird to guard the shelter. Then, Chenemo led 7 miners, 3 women, as well as Dezhu and Inyo, straight to the ruined town again. They covered the more than 80 kilometers in a mere half hour. The ride was bumpy. Dezhu's heavy truck even reached 180 kilometers per hour, and the people on board were nearly thrown up. When they got off, they were all pale. It was already past 6 in the evening, and the outline of the town appeared in the twilight. When they looked up, they were all stunned. Before them was a modern town that had been destroyed. Although ruins and collapsed high-rises were everywhere, the frozen plains were a treasure trove, with everything there being quite valuable. Chenemo glanced at the time and immediately ordered, "It's 6:30. You only have half an hour. Fill your backpacks and be back before 8 o'clock. He didn't intend to take any risks before the fog descended. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately dispersed, excitedly rushing into the town to scavenge for supplies. Li Muyao and the other 2 girls were assigned to the plaza area, under the protection of Dejuzi. Take as much useful stuff as possible. Chenemo simply instructed, then left it at that. His goal was clear, to continue searching for a vehicle. After all, there were still 4 sparks of energy left to use, and Chenemo needed more powerful vehicles to create stronger mechanical combat capabilities. Soon, Chenemo led Dinyo into the underground parking lot of a shopping mall. The power had been out for a long time, and it was pitch black all around, but as the headlights came on, a dense array of vehicles came into view. BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, Autos, and various Japanese and American cars, they had it all. But after looking around, Chenemo wasn't quite satisfied with any of them. These won't do. Chenemo shook his head. What he wanted was a stronger, more powerful mechanical vehicle, not just an ordinary means of transportation. Just then, Dinyo suddenly stopped, his gaze locking onto a dark blue sports car. "Boss, this one's nice." Chenemo followed his gaze and saw an Aston Martin DB12, with elegant lines and a sharp, modified look. Its presence was indeed remarkable. "I need a big one." Chenemo was about to give up, but Dinyo explained that the core of a mechanical life form lies in its engine, and the more sophisticated it is, the stronger it is. This piqued Chenmo's interest, and he couldn't help but tease. "You're not afraid I'll find one that's even stronger, are you?" Dinyo immediately panicked. "I'm innocent, boss. I was just thinking of you." This reaction amused Chenemo. "Alright, that's it then." Chenemo no longer hesitated and directly threw out the fire seed energy, fusing it with the Aston Martin. The next second, blue light surged, and the entire vehicle began to violently deform. Its mechanical structure continuously reorganized, and its size rapidly expanded. But just as it took shape, its head slammed into the ceiling with a loud thud, causing it to cry out in pain. Ouch! However, upon seeing Chenemo, it immediately regained its elegant posture, kneeling on one knee and saying, Mechanical life form number 5 greets the creator. Chinemo glanced at the data and found that this guy's attributes were even slightly stronger than Corvette's, so he nodded and said, "Not bad. From now on, you'll be called Aston Martin," Chinemo casually suggested, and the other party respectfully agreed. However, one was clearly not enough. Chinemo searched around again but couldn't find a more suitable target, so he had to give up for the time being. "It seems the resources here are limited." Chinemo was somewhat disappointed, but not in a hurry, knowing there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. When the time was almost up, Chinemo drove the 2 supercars out of the underground garage. The roar of the engines echoed through the ruins, like the growl of a beast. When Chinemo returned to the rendezvous point, everyone had already collected the supplies. Seeing the 2 supercars, one black and one blue, appear side by side, everyone was stunned. "Holy crap, that's awesome!" Someone couldn't help but exclaim. In this apocalyptic environment, the scene was simply too outrageous. Even Li Muyao couldn't help but exclaim, "Our boss is already a little handsome, but he's really handsome when he gets out of the supercar." Upon hearing this, Jian Ming next to her couldn't help but purse her lips and say speechlessly, "Please, our boss has always been handsome, okay?" "That's true." Li Muyao nodded, her admiration for Chinemo deepening as she looked at the piles of supplies in front of her. While others were still struggling to survive in primitive conditions, they were already on the verge of modernization. "How's it going? All done?" Chinemo walked over as soon as he got out of the car, glancing at the nearly full truck. "Almost done." Li Muyao nodded excitedly. "Just carry whatever you see up there, basically everything you can take with you." Chinemo didn't ask any more questions and nodded, saying, "Okay, we'll organize it when we get back. The most important thing right now is to leave this place as soon as possible." He quickly arranged for everyone to get into the vehicles. With 3 vehicles and 7 survivors, each with an initial backpack of 100 kilograms, they had a total of 700 kilograms more supplies, equivalent to several mobile warehouses. Night fell quickly. The convoy of 3 vehicles, with a Lamborghini leading the way, an Aston Martin bringing up the rear, and a massive 100-ton truck in the middle, drove away from the ruined town. But after traveling less than 10 kilometers, Li Muyao suddenly frowned and said, "Boss, don't you think it's too quiet?" Chinemo had already sensed something was wrong. At this time of day, there should be at least some zombies wandering around, but the surroundings were eerily silent. He immediately ordered, "Aston Martin, accelerate, go scout ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, the car behind him accelerated instantly, roaring forward. The survivors in the car were stunned by what they saw. "How can they drive so fast on such a terrible road? That speed is almost as fast as a high-speed train," everyone exclaimed in amazement. But not long after, the situation suddenly changed. The Aston Martin, which was a kilometer ahead, had just rolled over the dirt slope when it suddenly turned around and sped back with its hazard lights flashing. "Get out of here! Get out of here now!" It didn't even care about elegance, its tone was so panicked, as if it had seen a ghost. Seeing this, the bull braked suddenly, the whole car drifted violently, almost losing control. Fortunately, Chinemo reacted very quickly, and finally stabilized the car, stopping it at the edge of the hillside. The moment the vehicle stopped, the Aventador transformed, and the 6-meter-tall mechanical body charged forward, delivering 2 punches. "What the hell are you doing? You almost hit the boss!" The Aston Martin also quickly transformed, roaring back, "Look over there yourself!" Its tone was clearly filled with fear. Following its direction, everyone looked, and what they saw froze them in place, some even gasping in horror. Below, on the frozen plain, lay a vast, dark mass of zombies. They were densely packed, like ants, their numbers stretching as far as the eye could see. They let out low growls and moved northward like a tide, their scale far exceeding anything anyone had ever seen, at least millions. This is too much." The skinny man's legs went weak. This was no ordinary monster, it was a truly catastrophic horde of zombies. Jian Meng and Jian Yao turned pale. "Didn't they say it wouldn't start until 8 o'clock? Why is it earlier, and the number is so outrageous?" Among the horde of zombies, there were even elite zombies of level 4 and level 5, which were huge and particularly conspicuous in the horde. Chen Mo's expression was equally grave, but he suppressed his emotions and said, "The first catastrophe is about to end. This is a surprise from the system." "This is a surprise?" The girls' voices trembled. This scale was nothing short of a catastrophe. Worse still, zombies had already spotted them. Their bloodthirsty eyes were particularly glaring in the dim light, and they had begun to break away from the group and charge towards them. "Retreat!" Chen Mo ordered without hesitation. Even if it was just a portion that had been diverted, there were still tens of thousands of them, far more than they could handle in the present. The two machines instantly transformed back into sports cars, and everyone quickly got in and turned around. "We can't go back to the shelter, let's go back to town to hide." The roar of the engines was particularly jarring on the desolate plain, attracting even more zombies' attention. From all directions, more and more monsters began to converge on them. As soon as they descended the hillside, dozens of zombies charged out from the front, roaring as they pounced. Li Miao's voice trembled with fear. "We're being surrounded." "Don't panic, just ram them," Chen Mo said calmly. With a defense of nearly 3,000, there was no need to take a detour. "All right." Dinyo became excited, flooring the accelerator and smashing 3 or 4 zombies into the air, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. Immediately afterward, a zombie lunged at him. Dinyo instantly transformed sideways, his mechanical arm extending, and an energy cannon lighting up. Whoosh! Boom! A flash of blue light, and the zombie instantly evaporated, leaving not even a trace of blood mist. Then the energy cannon fired in rapid succession, each shot exploding like a small missile, sending surrounding zombies flying, limbs flying, screams echoing everywhere. "This is too powerful!" Li Muyao was completely dumbfounded. One shot cleared the area, and it could fire continuously. This firepower was beyond her comprehension. Even Chen Mo hadn't expected this wave of firepower to be so intense. However, the stronger it was, the more advantageous it was for him. He immediately ordered, "Charge out!" Dinyo responded and moved, his energy cannon sweeping across the front, tearing a bloody path through them. The 100-ton king was even more outrageous. Its massive steel body crushed everything in its path, sending zombies flying like pieces of paper, turning them into resource boxes upon landing. The survivors on board were dumbfounded. "Holy crap, this is too outrageous!" As the convoy advanced, the supplies dropped by the zombies were continuously picked up automatically. Finally, before the encirclement closed in, they successfully broke through the horde of zombies, but the zombies behind them were still in hot pursuit, and there were even tyrant-level beings over 2 meters tall rushing towards them. Li Miao turned pale with fright. "They're still chasing us!" Chen Mo quickly surveyed the terrain and found that the surrounding area was open and there was nowhere to hide. He immediately decided to retreat into the town and use the buildings for defense. But just as they rushed into the town, a 3-meter-tall level 5 zombie suddenly leaped out from the side, slamming heavily onto the 100-ton truck bed and pounding on it wildly, almost overturning the vehicle. The people on board were thrown about, screaming in terror. This attack thoroughly enraged the 100-ton king. With a mechanical transformation sound, it transformed into a 12-meter-tall steel giant, grabbing the tyrant in its hand like a chick. The once ferocious zombie was instantly stunned, its imposing aura vanishing completely. The 100-ton king snorted coldly, its arm transforming into an energy cannon, and struck the zombie's head. A burst of blue light erupted, and the level 5 tyrant was instantly vaporized, leaving only its equipment scattered on the ground. This scene sent chills down everyone's spines. That was a level 5 elite zombie, instantly killed in one move. But Chen Mo couldn't care less about the shock. He immediately went to pick up the dropped loot. On the ground was a purple-quality laser bow with impressive stats and a built-in light-powered battery, meaning it could be used almost indefinitely as long as there was sunlight. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. "This is a steal!" After putting away their weapons, Chen Mo immediately ordered a relocation. "Go into town first and find a place to defend." The 2 mechanical units quickly resumed combat mode and split up to guard the area, ensuring Chen Mo's safety. The group quickly ventured deeper into the town. Night had fallen, and the environment had become more dangerous. After some exploration, they stopped in front of a bank building, Its structure was relatively intact, providing them with temporary shelter. Just as they were about to enter, a violent tremor suddenly struck overhead. Daniel reacted swiftly, pulling Chen-mo and Li Muyao apart. The next second, a colossal machine crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, everyone was stunned when they saw what was in front of them. A giant mining hydraulic excavator stood across the middle of the street, its size comparable to a 3-story building, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a Terex RH-400! This level of construction machinery is incredibly valuable and rarely seen. Even a 100-ton behemoth looks small next to it." Chen-mo was also taken aback, but quickly, excitement appeared in his eyes. Just then, a dense roar came from the outskirts of the town again, and the horde of corpses was rapidly approaching. Aston Martin warned, "Boss, there are more and more of them." But Chen-mo revealed a cold smile, walked directly to the giant excavator, and took out the fire seed energy. Chen-mo initially felt his combat strength was insufficient, but now things are different. With this true 1,000-ton king, he dares to face even a zombie horde head-on, let alone a zombie horde, even if their numbers double. With a thought, Chen-mo placed his hand on the mining hydraulic press without hesitation, directly injecting the fire seed energy. The next second, a blinding blue light instantly covered the entire giant machine, and the intense energy fluctuations stunned everyone. The twins, Li Muyao, and the skinny man were all shocked by this aura. They could clearly feel that this behemoth was being awakened, little by little. At the same time, Aston Martin suddenly alerted. "Boss, they're coming!" Clearly, the commotion had been too great and had attracted a horde of zombies. Chen-mo immediately ordered 3 mechanical units to take over. Activating the mining machine would take time. He had to buy those few minutes. Daniel was the first to rush out, his arm instantly transforming into a giant energy cannon and an electrified hook, directly blocking the main road and unleashing full firepower. Zhu Zi, on the other hand, rushed to the distance, using his even larger size to attract a large number of zombies and forcibly share the pressure. The 3 machines had a clear division of labor and instantly formed a defensive line. Soon, zombies surged out from all directions of the street, rushing in like a tidal wave. But before they could get close, they were blasted to pieces by Daniel's cannon, blue energy sweeping across the ground. Explosions echoed one after another, turning an area of hundreds of meters into a no-go zone. Li Muyao and the others watched in stunned silence. The scene resembled a science fiction battlefield. But the number of zombies was simply too great, relentlessly charging towards the defensive line. Just then, a 3-meter-tall level 5 zombie tyrant charged out. The terrifying pressure made the skinny man's legs go weak. But before it could unleash its power, Big Bull turned around and casually tossed it away. Immediately afterward, a specially made grenade was thrown into the horde of zombies. It exploded seconds later, releasing terrifying energy that instantly turned a large number of zombies into metal, clearing an area in one fell swoop. Even the level 5 tyrant didn't have time to escape, being frozen in place like a metal statue. Everyone watched with trepidation. The firepower was simply outrageous. But a problem soon arose. The energy was running out. Daniel's artillery fire gradually subsided, while the number of zombies outside continued to rise. A horde of tens of thousands of zombies pressed forward, and even several level 5 tyrants appeared. The situation instantly became dangerous. Daniel grinned, abandoning his long-range firepower and charging straight into fight head-on, buying Chen-mo a final bit of time. Just then, a car suddenly flew by and was casually cleaved in 2 by Daniel. But immediately afterward, all the zombies strangely stopped. They actually retreated, making way for them. The next second, an even more terrifying figure slowly appeared. A 4-meter-tall level 8 zombie king made its appearance, each step causing the ground to tremble. The surrounding tyrants all lowered their heads, clearly feeling extremely suppressed by its level. The atmosphere froze instantly. Tens of thousands of zombies formed an impenetrable wall, completely blocking all escape routes. The zombie king even lifted a car, taunting Daniel. Daniel was about to respond when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He turned around and saw an even larger shadow silently rising. That mining hydraulic press had undergone an evolution. A steel giant, a full 20 meters tall, slowly rose, and with just a raised hand, the surrounding buildings crumbled. A terrifying sense of oppression instantly overwhelmed the entire scene. At this moment, even the Zombie King was stunned. Chapter 33: Slaying the Level 8 Zombie King, and Obtaining a Golden Barret? The reason is simple: this thing is just too big. During the transformation, the 10-meter-wide roads on both sides were too crowded, so the surrounding buildings were destroyed. The two huge arms supported the ground, smashed a deep pit, and stood up. Boom! The rubble they encountered even killed some ordinary zombies. No. Big brother. We agreed on a one-on-one fight, so why did this thing suddenly appear? Wow! But when Dinyo saw this big guy come out, his red mechanical eyes lit up and he let out a strange laugh. A new guy has arrived! He's 20 meters tall! Ha! His cruel and fierce gaze turned to the Zombie King, gloating. Kid, you're in for a world of trouble! Needless to say, the Zombie King was already terrified, and even the level 5, 4, and 3 zombie tyrants around him were completely stunned and filled with fear. After all, if it's 6 meters, you can still give it a try. It's only 2 or 3 times the size. Just add a little more, and that'll be enough. But now, you've gone straight for 20 meters. I jumped up, but I couldn't even hit his knee. How do we fight? So, the Zombie King was dumbfounded. They forgot to throw away the car. And at that moment, finally, the giant creature successfully transformed. With its yellow skin and slender yet incredibly sturdy metal skeleton, it resembled a Constructicon's member. But it's even more shocking. Its body is made of extremely dense metal skeleton, which looks terrifying. At this moment, its scarlet mechanical eyes are staring intently at the Zombie King. Especially that huge digging shovel that's almost 10 meters wide. That doesn't look like an excavator. Isn't this a crushing machine that annihilates all living beings? Finally, the Zombie King realized what was happening. Without any hesitation. The instant his eyes regained their clarity, he abandoned the car, turned around, and ran away. And it let out a roar. The meaning is clear: evacuate now. It's runnable. Where the hell are you going? Chinemo had his eye on this level 8 Zombie King for a long time. That level 5 character even got a purple energy bow. With your level 8 gear, you're bound to give me an orange or gold item, right? So. Digging tigers, take them down! Roar! Needless to say, the mining hydraulic excavator was already impatient. Upon hearing this, it did not hesitate at all and immediately moved its terrifying mechanical feet towards that direction. Wherever it passed, the zombies had no ability to resist and were all kicked away. Those that fell were directly crushed into mincemeat. I didn't feel any resistance at all. Roar! At that moment, all the zombies panicked. The arrogance of tens of thousands of troops surrounding them is gone. They began to scream in terror. They scattered and fled. They even started trampling on each other because they were unable to move due to blocking the road. There's no way around it, enough ants to kill an elephant. But I've never heard of ants killing dinosaurs. What's more, it's a titanium alloy dinosaur. So. They wanted to escape. Every time this thing lands, dozens of zombies die. This is hardly a battle. Isn't this a case of overwhelming force? The Zombie King was on the verge of tears and prepared to leave with a few elite henchmen. But there's no way to escape. He noticed the shadow on the ground in front of him growing larger and larger. When he looked up, he felt a chill run down his spine as he saw the enormous mechanical foot stomping down. Roar! He used all his strength to try and stop it. 60 tons of force, unleashed in full force. I need to hold on. However, he forgot one important point. Because the digger is a 1,000-ton king. So. It only lasted for a fleeting moment. Just a slight pause. Boom. The Zombie King vanished in an instant. Holy crap! This scene left the skinny guy and the others speechless with shock. He just stomped the level 8 zombie king to death in one go. Roar! And then I saw that even the zombie king was gone. The remaining zombies scattered in all directions. They fled in all directions in a panic. But Chinemo wasn't going to be so kind. He gave the order. Digging tigers, keep chasing them. Stomp as many as you can, make them completely leave the town. Roar! Yes, master! Having received the order, the digging tiger began to move its massive body. Keep chasing. Until all the zombies are driven out. The giant pillar, now a 100-ton behemoth, roared back. Finally. Call! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at the deserted streets. We finally survived! She plopped down on the ground, and Jianming couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from her pretty face. Her delicate white hands were still trembling. If it weren't for this large mining hydraulic excavator. Even if they're top tier, Aston Martin and the others are fine. They're probably going to die here too. Only Chinemo remained completely calm, because he knew that even if Din Neo and the others were out of energy, it would be easy for him to lead them out. And now, after 3 minutes of fierce fighting. At this point, the corpses of the zombies had piled up to thousands. Looking at the densely packed, scattered limbs and fragments, and the streets riddled with potholes from being evaporated, one sees a vast expanse of debris. He finally experienced the terror of Transformers firsthand. This is truly a case of dimensional reduction attack. But Dinyo still arrogantly said, Hey, it's a pity we don't have enough members right now. Let's get a few more. Every single one of these zombies. Not a single one will escape the town. Chinemo believed what he said. After all, these two also have to protect Li Muyao, the twins, and others. We definitely can't go all out. There really are 7 or 8. They've blocked the entire main road of the town. Who knows who's blocking whom? But things are alright now. Because we killed several level 5 zombies. There are still over 1,000 zombies. It's a pity. Most of them have been evaporated. I don't know if it's because of the evaporation, but even resources and entries have decreased significantly. All told, there were only a little over 100. Fortunately, they even killed the level 8 zombie king. He rushed forward immediately and saw the densely packed resources, weapons, equipment, and affixes that had fallen there. Blue, purple, orange. The most dazzling item among them was the piece of equipment that emitted a blinding golden light. Barrett M82A1 Gold. Oh wow! Barrett? Chinmo's eyes lit up when he saw the weapon. Chapter 34 The leader of the Dark Knight rose, the level 7 sanctuary owner, pay happy. Although there are already several Transformers, who would complain about not having enough weapons. And this isn't your average Barrett. It's a weapon with a gold label. So Chinemo picked it up and took a look. Barrett M82A1 Gold. Damage, 1,500. Additional capabilities to the entry. 1. Frozen Earth Armor Break, ignores 100% armor/defense, absolute attack. 2. Winter Cannon Sniper, every 3 shots can accumulate to transform into a frozen earth giant cannon, capable of creating an ice crater with a diameter of 15 meters. 3. Unlimited armor-piercing rounds, no reloading required, ammunition never runs out, always high-explosive armor-piercing rounds. It turned out that it contained as many as 3 entries. And it has the ability to ignore defense, and has unlimited ammo. Most importantly, there's also a giant cannon made of frozen soil. Shenmo's expression was strange. This works? 1 shot can create an ice crater with a diameter of 15 meters. This is not a Barrett at all. Isn't that a missile launcher? At this moment, Li Muyao and the other women also rushed over, eager to see what good things had been revealed. Boss, what's this? Barrett. Coming to his senses, Chinemo immediately tossed it to Li Muyao. I don't need this, you can have it. Give it to me. When the little girl picked up Barrett, she almost dropped him and fell to the ground. She struggled to hold on, looking utterly bewildered. That's right. Chinemo nodded. After all, he now possessed 10 times the strength of an ordinary person, so Barrett was no longer important. On the contrary, these women are just ordinary people. Having this Barrett for self-defense is just right. It can also help you fight off zombies and ferocious beasts on the frozen plains. But I... Upon hearing this, the pretty young woman's face immediately turned pale. It wasn't that she didn't want it. But look at my small frame. Let alone a Barrett, even a regular handgun might not be able to withstand the recoil. This time, it's fired. I'd be flung away with a broken bone. Oh, right. Noticing the girl's troubled expression, Chinemo then remembered. I forgot to add some entries for her. Then, immediately from his inventory. Take 20 points from each of the following attributes: agility, defense, strength, and spirit. There are a total of 80 points. He gave it all to Li Muyao. He still has quite a few entries on his blog. This wave of activity yielded over 100 keywords. That adds up to about 200 points. And this level 8 zombie king dropped it. There are a total of 240 points. So, he took out 80 points and gave them to Li Muyao. Now you can use this Barrett. Real. Upon seeing the entry, Li Muyao's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected her good brother to give her something so wonderful, and she was suddenly touched, her eyes welling up with tears. My parents have never been this good to me, brother. All right. But Chinemo ignored her. Using the entry now to increase your power is the greatest help you can give me. 3 times the strength of an ordinary person. Playing with a Barrett is just like playing a game. Li Muyao also understood that she wanted to survive well on the frozen ground and helped Chinemo. It definitely needs the support of relevant keywords. So he nodded emphatically and used the entry. Gain power. She didn't forget to earnestly tell Chinemo. Brother Mo, don't worry, I will definitely help you get more entries. This scene made the twins and the skinny guy extremely envious. The twins' eyes were practically drooling. Wow. 80 attribute points, given away just like that. This guy is so generous. However, the twins also knew. No way. Who can blame them when Li Muyao was the first member? So. Well, just wait and see. Big Brother will definitely treat us well in the future. Chinemo also noticed their attention to detail and said, Don't worry, you'll all have them in the future. There aren't many entries right now, so let's distribute them one by one first. Okay. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the 2 women immediately perked up. He nodded repeatedly. Let's go, collect these supplies first, and return to the shelter early tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly gathered up the equipment and supplies that had been dropped on the battlefield. The skinny guy and the others didn't dare to keep anything to themselves. Because someone just secretly hid a fine steel knife. It's already been taken down by Aston Martin. Now, only 6 of them remain. That was absolutely terrifying. That's all. Nothing more was said that night. Because the car has a built-in temperature control system. Chinemo and the others were relatively comfortable. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, the fog has completely dissipated. Instead, the warm sun rises in the east over the frozen plains. It illuminated the entire ruined town. Chinemo immediately had Dinyo scout out the situation outside the ruined town. After confirming that the zombies were gone, he immediately led the main force back to the shelter. Along the way, because of yesterday's zombie apocalypse, Chinemo saw many shelters that had been overrun and turned into dilapidated wooden huts. There are still many signs of a struggle. Obviously. Yesterday's zombie frenzy. This is something no ordinary shelter can compete with. And looking at the number of survivors in the regional channel, it was even better. Current number of survivors, 350,000/3,500,000. Okay. Overnight, hundreds of thousands were reimbursed. The first day of the disaster arrived. Only 1/10 of the survivors remained. This frozen plain is really tough. Even Chinemo couldn't help but secretly click his tongue in amazement. Fortunately, I have my own transformers, and there's even a system notification. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm going to be finished in one fell swoop. However, he also knew that this was only the beginning. Because 7 days later, other natural disasters may occur, perhaps even more terrifying than the fog. Therefore, the most urgent task now is, we still need to find a way to upgrade the shelter. Activate more transformers. Only then can we live better. So very quickly. Rumble. The convoy made its way back to the shelter through the frigid weather of the tundra plains. Then we saw outside the shelter at that moment. There were also a large number of zombie corpses. Rough estimate. There are nearly 200 of them. Okay. There are so many more than usual. Chinemo, who had just gotten out of the car, glanced at the corpse on the ground and said with some surprise. Boom. Just then, a white Corvette slowly drove up from the other side. Dear boss, you're finally back. You did all of this? Seeing the corpses scattered all over the ground, Chinemo asked with great interest. Certainly. Corvette's personality is like his vehicle, flamboyant, frivolous, and a bit impetuous. But if you're not young and impetuous, can you even call yourself a young person? But then, unexpectedly, Corvette chuckled and said, It wasn't just me. There's another survivor here. Survivor? He frowned slightly. Chinemo immediately looked in the direction of the shelter, and sure enough, in the small wooden house next to it, he saw a beautiful woman dressed in a black outfit, with a very slender figure. Although her pretty face was a little dirty, it still couldn't hide her heroic spirit. She was also holding a specially made bow and arrow in her hand. Unlike Li Muyao, who is a twin. They are all sweet, pretty, and just pretty faces. But this woman. At first glance, she exudes a heroic and valiant aura. Though beautiful, she is also a cold and powerful presence. The woman was originally very cold-hearted, but after seeing the cars behind Chinemo, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How come this survivor is so lucky? So many talking cars. And what's with that mining hydraulic press that's over 10 meters long? But he's someone who's seen a lot of the world, after all. She put away her bow and arrows. She immediately stepped forward, her pretty face softening as she thanked him. My name is Pei Happy, and I am the leader of the Level 7 Sanctuary, Dark Knight Rose. Chapter 35 needs an upgrade. An upgrade is a must. Pei Happy? Dark Rose? But when Chinemo heard this name, he was taken aback. What was that? The name of a shelter? I don't know him. He shook his head. Well. These words caused Pei Happy's outstretched hand to freeze in midair, her pretty face showing astonishment. No, you haven't heard of Dark Rose? You should know that Dark Rose is currently located on a frozen plain. A well-known Level 7 shelter. They are on equal footing with the Sky Bombing Gang and the Lone Wolf Base. Yesterday, if it weren't for my own efforts to reach the critical point, collect supplies, and find suitable resources, I would have been able to succeed. You won't encounter zombie hordes. In the end, all 3 survivors around him died. Only I am left. Fortunately, there is a Level 4 shelter here. I was hoping to escape the disaster from the small wooden cabin next door. But to my surprise, there were 4 Maxim heavy gun turrets here. They opened fire simultaneously. Hundreds of zombies were wiped out. Normally, such a weapon would be nothing special. In modern society, Maxim is nothing. But this is a frozen plain. Having weapons like this is practically cheating. This made her curious about the owner of the shelter. This is a frozen plain. Having a flintlock pistol is a big deal. He even has AI weapons and a talking car here. So she wanted to invite Chinemo to join her shelter. But now you tell me. You haven't heard of Dark Rose? Dark Rose! Just because Chinemo didn't know doesn't mean the twins didn't know. They also escaped from a level 5 shelter. Of course, I've heard of the fame of Dark Rose. Therefore, upon hearing this, her pretty face indeed showed a surprised expression. The sisters were shocked. Pei Happy's initial feelings of fertilization immediately improved considerably. After all, I was terrified all night. But now, I've finally surprised them. Jian Meng hurriedly said to Chinemo, Boss, Dark Night Rose is one of the top shelters in the frozen plains. It's said to have more than 100 people. I never expected to meet the leader of Dark Night Rose here. But to everyone's surprise, Chinemo was completely unmoved. What's it to me? Well. Upon hearing this, Pei Happy's confident expression froze. No. Dude, are you really that arrogant? In reality, Chinemo didn't care about these so-called shelters at all. If he wants to get it done, it will now be even higher than the Exploding Sky Gang. After all, using cheats at the start of the game is no joke. Pei Happy thought Chinemo didn't pay much attention to the regional channel, so she immediately looked around and saw that there were only 4 of them. She said, I see there are only 4 of you, and you've brought 3 girls with you. Our Dark Rose primarily recruits women. There were no men inside. If you're willing to join, we can make an exception and let you become a member of Dark Rose. And I can even give you the position of second in command. After all, in her opinion, even if Chinemo had this Maxim turret. But eventually, all the bullets will run out. 1 man leading 3 female survivors. That's incredibly difficult. Why not join us? It'll be easier to survive on the frozen plains. Certainly. If she knew that Chinemo was relying on transformers, she probably wouldn't have said that. However, he was too lazy to explain further. As for why Pei Happy only saw 4 people, it's because the skinny guy and the others were killed by him on the way. After all, they'd been used up. There's no point in keeping it. But he still said, I'm not interested in other shelters. I still prefer to be different, at least for now. Yeah. Pei Happy's lips curled up slightly upon hearing this. I don't mind. After all, the Maxim turret is indeed quite powerful. Even if there are more than 100 people, it may not be as safe as this place. But she is also very confident. Because I now have over 100 survivors. But this is just the beginning. Within half a month, she said she would upgrade to level 9 shelter. There will be more than 500 people then. Therefore, she believed that Chinemo would change his mind, so she added him as a friend. It's okay, no matter what, it was your shelter turret that saved me this time. You can contact me anytime if you need anything. If anyone dares to bully you in the frozen plains, just say my name. A frozen plain? Upon hearing this, Chinemo laughed and said, If anyone dares to bully you in this world in the future, just say my name, Chinemo. Oh. Pei Happy was even more surprised to hear this. Even more arrogant than me? However, after a glance, I realized that the Maxim turret was quite formidable. She nodded, assuming that this man was relying on Maxim, and smiled. Okay, then we'll meet again later. Having said that, he picked up his weapon and returned to Dark Rose. After they left, Corvette, amidst the clicking and clattering of mechanical gears, transformed once again into a 6-meter-tall transformer. Seeing this, Chinemo then spoke. Corvette, you've got some nerve. Taking in other survivors without my permission? Boss, I'm innocent. Corvette was speechless. After all, a stunningly beautiful woman has arrived. Well, that's from a human perspective. But the key point is, Boss, isn't this exactly what you like? If it weren't for the fact that the boss wanted it, he took it all out with a single shot. Depend on. But Chinmo's face darkened even more upon hearing this. What kind of talk is that? What kind of talk is that? Am I that kind of person? But as the twins approached, Li Muyao looked over with almost simultaneous approval. All right. He was starting to feel a little guilty. But he immediately waved his hand and said, All right, enough with the nonsense, get to work. Get all the supplies into the shelter first. After all, it's a 7-day grace period now. During this period, there will definitely be more people coming out to collect supplies. Let's take advantage of this time to upgrade the shelter to level 5 first. Then I will have 16 energy sparks. After this battle, he realized how awesome these big guys were. Holy crap! This is simply outrageous. 4 of them can chase away tens of thousands of zombies. If I could make 16 of these. TSK. Then it will be heaven and earth. What's there to be afraid of in a zombie horde? So. Upgrade. We absolutely must upgrade. Chapter 36 Another Ruined City. Space Backpack. But at this very moment. Then a pleasant system notification sounded. Today's tip, on the first day after the fog catastrophe, turn left after leaving home. There is a city ruin 400 kilometers away. There is a golden treasure chest in the ruins plaza. Open the golden treasure chest to obtain a level 5 golden building blueprint. Oh? Upon seeing the prompt, Chinmo's eyes immediately lit up. Golden blueprints. It's like my wish came true. I'm really missing level 5 architectural blueprints. Here it comes. With this, I can increase my Decepticons to 16. However, 400 kilometers. Holy crap, it'll take almost a whole day to go back and forth. He frowned slightly. It was a bit too far. I didn't have time to go back yesterday because I encountered a zombie horde at the checkpoint. He still remembers it vividly. We can't afford to take any more risks this time. But I thought about it. Got it! He suddenly thought of scout birds, glanced at the drone over there that was learning to speak from the big guy, and immediately had an idea. I can have this little guy bring it back for me. Because these Decepticons have 2 modes. One is their own life consciousness, and the other is that Chinmo can control them remotely. He could easily use a drone to go and retrieve it. After all, even though this thing won't open treasure chests, you can bring it back. I can drive it myself. And this little thing is very fast. It's faster than me. 400 kilometers, I estimate it can get there in an hour. With this in mind, he first instructed the 3 women. You all move all this furniture and appliances inside and tidy up the room. After all, we've been in the permafrost plains for so long. It's time to upgrade the interior facilities. This trip to the small town was definitely worthwhile. No problem! Needless to say, the 3 women were already excited and couldn't wait. I lie on the wooden floor every day. It's time to get a bed. So Li Muyao and her twin sisters couldn't wait to take control of the Aston Martin, the Aventador. Arrange for them to come in. As for Chinmo, after making the arrangements, he went to the top floor terrace. He sat down in a gaming chair that he had collected from the town. Then, through the holographic projection of the scout bird, to manipulate his position. Soon. Caw! With a piercing metallic screech, the scout bird, under Chinmo's control, swiftly flew out of the shelter, heading to the so-called urban ruins. Along the way. Although I was already prepared in my heart. But when you see this boundless, frigid plain of frozen soil, where the wind howls everywhere, countless traces of zombies, and many destroyed cabins, Chinmo then understood. What a devastating natural disaster struck the frozen plains last night. He secretly rejoiced. Luckily, I activated the diggers yesterday. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll suffer a loss too. However, the more this is the case, the more. Seeing so many dilapidated shelters. This only strengthened Chinmo's resolve to increase the size of the Tyrant Legion. And so it ended. An hour later. The scout bird then flew with a cawing sound to the top of a canyon. Keep reading. Sure enough, they discovered that there was a city ruin here as well. And it looks even bigger than the previous town. It's just that this place is even more dilapidated. Moreover, thermal imaging scans by scout birds did not even reveal any trace of human survivors. What? Could it be that they don't even know about the existence of the city ruins? I was a little puzzled. He thought the city ruins had just appeared. Nobody knows. However, soon, following the perspective of the scout bird, after entering the city, he then understood the reason. Because there are a large number of zombies here. Rough estimate. There were thousands of them. No wonder! Sitting comfortably in his chair, Chin-mo suddenly realized something. It seems there are zombies. After all, not everyone has a Decepticon army like me. A standard level 3 shelter. Even with combined efforts, it would probably take them only enough to kill one ordinary zombie. Not to mention facing a horde of thousands of zombies. And the deeper you go, he discovered that the magnetic fields had become disordered. Even the number of zombies is increasing. There are also levels like LV5, 6, and 7. It seems these zombies are all hiding in the city ruins. Chin-mo finally understood why there were no traces of these zombies. Emotions are hidden in the ruins of the city. However, these are irrelevant. An ordinary survivor would have been attacked long ago, but the scout birds are mechanical life forms without flesh and blood, so they did not provoke an attack. Keep moving forward! Soon, piloting the scout bird, Chin-mo finally arrived at the city square. I could see it in the distance. At the fountain in the city square, there is a glittering golden box. There really is a golden treasure chest! Chin-mo's eyes lit up, and he immediately manipulated the scout bird to bring it back. This feeling is similar to playing a game. Not long after. Then the scout bird came out and made a piercing metallic cawing sound. Then came the enormous metal grappling hook. They grabbed the golden box directly. With a flap of its wings, it quickly hooked the box and flew away. But then, a zombie seemed to spot the scout bird. Then he let out a roar. It suddenly darted out from the fountain. We need to catch the scout bird. It's a zombie! It's still only level 3. Chin-mo was startled, but he remained calm. Level 3 tyrant. Not good enough to deal with scout birds. So he opened fire immediately. Duh. The scout bird's wings immediately transformed into Gatling guns, unleashing a barrage of fire at the elite zombie. Not a moment later, the zombie was smashed into pieces. This feels great. Watching as the scout bird takes down a zombie, Chin-mo felt like he was playing a game, a post-apocalyptic survival game. I must say, it was pretty exciting. And, he also discovered that the zombie had dropped a purple item. They piloted the scout bird and picked it up together. Space backpack. Purple grants 100 tons of carrying capacity upon use. Huh! It's a spatial backpack? Chin-mo's eyes lit up when he saw the equipment. This stuff is really good. You know, I'm still using a 50 kilograms weight. But this time, a 100-ton one exploded. It's equivalent to a warehouse that's 5 meters by 5 meters and 4 meters high. If one person is eating, it should last for several years. Excellent, bring it back. Caw. The scout bird let out a strange cawing sound. Pack up your backpack and resource box together, and quickly return. But he didn't know. After the scout bird revealed the space backpack, within the regional channel, a notification appeared immediately. Ding! Congratulations to player XX for successfully venturing into the city ruins, defeating a level 3 elite zombie, and obtaining a purple spatial backpack. The loudspeaker blared. This immediately caused the entire regional channel to explode. Holy crap, a purple backpack? Really? Wait, someone went to the city ruins? Damn, who's so awesome? It's worth noting that many people have already discovered so-called urban ruins after the previous earthquake. After all, nobody wants to actually live like a primitive person on a frozen plain. Therefore, many people explore this topic. But the result was unexpected. Yes, anyone who went in never came out. And many people died before they were even alive. They all consisted of only one sentence. That is it. Don't go in. Don't go in. The city ruins feed on us. This time. This terrified the other survivors who wanted to explore. They wanted to know what had happened. But there was no response to private messages, so it's clearly over. But this only made people feel more uneasy and afraid to go in. But now, someone else has explored it. Furthermore, they even killed a level 3 zombie, which dropped a spatial backpack. Chinemo, exposed in Chapter 37, became a sensation at the stock exchange. Could this be some large sanctuary organization? But that's not all. Because next, the system prompted again. Ding! Congratulations! You have discovered a golden treasure chest in City Ruins C07. Wow! This news came out. The entire channel erupted in chaos once again. Holy crap, a golden treasure chest? Who is it? Who's in the city ruins? Are you out of your mind? Could it be the exploding sky gang? Some people thought of the sky bombing gang. After all, in addition to such a large shelter, it had grown to more than 500 people. They simply couldn't imagine it. Who dares to go in? But Wang Zhatian, the leader of the Zhatian gang, spoke up. I didn't go in. He naturally knew more than others. There are no taboos inside at all. There are just too many zombies. But he didn't say anything. After all, he wouldn't share such a good thing with others. He was just waiting until he had enough strength. Go in and hunt zombies. To acquire city resources, it's best to conquer the city. But someone beat them to it. Wang Zhatian, is it from Dark Knight Rose? Dark Rose pay happy, it wasn't us either. This made Wang Zhatian frown, which was strange. Who exactly is it? Dare to enter urban ruins? And I even got a golden treasure chest. But after waiting for a long time, nobody's driving it. That's why they're even stranger. Until an hour later. Just when all the survivors were getting impatient and thought that this guy had died before he could open the golden treasure chest. Finally. Ding! Congratulations to player XX. You have opened a golden treasure chest and obtained the following items: M4A1 Assault Rifle *1, Universal Ammo *100, Explosive Grenades *4, Compound Bow *1, Compound Bow Arrows *100, and Level 5 Golden Building Blueprint *1. Wow! This notice was issued. The entire regional channel exploded again. Holy crap, it's open, it's open! This guy's still alive! Damn, I thought I died in the ruins! Only. These supplies, holy crap, M4A1 assault rifles, explosive grenades. Are you serious? You know, these are firearms. In today's permafrost plains. That's incredibly awesome. I never expected someone to open such a large quantity from just one treasure chest. Damn it, I'll give you a compound bow too. Some people are still using precision bows and arrows. They're okay, but far inferior to compound bows. They were incredibly envious and jealous. Who is this? How come they're still alive? They didn't die in the city ruins. It's still hidden information. This kid's pretty cautious. Oh no, he's found it. Wow. So many firearms. Isn't this just another rising power? Unfortunately, this guy is anonymous. Otherwise, someone will definitely take notice of you. But while everyone was still discussing and wondering who this guy was, suddenly, but inside the exchange, Chinemo, for sale, composite bow *1, no charcoal, want steel units, 100. Not too much, right? This sale information was released. A survivor who frequented the stock exchange and knew Chinemo. Everyone was stunned. No. Dude, did you open this golden treasure chest? Dude, you're so lucky? Holy crap, I remember last time you even drove an AWM. Chinemo, who had just put the compound bow on the rack, was also completely bewildered. That's right. The scout bird just returned. He just opened that golden treasure chest. It produced a bunch of random, nonsensical things. What M4A1, what composite bow, what explosive grenade. To be honest, he doesn't need any of these things, except for the gold blueprint. After all, when it comes to firearms, who can compare to the Decepticons? In Chinmo's eyes, this thing was nothing but junk. It's better to just sell it and be done with it. But buying a gun? Impossible. Because this is a prohibited item. You're telling me, how could an ordinary survivor like you have an M4A1? What do you need the M4A1 for? What if it turns out to be bad for me? Therefore, not for sale, not even if the price is too high. But compound bows are different. This thing. I stood still and didn't get hurt. Therefore, you can put it on the market and exchange it for some steel to build shelters. Because he discovered that the level 5 gold building blueprint used too many materials. There are 400 steel units alone. Also, silver ore, 1,000 units. Gold, 100 units. Sufficiently stable for making electrical wires. Titanium alloy, 100 units. 10 steel units can be combined to make 1 titanium alloy. In other words, we need 1,000 steel and 10,000 iron ore. This is not building a shelter. Isn't this a robbery? Fortunately, the accompanying description of the building blueprints reads, nuclear power generation device, can generate 1,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per hour, equivalent to a small power plant, and can be upgraded as the shelter level increases. Chinemo then realized it made sense. After all, it's a permafrost plain nowadays, let alone a permafrost plain. Even those city ruins are without power. Relying on solar panels? Just wait. It was okay at the beginning, but it became a complete waste later on. But this is a nuclear power plant. Go ahead and cover it up, and everyone will stay silent. There's absolutely no need to worry about power supply issues. Therefore, Chinemo felt that this entry could be kept. As for the construction units needed, the exchange got it sorted out, all done. Therefore, he put on this compound bow. Suitable for cavemen. But what he didn't expect was, once the compound bow is attached, then someone recognized me. Chindayo, bro, you're that anonymous player? Holy crap, that's awesome. Daring to venture into the ruins? Chin Wushwang, brother, are you selling the M4A1? I'll offer a high price. How about 500 steel units? Seeing so many familiar faces. And those familiar exchanges. Chinemo then realized this. Depend on. You're too early. However, it doesn't matter. After all, I'm not the only one who got the golden treasure chest on the entire frozen plain. Those top-tier shelters. There's always a bit of luck involved at the beginning. Therefore, he just laughed it off with these people. Good luck, that's all. And as expected, Chinemo admitted it. Inside the exchange, an uproar immediately broke out. I don't know how many people messaged me privately. Hey bro, wanna get an M4A1? I have all-purpose ammo, but no gun. Hey bro, give me a demolition grenade, I'll give you 100 steel units. He discovered that these had even changed their names. One by one. What's C11 businessman Wu Di? C13 businessman Zhang Qi? C16 businessman Zhang San? And they clearly wanted to resell it. But Chinemo wasn't interested in them. He only noticed one old friend, Chen Wushwang. This kid, isn't he a used car dealer? Where did all these steel units come from? Therefore, with the question in mind, Chinemo asked, Dude, aren't you selling cars? Why do you have so much steel? Chen Wuxuang. Hee, we've expanded our business scope. Chapter 38 Chen Wuxuang? This kid is a true genius. Chen Mo. No way, this actually works. That's right, Chen Wuxuang is now involved in more than just selling cars. He also became a businessman, acquiring various construction units, and even weapons and equipment. Then they resell them. After all, Chen Wuxuang, making money isn't shameful. We'll do whatever it takes, brother. So how about the M4A1? Okay. Chen Mo had no choice but to give a thumbs up. This kid is a talent. Absolutely a genius. No wonder they've survived until now. But M4A1. Chen Mo paused, feeling that 500 units was too few. 1,000 steel units, are you ready to go or not? Chen Wuxuang. Damn it, buddy, this is robbery. Although this thing is pretty good. But 1,000 steel units? Isn't that a bit too much? But Chen Mo also had his reasons. Brother, don't make a fuss. If I didn't know you, I wouldn't sell it to you, not even for 10,000 steel units. You should know better than me how destructive this thing is. Its value is self-evident. That's true. Chen Wuxuang thought about it carefully and agreed. Actually, I'm not using this gun to trade. I mainly use it for self-defense. After all, competition among businessmen is too fierce these days. If I don't have some weapons for self-defense, I'm afraid I'll get killed someday. Oh? Afraid of being shut down? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo laughed. That makes things easier. How about this? Give me 400 steel units and 200 titanium alloy units. I'll sell them to you at a low price. Chen Wuxuang. Holy crap, man. Raising prices on the spot? Wasn't it 1,000 steel just now? Now it's jumped to 2,400? Chen Mo, dude, don't blame me. It's your own fault for needing it. Here, I'll give you another 100 rounds of universal bullets, okay? Chen Wuxuang gritted his teeth. Okay, bro, you're ruthless. But considering that I am already a level 5 shelter, the number has increased to more than 30. But there were still menacing eyes all around. So he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, sure. Very good. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was delighted, not expecting the M4A1 to be so valuable, so he readily agreed. Hey bro, give me another 100 units of gold, and I'll give you 2 explosive grenades, how about that? Chen Wuxuang. Explosive grenade. I have to say, he was tempted. But Chen Wuxuang, as for the gold, it might have to wait until tomorrow. I don't have that much on hand right now, but I contacted a gold mine survivor who is still mining. They can deliver tomorrow. Otherwise, you can wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow? Chen Mo calculated the time. There's no rush. So they agreed. No problem. Chen Wuxuang, oh right buddy, want any more cars? I just got a new batch of vehicles. Vehicle? Chen Mo no longer wanted a regular car, but after thinking about it, he still asked. Model? Chen Wuxuang, a Lamborghini Huracan and a Ferrari 458. Both are in perfect condition, bro, you'll need them. After all, this kind of thing isn't easy to get your hands on. Chen Mo even said he wanted a supercar last time. Sure enough, Chen Mo shook his head as soon as he heard that. It's not even as good as what I have now. I don't want it. I don't want a supercar anymore. I want a 100-ton king truck, an excavator or something. The bigger the better. Chen Wuxuang. No way. Dude, you changed your mind so fast. They were saying they wanted a supercar before, and now they've got an excavator? What's the use of this thing? But large. After a moment of silence, Chen Wuxuang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Hey bro, wanna take the subway? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was stunned, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Holy crap, the subway? Yes. He slapped his forehead. Damn it. How come I didn't think of that? The subway. He suddenly thought of the Drillmon from the Transformers movie. It's Shockwave's pet. That thing. It's at least several tens of meters long. Goodness. If I could build a subway, I'd build this thing. During a zombie apocalypse. Which way do you want to roll? Isn't it even more ferocious than the diggers? How could I not have thought of that? Chinemo slapped his forehead, somewhat speechless. However, he still hurriedly asked. You have? Chen Wuxuan, no. Depend on. Chinemo slammed his hand on the table, his joy turned to disappointment. Are you kidding me? Chen Wuxuan sent an innocent emoji. Bro, don't blame me, I didn't know you wanted the subway. Besides, the guy who had the subway was killed in last night's zombie outbreak. Chinemo, isn't this the same as saying nothing at all? But he wasn't discouraged. At least it served as a reminder. This thing is a vehicle too. Maybe it really will work. Therefore, he said to Chen Wuxuan, if you have any in the future, contact me, and I'll buy them back at a high price. Chen Wuxuan gave an okay sign, no problem. That's all. We traded the remaining units we needed first. Seeing the 2,000 steel bills arrive in his account, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Wood, steel, titanium alloy, that's enough. All we need is gold for tomorrow. The shelter is about to be upgraded to level 5. Chen Mo also hummed a little tune as he descended the attic. At this moment, the sky also darkened. A cold wind was blowing outside. It seems even colder than before, with temperatures dropping to -20 degrees Celsius. Frost has spread everywhere outside. Fortunately, the shelter is well insulated. In addition, there is a nuclear furnace burning. The shelter remained warm throughout. The 3 women were warming themselves by the stove and had even started grilling meat. The beef skewers smelled delicious. I sprinkled some salt and added a little sweet vinegar. It smells delicious. Even Chinemo was stunned. Good heavens! They're even having barbecue on the frozen plains. There was no other way. Yesterday, while the 3 women were collecting supplies, they found a large cold storage in the town and moved a large amount of meat and vegetables there. They also looted a hot pot restaurant. In short, it's mainly about food. Otherwise, how could there be so many? Here, Brother Mo, have a bite! Li Muyao quickly fed Chen Mo a skewer of grilled beef. Not bad. After taking a bite, even Chen Mo hadn't tasted such deliciousness in the past 2 weeks. Usually. But it's all instant noodles, bread, and sausages. He suddenly ate the meat. Okay. Yes. Li Muyao was also quite moved. After all, before I followed Chen Mo, he was starving. But now things are different. In just a few days, the shelters have all become large, single-level buildings, and they even have unlimited nuclear furnaces, supplies, and are guarded by Decepticons. On such a frozen plain, where can one even find a way to survive? Isn't this enjoying life? However, to be fair, they also knew that this was Chinmo's doing. He wasn't there. The 3 of us might have already been finished. So the twins quickly grilled a few skewers and ran over to feed Chen Mo. Come on, Brother Mo, try some of my grilled food. Me too, mine too. You know what, being fed actually feels pretty good. Especially when you take a bite of a grilled skewer. Drink a bottle of Brave the World, and outside is a world of ice and snow. Inside was a warm fireplace. At this moment, Chen Mo truly felt that his efforts had been rewarded. But he knew it too. This is just the beginning. Who knows what even more terrifying disasters might follow. So I want to maintain my current life, or even better. We need to work even harder. After eating and drinking their fill, the 4 of them quickly rested. Nothing more was said that night. The next morning, Chen Mo got out of the soft bed and stretched. I have to say, a big bed is so comfortable. The town's hard work yesterday paid off. Next to him was a fair-skinned young beauty sleeping with him. He was awakened by his movements. Opening her drowsy eyes, she saw Chinemo and, realizing her current state, immediately hid shyly under the covers, her voice barely audible. "Don't look! Are you the older sister or the younger sister?" Chinemo didn't take it to heart. After all, he had already done everything, so what was one more look? However, he still couldn't quite tell the difference. "Oh dear, little sister!" Upon hearing this, Jian Yao was speechless. She raised her big eyes in annoyance and said, "Oh, I thought it was my older sister." Chinemo joked. "But it doesn't matter. They're all the same. Let's tidy things up a bit." He first went outside to check. I discovered that last night was surprisingly safe. There wasn't even a single zombie corpse. This reminded him of the so-called 7-day respite period immediately following the first major disaster. "Well, that's safe enough." He shook his head slightly. Even the zombies were gone. Fortunately, though. At this moment, Chen Wushuang's name lit up. "Bro, I got the gold units. I'll transfer them to you." As we were talking, an email was sent to us. This guy actually delivered it directly. At the same time, a notification also appeared. "Ding! You have met the requirements for upgrading your shelter to level 5. Would you like to upgrade?" Chapter 39. No, you turn the shelter into a land cruiser? Upgrade! Without any hesitation, Chinemo made his choice immediately since the conditions had been met. Buzz! As soon as he made his decision, a golden light enveloped the entire shelter in the next second. At the same time, a system notification sound also rang out. "Ding! Congratulations! You have upgraded your shelter to level 5. Current spark source level, LV5. Number of sparks, 8 to 16. Upgrade the current Maxim machine gun turret to the Storm Gatling turret. Quantity 4 to 8. Shelter gold attribute, repair, gold current repair speed increased to 16/S. The current shelter has been upgraded from steel to titanium alloy walls, with the wall thickness increased to 20 centimeters. Current defense value, 2,000 to 4,000. The steel gate has been upgraded to a titanium alloy metal gate, 20 centimeters thick. New entry, nuclear power supply unit, current level, LV5, current power generation, 4000/H. Comparable to a medium-sized power plant. This was accompanied by a series of prompts. Chinemo saw that the shelter in front of him, which was originally 160 square meters and 3 stories high, had become 320 square meters in an instant, and an additional floor had been added, reaching a height of 12 meters. The number of Maxim turrets around the shelter has increased from 4 to 8, and they have been upgraded from Maxim to Gatling guns, more than doubling their power. He also noticed that the walls have changed from steel to titanium alloy. The scariest thing is, this thing is a whopping 20 centimeters thick. What does 20 centimeters mean? Let me put it this way. Even missiles might not be able to penetrate it. Not to mention the zombies. But that wasn't the end of it, because soon, another prompt appeared in front of Chinemo. Ding! Your shelter has been upgraded to level 5, and a basic model of a mobile city has been created. You are now free to modify your shelter to better meet the standards of a mobile city. Huh! According to the standards of mobile cities? This startled Chinemo. Looking at a floor plan in front of me. It was clearly his own sanctuary. The system's rules are very simple. The requirement is a usable space of 600 square meters and 4 floors. Modify the shelter according to your own needs. So here's the question. What kind of transformation? Chinemo thought about it, and decided that it had to meet the requirements for living. It can move quickly and doesn't fall apart. After all, they have their own nuclear-powered furnace, which can provide an unlimited supply of power. In other words, that means there's no need to worry about energy consumption. Moreover, this shelter was already moving at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Actually, compared to a normal speed of 10 kilometers per hour. It's much faster now. Therefore, under the premise of ensuring these conditions are met, there is only one choice. That is it. Transform the shelter into a land-based destroyer in frozen soil. That's right, it's the kind of thing that looks like a naval warship on land. This is definitely the safest option. It can ensure that you can move quickly while carrying a large villa without overturning. Let's do it. Chinemo directly carried out the renovation plan on the floor plan. Set the length and width to 30 by 10, and the height to 3 meters. Same as before. A 160 square meter apartment was built with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bedrooms. Used for rest. Place it on the second layer. The first floor was converted into a driver's cab, and the remaining 300 square meters were used as a garage. After all, the Decepticons are becoming increasingly numerous. We can't keep parking it outside all the time. Although there was no real loss. But it also makes it seem like I, as the eldest brother, am not very considerate. We must make arrangements for them. As for the third floor, which is 80 square meters, it is used to store supplies, as well as a stove and a nuclear power generation unit. The top 40 square meters were used to build a watchtower, which was 12 meters high. It allows for better observation of the surrounding situation. In addition, there are 8 Gatling gun turrets. This is relatively simple. He installed the design directly in 6 locations around the shelter. 2 were installed directly in front of the shelter. Install 1 on each of the left and right sides. There's 1 more behind it. There's 1 on the very top floor, facing right in front. In this way, enemies appear from all directions, and even if surrounded, they can still be mowed down without mercy. Of course, this was Chinmo's best plan. 4 Gatling guns were deployed in each of the 4 directions. In this way. That's absolutely devastating. From the very beginning, they were invincible. There's nothing we can do about it. There are only 8 available right now. To get 16, I'd probably need to upgrade to level 6. Therefore, this is the only arrangement we can make for now. However, even that is enough. Just look at these 8 Gatling gun turrets. So many zombies are coming from all directions, so many people are going to die. Not to mention, there's also the Decepticon army. Moreover, he gave his shelter a new name. The Cosmic Emperor. Alright, all done! Chinemo was quite satisfied with the 4-tiered land destroyer he had designed. So, after clicking OK. Buzz. Soon, a dramatic change occurred. The next second, blinding light enveloped the entire shelter. Then, amidst violent shaking. Wait until the smoke clears and the clouds disperse. The villa-like shelter had vanished, replaced by a land cruiser that was 30 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 12 meters high. Domineering. That's so powerful. This thing is almost entirely made of titanium alloy, with a tight fit and no gaps visible. And in all directions. It's a hidden Gatling gun turret. As long as you choose to enable it. Then 8 Gatling guns will appear immediately. Sweep the surrounding area. TSK TSK TSK. It must be said that even Chinemo was quite satisfied with it. With this thing. From now on I can go wherever I want, right? Holy crap, boss, what's going on? At this moment, because of the loud noise, Li Muyao and the twins also woke up from their sleep, but they were dumbfounded when they opened the door of the shelter. I realized I'd gone up to the 2nd floor. Oh, it's nothing! Coming to his senses, Chinemo said. The shelter is now level 5. I made some simple modifications. This makes it more suitable for the standards of a mobile shelter. What? Level 5? The 3 women were immediately shocked upon hearing this. So fast. I just received the blueprints yesterday. The renovation was completed today? Of course, we also have to thank Shen Wushuang for this. Without his supplies, how could it have been delivered so quickly? Chapter 40. No, buddy, are you sightseeing on the frozen plains? However, to be fair. You know what, this kind of shelter looks even more imposing. Li Muyao was drawn to the shelter before her, which resembled a small land cruiser. This is no shelter. Isn't this a land-based aircraft carrier on a frozen plain? Boss, why did you renovate the shelter like this? Are you moving? That's right. He nodded slightly. There was no longer any value in this place. After all, it covers an area of several tens of kilometers. There's nothing to offer. Oh, except for one mineral vein. This thing is useless to him. Even though we've been collecting supplies before, the back and forth trips have been a waste of time. I think it would be better for us to just drive the shelter there and set up camp right next to the city ruins. This way, we can collect supplies much faster. That makes sense. Upon hearing this, Jianmeng's eyes lit up, and she immediately looked at Chinemo with eyes full of admiration. Yes, running back and forth like this is too troublesome. It's better to just go there directly. After all, who knows what the situation is like on this frozen plain? What if I have to live here for the rest of my life? Therefore, the more supplies the better. But here's the problem. Li Muyao asked. Where are we moving to? Are we going to the town area? No. But Chinemo shook his head, already having new plans. That town is too small, there aren't enough supplies. Let's go to the ruins of a city 400 kilometers away. There are zombies over there, but also supplies. There might even be more advanced vehicles. Add some Decepticon guards. Let's do it. Get in the car, let's go now. Good. The three women nodded excitedly, and quickly followed Chinemo into the cockpit. With the shelter's driving mode activated. Boom. Then Chinemo pressed the start button. The next second, the once quiet nuclear reactor site suddenly erupted with a terrifying burst of kinetic energy. Immediately, in a violent tremor, the shelters that were originally rooted in the ground, two huge tracks began to appear below. These tracks are huge. They are 5 meters high and 30 meters long. This scene stunned the three women. Wow, you can do that? Wow. And look at this enormous thing, rising from the ground. Under. Lamborghini Aventadors, Corvettes, Aston Martins, and others excitedly transformed into 6-meter-tall Decepticons amidst the clattering of gears. Denyo even took out his hand cannon and happily fired a few shots. Mobile fortress, mobile fortress! Awesome! What mobile fortress? But these words prompted Aston Martin to launch a major counterattack. This is a shelter! Oh shit! But Denyo wasn't going to back down. He immediately grabbed Aston Martin and threw him over his shoulder, leaving a large mark on the ground. Upgrade a few more times, and it'll be Cybertron, a mobile fortress, right? What are you talking about? I just think you're talking nonsense. The two big guys actually started fighting. Chinemo was speechless. But he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Call out to Big Pillar, and get the digger on board. The giant pillar transformed into a 12-meter-tall transformer, climbed inside, and then reverted to its original form as the 100-ton king. Ah, just right. However, the digger wouldn't work, it's too tall. It's about 10 meters long. I can't get in at all. But Chinemo had a way. He simply made it transform into a hook and then hung it behind the shelter. Perfect, let's take it with us. Boom. As Chinemo activated the shelter. Rumble. Nuclear-powered furnaces are also going all out. We began to move forward slowly. Carrying the digger all the way, we headed towards the coordinates, 400 kilometers away. Hey boss, wait for us. Seeing that Chinemo ignored them and left, they realized that he was ignoring them. Aston Martin and Lamborghini are in a panic. Forget about fighting, he ran forward, leaped forward, and quickly transformed into a supercar. He landed and launched himself forward, quickly catching up with the car. And so it ended. On the endless frozen plains, the land is covered with frost. Soon, a massive land cruiser appeared, measuring a full 30 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 12 meters high. It was also towing a mining hydraulic excavator that was more than 10 meters long. And further behind, there was a black Lamborghini Aventador and a white Aston Martin. A grand convoy. On the vast, boundless frozen plains. It's traveling at a high speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Shocking, absolutely shocking. So much so that we occasionally encountered other shelters that were moving slowly along the way. A level 3 mobile shelter. It's speeding at 10 kilometers per hour. Suddenly. Rumble. The deafening sound made them all feel like it was an earthquake. The survivor driving the vehicle was startled. Holy crap, what's that noise? A zombie apocalypse? Damn it, where did this zombie horde come from in broad daylight? No sooner had he finished speaking than he was subjected to a fierce fight by the second-in-command next to him. Everyone knows that zombies usually only come out at night. But here's the problem. If it's not a zombie, then what is it? Just as they were wondering, they looked through the rearview mirrors on both sides. They saw a colossal vehicle, 30 meters long, slowly rising from the edge of the vast plain. Holy crap! The younger brother's eyes widened immediately, utterly shocked. Other mobile cities are catching up. And look at it like this. It's at least level 5. Run! Swallowing hard, without the slightest hesitation, they thought another city was about to be raided. The second-in-command of the level 3 shelter roared and quickly changed direction, trying to distance himself from the level 5 shelter. However, Chinmo's speed was simply too fast. 30 kilometers per hour. It's twice as fast. So, the distance is getting closer and closer. The survivor panicked. He hurriedly replied. Holy crap, this level 5 shelter is moving so fast. They're almost catching up. Prepare for battle. The second-in-command called over a man. The man's face looked grim. Although I know I'm probably no match for them. After all, a level 5 shelter can accommodate more than 30 people. There were only 8 of them, but they didn't want to sit idly by and wait to die. Only. Just as they were preparing for a desperate fight. But then, a rumbling sound appeared. The enormous shelter sped past them, barely missing a step. These two are not even in the same league. Theirs are only 8 meters. It's about the same size as a truck. But they reached 30 meters. That was practically a moving behemoth passing by. But it appears that it has not been attacked. The survivor was stunned. It's not aimed at us. It seems not. The second-in-command stared blankly at the departing level 5 shelter. Especially when you see the top floor of that shelter. There were also 3 very beautiful women dressed in different outfits. They were exchanging toasts. Enjoying the scenery together, chatting and laughing. They were even more confused. No, buddy, it's a frozen plain. Are you guys on a group tour? Chapter 41 City Ruins, we must take them down. They thought they had misread it. This is no shelter. Isn't this a land cruiser? Moreover, it was towing a 20-meter-long mining hydraulic press behind it, making a rumbling sound all the way, like an earthquake. Where did this come from? I've never seen such an outrageous level 5 shelter before. However, there is one point. As long as it's not targeting us. As Chinmo's mobile shelter rumbled away, the lead survivor breathed a sigh of relief and said with some relief. Otherwise, this thing would just crush you. None of them will escape. Little did they know, Chinmo had absolutely no interest in them. Because there are too many level 3 shelters on the frozen plains, swallowing them wouldn't make much of a difference. His target was the city ruins. That's the key point. Supplies, zombies, ability attributes, and even vehicles. Compared to those, this level 3 shelter is far too few. Even so. Along the way, he still saw many mobile, low-level shelters. Clearly, all transactions were conducted through regional channels. They are moving away, seeking refuge in some powerful shelter. Seeking asylum. Moreover, in addition to that, He also saw some high-level mobile shelters plundering low-level ones. For example, a level 5 shelter is crushing a level 3 shelter. A desperate escape from the level 3 shelter. But it was all in vain. They were caught up and mercilessly crushed. Ha! On top of the level 5 shelter stood a man, looking at the level 3 shelter he had looted, and couldn't help but laugh out loud, seemingly enjoying the thrill of plunder. Of course, he also noticed Chen Mo driving past in the distance with the rumble. However, they did not choose to take action. After all, we're all level 5, so there's no benefit in competing against each other. Of course, he should also be glad that he didn't take action. Otherwise, they would probably be completely crushed by Chen Mo. That's all. A route following the coordinates. 13 hours later. It was already 1 a.m. with several people taking turns driving. Finally, they arrived at the outer edge of the city ruins canyon. By this time, many zombies had begun to appear in the vicinity, aimlessly searching for food under the cover of night. The Cosmic Emperor is huge, a full 30 meters long, plus the 20-meter-long digger trailing behind, making it almost 50 meters long, especially on this frozen plain. It's like a miniature mobile city. And the tires alone are already 5 meters long. Even the zombies would instinctively move to the side in front of such a behemoth. After all, they're not even half the height of a wheel. Someone can just roll it over and turn it into mincemeat in no time. So these zombies are quite sensible. Seeing such a massive land-based mechanical behemoth approaching, everyone chose to make way. Holy crap, there are so many zombies here! Inside the cockpit, Li Muyao and the twins also noticed the zombies below, their eyes darting around. There are too many. There are at least several hundred. If I tell you everything, maybe something good will come out. And looking into the distance, there seemed to be even more. Chen Mo knew that they were nearing the city ruins, because there were even more zombies inside. However, since we're going to set up camp nearby, then the surrounding zombies definitely need to be dealt with. Therefore, he instructed the 3 women. Clear out these zombies around here first. Good. Having survived here for more than half a month and learned a lot from Chen Mo, they did not hesitate at all upon hearing this and immediately took out 3 weapons from their backpacks, a barret, a lightning bow, and an energy bow. Then quickly proceed along the first floor to the driver's cab. We've climbed to the very top. At the very top, 12 meters high, you have a commanding view. Just stand there. The zombies nearby can't even see the top. On the contrary, they can have a commanding view and a clear view of what is happening around them. So, Li Muyao was strong. She held the Barrett rifle and locked onto a level 2 elite zombie through the scope. Bang! Without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A large caliber bullet flashed and disappeared in the darkness. Under. Snap! The zombie's head shattered instantly. Even his companions around him didn't react in time, staring blankly at the headless zombie. Dude, what happened to you? But that wasn't the end of it. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a Barrett gunshot pierced the silent night sky. Bang! Another one. Another zombie has been taken down. Immediately afterwards. It's just an energy beam. It struck instantly in the head of a zombie. The 3 women began their hunt on the top floor of the Cosmic Emperor. It only took a short while. They killed dozens of them. Almost all of them were fatal with a single blow. For them, with such top-notch weapons, dealing with these ordinary zombies is too easy, and they can also hone their combat experience. Otherwise, Chen Mo would have simply let the tyrant deal with it. The dropped items and their associated attributes are automatically picked up when the shelter approaches. However, this way, as more and more zombies fell, there were also high-level zombies who finally noticed the anomaly. A level 3 elite zombie. He saw his underlings dying one after another. And behind that massive, mobile shelter fortress, I realized it. Then it roared to the sky, pointing towards the shelter. The 3 women were discovered by the nearby zombies. It started screaming and staggering. They surged toward this place like madmen. But the shelter was just too high up. The tracks alone are a full 5 meters high. It's even taller than a level 8 zombie. A zombie that is usually over a meter tall cannot climb up there. Some, despite their fearlessness, haven't managed to climb up yet. They were swept down by the rolling conveyor belt and crushed into a pulp. Attack! Attack! The 3 women witnessed this scene and felt even more reassured. The lightning bows, barrettes, and energy bows were practically free. They relentlessly launched fatal attacks from their superior position. With each shot, a zombie was killed. Not long after, they cleared away all the zombies in the vicinity. Even the level 3 zombies were no exception. He was shot in the head by Limuya. They killed about 200 of them in total. The attribute points gained add up to approximately 200. He then gave 160 points to each of the twin sisters, raising their physique to about 3 times that of an ordinary person, just like Limuya. The rest. Chinemo then took the blame upon himself. Then we discovered it. My overall attributes have increased by about 15 times. What does this mean? Even if he encounters a level 4 tyrant, he can handle it with ease. But that's not enough. Chinemo wants something even stronger. The kind that can take down a level 8 zombie with a single punch. So, rumble. As Chinemo moved the mobile base to the outside of the city ruins, next to the canyon. Arrive! Boom. As you switch off driving mode, a muffled, descending sound, reminiscent of steam from World War II, fills the air. Immediately afterwards, the massive tracks of the machine were retracted. Then they settled down next to the city. It's now back to shelter base mode. Get off the bus. It's still late at night. Without wasting any time, Chinemo immediately ordered the Decepticon Legion to clear out the city. Dinyo, take the Corvette and the Aston Martin to the city ruins and clear out the nearby zombies. Remember, don't evaporate, or there will be no reward. Yes, boss. The garage door opened, and a Lamborghini, an Aston Martin, and a Corvette stepped out without hesitation. It immediately transformed into a supercar with a thunderous roar. With a deep, rumbling roar, it headed towards the city ruins. Not long after. Then they heard the terrified roars of zombies coming from inside, as if they were saying, "Let the old people and children go first, and the young and strong will hold them off." What awaited them was the dull energy barrage. Looking down from the canyon, one could see flashes of blue light, making it look like a light show to those who didn't know better. To others, this place is hell, with zombies that are impossible to deal with, tyrants, and so on. But for Chinemo, this is a treasure city. So we must take it, we absolutely must take it. Chapter 42. No, there's a wrecked attack helicopter here too. However, he also realized that his current problem was, the Decepticon army I have is a bit small. There are only 6 at most. In addition, there's the twin, Li Muyao. There were 11 people in total. They wanted to devour such a massive city ruin. They can't even do the most basic monitoring. So, the most urgent task is to continue increasing the number of Decepticons and upgrading the shelters. Chinemo muttered to himself. And so, I was hypnotized by a night of light and fireworks displays. Chinemo slept soundly. Wait until the next morning. It's already the 3rd day of the respite period. 4 days left until the end. Step out of the shelter. Then I saw that Dinyo had already returned with the Corvette and the Aston Martin. Nailed it? Chinemo asked. Yes, boss. With a fist clasped together, producing a metallic clang, Dinyo chuckled. It's all cleaned up. Very good. Hearing this, Chinemo was very satisfied. So he immediately took the 3 big guys with him. Let's check inside the city ruins first. Sure enough. Along the way, there were corpses of zombies everywhere. A lot of resources were also revealed. However, they are all just junk. What? Bottled water, instant noodles, and sausages. For Chinemo in the past, these would certainly have been good things. But now, nobody eats these anymore. However, he didn't waste it. Just because I don't like it now doesn't mean the other survivors don't. You know, they don't even dare to set foot on a single city ruin these days. Not to mention food. So it's more suitable to sell this to them. Not to mention there's also a lot of equipment and weapons here. Some low-grade cold weapons. Put them all away, don't waste them. With this in mind, Chinemo also notified Li Muyao to collect the supplies and put all the cold weapons on the exchange. As for firearms? What do you, a survivor, need firearms for? So, keep them all. Okay, no problem. Upon receiving the news, Li Muyao excitedly agreed. And after everything is arranged, he then took Din Yo and went to the city center. After all, we've now captured the city ruins. However, the Decepticons are currently too few in number. All told, there are only 6. So he wanted to see if he could find a few suitable vehicles in the city center to add a few more new members. Therefore, he quickly arrived in the city center. And they were also extremely lucky. I discovered a luxury car used car trading center. Let's go in and take a look. Upon entering the used luxury car trading center, one is immediately greeted by a large number of luxury cars, such as BBA, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, Mercedes-Benz E63, BMW M4, Audi RS7, etc., as well as luxury sedans, Audi A8, Porsche Edition, Mercedes-Benz Maybach, BMW 7 Series, etc. However, it's still not good enough. He shook his head slightly. These are not as good as Corvette, Lamborghini, or Aston Martin. Fortunately, he soon discovered another level. That's a Bentley? Squinting, Chinemo spotted a Bentley Ocean and a Bentley Continental GT. Besides these, there was also a stunning orange Rolls-Royce Phantom. However, he still shook his head at these questions. It's still not enough. He needs a more awesome vehicle. However, while it was still looking for a suitable target, suddenly, "Hey boss, look what's that!" Just then, the Lamborghini Aventador seemed to have discovered something. Its blue mechanical eyes flickered, and it pointed with its huge mechanical finger toward the backyard of the exhibition hall. Chinemo immediately looked in that direction. It would have been better if I hadn't looked at it. At first glance, you can see that there is something blocking the view over the luxury car exhibition center. It hangs there and, under the sunlight of the frozen plain, it looks like a giant propeller blade. The reflection is on the cement ground. That is. Chinmo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly led Din Yo over. When I looked up, I was shocked and gasped. Behind the exhibition hall is a backyard covering approximately 3,000 square meters. The backyard is flanked by tall buildings. Between the two sides, 30 meters high, on a tangled mess of power lines, hung an armed helicopter with a gray-black metallic coating, a huge propeller, and a length of nearly 220 meters. It looked as if it had been shot down, swaying precariously. Holy crap, a helicopter? And what's more, it's an armed helicopter. Chinemo thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes with both hands. Damn it. Why is there a helicopter here? And judging by its appearance, this doesn't seem to be a domestic model? Let's go take a look. After thinking for a moment, Chinemo immediately led Din Yo up to the 5th floor platform. Then you see this helicopter, which is almost scrapped but looks fine on the outside, hanging precariously from a dozen power lines. This is a Black Hawk attack helicopter from the United States. Although the model looks, a bit old, like something from World War II. It must have been in service for decades. But it couldn't be stopped. It was an armed helicopter. What place is this? This is a frozen plain, a pristine world. Even a luxury car is a struggle. Not to mention armed helicopters. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chinmo's eyes lit up when he thought about activating the device. On a frozen plain, wouldn't this be invincible? With this in mind, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately threw out an energy spark to try. Buzz! Boom! As the spark touched the nearly destroyed Black Hawk helicopter. The next second, a blue light immediately enveloped the entire helicopter. The helicopter, which was almost completely destroyed, began to shake violently. Then it started clicking away. As if it had come to life, it began to evolve and transform rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a transformer that was about 12 meters tall, dressed in black and gray, and looked very imposing. But he's still hanging there. Oh, damn it, what is this thing? Struggling desperately. Fortunately, with a single glance from Chinemo, the situation was resolved. Denyo immediately stepped forward. The electric hook cut the wire directly. Once rescued, the large helicopter immediately transformed back into an attack helicopter. The massive propeller roared and churned, whipping up a fierce gale. Then wait for it to land. He transformed once again into a colossal 12-meter-tall figure, looking incredibly dashing, and then knelt respectfully on one knee, addressing Chinemo with utmost reverence. Mechanical life form number 7 pays homage to the revered creator. This thing is enormous, much taller than a giant cow. Even Chinemo had to look up. Its gray-black paint job, in particular, highlights its evolved and imposing presence as a military weapon. Especially those red mechanical eyes. Combined with data. His strength has reached 5,000. And agility even reached 4,000. Including firepower output, it reached 8,000. TSK, look! Even Chinemo, upon seeing this data, couldn't help but laugh. These are the real Decepticons. With this thing, we can put an armed helicopter on the top floor of our mobile shelters. Ready to take off any time. This is on a frozen plane. Is there a second one? Chapter 43. Jian Ming enjoys the benefits, while Jian Yao suffers. With that in mind, he said to the large creature, "From now on, you'll be called Black Hawk. You'll be in charge of patrolling the entire city ruins." "Yes, my revered creator." Black Hawk, now with a new name, emitted an extremely respectful mechanical voice. "All right, let's go. Now that we have the vehicle we wanted." Chinemo decided not to waste any more time here. Carrying the 2 large items, let's leave the trading center first. But before leaving, he then activated 2 more vehicles from inside the exhibition hall. They are a Ferrari 488 and a Bugatti Veyron. After all, the only vehicles that the army can deploy that are also the most agile are the Lamborghini, Aston Martin, and Corvette. Now, with more members, there's no downside to it. And so it ended. Soon, the 2 large machines were also activated. Chinmo's Decepticon Legion has now grown to 9. However, these are barely enough to protect oneself. But what about the permafrost plains later on? That's hard to say. And it was getting late. Chinemo also returned first with the 4 big guys. And so, 1 person, 3 supercars, and a black armed helicopter left the city ruins in a grand procession. I don't know. I thought I had returned to modern society. Even so. When he returned to the shelter, Li Muyao and the other girls were also shocked by the scene in the distance. A rumbling sound, the afterglow of the setting sun behind them, and a Black Hawk helicopter in front of them, with its red indicator lights flashing continuously. "Look, it's a helicopter!" Li Muyao had already started cooking on the 3rd-floor platform of the shelter when she saw this scene, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Are you kidding me?" Jian Ming, who was carrying the dishes, thought Li Muyao was joking. "This is a frozen plane. Where did this helicopter come from?" "No, it's true." Li Muyao was so anxious she could barely speak. As Jian Ming looked up and saw the black eagle gradually growing larger as it approached, she was also shocked, her pupils dilating in shock. "Wow, it really exists. Where did this come from? Is it an enemy? Quickly, prepare for battle." He quickly put down the lettuce platter and took out his lightning bow and arrow. "Don't panic." but as the three sleek supercars came to a stop with a graceful, elegant arc, Chinemo got out of the car and gave a reminder. One of us! What? One of our own people? Upon hearing this, Li Muyao's eyes widened, and she was almost speechless, staring at the huge helicopter with a shocked expression. No. This is one of our own. And sure enough, rumble. As Black Hawk approached the shelter, the next second, to the astonishment of the three women, he transformed into a 12-meter-tall transformer with the clicking of mechanical gears. Wow! The three women were completely stunned. That's really true. Wow, bro! Jian Yao was stunned and couldn't help but look at Chin Mo subconsciously. Where did you get such a helicopter? Found in the ruins of a city. Chin Mo didn't hide anything and told the three women what had happened. When the three women learned that there was a downed armed helicopter in the city ruins, they were stunned. There's a downed fighter jet in this place? That makes sense. But Chin Mo felt. Perhaps it existed before the ruins appeared. That's possible. The three women thought about it and nodded in agreement, feeling that it was about the same. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Chin Mo didn't bother to dwell on the issue and simply asked, how are the items I asked you to list on the exchange today selling? Of course it's incredibly fast. Speaking of this, Li Muyao excitedly said, I was just about to tell you, this afternoon, I sold all the supplies we got from the city ruins and earned a total of 30,000 charcoal coins. Charcoal coin is a new and popular term on exchanges, which means that charcoal is now being used as a trading currency. 1 charcoal equals 1 charcoal coin. These 30,000 charcoal coins are equivalent to 30,000 charcoal. Even Chinemo was somewhat surprised when he heard this number. That's quite a lot. Of course. Li Muyao was quite pleased with herself. Charcoal is now the official currency unit on the exchange. It can be said that any upgrade or transaction in the shelter is inseparable from it. Based on normal estimates, these 30,000 charcoal coins can be exchanged for 30,000 hours of furnace operation. What does this mean? That's roughly equivalent to 2.5 years of survival time. However, Chinemo now has a nuclear-powered furnace, so he doesn't need this at all. Fortunately, this thing can also be used to purchase other building materials that are needed. For example, ores, steel, and so on. Therefore, Chinemo nodded and said, Then let's continue and sell more. Anyway, we can't consume all the supplies from the city ruins. Enough to eat is fine. The rest were all exchanged for charcoal coins. After all, wherever there are people, there will be trade. Resources expire and rot. But charcoal coins won't. Moreover, he had a premonition. This charcoal coin will probably be very useful in the future. Stocking up is definitely a good idea. If you sold the entire city ruins, you could probably make hundreds of millions. Of course, if others knew what Chinemo was thinking. They'll be so angry they'll vomit blood. No. Dude. We're still struggling to find food. You're just occupying a city ruin as a free source of supplies? Is this even reasonable? Okay. But the three women nodded immediately upon hearing this, agreeing to do whatever Brother Mo said. Then I quickly prepared the meal. This is the food, right? It's too ordinary. Fortunately, the requirements are not high for the permafrost plain. After eating, just rest. Keep working tomorrow. There were 9 transformers guarding the outside. This night was the most peaceful he had ever experienced. As for those who stay at the hospital with their loved ones, today is Jane's dream. And so, the night passed. Chinemo got up. Seeing Jian Yao with panda eyes and a resentful look in her watery eyes, I was a little puzzled. What kind of look is that? Did I offend you? No. Jian Yao felt incredibly frustrated, but she didn't know how to bring it up. Why? They are twins, and they have a special ability, telepathy. In other words, no matter what you do, they can sense each other's psychological state, especially their physical state. So, my older sister felt better last night. I'll be in real trouble. Chapter 44: What to do if a city can't use all its supplies. Just sell them. But she was too embarrassed to say it. She could only pout and force a smile. Maybe it's because I'm not used to the new place. Oh? Is that so? But Chinemo wasn't stupid. He could already tell something was up from those lustful eyes. However, he couldn't be bothered to ask. If you haven't had enough sleep, then make sure you get some more. You don't have to work today. No, let's do it. Upon hearing this, Jian Yao panicked. There were no men here, and the more I rested, the more uncomfortable I felt. I can only hope that Sister Muya will let me have Brother Mo tonight. So she quickly laughed, and said, I will do my best. Become. Since the little girl had no objections, Chinemo naturally didn't bother to ask any more questions. Today is the same as yesterday. The main task is to clean up urban relics. After all, it would be a waste not to sell more charcoal coins when you have such a big treasure. Therefore, he also arranged for 3 women to accompany several Decepticons. Go and get some valuable supplies. However, this was just after the 3 women had been arranged to go out. The next second, he then heard the system notification. Ding! Today's weather is fine, temperature -10 degrees Celsius. It's the 4th day of the thaw period. Everything is calm and peaceful, perfect for travel to the permafrost plains. Also, a friendly reminder, in 10 days, the frozen plains will implement a gold coin system. All charcoal will be converted into gold coins at a 1-to-1 ratio, which can be used to purchase essential building materials, blueprints, and some special items in the gradually released in-game store. A gold coin system is coming soon? Upon hearing this, Chinmo's heart stirred. Although I knew that charcoal coins might be useful. But I didn't expect the frozen plains to be launching a gold coin system so soon. But that's fine too. In fact, the ratio of gold coins to charcoal is 1-to-1, which means there is a certain amount of charcoal. That's how many gold coins you get. In addition, gold coins could be used as a general currency, in addition to replacing charcoal coins. Most importantly, you can also purchase additional items from the store. Especially architectural drawings. This thing is not easy to make. If it were sold in the store, it would save a lot of trouble. Especially now, Chinemo also has the ruins of a city behind him. Sell this thing. TSK. They're definitely not short of money. Excellent. It seems I need to sell more supplies and try to sell this city ruin as soon as possible to get charcoal coins. With this in mind, Chinemo did not hesitate. The exchange was opened immediately. A large number of items have been put on the shelves. What? Bread, sausages, instant noodles, bottled water, canned goods, hot pot base, etc. There are hundreds of varieties. And the prices are quite cheap. No way. Who can blame them when Chinmo's supplies are free? So, it was put on the shelves in the morning. This completely baffled the merchants at the exchange. Holy crap, buddy, you're selling bread for 2 charcoal coins each? That's disrupting the market. Mineral water has gone down to 1 charcoal coin? What's that kid up to? The most outrageous thing is, you found a supermarket? Why are they even selling hot pot base? Is this still an exchange? Supermarket? But Chinemo laughed when he saw these words. It's not just a supermarket. I have an entire city behind me. I have almost everything you need, high quality and low price. Feel free to contact me if you're interested. But he didn't explain. Instead, because no one was buying, he just shouted it out in the regional channel with a golden megaphone. Whoosh! Sure enough, as soon as the golden megaphone was played, the entire regional channel exploded. Chinemo, it's that guy again. Why is there a giant golden megaphone? It costs 100 charcoal pieces. Holy crap, they're rich. He sells everything? Really? Although everyone had some doubts. You know, those who have survived to this point are. Actually, we still have several hundred charcoal pieces stored up. The only problem is that there's no food. After all, these days on the exchange, a loaf of bread can sell for 5 charcoal. 5 pieces of charcoal. How many people can afford it? But now, suddenly someone appears who only sells 2 charcoal pieces. A loaf of bread and 2 charcoal coins. So, when many people clicked in with skepticism, they were shocked to discover. Holy crap. Yes, there really is. And it's not just bread. There are also ham sausages, instant noodles, and bottled water. These are ridiculously cheap. Inside a level 3 shelter that was almost completely depleted, there was a girl who was dressed fairly nicely, but whose face was pale from hunger. She hadn't eaten for 2 days and only had 20 charcoal coins on her. I haven't been able to bring myself to buy it. But now, seeing Chinemo, who's just a piece of charcoal, she couldn't help but ask. Big brother, do you really sell bread? I'm starving. I want to buy a piece. Oh, a customer has arrived. Upon seeing this, Chinmo's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied. Of course, honestly, this isn't the Pampan French mini bread, it's a genuine, high-quality cream bread. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Then I'll buy one. She quickly made the transaction. Not long after. Then I found a piece of bread bigger than my palm, which just appeared in my hand. She was so hungry she was practically drooling. A delightful surprise in her beautiful eyes. Wow, this guy's serious. This is 3 charcoal pieces cheaper than what others get. And take a bite. It smells so good. They were afraid that Chinemo would suddenly raise the price. The little girl quickly took out all the remaining charcoal coins. Then I quickly bought a whole bunch. I also want bottled water, ham sausage, and instant noodles. No problem. Bite. As soon as the transaction was completed, Chinemo saw that 20 charcoal coins had been deposited into his account. Yeah, it's cheap. But little by little, it adds up, doesn't it? He even added a comment. Hey beautiful, help me spread the word, and I'll give you another sausage. Real? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. I quickly posted one on the trading channel using my own free account. Brothers, it's true. Brother Mo is really selling it, and it's super cheap. I've already bought 20 charcoal pieces. Holy crap, it really is. Sure enough, this statement came to fruition. Within the regional channels, even more people believed it. People even started approaching Chinemo one after another. Chinemo followed the same method. For every purchase, if you help promote it, you'll get something in return, like a bottle of mineral water or a sausage. These days, you don't need to do anything anyway. Many survivors would take something given away for free. Then. And so it spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. It only took one morning. Chinemo sold a full 20 tons of goods. I received a total of 15,000 charcoal coins. That's speed! Chinemo was quite satisfied with the steady stream of charcoal coins entering his account. However, problems soon arose. Because he realized he hadn't rested all morning. But it still couldn't be recovered. There are too many people. One person is simply not enough. Otherwise, let alone 20 tons. He thought he could sell 200 tons a day. No, I need to find a way to get some help. Got it. Chinemo quickly thought of someone, Chen Wushuang. This kid has quite a few men under his command. So, he immediately sent a message to Chen Wushuang. Hey bro, are you using a labor dispatch service? I'm short-handed to sell goods. I need a lot of charcoal coins. Soon. Chen Wushuang sent a message. Chapter 45, 300 tons of goods shipped in one day? Actually, it goes without saying that Chen Wushuang saw it too. After all, this guy caused quite a stir at the exchange. Everything is sold at low prices. Even something as good as hot pot broth is only served with 5 kinds of charcoal. So much so that those merchants and dealers have already started planning to join forces to find Chenmo's location and kill him. So, he meant well. Dude, did you rob a shopping mall? There's so much merchandise. Chenmo wouldn't say that, he only said, don't worry about that, just ask if you're willing to do it. Chen Wushwang, of course we'll do it. But brother, let me remind you, your prices for these supplies are wrong. Hot pot base is such a good thing, and you're only listing it for 5 charcoal coins. That's going too far. What? 5 charcoal coins are not enough? Chenmo was taken aback. That's right, Chen Wushwang explained. Things are valued for their rarity. Don't underestimate this stuff just because it's neither edible nor drinkable on the frozen plains. It's only good for seasoning and enhancing the flavor of food. Of course, for ordinary survivors, this thing is worthless. They wouldn't even buy it. But it's a different story for the bigwigs of those large shelters. This item doesn't drop in resource boxes. They don't care about the amount of charcoal. They've already started enjoying life. So, selling it at this price is practically giving it away. That's true. Upon hearing this, Chenmo had no choice but to nod in agreement. Indeed. Although hot pot broth is of little use to the lowest level survivors, 5 pieces of charcoal are expensive. But don't forget, this thing doesn't drop in resource boxes. In other words, it's something only they have. The ordinary survivors didn't buy it because they couldn't afford it. But what about the leaders of those large shelter bases? That's different. With enough to eat and drink, people naturally want a more comfortable life. So, he was also interested in testing Chen Wushwang, and deliberately asked, how much do you think would be a suitable price for this? Chen Wushwang. Simple, 100 charcoal pieces, 1 bag. 100? That's right, Chen Wushwang explained. Luxury goods have to have a price. Don't think it's expensive. On the frozen plains, the price of luxury goods is defined by their scarcity and value. For a big shot, 100 charcoal coins is just the price of 1 meal, but it can be used to eat hot pot that he hasn't had for more than half a month. TSK, what do you think it would be like? Indeed. Chenmo did not deny this, and even showed an appreciative expression, extending an olive branch. Hey bro, stop going it alone, come work with me, I won't treat you badly. This kid's got talent. If he works with me, I guarantee he can sell a city's ruins after cleaning them all. When we have money. Still worried about upgrading your mobile city? Follow me? Upon hearing this, Chen Wushwang smiled and said, brother, you should stick with your level 5 shelter. I'm already level 6 with over 50 people under my command. How could I possibly abandon this shelter to come find you? Unless my sanctuary is breached, I won't, seek refuge with you. But now, if you need people, I can arrange a few to work for you. I've recruited top-notch salespeople from City C. They're experts at selling goods. Look. This is what professionalism looks like. Chenmo was starting to admire Chen Wushwang. That's ridiculous. Before the apocalypse, he was the sales king of City C. Everyone knows that everyone has their own area of expertise. They set up a company right on the frozen plain. Good. So Chenmo didn't hesitate and directly asked for 10 people to be customer service representatives. How about 30 charcoal coins per person per day? Okay. Chen Wushwang was a straightforward person and immediately agreed. After all, he had already guessed that Chenmo had probably set up a small ruin without any zombies, otherwise there wouldn't be so many supplies. Since we can't beat them, let's cooperate. Even if it's just a little, I can still make some money. However, he added, brother, could you give me another percentage point in commission? It's not much, we're not having an easy time either. A point. Chenmo calculated that if he sold 100,000 charcoal coins a day, 1 point would be 1,000 charcoal coins. No problem. He smiled. He agreed immediately. That depends on how much you can sell in a day. No problem. Upon hearing that he agreed, Chen Wushwang was overjoyed. We immediately helped them revise a batch of prices. Bottled water, bread, sausages, and other essential supplies, even those that can be found in resource boxes, will all be sold at the same low price as before. But when it comes to pots, pans, and other utensils, the price changed, from 2 charcoal coins to 10 charcoal coins. After all, who doesn't want to have a job? Is it appropriate to eat instant noodles from a cup every day, or eat them with your hands? Then there are the more high-end ones. Chinemo looked around and saw that there were blankets, clothes, socks, and even underwear. Then there are furniture and home appliances. Frozen meat, milk, even medicine. Chinemo was dazzled by what he saw. One of them is even more outrageous. You dare to sell a Kuan Yu furniture bed for 1,000 charcoal coins? Hey, it's a big item, that's all it's worth. Just you wait, someone's going to buy it. Chen Wushwang is very easygoing. Sure enough, it didn't take long. There were actually people who came to buy. Chinemo took a look and discovered that it was actually the leader of the Level 7 shelter, from the Star Alliance. She knew about the Star Alliance. It is said to have been founded by the CEO of a financial company in City C. He also has a daughter named Lin Xingyue, who often speaks on the regional channel. The one who placed the order was Lin Xingyue. It's already been agreed upon with Chen Wushwang. 1,000 charcoal coins, not a penny less. Awesome! Seeing that the other party had listed 1,000 charcoal coins, Chinemo had to admire Chen Wushwang. He was truly amazing. One bed sold for 1,000 charcoal coins. There's also a microwave oven. I also sold 300 charcoal coins. Chinemo suddenly realized. Goodness. This furniture and appliances are more expensive than selling supplies. Of course, Chen Wushwang said. The supplies are for the poor. The leaders of those large shelters pursue a high quality of life. These goods of mine are for them. So the price is naturally high. Good. Upon hearing this, Chinemo couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. No wonder you can thrive even on the frozen plains. Of course, Chen Wushwang sells high-end goods. His subordinates are all talented individuals. One afternoon. Various orders. This kept Chinemo busy shipping orders. There are even occasional big orders. For example, ham sausages, buy them by the case. It caused Chinemo to sell out of stock at one point. Therefore, he had no choice but to notify Li Miao and the others. Go find a wholesale store and get a lot more sausages, 100 boxes. We're out of supplies at home. This is what happened at this moment. They're on a shopping spree inside the city ruins. Li Miao, Jian Meng, and Jian Yao, who had just managed to load a large truckload of supplies, wiped their sweat and were stunned when they saw the message before they even had a chance to return. Holy crap, the supplies are all gone. Didn't we store over 400 tons? It hasn't been 8 hours yet. They're all gone. No, boss, what's going on? Li Miao's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she almost fell to the ground. Are you trying to kill us? Chapter 46 Chinemo, didn't you say you were going to do me? What are you doing here? But there's nothing I can do, you're the boss. Therefore, the 3 women dared not delay. Search now. Ham sausages, mineral water, beverages, and even medicine. They didn't let a single one go. Have Black Hawk transport them all directly. Or it could be a giant pillar. So, it only took 1 day. Chinemo sold a whopping 300,000 charcoal coins. That's a full 280,000 more than this morning. So much so that even the 3 women who returned were stunned when they heard the number. Wow! Li Muyao covered her mouth, exhausted but unable to hide the shock in her eyes. 300,000 charcoal coins? We're rich! You have to understand, even those top-tier shelters are now. It's said that his assets are only 20 or 30,000. But now, in just 1 day, Chinemo managed to get 300,000 charcoal coins. But what's this? Chinemo didn't take it seriously at all, This is just the beginning. Today it's 300,000, but tomorrow it will be more than that. Who can blame him? He has the entire city ruins behind him. But he still asked one question. So, how much of the city's ruins have you searched yet? About 1 in 50. Li Muyao thought for a moment and calculated. That place is quite big, with several large shopping malls. We only looted one, as well as a few surrounding shops and 2 wholesale stores. Nearly 2,000 tons of supplies. Oh? 1 in 50. As expected, Chinemo pondered for a moment upon hearing this. 1/50th of it sold for 300,000. If all of this is done, it can probably sell for 15 million charcoal coins. Well enough. He nodded slightly. In any case, there were more than just 1 or 2 city ruins on this frozen plain. There must be others. Once we've sold most of the city ruins, we can move on to the next target. Stockpiling charcoal coins is definitely the right move. After all, with money, you can buy anything. Upgrading the shelter will also be faster. And what he sold was just right. These are all essential supplies. Survival, including food, drink, and other consumables. We are not afraid of any inflation in goods at all. Thinking of this, even Chinemo couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I'm so damn smart. The 3 women were speechless upon hearing this. Why do we feel like we've become merchants? Jian Yao said. Vendor, are you stupid? Jian Ming was clearly more mature than this little girl and was already amazed by Qin Mo's grand plan. Yes. Use city ruins to exchange for charcoal coins, then use charcoal coins to exchange for building materials to upgrade the shelter base. Once the upgrade is successful, then occupy a larger city ruin, and repeat this process. We're probably going to become the richest base on the frozen plains very soon. At that time, with ample supplies and troops, they were virtually invincible. Besides, Jian Ming said to her sister, annoyed, have you ever seen vendors selling city ruins? This. Jian Yao touched her head, feeling a little aggrieved, but to be honest. Indeed, no. That's it. Jane stood with her hands on her hips. Even among merchants, we are the most powerful in the entire frozen plains. That's right. Upon hearing this, Li Muyao and Jian Yao's eyes lit up. Wow, that makes sense. That's right, even for businessmen. Have you ever seen an entire frozen plain? Who would dare to sell urban ruins for free as their backyard? So, just this one piece. We are absolutely one of a kind. Especially charcoal coins. With this thing, we'll have control over the essential resources for all survivors on the frozen plains. So, let's keep going tomorrow. That's all, Li Muyao said excitedly. The twins nodded excitedly. So, for the next 2 days, they stopped going anywhere and just collected supplies and sold them. Let's try to exchange all the city ruins for charcoal coins. That way, nothing is wasted. Moreover, the city ruins are now in the air. They're all under the control of Black Hawk patrols. Any zombies that tried to get in were all shot down. In addition, there were Aston Martins, Lamborghinis, Corvettes, Ferraris, Veyrons, and Isuzu, who followed Li Muyao and her twin sisters. They've started frantically transporting supplies. Anything that can be used, regardless of its quality. Move them all over there. In addition, there are talented people like Chen Wushuang. Each of them is more eloquent than the last. Everything can be sold. Even the water heaters have been sold. Moreover, it's quite expensive. 1 charcoal coin. Even Chinemo was speechless. The longer you know him, the more you realize he's a real shrewd businessman. Even the dead can be made to sound alive. But Chen Wushuang didn't lose out either. Over the next 2 days, Chinemo and his team sold approximately 2.7 million charcoal coins. In addition to the 300,000 from the first day. It's fair to say that he has completely reshuffled the entire exchange. Now, all the survivors who are alive. Everyone buys something here. Therefore, his commission of 1% also increased to 30,000 charcoal coins. This is several times more than what he accumulated in half a month. So he worked even harder. However, this also raises a problem. That is it. The relentless price cuts have angered merchants in other regions. Why? You should know that everyone is paying the purchase price. Then, by your own skill, you can sell them for roughly the same price, no more than 5%. But you're different. You can buy 5 pieces of charcoal directly, but sell them for 2 pieces of charcoal. 2 charcoal pieces, given away for free as part of a promotion. Who can tolerate this? Isn't this cutting off someone's livelihood? There's a saying that goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. So, on the permafrost plain, within the regional channel, a dozen or so level 6 merchant sanctuaries. A short meeting was held. The leader is businessman Brother Long. Brother Long, I won't say much else, but there's some beast out here on our frozen plains. Damn it, he's selling bread for 1 charcoal coin and giving away sausages for free. He's trying to monopolize the entire market. If this keeps up, we're going to starve. That's right, Brother Long, I can't hold on much longer either. In just 2 days, I've already lost nearly 10,000 charcoal coins. And yesterday I even wanted to order 100 boxes of his sausages, and guess what? Chinemo actually delivered them. Holy crap, I really suspect he set up a portal and went straight back to the modern world. The speaker was a businessman named Wu Di. Wu Di was also a level 6 shelter member. They were all a group of people who had made their fortunes through speculation and profiteering. They originally thought that Chinemo had taken a risk and found a wholesale store, so they wanted to buy all the sausages and then sell them at a high price. But who would have thought, damn it, after eating 100 cases, that kid still had more left. He almost went bankrupt. Upon hearing this, Brother Long's face darkened even further. So he slammed his fist on the table. This can't go on any longer. We need to find a way to stop this unhealthy trend. I don't care where his resources come from. If we don't solve this problem, we won't be able to develop in peace. Do you all agree with what I'm saying? No need to say anything, it makes perfect sense. The other dozen or so businessmen all agreed. Brother Long, just tell me, what do we do? Yes, whatever you say, we'll do it. Good. Upon hearing this, Brother Long's gloomy expression softened somewhat, but then his eyes revealed murderous intent. My plan is to eliminate this shelter. On the frozen plains, murder and robbery are commonplace. If we can take control of the supply chain after dealing with them, that would be even better. If not, at least we can restore prices to their previous levels. What do you think? Okay, I think Brother Long is right. These words immediately resonated with the crowd. Damn his shelter! However, a problem arises. Frowning, Woody asked, Brother Long, but we don't know Chinmo's exact location. The exact location? That's easy. Upon hearing this, Brother Long gave a cold smile, revealing that he had been prepared all along. I've already investigated. This Chinmo is no ordinary person. He's already reached level 6. However, this morning, I actually planted a spy in his shelter. Now, I have his location. It's on the plains of C-36. I plan to launch a surprise attack tonight. With over a dozen shelters swarming in, nearly 1,000 people in total, even Chinmo wouldn't be able to hold out. Great job, Brother Long. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wow, this Brother Long is something else. They actually planted spies beforehand. Then what are we waiting for? Let's act under the cover of night and take down Chinmo. Yes, kill this son of a bitch. From the moment we entered the frozen plains, he was already acting like a monster, and he's still not human now. Kill him. So, a dozen or so businessmen's sanctuaries got together and made a plan. Even before the second disaster arrives. Act quickly. First, remove this malignant tumor. Achoo! Little did anyone know, Chinmo, far away beside the canyon, sneezed. He was browsing the exchange, looking for suitable blueprints for a level 6 shelter, since tomorrow was the second catastrophe. The result was seen inside the exchange. Someone messaged me privately. Jiang Yan. Chinmo, I just got word that this afternoon, because you threatened their interests, a group led by businessman Brother Long has gathered over a dozen survivors from level 5 and 6 shelters and headed towards your location, C36. They plan to wipe out your shelter tonight. You'd better run. Upon seeing this message, Chinmo was stunned. He knew this Jiang Yan. It's the woman who sold him the cow before. Unexpectedly, I received a private message reminding me at this time. This surprised him somewhat. However, what surprised him the most was C36? I'm on C52. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan was stunned. You're not in C36? I never said I was in C36. So here's the question. Jiang Yan. But they say they've planted a spy in your shelter, and they've already set off. A shelter spies? But Chinmo looked at the 3 women who were already asleep, their graceful figures captivating. And through monitoring, I glanced over and saw the Transformers fast asleep in the garage as well. I was even more confused. It seems like there's no one else here. Jiang Yan. Now. The 2 were completely stunned. Holy crap, there are no spies, and the coordinates are wrong. No. What did they do? Chapter 47. Holy crap, why are you hugging her? That's right, Chinmo was indeed not in C32. To be precise, he had never been to C32 at all. Not to mention spies. There were only 3 women from beginning to end. You mean a spy? They were lying in wait for 2 weeks? That can't be right. Wrong. But then, Chinmo suddenly thought of someone, and his expression changed. What's wrong? Jiang Yan asked. Chen Wuxuang. After a pause, Chinmo suddenly uttered 2 words. Jiang Yan. Chen Wuxuang? Isn't he your underling? Chinmo shook his head. We're just cooperating. Jiang Yan. Now they finally realized what was happening. Feelings about this group of people. They're fucking mistaking Chen Wuxuang for Chinmo. And indeed it was. Meanwhile, C32. A large shelter with a floor area of approximately 640 square meters and 5 floors. There were more than 40 people inside. Right now, I'm happily celebrating with a beer because I closed a big deal today. Ha ha ha, boss, we're rich. A man, facing a masked, somewhat thin young man, couldn't help but offer a toast, saying, Only 3 days and you've already made 30,000 charcoal coins. We're about to upgrade to level 7 shelter. A few more days, and even the exploding Sky Gang won't be as rich as us, ha ha ha. Of course. Some of the thin young men were quite proud of themselves. Their voices sounded somewhat androgynous because of the loudspeaker, but they still exclaimed, I never thought that someone like me, whose company went bankrupt in the real world, would be doing so well in the frozen plains. However, we really have to thank Chinmo for this. If it weren't for such a big order, how did I manage to do so well? Chen Wuxuang was also a little drunk at this point. He let out a burp and said, We really need to thank Chinmo. If it weren't for Brother Mo, we wouldn't have been able to get so many charcoal coins, don't you think? Right. A group of people immediately shouted excitedly. Long live Brother Mo! Long live Brother Mo! Meanwhile, outside, it was late at night and the temperature was a freezing cold of -20 degrees Celsius. The boat won't even open. At this moment, a group of people had already secretly gathered around. There are probably around 100. The leader was a burly, bald man covered in tattoos. Even though he was wearing a thick cotton-padded coat, you could still see the dragon and tiger tattoos on his neck. It's none other than the businessman, Brother Long. Brother Long was accompanied by a young, thin, and rather handsome man. It's Wu Di. It turned out that they had already sneaked over silently. However, just to be on the safe side, We decided to wait until we got closer before making a move. What if I make a mistake? Before they could even get close, they heard a group of people inside shouting, "Long live Brother Mo! Long live Brother Mo!" This made Brother Long's eyes light up with joy, but then they turned cold. "Brother Mo, Chen Mo? Ha ha ha, it really is their sanctuary. Then what are we waiting for?" Although Wu Di looked thin, he was an impatient man. Upon hearing this, he immediately grabbed his flintlock pistol, fired a shot, and shouted, "Brothers, charge in! Raise Chen Mo's shelter to the ground! Charge!" Upon hearing this, the more than 100 people, as if injected with adrenaline, immediately roared and charged forward with all sorts of weapons. The shouts of battle reached the heavens. This left Chen Wuxuang, who was celebrating inside, completely bewildered. Especially that gunshot. The sudden realization jolted him awake, and he sobered up considerably. He quickly looked outside and exclaimed, "What's going on?" "Oh no, boss! There are over 100 people rushing in from outside. We don't know where they came from, and they're attacking our shelter." As they were talking, a guard came running in, tumbling and crawling, and said in a panic, "What?" Chen Wuxuang was startled upon hearing this. "Damn it, we've been targeted! Brothers, prepare for battle!" He staggered as he tried to pick up his M4A1. Only, it hasn't even been taken out yet. Bang! Then we heard the door being slammed shut. Then, because he had drunk too much, Chen Wuxuang suddenly blacked out and passed out. Now, let's talk about Chen Mo at this moment. Still next to the city ruins canyon, contact Chen Wuxuang. It only took half a day. There was no response. This made him frown slightly. This kid, could he really be dead? No way, this guy is a real talent. We'll still have to rely on him to make money in the future. If this project fails, where the hell am I supposed to find talent? So, after thinking for a moment, he simply ordered Black Hawk to go. "Black Hawk, go and scout the C-32 area and see if there's any large-scale fighting. If there is, find that guy named Chen Wuxuang and bring him back to me alive." "Understood, my revered creator." At this time, the 4th floor of the shelter had been converted into a helipad, with a large H on it, which was just right for Black Hawk to rest. Now that the order has been given, the helicopter must be started immediately, amidst the terrifying vibrations of the roaring propellers. It took off slowly. And it tilted rapidly, heading towards Area C-32. It happened very quickly. 2 hours later, Black Hawk notified them via the scout bird, the Decepticon radio. "A large-scale battle took place here, and many fragments of the shelter remain at the scene, but Chen Wuxuang and any other survivors have not been found." "Oh?" Hearing this, Chen Mo frowned slightly. "Has it gotten cold?" "That's such a pity." He was somewhat regretful. "This kid's got talent. He helped me sell so much in just 3 days. The person is gone now. It seems I need to choose other suitable partners." He shook his head slightly. He then said, "You should come back first." "Yes, Creator." Upon receiving the order, Black Hawk immediately returned. Unexpectedly, just when Chen Mo thought the kid was dead and went to bed early. The next morning. Bang, bang, bang. But then a series of urgent knocks came from outside. "Damn it, who is this so early in the morning, with no sense of public decency?" Chen Mo, who was woken up, was furious. I got up immediately and went outside. They had only just opened the doors to the shelter. There stood a young, thin, and beautiful woman, covered in burn marks and with disheveled hair, looking as if she had survived a great catastrophe. Her face was dirty, but her stunning beauty was still evident. Upon seeing Chen Mo, without any warning, she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. "Big brother! I've finally found you! My house got robbed!" This sudden hug completely stunned Chen Mo. Holy crap! This woman is Chen Wuxuang? Chapter 48 Chen Wuxuang. Oh no, the alliance contract was signed too early. Seriously, buddy, aren't you a man? How did she turn into a woman? Chen Mo stared blankly at the woman who had thrown herself into his arms. That's right, the person who came was Chen Wushwang. It turns out that yesterday, they were celebrating until midnight when they were besieged by more than a dozen shelters. She almost passed out because she had drunk too much. Fortunately, more than 20 loyal henchmen fought desperately and managed to break through the encirclement. Even so, the losses were also heavy. Of the original 50-plus people, fewer than 20 remain. Moreover, a large amount of supplies and resources were lost. Even their firearms and equipment were stolen. The losses were truly devastating. That's why she rushed to Chen Mo overnight to seek his help. Brother Mo, forget everything else, you have to help me. I need to take men and get revenge. This time, Chen Wushwang suffered a great loss. Apart from the charcoal coins, almost everything was looted. Right now, the only helper she can think of is Chen Mo. This is a loss. She, Chen Wushwang, could not swallow this. So he clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. I'm going to kill Shanlong, and those bastards like Wu Di. Revenge? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was at a loss for words. How to put it? Could it be that those people are looking for me? So you mistook me for someone else? To be fair, he was genuinely grateful to these people. Otherwise, why would Chen Wushwang have pledged allegiance to him? Isn't this a perfect opportunity to take it? So Chen Mo also tried to reassure him. Brother, don't rush, come on, go take a shower first. This woman smells terrible. Ah, a bath. Upon hearing this, Chen Wushwang was taken aback. She stared at Chen Mo in astonishment. No. Dude, you can even take a shower here? That's right. Chen Mo nodded. You're under a lot of mental stress right now. Take a shower to relax. There's no rush to get revenge. Good. You know what, Chen Wushwang was also somewhat tempted by the idea of taking a bath. I came to the frozen plain. But I haven't taken a shower in almost a month. As a clean person, who wouldn't want to take a nice, warm bath? She paused for a moment then said, Then I'll take my leave. Mu Yao. Chen Mo asked Li Mu Yao to take her to take a bath. Okay. Needless to say, Li Mu Yao had been watching for a while, and upon hearing this, she smiled and immediately pulled Chen Wushwang to the bathroom. And so, we stayed inside for a full hour. Finally, Chen Wushwang came out after taking a shower. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Mo looked up and saw a woman coming down the stairs. She was wearing a black halter dress, which, combined with her sizable fair skin, was quite eye-catching. In addition, she had a standard oval face, a straight nose, and her long hair tied up. She looked a bit cold, but also a bit tempting to conquer. You know what, even Chen Mo was stunned for a moment. Wow, it's so beautiful. She still exudes the aura of a beautiful female CEO. Well, Chen Wushwang felt a little embarrassed being stared at like that by Chen Mo. After all, before the apocalypse, she was considered a strong woman. Otherwise, how could I start my own company? However, after the apocalypse, in order to hide herself, she disguised herself as a man and even got a voice changer. Now I'm being stared at like this. She sighed inwardly. Really? Beautiful women attract men's attention wherever they go. But that was perfect. Without wasting any words, she sat down on the sofa and told Chen Mo directly what she wanted to say. Brother Mo, I'll get straight to the point. I want to borrow some people from you. This time, she was ambushed by Zhanglong, Wu Di, and more than a dozen shelters. They suffered a great loss. Revenge must be taken. So, she wanted to use someone to take revenge. However, she also knew that it wouldn't be good to ask for help without any benefit. And indeed it was. Chen Mo also feigned calmness, sat on the sofa, and asked, What's in it for me if I help you? Benefit. Clearly, Chen Wushwang had anticipated this, so she hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth, raised her beautiful eyes, and said confidently, As long as Brother Mo is willing to help me this time, I will make Wushuang Base your subordinate base and sign a contract with you. Ancillary bases are a regulation for areas with frozen plains. Bases at level 5 or higher can sign an agreement for an affiliated base. This means it doesn't take up a spot within your own base. This adds another auxiliary shelter, which cannot attack the main shelter and must follow the main shelter's orders. It's equivalent to indirectly selling yourself to someone else. After all, Chen Wushuang was now incapable of protecting himself. All his supplies had been looted, leaving him with only some charcoal coins. She felt that she was still useful to Chen Mo. Moreover, there's also her figure and looks. Chen Mo was quite surprised to hear this. I didn't expect you to be so willing to go to such lengths for revenge. The entire shelter could be sold off as a package deal. It's quite rare for a level 6 player to join a level 5 player. But there's nothing we can do. She knew that Chen Mo was the only one who could help her at the moment. After all, this guy is too rich. Although it's only a level 5 shelter, it has millions of charcoal coins. Just scatter a little bit out. That's enough to keep other shelters busy for a year. So. Besides you, I don't know who else I can find to help me? Chen Wushuang shook her head slightly, then looked at Chen Mo with some seriousness, gritted her teeth, and simply added more chips. As long as you help me get revenge, even I am yours. Wow, there's an unexpected surprise? Hearing this, Chen Mo smiled, because he originally only intended for Chen Wushuang to join him. After all, this woman was a talented person. But unexpectedly, this came up too. So he nodded immediately. Can. Having said that, he immediately signed a contract with them. Ding! Congratulations on signing the alliance contract. You have obtained the subordinate alliance base, peerless base, level 6 base. Current base information, base owner, Chen Wushuang. Base personnel, 20. Base supplies, shortage. And with the signing completed, Chen Mo also noticed. Good heavens, Chen Wushuang has indeed been completely robbed. Basically, nothing was left. But this is just right. Anyway, whatever those people eat, they'll vomit up. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold, and he immediately said to the three sisters, Li Muyao, Jian Yao, Jian Ming, you follow Chen Wushuang and take down Zhang Long's base. Clear! Upon hearing that there was a battle, the three women immediately became excited and readily agreed. Hey, wait a minute! But Chen Wushuang, who had just signed the contract, was stunned when she saw this. She quickly raised her fair arm and frowned, saying, Big brother, you've got it wrong. I said I was borrowing people, but why did you lend me these three? Where are the others? But Chen Mo gave him a very clear look and spread his hands. The people you see now are the entirety of my shelter. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Wushuang was stunned, feeling as if his head had been struck by lightning, buzzing. What? You only have 4 people in total? The sky has fallen. The alliance contract was signed too early. Chapter 49 Night Raid on Zhanglong's base. Oh no! There's a Barrett on the other side? You know, even if he's down on his luck now, he still has 20 brothers. But you're alright. Only 4 people in total? A level 5 shelter with only 4 people? And there were 3 women involved. You should have said so earlier. What kind of contract do I need to sign with you? Isn't this just digging myself into a fire pit? However, as night fell and the group set off in vehicles to Zhanglong's C-42 area, Chen Wushuang soon realized he was wrong. Because once you get here... Boom! A Lamborghini Aventador, an Aston Martin, and a red Ferrari stood out starkly against the backdrop of the frozen wasteland at -20 degrees Celsius. We haven't gotten close yet. I just got off the bus. Chen Wushuang, leading a group of defeated soldiers, immediately ambushed them on a hillside. Look down. They discovered Zhang Long's level 6 base not far away. At this moment, Zhang Long was celebrating with drinks at his level 6 base. There are about 70 people here. However, what made Chen Wushhuang frown was that he discovered there were actually 2 more bases here. That means there are nearly 200 people in total. How can there be so many? She frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Is this the place? But Li Muyao didn't care about all that. She just glanced at the 3 bases in the distance, arranged in a triangular shape, pointed at them, and asked. Right. Chen Wushhuang nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it! Li Muyao immediately took out the Barrett rifle, just about to make a move. But Chen Wushhuang stopped him. Hey, don't panic, there are a lot of people on the other side. I estimate there are more than 200, and we only have about 20 people in total. Even if we have equipment, it's still dangerous. Danger? Ha! But Li Muyao had been with Chen Mo for a long time. I've personally witnessed killing thousands of zombies. Not to mention the 200 survivors. So he immediately stretched his arms and, in a very cool pose, braced the Barrett with his bare hands, using his shoulder as the stock. Just you wait and see, these people want to kill my brother Mo, then they'll have to die here first. Boom. After saying that, it was just one shot. A deafening roar ripped through the night sky. The survivors on the high platform, who were keeping watch, hadn't even reacted yet. His entire body was shattered instantly. This sudden turn of events immediately changed the expressions of Zhang Long and the others who were still celebrating inside the shelter. Turn out to be. They nearly destroyed Chen Wushhuang's shelter yesterday. I thought I had solved the problem of the merchant scourge. Most importantly, a large amount of supplies were seized here, including an M4A1. M4A1? This thing is a firearm, placed on a frozen plain. That is a king-like existence. So, Zhang Long, overjoyed, was still lovingly stroking this precious, dark, and deep-colored sword. They're planning how to unify all the merchant bases across the entire frozen plains. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard outside. This startled him, and he immediately grabbed his weapon and rushed out. He called out to his younger brother. Who's firing the cannon? But before they could react, the next second, boom. Then a muffled roar of engine exhaust was heard. On the moonlit frozen plain, a red Ferrari, emitting a deep, beastly roar, rapidly descended the hillside. And those following behind. There's also a Lamborghini Aventador and an Aston Martin. A supercar? Before the group could even react. Then I saw it on the car. Li Muyao raised her hand again and fired a shot. Boom. This shot shattered the fence where Zhang Long was located. Holy crap! He was almost injured if it weren't for the entry. This will probably blow it away. Even so. When they saw that the people who came were only 3 girls and 3 cars, they were stunned. Damn it! Who is this guy, daring to cause trouble here? It looks like Chen Mo. At this moment, one of the henchmen noticed Chen Wushhuang, who was leading 20 survivors not far away, and quickly called out. They've come for revenge! Oh? Chen Mo? Even now, he still believes that Chen Wushhuang is Chen Mo. Hearing this, he sneered even more. That kid has some nerve. He was beaten up like that yesterday, and he still dares to raid our base. And they even brought in help. Squinting, he saw Li Muyao and her twin sisters driving 3 supercars toward him. He even gave a disdainful laugh. Damn it, you think you can get revenge by bringing 3 women over? That's hilarious! That's not right. But the underling said nervously. Boss, that woman has a Barrett. Holy crap, this thing. It's a deadly weapon on the frozen plains. At this moment, after being reminded, Zhang Long realized that what Li Muyao was holding was a Barrett anti-tank weapon. This made his eyes light up immediately. Holy crap, this is a godsend on the frozen plains. With this thing, killing zombies is a piece of cake. No wonder! He immediately realized. Damn it, no wonder they dared to cause trouble with only 20 men and 3 helpers. Is it because he has a Barrett rifle? But humph! Don't forget, I also have an M4A1 on hand. Zhang Long, who was holding a gun, gave a cold smile. You think I'd avoid your sharp edge? You guys go. Lure her into firing. Once she's close enough, I'll shoot her dead. Thinking of this, Zhang Long, who was hiding behind, immediately said to his underlings. Huh? Me? He pointed to himself, and the younger brother was stunned. Holy crap, bro, you're making me race against Barrett? Seriously. Damn it, what are you afraid of? But Zhang Long slapped him and cursed viciously. The Barrett is so heavy, and it's in a car, how could it possibly hit you? If you don't go now, I'll kill you right now. Ah, no. Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, the henchman also thought it made sense. After all, it's inherently harder to hit someone moving at high speed. Not to mention that he himself ran away. So, his underlings immediately ran out to seduce Li Muyao. Damn it, you bitch, come and hit me! One of the henchmen was very arrogant, and didn't believe Li Muyao could hit him at all. But to everyone's surprise, the hand had just been raised. The next second. Puff! His entire body shattered. Holy crap! This caused the other henchman's pupils to shrink sharply, and he was completely stunned. So accurate? As he drew closer, his mind went blank, leaving only one thought: run. But in the blink of an eye. Puff! It shattered completely. This move shocked Zhang Long, who swallowed hard. Damn, that's so accurate. However, he remained calm and calculated. One shot at the beginning, one shot just now, and 2 more shots now. They're about 200 meters away. 1 more shot, and that's my chance. He gripped the M4A1 tightly, his palms almost sweating. Finally. Bang! Another shot. This time, I took down another underling. Zhang Long was overjoyed and jumped over the fence. It was aimed at the black Lamborghini Aventador that was charging towards it. He gave a cold laugh. Haha, out of bullets, huh? My turn! He gave a cold smile, but before he could fire a shot. The next second. Buzz, click, click, click. A scene unfolded that made him question the meaning of life. The Lamborghini Aventador, speeding towards them, not only failed to brake but accelerated, accompanied by a series of loud, grinding gear noises. The next second, it transformed into a transformer that was pitch black, nearly 6 meters tall, with a metallic skeleton, and was incredibly impressive. It took huge mechanical steps and charged over. A single glance. Bang! He simply raised his hand and threw it away. The underlings. Holy crap, the boss? Chapter 53 Transformers destroyed 3 level 6 shelter sites? The sudden turn of events left everyone completely bewildered. They thought they had misread it. This car has turned into a robot. However, that's not all. Coming to his senses, he saw several underlings hurriedly calling out. Quickly, fire! Shoot! Shoot! Someone pulled out a flintlock pistol and began to attack the bull relentlessly. But this thing can't even scratch his paint. Not to mention causing any harm. Din Yo, on the other hand, gave a cold laugh. My turn! As he spoke, his massive metal arm transformed into an electrified hook, and with a single spin, it sent 7 or 8 survivors flying. At the same time, his right hand transformed into an energy hand cannon. Buzz! Blue energy light waves converge. Just one shot. Boom! The terrifying energy fluctuations instantly sent more than a dozen survivors flying. Ah! They screamed in agony. At the same time, he turned around with a cool pose and fired another shot. Boom! Similarly, 7 or 8 survivors were blown away. This horrifying scene terrified the remaining henchmen. They had never seen anything like it before, not even in modern times, let alone on a frozen plain. And that's not all. Because at that moment, Ferrari and Aston Martin also entered the fray. 3 Transformers come together. A massacre immediately ensued. Wherever it passed, blue energy fluctuations were everywhere, exploding between the three shelters. Ferrari, meanwhile, fired his cannon while excitedly shouting, "Ha ha! Insects, a bunch of ants, where do you think you're going? Damn it, who is this? What are they doing?" In the blink of an eye, almost all the survivors at Qianlong's base were wiped out. However, the commotion outside also alerted the survivors in the other two shelters. Wang Hai led his men out, cursing and swearing. "I was just wondering who was so blind as to dare to cause trouble here." But as soon as the door opened, they saw that the frozen plain under the moonlight, Qianlong's base, had become a sea of fire, and around the scourge, three enormous creatures, each more than 6 meters tall, had appeared. "They are firing indiscriminately." Just this one scene. Wang Hai was so scared he wet himself, his pupils dilated in shock. "Holy crap, what is this?" They thought they were seeing things. Holy crap, a new calamity creature on the frozen plains? Just 3 of them, and they easily destroyed a level 6 shelter? Wang Hai, save me! At this moment, not far away, Qianlong, who had been thrown away, was still alive, but had several broken ribs and was spitting out blood. When he saw Wang Hai coming out, he hurriedly asked for help. "Hiss, Qianlong!" Wang Hai's expression changed when he saw Qianlong. This guy was supposedly very lucky, getting an orange tier attribute that granted him triple defense, and even he couldn't withstand it? He rushed over and helped Qianlong up. "Brother Long, what happened?" "Yes, it's Chen-mo." Qianlong was about to collapse, but he still forced back the sweet taste in his throat and coughed up blood, saying, "That guy somehow got hold of these big guys and came to take revenge on us in the middle of the night." "What? Chen-mo?" Sure enough, upon hearing this name, everyone's expression changed drastically. Holy crap. That kid's here for revenge? But the problem is, where did this guy get so many monsters? But clearly, it's too late now. Because over there, Dinyo had already spotted them. His blue mechanical eyes flickered, and he gave a cold smile. They immediately fired a shot in this direction. Boom! The blue energy cannon, like a bolt of lightning, blasted towards the shelter, which was about 200 meters away. Holy crap, run! Upon seeing this, Wang Hai's pupils constricted sharply, and he could no longer care about Qianlong, so he hurriedly ran to the side. Then came the terrifying energy light waves. The dozen or so survivors who reacted slowly were all thrown into the air. Ah! They screamed in agony, lying on the ground, their fate unknown. Meanwhile, Dinyo, who had already captured several survivors, immediately sent out a mechanical voice to the red Ferrari that was still wreaking havoc on the other side. "Ferrari, you're in charge here. There's another shelter over there." "No problem," Ferrari whistled. Then, the Lamborghini Aventador came speeding towards us with an imposing presence, transforming into a supercar on the road as it accelerated. Upon seeing this, Wang Hai's expression changed, and he quickly called out, "Quickly, prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" The survivors, terrified, hastily pulled out all sorts of melee weapons. But before it could happen, the next second, the big bull has already charged over. He used the electrified hook in his hand to lift the fence and throw it towards the crowd. Ah! The fence exploded, and 7 or 8 survivors screamed in agony as they were injured. Then, he turned around and fired another shot at the dozen or so people who were trying to escape. Boom! The terrifying energy blasted them all away. Finally, it aimed the energy hand cannon at Wang Hai's head and emitted a malicious, mechanical sound. "Don't move! If you move, you'll lose your life!" "Ah, big brother, no, don't kill me!" Wang Hai was already terrified and dared not move. He immediately raised his hands and surrendered. I dared not move an inch. In the freezing cold of -20 degrees Celsius, I felt cold sweat rushing straight to the top of my head. Seeing that their leader had surrendered, the remaining henchmen quickly put down their weapons and raised their hands. Meanwhile, over there, at this moment, Aston Martin has secured another sanctuary. And he gave them a look. Then he spoke in a mechanical voice to Li Muyao. Hey, Sister Yao, it's all done. Very good. At this moment, the many captured survivors looked up and saw a very beautiful woman wearing a black pencil skirt, black stockings, a shirt on top, and a down jacket. He walked over, carrying a Barrett rifle and wearing black platform shoes. Just one glance. A group of people stared in disbelief. Who is this? So beautiful. Very good. Li Muyao nodded, a satisfied look on her face, as she looked at all the survivors who had been captured. More than 200 people, 3 level 6 shelters. There aren't many left alive, only about 40. Right now. They were all brought here. Even because someone was walking too slowly. He even got kicked by a Ferrari. Damn it, hurry up! Ouch! The survivor was sent flying by the kick, but he still hurriedly scrambled to his feet. A group of people covered their heads and squatted beside the fire. All around were 3 transformers, each 6 meters tall, with skeletons of such hard metal density that words could not describe them, staring at them. It felt like I'd been captured by aliens. Only then did Li Muyao wave to Chen Wuxuang, who was still in a daze on the distant hillside. Sister Chen, it's done! At this time, Chen Wuxuang on the hillside, and her underlings. Chapter 51 Chen Mo, I heard you're looking for me? Well, at this point, Chen Wuxuang and her underlings were completely dumbfounded. Looking down at the 3 large creatures that had already been dealt with, he was speechless with shock. Although they knew it. These 3 women may not be simple, and may even be carrying firearms. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come in just 3. But they never expected this. No, your trump card is 3 supercars? Can you imagine 3 supercars that followed us all the way, transforming into 3 6-meter-tall, heavily armed mechanical transformers upon arriving on the battlefield? This feeling. Let their heads spin. It feels like, damn, this isn't a frozen plain. Did they manage to get us to an alien planet? What kind of family would have a brother like this? One shot killed more than a dozen. Even with modern technology, we've never seen such an advanced mechanical life form. In particular, this battle was fast, far too fast. Although it seems like a long time. In reality, it took less than 2 minutes in total. That ended the battle. 2 minutes, and he killed 200 of them? Looking at the 3 Decepticons who were holding energy cannons several times larger than a person and staring at a group of survivors, she finally understood why there were no other survivors around Chinemo. There are these terrifying mechanical creatures. What need do I have for underlings? Boss! The underlings were also completely dumbfounded, looking at Chen Wuxuang with expressions of utter disbelief. But Chen Wuxuang, having regained her senses, smiled. He immediately said, Let's go, it's time for our revenge. Good. The group of underlings were shocked, but then they suddenly realized. Aren't these our allies? With these allies, wouldn't it be easy to survive on the frozen plains? So they became even more excited. Soon, led by Chen Wuxuang, a group of people rushed over. The campfire raged, engulfing the entire shelter in flames. Zhanglong was still alive, but he was in bad shape. More than 40 people were forced to squat on the ground, their hands covering their heads, terrified that they might accidentally anger the other side and get shot. Oh shit! At that moment, Chen Wuxuang also walked over angrily. As soon as he stepped forward, bang! He kicked Zhanglong right away. Ouch! Zhanglong was kicked to the ground. He was already vomiting blood, and this almost killed him. But he could only watch as that long, beautiful leg was already pressing down on his chest. Zhanglong was startled and quickly said, Chinemo, let me go, let me go. I'll do anything you ask if you let me go. He dared not resist now, let alone confront these people in front of him. You should say you have these things. What's the point of me even playing? So he wanted to live and begged for mercy. Chinemo? But when Chen Wuxuang heard these words, she was completely stunned, looking at Zhanglong with a look of utter disbelief. What did you just call me? Chen Mo, no! John Long was taken aback when he saw Chen Wushwang's astonished expression. Thinking she was dissatisfied, he quickly cried out. It's Sister Chen! Sister Chen! Please have mercy on me! Ha 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 ha! But now, Chen Wushwang, who had been stunned for a long time, finally came to her senses. She was laughing 1 minute and crying the next, which made the group of survivors' scalps tingle. What the hell is wrong with his sister? Has she gone crazy? Little did they know what Chen Wushwang was feeling at that moment. Because she finally understood how she had been ambushed and attacked by more than a dozen shelters. Fuck you! These people think I'm Chen Mo? No wonder when they were trying to kill me, they kept saying they wanted to capture Chen Mo alive. She was still wondering where Chen Mo was. After a long time, I finally figured it out. You think I'm Chen Mo? Gritting his teeth, Chen Wushwang felt like killing someone, his murderous gaze fixed on John Long. John Long was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. You're not Chen Mo? Chen Wushwang gave a forced smile, her pale chest heaving with anger, but she tried her best to suppress her rage and said, word by word. You can call me Sister Chen, that's true, because my surname is indeed Chen, but I'm not Chen Mo. My name is Chen Wu Shuang. What? John Long and Wang Hai were dumbfounded when they heard this. They glanced at each other. No, holy crap. Typo. However, Wang Hai quickly put on a big smile. So it was all a misunderstanding, Sister Chen, we didn't know. We thought you were that bastard from the exchange, selling your goods at a low price. Since it's a misunderstanding, that makes things easier. Let me go, and I can give you all my resources. Yes, I can even sign a supplementary contract with you. What do you say? Yes, I can too. Fearing he would be killed, John Long quickly added. Damn it, how dare you talk like that? But before he could finish speaking, the hot-tempered Ferrari couldn't hold back any longer. You dare to insult my boss? He yelled. He gave him a light tap. Ouch. That one blow almost killed Wang Hai. He didn't understand. Why did you hit me just because I insulted Chen Mo? Until Chen Wushwang coldly sneered. These belong to Chen Mo. Wang Hai. Holy crap, lady, why didn't you say so sooner? Aren't you still cooperating with Chen Mo? At that moment, Ferrari immediately started a video call. Buzz. The next second. Then you see the accompanying holographic projection. Before them slowly appeared Chen Mo, who was sitting on a soft sofa in C52, with his legs on the table, thoroughly enjoying himself. After seeing Wang Hai and John Long. Then his voice came through asking a question. Nailed it? Yes, Your Majesty the Creator. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Dinyo immediately knelt on one knee without hesitation, uttering an extremely respectful mechanical voice. We've taken them all. The kneeling of this enormous creature brought Wang Hai, John Long, and the others an unparalleled sense of oppression. They couldn't help but swallow hard, wondering just who Chen Mo was. To make such a terrifying being obey orders. Very good. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo put down his crossed legs and looked at the two level 6 shelter owners through the holographic projection. A slight smile. I heard you're looking for me? Wang Hai, John Long. Chapter 52. The second calamity arrives. That's so pretentious, so incredibly pretentious. He sat there, surrounded by projected images and speaking in a low, somber tone. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was the big boss. Even Wang Hai and John Long were stunned. They didn't expect this guy to be so young. They thought he was some famous scientist from City C. But now, looking at those three enormous creatures, cold sweat poured down their foreheads. He hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Big brother, don't kill us! There's a misunderstanding here. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. John Long snapped out of his daze and quickly chimed in. As long as you don't kill us, we'll do anything you ask. Misunderstand? But Chen Mo laughed upon hearing this. Are you kidding me? If it weren't for my own Decepticons. Now, it's me lying here. This is a frozen plain, not a modern society. There aren't that many legal regulations. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. So he didn't bother with any nonsense, and simply raised his hand. Big Neo, it's all taken care of. What? Upon hearing this startled Wang Hai and his companions, making them feel as if they had fallen into an abyss. No. Brother, you just kill me like that. Hey, wait a minute! He wanted to speak again. But then Din Yo raised his energy hand cannon. Buzz! One shot, and it evaporates on the spot. There wasn't even any blood, it looked perfectly clean and not cruel at all. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all. Din Yo spoke to Zhang Long in a villainous, mechanical voice. Then. Fire again. Buzz boom! Buzz boom! It didn't take long for everything to be resolved. Some people tried to escape, but they were caught and brought back. Chen Wuxuang and his men fired a few more shots. Joke. Damn it, you guys didn't hold back at all when you killed our brothers yesterday. Give me my gun! Picking up the M4A1, Chen Wuxuang spat and snorted. After everything is resolved. Aston Martin then gracefully clasped his hands in a fist salute. It makes a mechanical sound. Creator, the problem has been solved. Very good. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo finally showed a satisfied expression. Meanwhile, Chen Wuxuang said, Brother Mo, they are all merchants, and they have quite a lot of supplies. Should we take them back with us? Certainly. Chen Mo nodded. After all, even a mosquito bite is still meat. And received the order. Chen Wuxuang was also excited and hurriedly led his underlings into the unclaimed shelter. And sure enough, it turned out. The 3 shelters together contain a total of 500 tons of supplies. Damn, I've hoarded so much! Seeing the mountain of supplies, Chen Wuxuang couldn't help but curse. My mother is also a part of this. But she immediately said to her younger brother, Pack, pack, pack! It's getting late. Let's take all of this back. After all, today was quite an extreme challenge, because the next disaster was less than 8 hours away. Although we still don't know what the second disaster will be. In terms of strength, it's definitely no worse than the mist. So they need to go back as soon as possible. No problem! The group of underlings were also thrilled by the mountain of supplies. Grandmas. No wonder they say you won't get rich doing manual labor. How can that compare to outright robbery? The money came in way too fast. There are 80,000 charcoal pieces alone. In addition, there were other foods and drinks, all sorts of miscellaneous items. One Zhonglong base alone has 200 tons. Not to mention the others. So it took about an hour. It was finally resolved. One of the henchmen was incredibly versatile. He could even catch fires and drive a big truck without a key. Sister Chen, it's all done! One of the underlings ran over and said to Chen Wuxuang. Very good. They watched as their backpacks filled up. And there were 2 large trucks too. Chen Wuxuang nodded in satisfaction before finally turning her attention to the shelter. 3 level 6 shelters, even if they were all demolished, it wouldn't be a small amount. It's enough building units for at least 1 level 7 shelter. So, she also used the system to dismantle it directly. After all of them are demolished. Only then was she satisfied. He brought his underlings with him. And the 3 Li Muyao sisters, plus 3 supercars. Along the frozen plains where temperatures dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Return immediately. But they didn't know that right after they left. Within the regional channel. Because Zhanglong, Wang Hai, and Qinkun's bases have disappeared from the rankings. This caused a great uproar. Holy crap, Zhanglong's base is gone. Zhanglong? Which Zhanglong? Damn, who else could it be? It's that merchant from the level 6 sanctuary. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately taken aback. Holy crap, did we get wiped out? But that's not all. Because they soon discovered it. On the leaderboard, Chen Kuan and Wang Hai have also disappeared. 3 of them are gone at once? This caused an uproar throughout the entire Frozen Plains channel. Holy crap, what happened? Wasn't the second catastrophe supposed to happen in just a few hours? How come all 3 shelters are gone at the same time? Who did this? That's awesome. You need to know. These are 3 level 6 shelters. Looking out over the permafrost plains, there are very few creatures that can take down 3 level 6 shelters in one go. No more than 10. Could it have been done by the skybombing gang? Still the Dark Rose? After all, both of these shelters have now reached level 9. It can accommodate more than 500 people. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to imagine it. Who could wipe out 3 level 6 shelters in one night? These words left the 2 shelters speechless. Damn it, they're throwing all sorts of shit at us. One of the members of the explosive gang couldn't hold back any longer. We level up because there are so many of us, and we work hard to kill zombies, okay? You know what? Unlike other top-tier shelters like Sirius and Lone Wolf, the Skybombing Gang and Dark Rose rely solely on their numbers. They don't plunder cities at all. Not to mention, he took down 3 level 6 enemies in one go. So, here's the question. If they didn't do it, then who did it? These are the top 10 shelters. Who else but them could do that? Of course, Chen Wushwang didn't care about any of that. She was already seated inside the supercar. Humming a little tune while listening to upbeat music, it's incredibly enjoyable. They were practically dancing inside the car. Exciting, so exciting! This wave of revenge is so satisfying. Li Muyao, sitting in the driver's seat, was speechless. Sister Chen, even if we take them down, you don't need to be that excited. What do you know? Chen Wushwang rolled her eyes at him. If you had seen with your own eyes yesterday my good friends and besties who had been working with me for almost a month fall down one by one, you would know what that feeling is like. Although she spoke lightly, the barely perceptible tremor in her voice still stung him. Fortunately, though, now we've avenged them. Yes. Li Miao nodded, but still said, I have to thank Brother Emo for this, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to avenge this. Certainly. Upon hearing this, Chen Wushwang glanced at Li Muyao. She pursed her lips. I know what to do without you telling me. However, before they could finish their conversation, the next second, boom. Then, a crashing sound came from outside. Immediately ahead, the once quiet, night-shrouded frozen plain came into view. Suddenly, the speed increased. More and more white snow is appearing nearby. And it kept colliding with the supercar's outer layer. This sudden scene made the 2 women frown slightly and quickly sit up straight. What's going on? It seems like the temperature has dropped? With keen observation, Chen Wushwang straightened her slender waist and her captivating eyes glanced over carefully. What? The temperature is dropping? But Li Muyao was startled when she heard this. Something's not right. At this time. But then Chen Mo's voice came over the loudspeaker. Return to the shelter immediately, the second catastrophe is about to strike. What? The second catastrophe has arrived! Sure enough, these words caused the 2 women's expressions to change drastically. Didn't we agree there were still 7 hours left? Isn't it usually 8 a.m.? It's only the early hours of the morning. But they didn't know that at that moment, 300 kilometers away, inside a shelter, by scouting birds, Chinemo had already seen the vast expanse of white, extremely cold snowstorm, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were sinking, sweeping towards the frozen plains. This snowstorm is terrifying. Like a sandstorm, it roared and engulfed vast swathes of frozen plains. And the wind was bitterly cold. It was past. Wherever it passed, trees and mountains were instantly submerged. Chapter 53 The Digging Tiger. Grass! This scene sent chills down Chenmo's spine. This isn't a blizzard at all. Isn't this a sandstorm? The only difference is that the sand has been replaced by heavy snow. This wave of activity turned the already frigid permafrost plains into a cold, almost frozen landscape. It felt like I had arrived on a remote, uninhabited alien planet. However, this planet is constantly being battered by snowstorms. Meanwhile, other shelters in the area had also been affected. Boom. It was just a fleeting moment of collision. A regular level 3 shelter could barely withstand the attack, and was almost blown away. Some survivors are still warming themselves by the fire, having prepared enough supplies. I plan to wait and see how things go after the second day of the disaster. But who would have thought? With the impact of the snowstorm, the entire shelter almost collapsed. It shattered completely. Holy crap! This changed the expression of the 6 people who remained in the shelter. Holy crap, what is that? It's so powerful! But that's not all. Rumble. With wave after wave of snowstorms crashing down, the entire shelter became crumbling. The survivors were terrified. Someone quickly called to their companions. Quickly, reinforce the shelter! They wanted to fortify their shelters and resist. But it was no match for them, especially the stone gate, which was already on the verge of collapse, constantly making rumbling collision sounds. Final. The next second. Boom. The stone gate was suddenly blown open by a strong wind. Then came the howling wind and blizzard, which swept over the survivors like knives. One of the survivors was very small and thin. He was blown away and crashed into the stone wall, looking out despite the strong winds. To their horror, they discovered that apart from the white expanse of snowstorm, they could see almost nothing outside. In fact, the snowstorm was so strong that it almost solidified into a physical form. And that furnace was in even worse shape. The moment the wind and snow swept in, then you can see the countdown on the stove. They started descending like madmen. 10 hours and 23 minutes. 10 hours and 22 minutes. 10 hours and 21 minutes. Warning, a blizzard has struck, damaging the gate and causing the furnace to consume fuel at an alarming rate. Please repair the gate as soon as possible. Holy crap! Seeing such terrifying speed, the henchmen were terrified. One survivor, braving the wind, hurriedly began repairing the gate. It was just repaired. Boom! The door was blown open again. It almost killed him. But in order to survive, the group had no choice but to continue. And after it was repaired, it immediately held the stone door in place again. This time. Finally, after about 10 minutes of agonizing waiting, I was relieved. They heard that the impact outside had subsided. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when I turned around, I saw that the stove was burning fuel 3 times faster than usual. Everyone's numb. Holy crap! So fast. Of course, this is considered lucky, at least they held on. But those level 3 shelters that are less desirable. Some even had their stoves extinguished by the blizzard. It just disappeared. This scene made Chinemo, who was observing the outside world through the scout birds, question his own existence. That's incredible. But judging from this, on my side, I'm afraid we'll encounter the same thing in 10 minutes. Of course, he wasn't worried about encountering wind and snow. After all, it's my own level 5 sanctuary. Withstanding such a snowstorm is a piece of cake. But Chen Wushuang and Li Miao haven't returned yet. Therefore, Chinemo immediately sent a message to the 4 women. Hurry up, a blizzard is coming! Actually, needless to say, the 4 women saw it at that moment. Because they were already stuck halfway on a high slope. Looking down, you can see a rumbling, thunderous, and lightning-filled snowstorm spreading in this direction, almost turning the sky white. Hurry, we need to find a way to get through, otherwise we'll be in big trouble when the real blizzard arrives. Chen Wushuang's pretty face turned deathly pale as she hurriedly spoke. Clear! I'm not worried about Lamborghini, Aston Martin or Ferrari. After all, they are all Decepticons. My weight speaks for itself. Not afraid at all. Nor afraid of low temperatures. But those 4 women, and their 20 henchmen behind them, couldn't hold them off. So. Ouch, ouch. The blizzard was almost hitting the side of the convoy. The guys driving behind. I was terrified. One of the younger men gripped the steering wheel tightly, afraid of veering off course and being swallowed by the blizzard. But I still couldn't help but shout it out. This frozen plane is so unreliable. They never keep their word and always pull this trick beforehand. Last time, a zombie horde suddenly appeared on the last night. Quite a few died as well. This time it's different. It arrived early again. But now is clearly not the time to consider these things. Hold on tight. Follow those 3 supercars in front of you. Don't fall behind, or you're doomed. The blizzard was fierce, constantly pounding against the car body. But the 2 heavy trucks, fully loaded with goods, already weighing 30 tons, couldn't withstand the load. So the snowstorm ahead can't do anything to them. But then came the intermittent snowstorms. They could barely see the road ahead. No, we can't leave! They were almost losing their bearings and were surrounded by a snowstorm. Chen Wuxiang made a decisive decision. Quick, find a sheltered spot behind a hillside. At the very least, it can stop the blizzard. Whether they survive or not depends on luck. Clear! Upon hearing this, Denyo immediately executed a stylish drift. Leading the convoy, they cleared the way. They quickly hid at the foot of the hillside. 2 large trucks arrived, accompanied by 20 henchmen. Almost simultaneously. The first real snowstorm, too, crashed down with a deafening roar, like a monstrous natural disaster. In just one moment, a truck overturned. The dozen or so underlings inside nearly died, letting out screams of agony. Holy crap! Chen Wuxiang panicked upon seeing this. Those are all my talented people. Rest assured. But the Aston Martin had already passed by and transformed into a Decepticon, pulling the truck back. Drag him towards the corner. But it was so cold, at least 50 degrees lower than usual. That is, minus 70 degrees Celsius. What does this mean? To put it simply, the coldest place in the Arctic is only around minus 70 degrees Celsius. In this place, an ordinary person would die from blood clotting within 10 seconds. Although the car was towed back. But these younger brothers clearly couldn't withstand such low temperatures. Damn it, what a piece of junk car! It doesn't even have air conditioning! I'm freezing to death! One of the underlings couldn't help but curse. But another survivor was nonchalant, saying irritably, "Let's survive the second wave first." What, a second wave? The survivor hadn't even realized what was happening. Turning around, I was horrified to discover. Holy crap! The already raging snowstorm was now replaced by an even more intense wave, crashing headlong into this area. Damn it, we're doomed! Upon seeing this, the henchmen turned deathly pale. Even Chen Wuxiang and Li Muyao's expressions changed slightly. If this wave comes, it looks like we're doomed. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, suddenly, a piercing rumble came from the snowstorm, in which almost nothing could be seen ahead, followed by. In the white expanse of the snowstorm, everyone watched in horror. A gigantic black shadow, a full 20 meters tall, stand up slowly. And then it crashed down in this direction. Holy crap, there are monsters in the snow disaster? Chen Wuxiang's expression changed. Careful! She wanted to help, but little did she know, the next second. Boom! The massive clamping arms slammed down. They saw a huge yellow mechanical arm. Like a small mountain, it stood directly in front, making a deafening roar, and effortlessly blocked the terrifying snowstorm. As the countless splashes of frost dissipated, they were shocked to see a creature resembling a Decepticon, whose head was nowhere to be seen when it looked up. Li Muyao was overjoyed. It's the diggers! Chapter 54 Digging Tiger, now that's a real man. That's right, the diggers are here. It's the mining hydraulic excavator that Chinemo always carries around. He is too big. Transformed into a transformer, it's a full 20 meters tall. It can be used in conjunction with that huge bulldozer. Its arm can extend 10 meters. The entire massive body, boom! Block it here. Even under the terrifying impact of a fierce snowstorm, it remained as stable as Mount Tai. The title of 1,000-ton king is not just for show. They protected a group of people with ease. Chen Wuxuang and the others were already stunned. They saw the woman look up, her face filled with horror. Hiss. Although I've seen big names like Lamborghini and Aston Martin. But you didn't mention that there was a terrifying mechanical creature almost 20 meters tall next to you. But Li Muyao, Jian Yao, and Jian Meng, the three sisters, were very familiar with each other. This thing is just like the digging monster next to the boss. Unexpected. The diggers have come to our rescue! At that moment, Chenmo's voice came through the broadcast of Digging Tiger. Let the construct icons take you back to base. It turned out that Chenmo knew they wouldn't make it in time with their speed. So we sent this big guy to provide support. This way, you can save half the journey. As expected, they shared coordinates through the Decepticon's wireless system. He arrived at the crucial moment. And they easily used bulldozers to stop the blizzard. 2 hours later. Phew, we're finally rescued. Inside the shelter, the four women, who had just finished showering, couldn't help but plop down on the luxurious bed in the cockpit and let out a long sigh of relief. The girls were soaking wet. But because of the nuclear-powered furnace, it's not cold at all. Instead, I enjoyed a comfortable hot shower. I've washed away all my fatigue. This is the scene, those exquisite curves, each more captivating than the last, and each with a distinct style, the pure and innocent drama school beauty, the mature and composed twin sister Jian Meng, and the lively and sweet younger sister Jian Yao. And Chen Wuxuang, the beautiful CEO. I doubt any man could stand it. However, Chen Mo was alright. After all, he had seen his share of big events. After a simple wipe. Wearing a black halter-neck dress that revealed glimpses of her inner beauty, and gold-rimmed glasses that accentuated her mature and contrasting demeanor, Chen Wuxuang expressed her gratitude to Chen Mo. Brother Mo, we owe you so much this time, otherwise we would probably all have died there. It's nothing. Chen Mo waved his hand, saying it was no problem. After all, the Decepticons aren't afraid of temperatures as low as minus 70 degrees Celsius. Even the activities continued as usual. Moreover, the main reason he sent the Decepticons to deal with those 3 level 6 shelters was to see their capabilities. And the result was as expected. Very satisfied. 3 Decepticons easily destroyed the level 7 sanctuary. If I had more, like 30 or 300, that frozen plain will probably be a place where you can walk sideways. Especially those diggers, damn it. Natural disasters are like a game to them. Therefore, he plans to add more new members. To strengthen their own shelter. Hey, Brother Mo! At that moment, Chen Wuxuang's hesitant voice rang out. Coming to his senses, Chen Mo glanced at the woman. She was wearing a black halter-neck dress, the silk accentuating her perfect curves, and her gold-rimmed glasses gave her a particularly sophisticated and mature look. He was looking at me with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, the 3 women, quite tactfully, giggled and quickly took hands and went upstairs. I went upstairs to sleep. This scene puzzled Chen Mo. What's wrong? That! Watching the 3 women leave, Chen Wuxuang felt somewhat embarrassed and blushed. After all, before the apocalypse, she was the president of a listed company in City C. But now, he's reduced to being just an ordinary used car dealer. But if it weren't for meeting Chen Mo, I probably wouldn't be alive today. So, she paused for a moment before looking at Chen Mo with earnest, bright eyes. Brother Mo, I still want to thank you. You saved me and helped me get revenge. But Chinemo waved his hand dismissively, saying, I already said that. You. Chen Wushwang was taken aback by these words. She blinked her beautiful big eyes, speechless, and frowned as she looked at Chinemo. No, bro, you really don't understand what I mean. However, Chinemo still showed no sign of moving. She couldn't resist any longer. Wearing a black spaghetti strap dress, she hesitated for a moment, but then took the initiative to sit on his lap with her buttocks sticking out. This completely baffled Chinemo. At that moment, he also heard Chen Wushwang lightly biting her lip. Brother Mo, I told you, I'll do anything you ask if you help me get revenge. Do you want me to continue taking the initiative? Chinemo. All right. Since things have come to this point. What else could he say? So, what happens next? Outside, a blizzard is raging. Inside, there's content that nobody wants to see. Wait until the next morning. The first day of the second disaster. The wind and snow continued outside. It just wasn't as intense as yesterday. But the temperature is still frighteningly low. It's impossible to go out at all. When Chinemo woke up from his sleep, he found himself in a warm place. He didn't even need a thick quilt, a thin blanket was enough. Beside him was a fair and delicate arm draped over his body. Chinemo turned his head and looked. It turned out to be Chen Wushwang, fast asleep, a slight smile playing on her delicate lips. You clearly slept really well. However, before it could make any move, suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice announced. Ding! The second catastrophe, a blizzard, has arrived. It will last for a week, during which the outside temperature may drop to -70 degrees Celsius. The required amount of charcoal will be double the usual amount. Players, please prepare accordingly. The sudden notification startled Chen Wushwang awake. She noticed Chinemo beside her and flinched in fright. Feeling a little embarrassed, her pretty face instantly turned red. My instinct was to block it. But Chinemo didn't seem to care. What didn't I see yesterday? Well. Chen Wushwang blushed even more at these words, but still changed the subject. Brother Mo, did you hear that? The second disaster is a blizzard. Certainly. Chinemo nodded, then got up and used the scout bird to go outside and check the situation. After all, based on yesterday's performance, the Decepticons are practically immune to this terrifyingly low temperature. Therefore, the scout birds are sent outside the scout area to observe the situation. It couldn't be more perfect. Caw caw caw! The scout bird, receiving the order, also emitted a piercing metallic sound, and immediately flapped its sharp metallic wings, flying out from the 4th floor. From the perspective of a scout bird, what you see is that the entire frozen plain outside is almost entirely shrouded in a white snowstorm. The snowstorm was terrifying. There was thick snow everywhere. The temperature even dropped to -50 degrees Celsius. It's estimated that the temperature will drop to -70 degrees Celsius tonight. There was almost no one left on the ground. This scene made Chen Wushwang gasp in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Is this the real frozen plain? Chapter 55. No, it's already -50 degrees Celsius, and you've put it back on sale? There were no signs of life. Everything withers. All that remained was the howling wind, the icy snow, and the swirling snowstorm. This environment. It felt like arriving on a desolate planet. Even when Chinemo directed the scout bird to check out the city ruins, he discovered that the city ruins had now become a winter city, covered in snow everywhere, and some buildings were covered with thick layers of ice. Under the sunlight, it even emitted a light, but it was terrifyingly cold. It looks like a frozen city. Brother Mo, what do we do? Chen Wushwang subconsciously looked at Chinemo, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. After all, this is the scenario. Although it can't compare to a zombie horde or the fog of the night. But it can also be fatal. Don't panic. But Chinemo remained calm because he had already stockpiled enough supplies. let alone 7 days. 7 years is no problem. However, he still opened the regional channel to take a look first. And sure enough, it turned out. By this time, the regional channel was already in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the extreme cold air. You need to know. Sea City is a southern city. Damn, even at its coldest, it's only a few degrees below zero. Now it's alright. It'll drop straight to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Especially. This charcoal fire has doubled in price? Are you kidding me? Some people couldn't help but complain. But some people think it's normal. After all, the temperature has dropped so much. To maintain the original temperature of the shelter, we will definitely need to consume more charcoal. Damn it, that sounds nice. But the man got anxious. I'd only prepared enough charcoal for 5 days, and now I only have enough for 2.5 days. How am I supposed to survive? Most importantly, we still can't go out. Someone spoke up in the regional channel. At temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius, even a down jacket won't be enough to withstand the cold without special thermal clothing. I estimate that within half an hour, the person will lose body temperature and become cold. This has made finding supplies much more difficult. The group of people had no idea what to do. However, Chinemo was not worried about these things. Why? Because he has Decepticons, he doesn't care about temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius. On the contrary, no one can go out. This is a good opportunity for me to arrange for the Decepticons to find some new members, supplies, and shelter blueprints, and take the chance to upgrade the shelter's level. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully survived to the second catastrophe. Today marks day 22 of your survival on the frozen plains. A friendly reminder for today, the weather is harsh, with surface temperatures reaching minus 50 degrees Celsius. Ordinary survivors cannot remain outdoors for extended periods. 880 kilometers away from you, there is an abandoned shelter. Inside, a level 5 zombie tyrant guards a golden resource chest. Open the golden resource chest to obtain a level 6 golden building blueprint. Just then, a pleasant system notification sounded. Upon hearing the prompt, Chinmo's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I had just mentioned needing blueprints when they arrived. Only, Chinemo said with some dissatisfaction. System, you're not fair. You promised 1 golden treasure chest a day. It's been several days already. But Tonzi said matter-of-factly, the number of gold treasure chests that refresh in the frozen plains each day is limited. Sometimes there aren't any, and there's nothing I can do about it. Oh? I see. Upon hearing this, Chinemo suddenly realized why he sometimes didn't come out. But one day, not a single one appeared on the entire frozen plain. Such a low drop rate. But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to make any mistakes. After all, the golden architectural blueprints are indeed impressive. Even though you're only level 5 right now. In reality, aside from having a smaller usable area compared to other high-end shelters, it is not a large shelter. Whether it's defense or the materials used in construction, even a level 9 shelter can't compare. In the same class, there are simply no rivals. Going above the level without using the Decepticons. Even in a head-on collision, very few could out-collision each other. So, having figured this out, Chinemo didn't waste any more words and immediately stood up to give Black Hawk orders. Black Hawk! Go, 880 kilometers away, take care of a zombie tyrant, and bring me the crate. Understood, my revered creator. Outside, amidst the freezing snow, the Decepticon members, clad in black, remained as steady as ever, in their Black Hawk attack helicopters. After receiving the order, they immediately disregarded the terrifying blizzard. The propellers spin, keeping even a blizzard at bay. Then, under the shocked gazes of the few survivors. Holy crap, look! Brother Mo even has a helicopter? Damn, it's real! I thought it was just for show! At this moment, Chen Wushhuang's shelter was less than 50 meters away from Chen Mo. Seeing such a huge thing take off, I was completely stunned. Is this frozen plane really that advanced now? But Black Hawk didn't care about any of that. It just roared and took off quickly with its propellers spinning. Braving the white blizzard, they immediately set off towards their destination, 880 kilometers away. As for Chen Mo, nothing was wasted, he said to Chen Wushhuang. Keep selling and stockpile charcoal coins. Anyway, the city ruins are right next door. Perfect timing. We can sell out the entire city ruins in these 7 days without losing out. Good. Chen Wushhuang immediately perked up when he heard about selling goods. What she loves most is making money. Although we were almost wiped out in the last wave. But at least there are still 20 elites left. So Chen Wushhuang immediately notified his underlings to continue selling goods. No problem, Sister Chen. We'll arrange it right away. Right. These people were all old hands at this, and upon hearing this, they all got busy. Oh, right. However, Chen Wushhuang added over the walkie-talkie. Don't forget to ask the exchange if anyone has any large machinery, especially subway or train equipment, and keep an eye out for Brother Mo. Oh? It has to be said that Chen Mo, upon hearing this, also overestimated this beautiful female CEO who was only wearing a black suspender dress, with her hair slightly messy and beautiful. She was clearly exhausted from fighting all night, and looked a bit lazy. Well, at least you knew to keep an eye out for me. That's right, subways, trains, high-speed rail, damn it, this thing is activated. They created a devastating weapon right there on the frozen plains. Like a magic drill. Invincible. Therefore, he was very satisfied with Chen Wushhuang's quick wit. Seeing this, Chen Wushhuang chuckled and stuck out her tongue in a rare, adorable way. That's a must. I'm an expert at reading people's expressions and demeanor. And they weren't being ambiguous on the other side either. Upon hearing the boss's instructions, he immediately gave his assurance. Just you wait and see, if we run into them, I'll just pull them back. Yes, not only subways and trains, but also high-speed trains should be reported. And so, after a busy half-day, inside the stock exchange, Chen Mo's various products have been restocked. They brought out everything from bread, sausages, compressed biscuits, canned goods, hot pot base, furniture, appliances, and even bedding, heaters, generators, and so on. Come on, you won't lose out, you won't be fooled. Everything's on clearance sale at rock-bottom prices. If you can think of it, we sell it here. However, Chen Mo's products were put back on the shelves. Inside the exchange, everyone was completely dumbfounded. No, this guy. Here we go again? It's minus 50 degrees Celsius here, and you're still selling it here. Where the hell did you get so many supplies? Chapter 56 A 100-Man Sword Squad? Everyone was completely baffled by Chen Mo's unconventional actions. You know, it's minus 50 degrees Celsius outside right now. Even going out is a problem. Almost everyone is now hoarding supplies in large quantities. But what about you? They're still selling it out? You robbed the city ruins. However, that's what I mean. There are still a large number of survivors. Hurry up and find Chen Mo to buy supplies. After all, they were so short of food. The rest is fine. Charcoal can be used to open treasure chests. Ordinary resources are fine too. But now, it's minus 50 degrees Celsius. The low temperature is terrifying. Even a simple cold or fever can be fatal. So, besides food, medicine is the most abundant item. Chen Wushhuang's team also took the opportunity to raise prices. 1 ibuprofen tablet can be sold for 10 charcoal coins. Damn it, you're robbing me! Some people saw the price and immediately complained. Damn it. 10 charcoal coins for 1 piece. That price is going to kill me. But Chen Wushhuang's henchman's answer was equally clear. Dude, it's a scarce resource, there's nothing we can do. Have to. Although the man was in pain, he couldn't bear the fever. So, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and buy 2 pieces. And so, just like that, it only took one morning. Chinemo has shipped out another 500,000 charcoal coins. Such terrifying numbers. This made other businessmen question their own existence. It's important to know that there are now only about 200,000 survivors left in the entire frozen plains. All the charcoal coins combined amount to only 20 or 30 million. But you're different. They took away 500,000 in just one day. Continue at this pace. It's likely that all the survivors of the entire frozen plain will have to work for you. So, that's how it happened. Some large shelters also couldn't sit still. Lone Wolf Base. It is now a level 8 sanctuary. The current number of people has reached over 200. It can be said that it is currently enjoying great popularity. It is also a permafrost plain, currently one of the top 20 large shelters. Where did this guy named Chinemo come from? I sat in the lobby of a luxurious sanctuary that resembled a villa estate. The lights are on here. It has large, soft sofas, making it feel like a villa. As a rape offender released from prison, he never dreamed that while serving his sentence, he would be transported to the frozen plains. He's become the eldest brother. Moreover, in just over 20 days, such a large force has been built. Beside him, a beautiful maid dressed in white was kneeling, serving him carefully, while taking a puff of her cigarette. This thing is a luxury even in the frozen plains. He blew a smoke ring. The lone wolf's only remaining eye revealed an expression of enjoyment. He even gave that beautiful woman a quick tap. Then he looked at his younger brother. Beside him, the henchman in the black down jacket glanced greedily at the beautiful, fair-skinned maid, who was once a famous female entrepreneur in City C, but now looked like a bitch. But she quickly looked away and said in a flattering tone, "Chinemo, we've already inquired. It seems to be a level 6 shelter, but it was just raided by Wu Di and his men a couple of days ago. It seems only about 20 people managed to escape. Wu Di and his men heard they seized over 500 tons of supplies." "Oh? 500 tons? Sure enough, upon hearing this number, even Lone Wolf paused in his stroking of the maid. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. Although I know these businessmen are very rich, I never expected it to be this good. Even he was somewhat tempted. If we can rob this guy named Chinemo of some money, we probably won't have to worry for months. As he muttered to himself, he unconsciously tightened his grip. Eek. The maid winced in pain and couldn't help but groan. Just as I was pondering this, suddenly, here, he saw an invitation to enter the conference room, and the inviter was Wu Di. Wu Di? Lone Wolf was taken aback when he saw this person, somewhat puzzled. What does this kid want from me? However, he was a well-known businessman on the frozen plains. He paused for a moment, but still chose to go in. Upon entering, they saw that besides Wu Di, there were 5 or 6 other businessmen inside. A meeting is in progress right now. They saw the lone wolf come in. The businessmen immediately started talking all at once. The lone wolf is here. Brother Wolf. As soon as Lone Wolf entered, he asked, "What do you mean by this?" "Oh, it's nothing," Wu Di chuckled and said. "Brother Wolf, we brought you here because we have a business deal we'd like to do with you." "A transaction?" The Lone Wolf paused upon hearing this. "That's right." Wu Di didn't hide anything and laughed. "You've probably seen what's going on inside the exchange. A merchant named Chinemo is dumping a lot of goods. I wonder if you'd be interested in robbing them? I think this would provide us with enough supplies for several months." "Heh, is that so?" Lone Wolf never expected that this kid would contact him about this. However, he's not stupid. "Kid, you didn't just call me here to share good news, did you?" Wu Di didn't expect Lone Wolf to figure it out so quickly. Certainly, he didn't intend to rob Chinemo again. Instead, they wanted to protect themselves. Because he knew very well that last time, he had joined forces with more than a dozen merchants to rob Chinemo of his supplies. They didn't exterminate them completely. As a result, that very evening, Jianglong, Wanhai, and 3 other shelters were wiped out. Even a fool could figure that out. It must have been Chen Mo who did it. And that's not the main point. The key point is that those are 3 level 6 shelters. In just one night, more than 200 people were wiped out. Aside from Chen Mo, no one else would risk offending the Merchants Alliance like this. But here's the problem. He can easily take down more than 200 people. This is enough to show how many men and weapons Chen Mo has. Jianglong is gone. They definitely can hold on either. So after some discussion, they decided to use Chen Mo's supplies as leverage to ask those large shelter bases to intervene. The Exploding Sky Gang and Dark Knight Rose are probably people we can't get involved with. But the Lone Wolf Base, or Sirius, is fine. Lone Wolf Base, in particular, is notorious for plundering other mobile bases for a living. Although the main base only has more than 200 people, these can be considered as 3 auxiliary bases. That's enough to reach 500 people. Therefore, they wanted to ask Lone Wolf to take action. Kill Chen Mo. But the Lone Wolf isn't stupid. Why would he share something good with himself? Hee. A cold smile appeared on his face. You can't handle Chen Mo, so you want me to take action, right? Ha! Being exposed was within Woody's expectations, but he still pretended to be surprised and exclaimed. As expected of Brother Wolf, you saw through me at a glance. I won't hide it from you anymore, it's true. This Chen Mo is no ordinary person. Yesterday, Jianglong, Wanhai, and their 3 bases were wiped out. I suspect it's related to Chen Mo. Keep in mind, that's over 200 people. As you know, we are just merchants, and our combat strength is not that strong. But someone who can swallow up 3 level 6 shelters in one night is definitely not simple, and is not someone we can deal with. So we thought about it a lot. After a pause, Woody looked up and said, Only you, Brother Wolf, can handle this. That's true. A single compliment was enough to make Lone Wolf show an expression of enjoyment. That's right. I am a level 8 sanctuary. Let's set aside the toughness of the shelter base. When encountering opponents below level 7, it's basically a complete rout. He claimed that he had already assembled a squadron of archers of about 80 men, and a squadron of 100 men, fully armed and equipped with finely crafted broadswords. There are also more than a dozen flintlock muskets. There's only one team. To put it simply, it's a frozen plain dominated by cold weapons. Few are his rivals. Not to mention a mere Chen Mo. Chapter 57 The Raging Transformer, Black Hawk. But he's not stupid, would he help? We need to show some sincerity. So Lone Wolf patted his armrest and asked calmly, What's in it for me to help you? Certainly. Woody naturally knew what Lone Wolf wanted. So he immediately said it. As long as Brother Wolf is willing to help destroy Chen Mo's shelter, we'll split the supplies 50-50ths. After all, the Lone Wolf base has over 200 people. We also have 300 or 400 people on our side. He felt that a 50-50 split was just right. No! But to everyone's surprise, Lone Wolf shook his head without even thinking. 2-8. What? Upon hearing this, one of the businessmen was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Damn, Brother Wolf, you're 2 and we're 8? That's not right, how about 4 and 6? Fuck you! Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf went berserk and kicked the chair next to him away. If it weren't for the system in between. He kicked the bastard to death, but still menacingly approached the blue system interface. I said I'm number 8, you're number 2. What? Sure enough, the merchants were not satisfied with these words. This is way too much. Exactly. We have 7 shelters, and you only have 2? At the very least, you should give us 40%. Oh shit. But Lone Wolf also had a fiery temper, and upon hearing this, he sneered. If you don't want to, then get out of here now. I'll see who else can handle Chen Mo besides me. He got angry as soon as he saw the Lone Wolf. Everyone else immediately shut up. Finally, Woody spoke up, chuckling as he said, "Brother Wolf, don't be angry. 2.8 is fine, I think it's perfectly reasonable." "Hey, Woody!" Some of the others were displeased upon hearing this. But before he could speak, Woody interrupted him. "All right, we'll listen to Wolf." "Oh well." Upon hearing this, everyone finally agreed, albeit reluctantly. Upon seeing this, Lone Wolf revealed a cruel smile. "Then it's settled. Go find Chinmo's coordinates. Let me know when you find them, and I'll take care of it." "Good." Woody chuckled. Immediately agreed. And after it's over, Woody sat in a fairly luxurious hall, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and close his eyes to rest. The younger brother watched the whole thing. Looking at the refined-looking man in a black suit and chrome hearts glasses, he couldn't help but say, "Brother D, are you really going to give me 80%? 80%? But to everyone's surprise, Woody opened his sharp eyes and glanced at his younger brother upon hearing this. "What the hell is going on? How much does it cover? Let's deal with Chenemo first. Chenemo will not die. He can't sleep well. What if, like Shanlong, I get caught in the middle of the night?" However, having a lone wolf base does offer some relief. Of course, Chenemo didn't know about this yet. But even if I knew, I wouldn't care. A flintlock musket? Let's see if you can withstand my Gatling gun first, then we can talk about the Decepticons. At this moment, he was already in command of Black Hawk. They headed towards the abandoned shelter. Because of the snowstorm, it is easy to get lost. Even at a distance of 880 kilometers, it took the Black Hawk nearly 3 hours to pinpoint the location. "Found it!" Rumble. From afar, the Black Eagle could see it amidst the raging blizzard. A damaged level 4 shelter is on the verge of collapse. Rumble. The enormous propeller stirred up the raging wind and snow as they moved closer to that direction. Little did they know, 7 or 8 survivors had already arrived at this place. And they are searching for supplies. We finally found an abandoned level 4 shelter. Very good! Braving the blizzard, they were almost suffering from hypothermia, much to the delight of the girl in charge. He hurriedly said, "Let's hurry over there, there's an abandoned shelter here." Because it was unclaimed, although there was no stove, at least it could provide shelter from the wind and rain. It's much better than being exposed to temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius. Besides, they also carried equipment with them, including generators and heaters. So, hurry up and go inside. Without any hesitation, 7 or 8 people filed in. The door was closed. Bang! Although it's abandoned, I could still feel a sense of warmth. This relieved them. Thank goodness there's an abandoned shelter here, otherwise we'd all freeze to death. Yes. The girl in the lead didn't dare take off her hat. She first checked the place and found that it was about 160 square meters, and there was also an attic on top. They were from a nearby level 4 shelter, and because they didn't have many supplies, they risked coming out to search. As a result, they encountered a snowstorm and lost their way. We can only stay here for now and communicate with the shelter to get the mobile base to come over. The generator was then started. They quickly took out the heater and a stove. Start a fire. As warmth arrives, a group of people were gathered around a fire in the middle. Their pale faces began to regain their color, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! But just then, the sharp-eyed girl spotted a box emitting a faint golden light in the corner. That is. The woman's eyes lit up, and she became excited. There's a golden treasure chest here. What? A golden treasure chest? Holy crap! These words were spoken. Everyone turned around and realized, wow, there really was a golden resource box in the corner. Their faces showed shock, followed by a mixture of elation and greed. I've been here for almost a month, and I've never seen a golden treasure chest in my life. Boss, with this golden treasure chest, we're going to be awesome. Let's open it and take a look. Good! Needless to say, the girls rushed over immediately. Carefully opened the golden resource box. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the weapon, Blizzard Crossbow, Orange, which fires blizzard bolts with incredible power, making it a defensive weapon for your sanctuary. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a level 6 gold building blueprint, gold, attribute, space warehouse. Gold increases storage space by 1,000 tons after use. This attribute improves as your shelter level increases. Congratulations! You have obtained 100 charcoal and 200 steel. As the items fell to the ground, the crowd that had gathered around was shocked. A middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim to the girl in surprise. Boss, it's a weapon! Holy crap, it's an orange weapon! With this, we probably won't be afraid of zombies anymore. Of course. However, before they could even get excited, the next second, boom! But then a muffled sound came from outside. The sound was a roar. Not good! The sudden sound made the girl's pretty face change. It's a zombie! Boom! The words had barely left his mouth when the gate, which had just been sealed, was suddenly smashed open. Immediately afterward, amidst the raging blizzard, a tyrant nearly 3 meters tall, clad in black armor, with grayish-brown skin and a bald head, walked in like a monster. Holy crap, it's a tyrant! It's a level 7 zombie tyrant! Upon seeing this, everyone's expression immediately changed. You know, damn it, they can't even handle a regular zombie on a normal day. Not to mention such a terrifying existence. This is a terrifying entity capable of easily destroying a level 6 shelter and housing 50 or 60 people. Boss, what do we do? The group of people were so frightened that they were forced back into a corner, their pupils trembling, not daring to even breathe. Quickly, find a way to get out of here. Without any hesitation, the girl grabbed the items from the golden resource box and tried to run away. Roar! But clearly, this level 7 zombie tyrant wouldn't give them that chance. Seeing the golden resource box being taken away, it roared and charged over like a boxing champion. Bang! The ground was shaking. He punched the wall. Wow! The girl reacted quickly, simply turning her head to dodge, only to be shocked to see the fist glide past her head and punch a huge hole in the shelter. What bad luck! Just when the girl thought she was doomed. Unexpectedly, the next second. Boom! But then, the shelter behind her was suddenly struck again, and a terrifying rumbling sound came from outside. Immediately afterwards, the once sturdy level 4 shelter was easily torn apart like paper. An even larger creature, nearly 12 meters tall, suddenly slammed down, its massive metal mechanical arm grabbing the level 7 zombie tyrant. Roar! The sudden appearance of the monster terrified the girl and her buddies. Damn it, where did this come from? What is this thing? Black Hawk didn't care about all that, he just wanted to kill the zombie tyrant first. Roar! That zombie tyrant still wants to resist. But with the support of Black Hawk's terrifying power, they had absolutely no power to resist. Then there was a loud bang. It actually crushed it. Holy crap! Upon seeing this, everyone's hearts pounded. For a moment, they felt as if they were witnessing death itself. How could such a creature exist in the second natural disaster? But there was no time to think. Because he killed the level 7 zombie tyrant and even got a golden item as a loot, Black Hawk grabbed it, and his crimson mechanical eyes fixed on the girl, uttering a furious shout. Where's the item? Where's the item? What? What is that? The girl was completely terrified. When she came to her senses, she was filled with horror and had no idea where this guy came from or what he wanted. Blueprints, hey, blueprints! Black Hawk is different from Big Bull and the others. Perhaps because of the war machine modification, this guy has an extremely volatile temper. At the slightest provocation, those mechanical eyes turned red. And he's not very bright. I need the blueprints. Give me back the blueprints you just saw. Drawing? The bewildered and terrified girl finally realized what was happening and quickly took it out of her inventory. Oh, you mean this level 6 gold building blueprint? Hey, that's it! Upon seeing the golden blueprints, Black Hawk's voice grew even more excited. He snatched it from the girl's hand. Immediately, to the astonishment of a group of people. Click, click, click. With a single leap, the sound of gears spinning rapidly filled the air. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a black-armed helicopter. Rumble. The giant propeller churned up a group of people in the snowy, white world of a blizzard, almost freezing them to death. Then, braving the blizzard, it actually flew straight away. Let's go, let's go! 7 or 8 survivors were left standing there, stunned and unable to come to their senses for a long time. After a long while, the girl gazed in the direction the Black Hawk had left. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Are there such terrifying creatures in this second catastrophe on the frozen plains? She thought it was a creature from the tundra. Chapter 58 upgrades the level 6 shelter to 32 spark sources. I'm a bit confused, what's this guy doing here? Was it all just for the blueprints? Fortunately, the girl quickly came to her senses, and when she saw the blizzard crossbow in her backpack, her pretty face lit up with ecstasy. Fortunately, we still have such a powerful weapon left behind. Although it may not be able to deal with the tyrant. But with him, it could easily elevate the shelter to several levels. Luckily, this guy isn't very bright. The girl felt somewhat relieved. Meanwhile, Black Hawk, having obtained the blueprints, was still feeling quite pleased with himself on his way back. Haha, I didn't expect my first mission to be so easy. Looking at the blueprints clutched tightly in my hand, it was very pleased with itself, and let out a cacophony of villainous mechanical laughter. If the boss finds out, he'll definitely praise me. As he spoke, he made the propeller spin even faster. An hour later. Because we knew the coordinates, we were able to get back very quickly. As soon as it landed. Rumble. It stirred up a massive, raging blizzard. Wow, look! Who's back? Our great hero! Over there, seeing Black Hawk return, Big Bull didn't forget to transform into a transformer with a series of strange noises. Such harsh weather had absolutely no effect on them. As if walking on flat ground. Inside the small wooden cabin, the survivors were filled with envy. Look, they're acting like nothing happened. Nonsense! A middle-aged heavy smoker peered out the window, following a group of people, and exhaled a smoke ring, remarking, "They're not human." Of course, none of them paid any attention. If I heard that, I would definitely give that old man a good fight. But now, Black Hawk was still excited. As soon as it landed. Rumble, crack. Instantly it transformed into a colossal creature, 12 meters tall, with a jet-black body and a mysterious metallic skeleton. And it emitted an excited, respectful, villainous, mechanically fanatical voice. Hey boss, I'm back! As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and Chen-Mo, dressed in a thick down jacket, walked out. Seeing the fanatical expression on Black Hawk's face, I was speechless. Why? That kid's so single-minded. I asked you to bring the architectural blueprints, and all you brought was one blueprint? Because he had just seen the whole thing through Black Hawk's perspective. I should have been watching the whole thing. However, he also wanted to see what would happen if everyone did it themselves. The result was unexpected. The first thing. We found one who's very stubborn. I'm asking you to bring the architectural blueprints, but that doesn't mean you can't bring other things along, understand? Like, for example, the blizzard crossbow. Sure enough, Black Hawk was stunned when he heard this. Boss, you didn't say you wanted the blizzard repeating crossbow. Do I even need to say that? Chen-Mo was so angry he laughed. Isn't this common sense? However, although Black Hawk wasn't very bright, he was extremely loyal. Upon hearing this, he immediately got up and went to retrieve it. I'll go again. All right. But Chin-mo quickly stopped him when he saw this. Putting aside the fact that it takes more than an hour to get there and 3 hours to go, the round trip takes a total of 10 hours. Is the person still there? However, it's just a blizzard crossbow, so it won't have much of an impact on me. Let's give it to the other survivors. But I still gave a reminder. Next time you need something done, be a little more quick-witted. If I ask you to bring something, you can also bring along any other good stuff. Understood, boss. Black Hawk learned something new and immediately nodded enthusiastically. All right. Chin-mo was somewhat helpless with him, and simply waved his hand. Go and rest first. After letting Black Hawk down, Chin-mo picked up the blueprint and checked its properties. The gold-level item I discovered this time is the Space Backpack. Space Warehouse, gold currently holds 1,000 tons of space. Time stands still, food won't rot. Expands as the shelter's level increases. It's a spatial warehouse. Chin-mo's eyes flickered. Not bad. What I lack most now is no longer equipment, or weapons. Or perhaps durability or something. What's actually most lacking is storage space. You have to understand these days, you can't even fit everything into a city's ruins. You have to sell them first, and you might even have to stay for a while. But what if we had this space warehouse, and it started with 1,000 tons? If you upgrade it to level 6, that's a 32,000-ton space warehouse. What does that mean? It's like carrying a large warehouse with you. No more worrying about where to store supplies. Most importantly, time stands still, so it won't expire. Good! With this in mind, Chin-mo did not hesitate and immediately chose to upgrade. Bite. Because he doesn't lack building materials, he just needs some high-grade architectural blueprints. So, after obtaining the blueprints and materials, he made his selections. Then a pleasant notification sound rang out again. Congratulations on upgrading your shelter to level 6. Current spark source level 6. Spark quantity 16 to 32. Current storm Gatling turret, quantity 8 to 16. Shelter gold attribute, repair, gold current repair speed increased to 32/s. Current shelter features titanium alloy metal walls, 20 to 40 centimeters thick. Titanium alloy metal gate, thickness, 40 centimeters. Entry, nuclear power supply unit, current level 6. Current power generation, 8,000/H, comparable to a medium to large power plant. Entry, space warehouse, current level 6, current storage capacity 12,000 tons. After a series of prompts, Chin-mo saw himself in front of him. The shelter, originally 320 square meters, became 640 square meters after being enveloped in a golden light. Even the original 4 floors have been turned into 5 floors. The ceiling height reaches a staggering 15 meters. However, these are not the main points. The key point is, he discovered that the number of Gatling guns had also doubled, increasing from 8 to 16. And the number of tinder has also increased from 16 to 32. What does that mean? This means I can have 32 transformers. At present, it's just a matter of vehicle selection. Moreover, a system notification appeared in front of him. Ding! You have reached level 6. Would you like to upgrade your shelter? You have 1 upgrade opportunity for each level you gain. Yes! Without any hesitation, Chin-mo immediately chose to modify it after regaining his senses. After all, its current size still needs to be modified to be more suitable for land cruising. As he made his choice, a 3D model of the shelter appeared in front of him the next second. With just a simple thought, Chin-mo transformed the original 10-meter wide mobile base into a 15-meter wide one. The original length of 30 meters was changed to 42 meters. That's equivalent to the length of a small cruise ship. The first floor is still used as a garage. The second floor, on the other hand, has been upgraded to 320 square meters and is used as a resting place. The third floor, which is 160 square meters, was converted into a training room. After all, in the apocalypse, we can't rely solely on the Decepticons. We also need to improve our own strength. It's essential for daily training. The 4th floor, which is 80 square meters, is used as a resting place. The 5th floor, 40 square meters, is still used for reconnaissance and observation. As for the 16 Gatling guns, because of the increased length, he raised the 3 units on both sides to 6 units, and the front and back units to 2 units. That makes 16 Gatling guns, just right. Not bad. After examining the architectural plans, Chinemo realized that it had become a truly imposing mobile fortress. And as their choice is made, buzz! The next second, a dazzling golden light flashed in front of him. Then I saw the once quiet shelter. In every aspect of his physique, he immediately doubled in size. That ridiculous height! In addition, it has a massive steel body that is 42 meters long and 15 meters wide. It's practically a mobile fortress. And, at this moment, looking at such a colossal and imposing creature, a bold idea popped into Chinmo's mind. Now, this base is made entirely of titanium alloy and even has a driving mode, so theoretically it should be considered a vehicle. What if I turn this thing into a transformer too? TSK. Wouldn't that just mean another Cybertronian behemoth? Chapter 59 The Diamond Demon is coming? However, it hasn't had a chance to be modified yet. The next second, a deafening roar echoed across the entire frozen plain, causing many survivors to lose their footing. What's going on? Holy crap, is this another earthquake? Damn it, where did this earthquake come from on this frozen plain? Immediately afterwards, then another cold, mechanical notification sound rang out. Ding! The ruins of Shanghai have arrived. They will officially open tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. All survivors, please take note. This is a great opportunity to collect supplies and secure your survival. Upon hearing this, Chinemo was startled, and his expression turned strange. No way. Urban ruins of Shanghai can appear on a frozen plain? Not to mention anyone else. At this moment, the entire regional channel exploded. What? Holy crap, the ruins of Shanghai? Holy crap, is this for real? They've even taken over Shanghai? Didn't the entire city see teleport? How did this demon city come about? Could it be that the whole world has fallen? Everyone was filled with doubt and surprise, because at the beginning, everyone thought that Sea City had been teleported. But now you're telling me that even Shanghai has become a ruin. Doesn't that mean that people in Shanghai are also living on a frozen plain? But then a problem arose. If the survivors from Shanghai are also here, then why have we never seen them? Could it be in another area? Some speculated. After all, everyone's name still starts with C. What if there are also ABCD? But soon, a group of people stopped caring about that and instead became excited. Why? Shanghai. That's a world-renowned, top-tier metropolis. Damn it, who cares if there are any survivors from Shanghai? Just the discovery of this Shanghai ruin alone must have hidden an incredible amount of resources and modern industrial products. With these, how could you possibly not survive on the frozen plains? So, almost everyone got excited after seeing this marked red coordinate. Some large shelters didn't hesitate. They started up the massive mobile fortress, and drove it rumble towards the coordinates of the Shanghai ruins. While driving, he didn't forget to shout on the regional channel. Haha, this city is mine now! Who dares to challenge me? Sirius will slaughter them all! But this won't work on other shelters. Just kidding. The coordinates of the city ruins were not released before, and they couldn't be found in the vast permafrost plain. But now, we have the ruins of this city, and it's even in Shanghai. This is a great opportunity for them to reintegrate into modern society. I never want to be a savage again. Even if you're the president of a country, I'll have to go toe-to-toe with you. No problem, charge! In an instant, countless people rushed towards the coordinates of the Shanghai ruins. At this moment, Li Muyao, Chen Wushuang, and the other women also ran out. "Boss, did you hear that? The city ruins have arrived. And it's in Shanghai. How about we go for it?" Upon arrival, Chen Wushhuang's pretty face turned slightly red with excitement. "You know, that's Shanghai. It is one of the top first-tier cities in the world. Whether in terms of supplies or other aspects, they are absolutely far ahead. And most importantly, the supplies inside are comprehensive. Even if it becomes a ruined city, as long as we seize the opportunity, we can take it down. We could have jumped directly from the Stone Age to the Industrial Age," Chen Wushhuang said excitedly. "Let's do it. Of course we have to." Needless to say, Chen Mo also planned to set off to take a look. "Because of my location, I am about 500 kilometers away from the coordinates of the Shanghai city ruins. If the shelter accelerates at full speed, it will only take a dozen or so hours at most. It's entirely possible to do it before it even starts." However, their ideas differed from theirs. Chen Mo's goal was not supplies. "It's a vehicle. Because I still have more than 20 sparks of energy that I haven't used yet. There are more than 20 Decepticons here. It wasn't used before because there wasn't a suitable vehicle. There are too many supercars. He needs something special. Do you think that since it's Shanghai, there will be big things like subways and high-speed rail?" So, after a pause, Chen Mo turned to look at Chen Wushhuang and suddenly asked a question. But just this one sentence made Chen Wushhuang's pretty face freeze for a moment, and then she was startled. He immediately understood what Chen Mo meant. "Wow." She couldn't help but show a shocked expression. "Boss, you're not thinking of building a subway, are you?" "That's right," Chen Mo smiled. "That's exactly what he meant. For the subway, let's build a diamond-encrusted subway. Let's go crazy on the frozen plains. What are you afraid of, zombies? So, let's do it. It's not far, let's set off right away." Chen Mo immediately arranged for everyone to enter the mobile base and prepare to depart. However, before leaving, he did not forget this city center ruin. So they arranged for Chen Wushhuang's underlings to continue selling goods here. Moreover, for safety reasons, he will also leave the diggers, the big pillar, the Corvette, the Aston Martin, and the Lamborghini here. We're setting off with only Black Hawk, Bull, and Dragon. You lot, stay here and continue shipping. Anyone who tries to take over here, kill them all. Understood, Creator. Rest assured, there will be no intruders here." Then the large pillar that received the command emitted a magnetic mechanical sound that seemed to come from the depths of the starry sky. Very good." After leaving behind 4 big guys, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction before getting into the driver's seat and waving his hand. "Set off." "Yes." At Chen Mo's command, the 4 women excitedly rushed into the cockpit. Rumble. The moment the driving mode was activated, the previously quiet, 40-meter-long steel behemoth began to roar and rise from the ground, its tracks reaching a height of 8 meters and a length of about 35 meters. It then emitted a harsh, dull sound. On the vast frozen plain, it was as if walking on flat ground. The instant the furnace completely evaporated. Boom! They started driving away in a grand procession at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Wow! This made the 4 women sitting in the cockpit extremely excited. "It's so much fun to drive! This feeling is amazing!" Seeing the changing scenery before them, the girls were all overjoyed. However, due to the long distance, it is about 500 kilometers. So even if we drive at 30 kilometers per hour, we probably won't get there until tomorrow morning. Therefore, they took turns driving on the road. And so, they drove from day to night. As night falls, the temperature drops even further. Occasionally you can also see some small level 4 and level 5 mobile bases. Rumble. When they saw the Cosmic Emperor, like a mechanical behemoth in the darkness, rolling in like a dark mass, they were all stunned. "Holy crap, this is a level 6 shelter! Wow, that's amazing!" It's important to know that in today's frozen plains, levels 7, 8, and 9 are the most common. But this LV6 model is made entirely of titanium alloy. It was so thick and heavy that its surface was covered with a layer of frost because of the extremely low temperature, making it look like a Titan base from outer space. I've never seen anything like it before. Especially the one above. Holy crap! There's an armed helicopter too? Someone discovered a Black Hawk helicopter parked behind the 5th floor. I thought I was seeing things. One of the female survivors couldn't help but rub her eyes. Where did the helicopter come from on the frozen plain? Let's style it! Chapter 60 Star Alliance, the terror of the Level 9 mobile base. They thought it was fake. After all, this is a frozen plain, there's no way there could be armed helicopters here. Jianming, who was driving, didn't care about any of that and stepped on the gas. Rumble. The enormous steel behemoth headed towards the ruins of the demon city. Moreover, as they get closer and closer, we then noticed that there were more mobile shelters around. Along the way, there are all sorts of shelters. It has a normal base fortress design, as well as a villa design. Like a mobile villa, the tracks underneath don't move very fast, only 10 kilometers per hour. Some are not large, only level 4, which is about 160 square meters and about 16 meters long. But there are also large ones. For example, level 5, level 6. It's similar to what Chinemo is doing. With a rumble, they were also heading towards the ruins of the demon city. After all, this place is just too attractive. Just make something up. That way, we could escape the torment of the primitive Stone Age. But they're not stupid. Although, level 5 and level 6 are not bad on the frozen plains. But in reality it's comparable to those top-tier ones, such as level 8 and level 9. That's far from it. There's a difference of 3 to 4 times. If we really encounter those people, especially those from Sirius or the Lone Wolf base, there will definitely be no hope, and we might even be killed on the spot. So, in order to get a share of the profits from the ruins in Shanghai, they chose to cooperate with each other. 1 level 6 and 2 level SIXS are no match for your sky-bombing gang, Dark Knight Rose, and Sirius. But what if there are 5 or 6? So, that's their goal. We must cooperate for the sake of resources. We, the Common People's Alliance, will leap forward and become a new proletarian organization. There were about 5 mobile bases speeding across the frozen plains, making a spectacular rumble. There were nearly 300 people. They were very excited. With these people, we can at least hold our own against those from Sirius. However, that's not enough. They need more. Therefore, they were absorbing other survivor bases along the way. They even target small mobile bases like level 4 and level 3. And he gave himself a very special name. It is called the People's Alliance. It means having no background or powerful connections. It's all up to me. As long as we cooperate, we will definitely have a share of the supplies at the Shanghai ruins. Going it alone is hopeless. We must unite to fight against those hegemonic organizations, Sirius, the Sky-Bombing Gang, and Dark Knight Rose. Some people on the street kept promoting and hyping things up. We're still hiring within the regional channel. Expand the alliance. Just then, a leading mobile base also spotted Shinmo's group. Rumbling sounds filled the night, and frost covered the titanium alloy base, making it look eerie, like a steel beast in the darkness. Holy crap, look! There's another level 6 shelter over there. Many of them were shocked by this steel beast. Hiss, is this a level 6 shelter? The leader was a woman wearing black leather armor, revealing her long, snow-white legs, and wearing a mask. She had a captivating figure and was very alluring. A look of shock flashed across her beautiful eyes. But then, something extraordinary flashed. This shelter organization must be something special. She's already thinking about recruiting them. Li Jinwen directed the survivors, who were driving, to approach the shelter, hoping to discuss cooperation. In fact, it's not just the Common People's Alliance. Other alliances have also taken notice of Chinmo, this lone, steel beast. It can develop to this level at level 6, comparable to the building materials of level 8 and level 9. It's definitely not simple. A conflict is very likely to occur at the ruins in Shanghai. But if we could secure a partnership with such a level 6 mobile base, that would definitely increase our chances of winning. So, many people started greeting Chinmo. A mobile base was located near Chinmo's location. A young man peeked out and saw that the driver was a very beautiful, sexy young woman. Signaling Chinmo to lower the window of the shelter's cockpit. Jianming was driving, and upon seeing this, she immediately looked to Chinmo for instructions. Brother Mo! After receiving Chinmo's nod, she only dropped a small piece of glass. Upon seeing this, the man was also stunned by Jianming's beauty, especially since she was wearing a long halter dress and had a perfect figure. Such a woman was truly a rare beauty. But since he's driving, he's definitely not the boss. And indeed it was. His gaze shifted, and he saw Chinmo. He hurriedly shouted. Hey bro, interested in joining our Frozen Earth Alliance? The Frozen Soil Alliance is currently recruiting in large numbers. If we cooperate, we can take over the supplies from the Shanghai ruins. Even a level 6 individual wouldn't have the strength to get a share of the spoils. But Chinmo wasn't interested. Let Jianming continue forward. But the man was not giving up. Seeing this, he quickly said, Hey bro, don't go! We have great benefits here. Level 6 can get 1,000 pieces of charcoal every week, and we can also replenish our troops. Right now, the entire Shanghai ruins are about to be divided up by those big shots. We ordinary survivors must cooperate if we want a share of the spoils. Without 300 to 500 people, there's simply no chance of getting a table. He still has something to say. Rumble. But then, a dull, loud thud came from behind. The commotion made many people instinctively turn around. It's better not to look back. Turning around, I saw an enormous behemoth, hundreds of meters long, rumbling toward me. He's so tall, almost 24 meters tall. And a walking, moving behemoth. Wherever it passed, the earth shook violently. Holy crap, it's a level 9 sanctuary, it's from the Star Alliance. Someone recognized the mobile base and was horrified. Damn it. This is currently one of the most advanced mobile bases in the entire frozen plain. The top 10 terrorist alliances. I didn't expect them to come too. In particular, they saw a woman standing on the middle floor, on a separate floor, luxuriously decorated, wearing a pale yellow silk dress with long, snow-white legs that were partially visible. Yes. Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue, the young lady of the Star Alliance. Many people couldn't help but get excited after seeing such a beautiful woman. One has to admire it. As expected of the young lady of the Star Alliance, I heard she was originally the daughter of a big developer in RC City. I didn't expect her to still be living such a refined life even at this time. Of course. Her father is Lin Batian, a well-known big shot in our city C. I heard he only has one daughter. TSK, if his daughter takes a liking to him. Inheriting the Star Alliance would mean he could walk sideways in the frozen plains. Seeing such a terrifying, enormous shelter, many people couldn't help but sigh. That's why he's considered a top player. Even in the frozen plains, he can still reach the top. I wonder just how awesome Wang Zhatian of the Zhatian gang must be. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyue, though only on the middle floor, was still 12 meters high, giving her a commanding view of almost all the mobile bases on the frozen plain. Naturally, they also noticed Chinmo's steel beast not far away. Chapter 61 Arrival at the ruins of the demon capital. The conflict begins. With a flicker of her beautiful eyes, she conceived the idea of recruiting him. After all, the Star Alliance already has quite a few level 5 and level 6 sanctuaries joining. To be honest, compared to this steel beast made entirely of titanium alloy, it was a far cry from the steel beast before them. It's still not quite there. so she instructed her underlings to get closer. Yes. Rumble. Upon receiving the order, the driver immediately steered the terrifying mobile base toward this location. Boss! As Jianming piloted the mobile base, she noticed the enormous creature chasing after her. It's more than 3 times the size of my own shelter, she quickly said. A level 9 shelter has caught up. To be honest, Chinemo didn't care about these shelters at all. What's the use of being big? Can it withstand a single energy blast from a powerful opponent? However, he also wanted to see what this guy was up to, so he told Jianming to slow down. Boom! As the Star Alliance base drew near. Open the window. Then Lin Xingyue, wearing a down jacket, gestured to the frozen plains panel, meaning, agree. At that moment, a friend request appeared in front of Chinemo. Yes, Lin Xingyue. Upon seeing the name, Chinemo paused. I've sold things before. Clearly, Lin Xingyue, standing in the luxurious sanctuary with its large floor-to-ceiling windows, also noticed the other person's name. Chinemo. She looked surprised. Lin Xingyue. You're Chinemo? Chinemo looked her up and down, and thought, wow, she's pretty good-looking, with a great figure and a commanding presence. She's got a CEO vibe, but all he asked was, what's up? Arrogant as ever. Lin Xingyue never expected to run into Chinemo here. After all, he's been making quite a stir at the exchange these past few days. He's also bought things himself. So he didn't mind and just smiled. I never expected to run into you here. I even bought something from you before. What, you want to go to Shanghai too? Yes. Chinemo replied with a single word. Lin Xingyue thought highly of Chinemo. Although his shelter was only level 6, it was definitely much more powerful than the average level 7. So she invited him. Are you interested in joining our Star Alliance? I can give you autonomy. If you go to the ruins of Shanghai, you won't be able to survive there with just a level 6 shelter. As far as I know, Sirius, the Sky Bombing Gang, Dark Knight Rose, and Lone Wolf have all gone there, and each of them has at least 1,000 people. You, a level 6 lone scavenger, have no chance of getting anything out of this shelter. Follow our Star Alliance, and I can get you the supplies you want. But Chinemo smiled when faced with Lin Xingyue's invitation. He just said it directly. Unnecessary. After saying that, he urged Jianming to speed up. Jianming, let's go. Okay. Although they were few in number, Jianming didn't take them seriously. Cut. So what if it's big? I'll have Dinhyo take it apart for you later. They want us to be their affiliated shelter? Dream on. And then, rumble. Jianming stepped on the gas, and the steel beast roared off. This move will affect not only the Star Alliance. Even other retail investors were dumbfounded. Holy crap, am I seeing things? This guy rejected the Star Alliance? They just drove off? That's incredibly arrogant. You have to understand, that's the Star Alliance. Many people want to get in but don't even have the qualifications. But now that you're qualified, you don't want it. Not to mention the survivors of the Star Alliance, who were furious when they saw Chinemo speeding away, with countless people watching. Holy crap, where the hell did this kid come from? He dares to refuse our CEO Lin? You're tired of living. Mr. Lin, just say the word, and I'll drive right now and run him over. The henchman piloting the mobile base said menacingly. That's right. Seeing this, the other shelters also wanted to directly attack Chinemo. Need not. Unexpectedly, Lin Xingyue was not angry at all when faced with Chinmo's temper. Instead, she raised her fair hand to stop him. Interesting. No one has ever dared to refuse me before. This Chinemo is the first one. You've successfully caught my attention. Lin Xingyue flashed a captivating smile, but her voice carried a hint of amusement. Let's go, let's get to the ruins of Shanghai first. Of course, she was glad that she hadn't provoked Chinemo. Otherwise, they might be torn to pieces by the Decepticons in no time. Big? What good is being big? On the frozen plains, you need to be able to fight. Are you really that good at fighting? Sorry, but we're nothing compared to the Decepticons. However, Chinemo had no intention of paying attention to them in the first place. His goal was the vehicles inside the ruins of Shanghai. So, after creating distance, rumble. Another night has passed. Finally, early the next morning, arrive! With a dull thud, Chinemo, who was still asleep, heard a loud crash. When I opened my eyes, I saw Jian Yao stretching and chuckling. They had already changed shifts twice during the night. Brother Mo, we've arrived! Oh? Is that so? Hearing this, Chinemo smiled. Yes, just get up. Once we reached the top floor, we looked down. They discovered that below the canyon lay another plain, and in the middle of that plain sat a massive city that stretched for 30 kilometers. The area was once bustling, but now, all the high-rise buildings have collapsed. It was in disarray, with ruins and broken walls everywhere. Even so, its damaged appearance is still remarkable. This also shows that this was once a very prosperous metropolis. And is this Shanghai? Chen Mo frowned slightly. Chen Wushwang walked over as well, glanced at the plain below the canyon, and shook his head, saying, It shouldn't be all of it, but rather a section of Shanghai. After all, Shanghai covers an area of over 6,000 square kilometers. Moreover, from this perspective, he had already seen many mobile bases rushing in. Furthermore, in some places within the area, fighting broke out over resources. This is mine, I found it first. Ha ha ha, it's Golden Leaf. Great! I can finally smoke again. Inside the ruins, beneath the collapsed building, a group of people are fighting. Clearly, they arrived relatively early, or from nearby areas. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to arrive so quickly. But Chinemo wasn't interested in any of this. Let's go in and take a look. Chinemo left the shelter, leaving Black Hawk, Li Muyao, and Jian Yao to continue guarding it. He, Jian Meng, and Qin Wushwang then left the base, driving a Lamborghini, a powerful dragon. At a temperature of -50 degrees Celsius. It unleashed a furious, violent engine roar, followed by a stylish drift. They then headed towards the interior of the ruins of the Demon City. Along the way, Chinemo noticed that in addition to the damaged buildings, there were also fallen signs, including bus stops. Everything else is fairly clean and tidy. That's why we're talking about big cities. The ground was indeed clean. However, what I saw inside was also shocking. He discovered that this place was not just the ruins of a large city, but also contained many zombies frozen into ice sculptures. There are all sorts of poses on the street. Okay. Seeing this, even Chen Wushwang in the passenger seat gasped. Hiss, no wonder it's so quiet here, all the zombies are frozen solid. It's probably because the weather is too cold, and the zombies are too inactive, so they got frozen. He tried to take one down with the lightning bow. Bang! After discovering that it was broken, there was nothing there at all. This left him speechless. Damn it, frozen solid, not even resources are dropping anymore? This frozen plain is really something else. No wonder so many survivors were only concerned with looting. Nobody cares about these zombies. But since he didn't have any, he didn't care anymore. Continued driving towards the subway entrance. However, before they even reached the subway entrance, their car was blocked by a group of people. This is a crossroads, and the fighting is fierce. In the freezing cold of -50 degrees Celsius, once steel sticks to your skin, there's no way to remove it. A group of people were fighting over a few convenience stores. Clearly, it wasn't a large shelter. Otherwise, I wouldn't eat fly meat. Damn it, this 7-Eleven is Wangchang Sanctuary now. Ha ha, the hot pot restaurant is Luhang Sanctuary. A group of people finally managed to occupy their respective spots. Suddenly, I saw two supercars approaching. Someone immediately stopped them. Wow, holy crap, bro, that's impressive. You just got here and you've already got 2 supercars? The man's eyes lit up when he saw the Bugatti and Lamborghini, thinking that Chinemo had just stolen them from the ruins in Shanghai. However, it soon became a pity. Unfortunately, this is a frozen plain. This thing is just for show. The road is in terrible condition, and we can't walk for long. But he still enthusiastically said, Brother, want to join our shelter? Your car-stealing skills are amazing. You can even drive without a key. Our Luhong shelter needs someone like you. Chinemo. Chapter 62. Damn, the zombie headquarters is here. That's what I meant. What does it mean to steal? I'm taking it, so I'll take it openly and honestly. Get the hell out of my way. Therefore, Chinemo didn't stand on ceremony and said in a cold voice, Holy crap! This annoyed the survivor. Brother, I invited you to join, and you didn't want to join, fine, but why are you swearing at me? So what if I curse at you? But Chinemo sneered. Are you going to let me pass or not? You! The young man was furious, his face turning bright red, but he managed to hold it in. Damn it, fine, let's give way! Having said that, he ordered the group to make way. Oh? This scene stunned Chinemo. He was about to ask Dinyo to make a move, but unexpectedly, the other party made way. This was quite unexpected. However, he still snorted coldly. You're lucky you know what's good for you, otherwise I would have killed you in a heartbeat. That's all. With a roar, he stepped on the gas. The bull roared away with a deep, rumbling exhaust note. Damn it! They saw Chinemo, Jianming, and the other 2 drive away. The young man spat on the ground in anger and cursed. What's so great about it? It's just a stolen car. I'll steal one myself. All right. Just then, a middle-aged, proletarian construction worker walked over. He said irritably, Move our stuff first. We're almost at those big shelters. We don't want to lose everything and get wiped out too. Yes, yes, yes. Upon hearing this, the younger brother finally remembered. Lone Wolf Base, Sirius and the others are almost there. So he quickly called over a group of people. Brothers, hurry, hurry, hurry! Meanwhile, Chinemo, Jianming, and Qin Wushuang drove 2 supercars, weaving through the crowd. Soon, we found a subway station. The station was quite large and it even had, Line 2, written on it. Boss, there's one here. Seeing this, Qin Wushuang quickly reminded him. No need to say anything, I saw it too. Chinemo immediately commanded. Dinyo, Wei Long, charge in. Understood, boss. Upon receiving the order, the 2 supercars roared excitedly. Start the engine. He rushed straight down. This scene startled the people at Lu Hong's shelter, which was not far away. Holy crap! Where did this guy go? The vehicle is out of control. Even Lu Hong frowned upon seeing this, thinking that Chinemo had been in a car accident. Although the underling was a bit annoyed, he couldn't help but ask. Boss, should we go check on it? What if it gets run over and killed? Lu Hong thought for a moment before saying. Take a few men and go take a look. Good. Yi Xiaotian quickly nodded, then led his 2 henchmen over to check the situation. Little did they know, Chinemo had already finished. Moreover, there was even a backup power supply inside the subway station, making the surroundings very bright. 2 supercars drove recklessly inside the subway entrance. Even security checkpoints can be easily bypassed. We've finally arrived at the station. However, upon arriving here and getting out of the car, Chinemo was stunned for a moment. The ambient temperature is acceptable. It's about -30 degrees Celsius, but not as cold as outside. However, the protective measures on the subway tracks have been largely destroyed. And there doesn't seem to be a subway here, Brother Mo. Jianming, who also got off the bus, couldn't help but say something. That's normal. Qin Wushuang, dressed in black, walked over. Her exquisite figure was very graceful, and she made a melodious sound. This is neither the starting station nor the terminal station. It's just a normal subway entrance, so it's perfectly normal that no subway trains stop here. That's right. Chinemo nodded in agreement. Since it's not here. He then pointed to the end of the subway underground tracks. Then let's follow this line and see if we can find it. Good. The two women nodded. He immediately turned around and got into the car. Let's go through the inside. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chinemo gave instructions to Dinyo. No problem, boss. Upon hearing this, Dinyo and Wei Long roared with a deep, muffled shockwave. With a loud bang, it smashed through the guardrail. Then, following the railway tracks, they began their journey towards the final station. That pose was incredibly cool. It felt like it was skimming the ground, going at a 90-degree angle. If seen by other survivors, I will definitely say it. Holy crap, this guy's driving skills are amazing? However, it's clear that no one saw it. Moreover, because they were entering the railway area, it was pitch black all the way, and Chinemo needed to turn on the headlights. But looking at the rapidly changing scenery around me, he was also somewhat speechless. Can't you drive slower, you bastard? Aren't you afraid of crashing and killing people? Boss, got it. Upon hearing this, Dinyo chuckled and immediately reduced his speed from 200 yards to 80 yards. As the speed slowed down, it was also the first time he had ever seen underground railway tracks. The surrounding space isn't very large. It can only accommodate 2 subway cars side by side. Fortunately, there are occasional ventilation openings nearby. Prevent air loss. However, after driving for 3 or 4 kilometers, we've already passed 2 stations. I still haven't seen the subway. This made Chinemo question the meaning of life. Could it be that there are no subway vehicles at the very end? Something feels off. Boom! But just then, suddenly, as they rounded a bend, a person appeared in front of them, causing Chinmo's pupils to shrink sharply. Watch out, someone's there! But it was too late. The bull had no time to brake. Bang! The person was thrown directly into the air and crashed into the concrete wall of the subway tracks. It shattered everywhere. Dinyo, you've killed someone! Upon seeing this, Jian Meng screamed. Wrong! But as he braked suddenly, Chinemo realized something was wrong. Who came from here? I got off the bus and took a closer look. Good heavens! There lay a withered, rotting zombie on the ground, smashed to pieces, still trembling and moving unsteadily. 10 pieces of charcoal had fallen to the side. It's a fucking zombie! Seeing this, Chinemo was speechless, but he still picked up 10 pieces of charcoal. Put it in your backpack. Then he made a hand gesture to the 2 women. It's all right, it's just a zombie. Upon seeing this, Chin Wishwang hurriedly ran over and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the thing on the ground. However, a problem has arisen. How can there still be zombies that can move around here? These words served as a wake-up call for Chinemo, who subconsciously looked towards the subway tracks, at their dark and gloomy end. Yeah! How come there are still zombies here that haven't been frozen? Logically speaking, shouldn't they all have turned into popsicles? Could it be? Chinemo suddenly realized something, and his expression changed slightly. That's only part of it. The majority of the zombies are in this warmer area? Really? Roar! No sooner had he finished speaking than the unseen roars of zombies echoed from the subway tracks once more. Immediately afterwards, another zombie staggered out from the end of the railway tracks. Then, the second one, the third one. Soon, they appeared in groups of 3 or 5. They strolled over, and upon seeing Chinemo, Jianming, and Chen Wishwang, their originally lifeless gray-brown eyes suddenly shone with a human-like brilliance, and they excitedly began to speed up. They're rushing this way. Grass! Upon seeing this, Chinemo burst into a tirade of curses. Damn it, the zombie stronghold is here! Chapter 63 The Subway, finally found. That's right, it's the zombie stronghold. It's too cold on the ruins of Shanghai. In order to survive, the zombies will definitely choose to go to places with higher temperatures. And this subway track is the best choice. No wonder there weren't many zombies up there, they were all down there. As more and more zombies gathered, Chen Mo finally understood the reason. What do we do, boss? They're coming! This was the first time Chen Wushang had ever seen such a scene. There were so many zombies around, at least dozens, and they were still surging in one after another. They also discovered Chen Mo and his group. His previously listless appearance transformed into one of bloodthirsty excitement, as if he had just seen a feast. It began to roar, increased its speed, and charged forward. Quick, get in the car, let's go! But this time Chen Mo didn't retreat. Instead, he smiled coldly. Perfect, he was still missing some entries. This wave wiped out quite a few. We hope to improve our skills further. So he immediately got into the car and ordered Din Yo and Wei Long to force their way out. Understood, boss. Needless to say, Din Yo and Wei Long were already eager to try. After the three got into the car. Boom! Then Veyron took the lead. The blue Bugatti didn't transform. Instead, it transformed directly from the roof into a laser cannon. Bayubayubia! Without any hesitation, they rushed over at the same time. The laser cannon fires at high speed. They immediately riddled the zombies that pounced on them with bullets. Then boom boom, a series of muffled air currents roared. Wei Long charged straight towards the end. Keep charging forward, bro! Chen Wushang knew how terrifying these mechanical life forms were. But you can only gaze at the dark end of the subway tracks. His face was still pale, and he instinctively gripped the handrail tightly. There might be even more zombies ahead! But Chen Mo remained calm. We've come this far, there's no reason to back down. Maybe we can push forward a little further. You'll be able to find a subway vehicle then. Therefore. Superior! Chen Mo gave the order. Boom! Then, the bull roared with a deep, rumbling sound. Following closely behind. A hunt has begun on the subway tracks. Wherever it went, all the zombies were instantly reduced to a bloody mist. Various items were also occasionally exploding out of the ground. Chen Mo didn't have time to look at it at all. He accepted everything without question. The benefit of upgrading to level 5 is that it adds automatic item pickup. Even if there's no shelter nearby, as long as there's space in your backpack. It can automatically pick up all the words and resources that you have destroyed or opened in the vicinity. Then, all the way, boom boom boom, charged recklessly. Din Yo and Wei Long wiped out almost all the zombies in one go. This also stunned the zombies. Because they hadn't eaten fresh flesh and blood for a long time. I thought I'd finally get to eat a few bites properly this time. But I never expected this. The enemy's firepower is so strong. Before they even got close, their zombie buddy was riddled with bullets. This caused the previously excited zombies to panic when they saw their comrades fall. Roar! They let out a terrified roar. They're trying to run away. But the dragon was simply too fast. And while charging, they fired cannons and made strange, ear-piercing mechanical noises. Haha, come on, all of you stay here. Today I'm going to turn you all into sieves. No, I'm going to turn you all into a bloody mist. Boom, boom, boom. One shot after another. To Chen Wushang's surprise, the zombies actually ran away first, their arrogance gone, as if they were afraid of being killed if they were too slow. And there are several level 3 monsters that are still roaring to the sky. It seems to be saying, Brothers, these guys are coming. Run! Let the elderly and children go first. Roar! Then, a group of child zombies and old man zombies actually began to retreat. But it's too cramped here. The zombies couldn't escape at all. Instead, due to the increasing crowding, some zombies fell down in the collisions and were trampled into pieces by their companions. Seeing this, the leading level 3 zombies became even more anxious. he shouted as he directed traffic. And there was also a level 3 zombie trying to cover their retreat and block their way. Then, his gray-brown eyes fixed on the dragon, and he suddenly roared, his muscular physique quite eye-catching, as if he wanted to take on the supercar head-on. But we haven't gotten close yet. Go to hell! Without even dodging, Wei Long transformed half of the wheel into a mechanical arm, grabbed the level 3 zombie, and threw it away. Bang! It crashed into the wall of the subway tracks. He fell flat on his face. He then fired another shot. Boom! That level 3 zombie just exploded on the spot. Hey bro! Seeing this, another level 4 zombie let out a painful roar and tried to rush forward. However, they were stopped by several level 3 zombies. And it was babbling incoherently. I couldn't understand what it was saying. It's just a matter of probability. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Grab the level 4 and run. This scene left Chen Wushwang and Jian Meng dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. My goodness. Is this still a zombie? And they're even good at communicating. What's going on? We're like the villains. Jian Meng couldn't help but complain. Villain? You're kidding me. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo glanced behind him and saw Jian Meng, who was sitting in one of the chairs that Den Yo Duo had transformed into, and was unusually lucid. That's because we have superior firepower. Try sending in an ordinary survivor and see what happens. You'll be wiped out in no time. Right. These words immediately made Jian Meng realize that they made a lot of sense. So, there are no good zombies out there. Dragon, crush it! That's right. Upon hearing this, Jian Meng became even more determined, and shouted in response. Wei Long, run them over! Hee boss, just you wait and see. Upon hearing this, Wei Long became even more excited. Full of power, sparks and lightning streak along the way, laser cannons seemed to be used without restraint. Sweep it across. In just 3 minutes, they took down nearly 1,000. Chen Mo didn't even have time to see what was there. I felt like my backpack was almost full, and I couldn't fit any more in. Finally, as it burst through the last railway track, accompanied by the muffled roar of a supercar engine, the blue Bugatti took the lead and sped out from the end of the tracks. Next up was the Lamborghini Levantard, as black as a sharp panther in the night. They made a cool drift, screeching loudly, and came to a stop at the subway entrance. Chen Mo, Chen Wushwang, and Jian Meng had just breathed a sigh of relief. Finally out! But the next second, when I looked up, I saw the end of the railway tracks. A 3-meter-high, 8-carriage connected, nearly 140-meter-long subway levitation train was parked there, but it was already damaged. Chapter 63: The Activated Diamond Demon. Chen Mo's True Pet. It's the subway! Upon seeing this, Jian Meng couldn't help but shout out in excitement. I didn't expect there to actually be a subway here. Only! She quickly frowned and realized something was wrong. This subway train seems to be quite badly damaged. That's right. Chen Mo could also tell that this was a bullet-shaped subway train, and it wasn't short either, reaching 140 meters. Logically speaking, it should be considered a first-class train. However, it is obvious. It was severely damaged because of the zombies. The car windows were shattered beyond recognition, with broken glass shards scattered all over the ground. And there were even zombies wandering around inside. It looks a bit like a scrapped item. This thing works? Even Chen Mo was a little doubtful about life after seeing it. But we've already arrived. Finding a subway station isn't easy. Looking around, it seemed that Chen Mo couldn't find another one like it in this area. So, even if it's a battle-damaged version, I have to find a way to repair it. After all, it's a diamond-working magic weapon. Who wouldn't want such a big pet? Thinking of this, Chen Mo wasted no time and immediately stepped forward, throwing out a piece of fire energy to try to activate it. Buzz! The next second. At the very moment of contact. And sure enough, in an instant, the subway train was quickly covered and enveloped by a blue light. In the blink of an eye. Boom. Click. Amidst a surge of blue energy, the once quiet subway began to change. The constantly appearing, deforming metal is transforming the entire subway. Chen Wushwang and Jian Ming couldn't help but widen their eyes at this scene. Wow, that's so cool. It's like alien technology, absolutely amazing. This entry for the boss is outrageous. No wonder there are so many terrifyingly large creatures. However, it's clear that this big guy isn't so easy to activate. It took a little longer than expected. And the commotion here has already attracted the attention of the nearby zombies. Looks like, another fierce battle is about to begin. Din Yo and Wei Long are eager to fight. However, it is obvious. They've overthought things this time. Because this time, it will be quick. This time it will be much faster than before, don't worry. Sure enough, Chinemo spoke. The zombies over there were already roaring and began to converge on this side. The next second. But the first thing to rush over wasn't a zombie. Instead, it's the subway itself, which was originally quiet but was now enveloped in blue energy, constantly transforming into deformable metallic elements. Roar! In a meat grinder-like situation, he transformed at a visible speed into a metallic life form nearly 6 meters tall, covered in metal gears, with a structure resembling a tunnel boring machine inside. As soon as he comes out. Boom! It's terrifying. Over 100-meter-long metal body resembles a rolling dragon. It was suddenly flung over. Wherever it went, those zombies that had just wanted to eat meat were gone. I was completely dumbfounded. It was all crushed into minced meat. There were over 100 of them, and they were all gone in this wave. His massive body even crashed into a pillar. The concrete structure of the pillar collapsed instantly, and the metal reinforcing bars inside were bent over by the impact. The ceiling collapsed along with it. It looked as if the entire subway entrance was about to collapse. Holy crap! Chen Wushwang and Jian Meng were stunned by the terrifying scene. Their pretty faces were filled with horror as they looked up at the terrifying metal creature that was over 100 meters long. I was stunned. What kind of monster is this? But Chenemo recognized it. It's the sharp drill demon. That's right. This thing looks almost exactly like the drill demon from the movie Transformers. That's so awesome. It was 6 meters high, almost collapsing the entire subway entrance. Combined with its terrifying metal body, over 100 meters long, and like a tunnel boring machine, its interior is as simple as mining or drinking water. This thing doesn't look like a subway. Isn't that a tunnel boring machine? I took a look at the data, in particular. Chenemo then discovered this. Mechanical life form. Class of soldiers, engineers. Strength, 10,000. Defense, 8,000. Agility, 2,000. Firepower configuration, 3,000. The power of this thing is comparable to even a 1,000-ton king. However, in terms of firepower, it's a bit lacking, with only 3,000, which is about the same as the top players. But we couldn't withstand it. This thing is huge. More than 100 meters. Just imagine, such a huge thing, rolling right into a horde of zombies. Tell me, what kind of zombie horde are you talking about? Could they withstand such a terrifying mechanical creature? At this moment, after the giant creature rolled away the surrounding zombies and nearly collapsed the subway station, it immediately turned its huge mechanical gear head. Its eyes were not visible, only a large mechanical mouth emitting a red light was visible. There are also 4 tentacles around it, each 2 meters in diameter. Moreover, inside the mechanical tentacles are countless other small, densely packed digging gears. That's why I said it can burrow underground. Although he was irritable, he became unusually obedient and docile when he saw Chenemo, even drooping his head and slamming it to the ground with a thud. Speak in the gentlest possible voice. It seems like he's trying to make amends. Excellent, excellent! Coming to his senses, Chinemo was also overjoyed by this guy. Although his body still looked a bit damaged, it wasn't a big problem and could be repaired later. So he raised his hand and patted the big guy's metal head. It's actually the chin, not the head. And he said, "From now on, your name will be Sharp Diamond Demon." Roar! Upon receiving its new name, this large creature also emitted a gentle sound. This scene left the two women completely stunned. They never dreamed that activating a subway vehicle would produce such a terrifying creature. All right. Having already found the Sharp Drill Demon, Chinemo wasted no time and immediately said, "Let's go up first." Okay. The two women, snapping out of their daze, nodded blankly and subconsciously followed Chinemo into the car. Boom! The next second, accompanied by a muffled roar, two supercars sped off toward the subway station exit. As for the Drill Demon, it relied on information sharing among the Decepticons, simply turning its huge head, then slightly raising it before suddenly burrowing into the ground with a rumble. The hard ground cracked instantly. Using rail transit, they followed with tremendous destructive force. Chapter 64: Tiger Tanks Appearing in the City Center, and a Level 7 Zombie Tyrant? Boom! He made too much noise. Especially when it raised its head, it almost caused the entire subway entrance to collapse, and the ground shook. It even revealed a large pit, which suddenly emerged from the ground. This caught the attention of some survivors who were collecting supplies nearby. They stopped moving their supplies and stared wide-eyed at the enormous creature that suddenly appeared and then disappeared. I thought I was seeing things. Holy crap, what is that? Some people froze, even forgetting what they were holding, their faces filled with terror. Did you see that? It looks like a monster. No, it's a mechanical monster? Another person couldn't help but exclaim. Hiss. But saying that only made everyone feel a chill down their spines. Damn, could there be some other creatures here? After all, the current state of the permafrost plains is too outrageous. Let's not even talk about zombies and mutated creatures. Now, a city ruin has suddenly appeared. To be honest, they couldn't believe that the frozen plains would be so kind. It's free. So here. There must be something else. They still thought the Diamond Demon was a native creature, and they all started sweating bullets. Quick, don't just stand there. Move quickly, and get out of here as soon as you're done. Okay. They were only at a level 5 shelter and dared not stay long, so they quickly nodded upon hearing this. The group moved even faster. Of course, if they knew that this was also the pet of a survivor in the frozen plains, they probably wouldn't think that way. They'll be so envious they'll cry. We're all players, why the hell are you cheating? Now, let's talk about Chinemo at this moment. Little did they know that Li Zanmo had already revealed himself. But even if I knew, I wouldn't care. After all, I have more than one. At this moment, he had already led Qin Wushuang and Jian Meng out of the subway exit. I'm planning to look for my next target. But as soon as it came out, they discovered that the entire Shanghai ruins were in complete chaos. Because everywhere you look, there are survivors fighting each other for resources. That's too many. One wave after another. In each location, dozens of survivors are fighting each other. Ha ha ha, this place is mine now. Someone managed to snag a bargain at a street-side shop and couldn't help but burst into laughter. They even have lighters, chicken feet, pickled vegetables. Don't take it. Don't take it. It's mine. On the other side, a survivor, after killing 2 people in succession, also took over a tobacco and liquor store. They've gone completely mad. But Chinemo wasn't interested in those things for the time being. His goal remained vehicles, and he wanted to convert all the remaining 20-odd sparks of energy as soon as possible. By then, will we still be worried about not being able to finish all the Shanghai ruins? So, go ahead and grab it. Everything that comes after that is mine. But at this very moment, Suddenly. Boom. Just as everyone was still scrambling for it, a violent explosion was heard not far away, from the direction of the city center. This sudden and violent explosion. This startled many people. Holy crap, what's that noise? Where is the artillery firing? Where is the artillery firing? Someone ran out to check the situation. Even Chen Wushwang heard it, but unlike the others, she showed a hint of joy on her pretty face after hearing the noise, and quickly turned to look at Chen Mo. Boss, it looks like a tank. What, a tank? Sure enough, even Chen Mo was stunned when he heard this. How could there be tanks here? Are you sure? That's right. But Chen Wushwang was very excited at this moment. She had grown up with her father in the military compound since she was a child. I'm all too familiar with that voice. And it's a tiger tank. Tiger pose. But upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. If it really exists. Activation is also a good option. We are still lacking military weapons and vehicles. And at this time, besides the sound of artillery shells, a roar that pierced the sky also rang out. Roar! The sound was incredibly powerful, deep, and brutal. He's a tyrant! This time, Jian Meng recognized the voice and exclaimed in surprise. Judging from that voice, it's no less than a level 6. Actually, it wasn't just him. Others heard it too. Their faces turned pale. Holy crap, why is there the tyrant's voice in there too? What happened downtown? But Chen Mo didn't care about all that. If there were tanks, there was also the tyrant. That's truly double happiness. Therefore, it was a decision made immediately. Let's go check out the city center. Okay. Chen Wushwang and Jian Meng nodded. Immediately, the bull and the dragon roared with deep engine exhaust and sped towards the city center. Upon arriving in the city center, they discovered that, sure enough, there really was a tank there. However, besides the tank, there were more than 30 survivors. Surprisingly, the vast majority of them were carrying firearms. However, their weaponry was somewhat outdated. It was a flintlock musket. Apart from this tiger tank, everything else is basically freebies. And the one leading the group was none other than Lin Xingyue from the Star Alliance. That's right. Lin Xingyue has already led her team to the ruins of Shanghai to collect supplies. And incredibly, they discovered a tiger tank. It just so happens that one of my younger brothers is a retired tank soldier. It was discovered that it could still be started. I thought I'd gotten a great deal. Unexpectedly, the tank made too much noise, alerting a level 7 zombie tyrant hiding in the underground parking lot. Boom. As soon as the zombie appeared, it killed 7 or 8 of her underlings. And then he let out a roar. Hidden in various underground parking lots to prevent them from being frozen by zombies. They actually all rushed out. There are a lot of them, thousands of them. They all came out at once. The scene was truly awe-inspiring. Everywhere there were staggering figures, screams, and nimble movements. They braved temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius. It began to roar and launch a bloodthirsty attack on these people. These 30-odd people were clearly well-trained and were able to rely on tanks and their own weapons. Retreat in an orderly fashion. However, continuing to fight like this is not a solution. Watching his underlings being killed one by one, one of the men couldn't help but say to Lin Xingyue, President Lin, we can't hold on much longer, we need to get out of here right away. Do I need you to teach me? Lin Xingyue's face turned ugly. She clearly hadn't expected to provoke such a level 7 tyrant killer. Only. This is the city center, where do we retreat to? Are there any of our alliance bases nearby? Even if they're only level 5, come over. At least they can hold off these zombies. They've already been notified. The young man said nervously. But the nearest one is over 6 kilometers away. It would take at least half an hour to get here. Half an hour. That would be enough for these zombies to tear them to pieces. Roar! Just then, the zombie tyrant kicked a car aside with a bang and charged over with an unapproachable gait, its gray-brown eyes flashing with a fierce and violent expression. The sense of oppression is just too damn strong. Holy crap, it's up here! Quickly, fire! The henchman immediately launched an attack on the zombie tyrant. Clap, clap, clap. But those flintlock muskets. It's okay for dealing with ordinary zombies, but against the zombie tyrant, it's a complete waste. The defenses are impenetrable. It's impossible to break through. Lin Xingyue commanded again. Throw the Molotov cocktails! Molotov cocktails are the easiest and simplest weapons to make in this frozen wasteland era. All you need is a bottle, alcohol swabs, and a flame. It can then burn over a large area. It works very well against zombies. And sure enough, as soon as the words were spoken, then a dozen or so henchmen threw out Molotov cocktails in unison. Bang, bang, bang. The bottle made a crisp cracking sound. Flames erupt, explosion. Some of them crashed into the level 7 zombie tyrant. They wanted to stop him. But clearly, they underestimated the terror of the level 7 tyrant. Completely unharmed, the villain patted the alcohol flames off his body. Once again, with heavy steps. A roar. They charged forward. Then, with a leap, he grabbed two of his henchmen, and with a bang, their bodies were crushed into mincemeat. Holy crap! The others, witnessing this, were terrified out of their wits. They want to escape. But those level 7 tyrants, like wolves among sheep, took off one after another and started doing aerial jumps. Dead beyond dead. They were about to get close to Lin Xingyue, who was hiding behind the tank. Suddenly. Boom. A blue energy wave, bursting with terrifying power, struck the zombie tyrant at the last second. Immediately afterwards, the once arrogant level 7 tyrant was blasted away, crashing into the ruins with a deafening roar. All the survivors turned around. Then I saw a black Lamborghini and Chinemo, who had just gotten out of the car. Clearly, that terrifying blue energy beam just now. It came from this Lamborghini. They were startled. Holy crap, what is this thing? It's so awesome! It's you, Chinemo! But Lin Xingyue saw Chinemo, and was first surprised, then her pretty face lit up with joy. Chapter 65 New Mechanical Life Form Members, Tiger Tanks. She thought he had followed her here. She has a crush on herself. However, she was clearly overthinking it. Because Chinemo wasn't there to save her, he came for the Tiger Tank. So as soon as he got out of the car, Chinmo's attention was drawn to the Tiger Tank, and his eyes darted around. There really is one? It's worth noting that there's also a Decepticon in the Transformers movies. It's noisy. It's a Tiger Tank. Well, let's not even talk about how they were eventually killed by the Autobots. But his firepower was truly formidable. It's way more awesome than a car. Despite its drawbacks, in this frozen plain teeming with zombies, it's an absolute weapon of mass destruction. But Lin Xingyue didn't care about all that. I didn't join because I was invited before. I never expected this guy's firepower to be so intense. Even the level 7 zombie tyrant is no match for it. She suddenly realized why this guy had so many supplies. Perhaps it's true, just like what the people at the exchange said. This guy took over an entire city ruin. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a plentiful supply of goods. And now, he's come to Shanghai. Could it be that they also intend to take over this place? Lin Xingyue frowned slightly, before she could think about it further, the next second. Roar! But then, from the ruins, accompanied by a roar, an enormous figure suddenly charged out. It was the level 7 zombie tyrant, whose body had been blasted apart by lasers, and gray-black blood was gushing out. It still charged towards Chinemo with ferocity. Obviously, I didn't expect this. Holy crap, you dare to ambush me? However, it didn't even get close. The next second. Boom. But then the Lamborghini fired again. Buzz. Boom. A terrifying blue light struck the target directly this time. The level 7 zombie tyrant exploded into a bloody mist in midair. A gray, bloody rain fell. Holy crap! This move completely stunned everyone present. They couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes wide with horror. Holy crap, this guy just one-shot a level 7 tyrant? Really? Are we playing the same game? You're cheating. Meanwhile, there were still 2,000 or 3,000 zombies around, eyeing them menacingly and already ready to attack. Although the level 7 tyrant had been killed, those low-level zombies had no brains. It even let out a muffled roar because it was no longer suppressed by the high-level zombies. They surged in even more frantically. But that's not all, because the next second... Boom! At the huge intersection, the ground suddenly collapsed, followed by the screeching sound of metal gears turning and the clanging of metal. Everyone was horrified to see a huge metal mechanical beast covered in transforming elements suddenly emerge from the ground. It's a magic trick. He was too big. His massive mechanical body hadn't fully emerged yet. Even so, the huge head, raised high and with a diameter of 5 meters, gave people an unparalleled sense of oppressive death. Roar! Without any hesitation, he dove straight down and crashed down, causing a massive explosion that spread throughout the entire intersection and surrounding areas. Then comes another death roll. Wherever they went. Rumble! 30% of the zombies were crushed. In one wave, over 1,000 were killed. Holy crap! The entire wide intersection became crowded and damaged because of the drill demon that emerged from the ground. The already ruined buildings were further damaged, and there were rumbling sounds of collapse everywhere. Those walls were like paper. They crumbled at the slightest touch. What the hell is this thing? This left the remaining survivors completely dumbfounded. What was this? Was this still the frozen plains? What? This thing even exists? But the drill demon ignored these ants, and instead twisted its massive mechanical body, launching a frenzied, flattening attack on its surroundings. With a sudden fall, he crushed dozens of zombies to death. It was an easy skill. They wiped out 1,000 or 2,000. That's why I say large Decepticons are more effective. Even Chinemo was quite satisfied with it. It's not good at dealing with other things, but when it comes to destructive power, it's absolutely top-notch. What you need to kill a zombie is destructive power. So, even the most fearless zombies were now terrified when faced with this mechanical creature, which was comparable to a natural disaster. Roar! Some of the zombies with a modicum of intelligence started directing the retreat. If you don't leave now, they're all going to die here. So the remaining zombies couldn't hold on any longer. It receded like a raging tide. But the sharp drill demon clearly wasn't going to let them go, and continued rolling around, its gears rumbling as it gave chase. But Chinemo stopped him. Stop chasing! If they keep chasing, this perfectly good city center will be completely ruined. There might be other great vehicles inside. Roar! Then, to everyone's astonishment, the once ferocious mechanical behemoth became as docile as a puppy. They actually turned around. He raised his body high. Then it suddenly sank. It roared and burrowed into the ground once more. The entire city center looked like it was being blown up. It was truly shocking. Only after Lizanmo left did he look at the devastated downtown intersection. After a long while, Lin Xingyue finally came to her senses. She finally understood why Chinemo was able to obtain so many supplies. He had such a terrifying mechanical behemoth by his side. What kind of urban ruins can't be taken down? However, after regaining her senses, she immediately ran over, her slender waist slightly bent, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white chest, to express her gratitude. Thank you for saving me, Chinemo! Don't overthink it. But Chinemo remained calm, his gaze fixed solely on the tank. That's why I came here. What? Tanks. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyue finally realized why Chinemo had come here. The feelings came about because of this thing. But she thought Chinemo wanted to strengthen his own forces, so she kindly reminded him. This tank is good, but it's out of ammunition. A tank without ammunition is no different from scrap metal. Cannonball? But Chinemo laughed when he heard this. Do the Decepticons need cannonballs? The answer is no. But he was too lazy to explain, and only said, This thing may be useless to you, but that doesn't mean it's useless to me. Okay. Although Lin Xingyue didn't understand, she still expressed her respect. She thought Chinemo had other ways to get the shells. So he simply nodded. Since you need it, then take it with you. After all, he saved my life. Furthermore, if we encounter other military vehicles in the future, we can give them to you as a way of thanking you for saving our lives. She thought for a moment, and then said, At this time. Just then, rumble, another level 5 mobile base came rumbling towards us from afar, just like an extended version of the 100-ton king. And a girl appeared on it. The place where Lin Xingyue was in complete disarray. I was startled. Holy crap, this place has been bombed by missiles. That tragic? But she still spotted Lin Xingyue immediately. President Lin, are you all right? I'm fine. When Lin Xingyue came to her senses, she realized that she had indeed been fertilized. However, he still shook his head. First, they led the people up to the base. He then said to Chinemo, You are welcome to visit our Star Alliance anytime you have time. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. All right. Chinemo urged impatiently. Let's go. Lin Xingyue felt a little embarrassed by the rejection. From childhood to adulthood, whether it was her looks, figure, or family background, she was top-notch in every way. But I never expected this. This guy isn't interested in women. But the more this is the case, the more. She liked it even more. So, under the questioning gazes of everyone, he still smiled slightly and said, Goodbye. After saying that, she ignored the group of people who thought they were seeing things and wondered if this was really their aloof and domineering female CEO. He walked straight in. Little did people know, it wasn't that Chinemo wasn't interested in women. Instead, all he could see at that moment were big toys, tanks. Just kidding, women, are supercars and tanks really that attractive to men? Sorry, no. As the level 5 mobile base slowly drove away, Chinemo finally set his sights on that Tiger tank. Without any hesitation. Eagerly, he immediately threw out an energy spark, eager to see the new member. Buzz boom! The next second, a violent tremor ensued. Then you see the tank, which was originally quiet and half dead. In the next second. Suddenly, a dull, clicking sound of gears turning rang out, and then it flipped over, instantly transforming into a Decepticon that was nearly 8 meters tall, extremely robust, and equipped with various weapons and ammunition. But he went a bit crazy as soon as he appeared. It instantly transformed into a giant Gatling gun, and began firing wildly. He was firing while yelling. Oh damn it, what kind of place is this? Where are the enemies? Where are the enemies? Chinemo. Chapter 66. This noisy person's brain is not normal. Alright. This sudden turn of events completely baffled Chinemo. Fortunately, there was a big bull nearby. Upon seeing this, it immediately and quickly transformed into a 6-meter-tall behemoth and grabbed a wrecked car next to it. They slammed it hard into the tank's head. Hey! Bro, calm down! With a bang. Oh! The car was split in two, and the tank also regained some of its senses after the impact, waiting for its scarlet mechanical eyes to see Chinemo. It immediately became incredibly clear, and the pupils visibly contracted. Creator! Mechanical life form, pays homage to the revered creator! He was stunned by the blow, because he had been fighting the tyrant, so his mind was in disarray. Now that I've realized it, I almost hurt the boss. It exploded immediately. Handsome creator, please forgive my recklessness. Chinemo. No way, what the hell are these things that have been activated? He was completely bewildered. Because at the very beginning, the first activated scout bird was quite obedient, except for not talking. Even later big names like the Corvette and Aston Martin, though they had some personality traits. But surely that's not that stupid. The more I activate my brain, the less it works. Fortunately, he glanced at the information about this big guy. Mechanical life form. Brigade, Army. Strength, 8,000. Defense, 8,000. Agility, 800. Firepower, 8,000. Loyalty, absolute loyalty. We discovered that this guy's data was very unbalanced. In terms of defense, strength, and firepower, it's almost fully optimized. But in terms of agility, it's only 800. This is even bigger than a giant pillar. It can rival the diggers. This led him to suspect that the activated attribute might be related to the carrier. Fortunately, though, that's some serious firepower. What do tundra planes need? We need firepower. As long as the firepower is sufficient, everything else is irrelevant. Especially in terms of loyalty, it's off the charts. So he didn't hold it against them and simply raised his hand, saying, "Come back with me first, and we'll talk about it then." "Yes, my great creator." Upon hearing this, the tank made a loud, rumbling sound and immediately transformed back into a tank with a great commotion. And the Aventador has transformed back into a supercar. Before leaving, Chinemo picked up all the resources that Lizanmo had just dealt with, including all sorts of entries and random things. Then, it was only with a muffled blast of air and the roar of the engine that it was hit. He strode away. The Tiger tank, with its overwhelming and domineering presence, charged forward, accelerating to catch up. Soon, Chinemo returned to the shelter. Meanwhile, outside the shelter, Chen Wuxuang and Jian Ming were still waiting, wearing thick down jackets. Because Chinemo had just told them to come back first. My own passed. So they kept waiting. But after waiting and waiting, he did not return, so I couldn't help but worry. Could something have gone wrong? Fortunately, though. Look, they're here! With his sharp eyes, Chen Wuxuang spotted a Tiger tank rumbling across the frozen plain in the distance. Holy crap, tanks! They really exist! When I saw that enormous thing, Jian Ming's beautiful eyes widened, revealing an excited expression. I never expected the boss to actually get his hands on a tank. It's worth noting that there are many vehicles here. To be fair, this was the first truly functional weapon of war. Wow! Beside him, amidst a series of loud, clattering gears, Wei Long transformed into a humanoid mechanical form in a very stylish manner, and fired 2 shots with a hand cannon, yelling in surprise. A new member has arrived! Meanwhile, Chinemo arrived at the shelter with Din Neo and the tank. As soon as I got off the bus. Boom, crack, 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 so cool! Then, amidst the sound of gears turning, the bull and tank next to it transformed into a 6-meter-tall transformer and a 9-meter-tall one, which was very imposing. Wow, that's awesome! They were stunned by the tank's design. Although I've seen quite a few transformers. But to be fair, military vehicles do indeed possess a violent aesthetic. This thing looks incredibly powerful in a fight. Chen Wuxuang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Yes. Chinemo gave a forced smile. That's pretty reckless too. Reckless? The 2 women were taken aback by what he said, not understanding what he meant. However, Chinemo didn't explain much. Now we have new members, Tank and Diamondback, in addition to the existing Dragon, Black Hawk, Bull, Corvette, Scout, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Column, and Construct icons. That's already reached 11. It's fair to say that it's already quite good. However, for Chinemo, this was far from enough. He needs more. Ideally, there should be 100 or 80. Then, the Cosmic Emperor set sail onto the cyber megacity. It was filled with Decepticons. TSK. Just thinking about that scene is exhilarating. Therefore, he said to the 2 women, tomorrow, continue searching for suitable vehicles, the more powerful the better. No problem. Chen Wushuang and Jian Ming certainly knew why Chen Mo needed a vehicle. Upon hearing this, he nodded repeatedly without hesitation. Oh, right. At this moment, Chen Wushuang remembered something and quickly said, Today I discovered that there are more than 10 times more survivors in the ruins of Shanghai than this morning. And several large shelters have arrived. Oh? Large shelter. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's heart stirred. That's right. Chen Wushuang pointed to her beautiful face and frowned, saying, I just received news that Sirius, Lone Wolf Base, Dark Knight Rose, Sky Bombing Gang, and Star Alliance are discussing dividing up the Shanghai ruins. Percent. It turns out that these large shelters had already issued notices at noon. We must seize control of the ruins in Shanghai. At that point, the other survivors won't be eligible to enter. So, what I mean is, should we get involved too? Then Chen Wushuang spoke. After all, in her view, the current Chen Mo shelter, although not many people, only has 5 people at most. But there were 11 Decepticons to contend with. They are fully qualified to participate in the division. Divided up? But Chen Mo laughed when he heard this. To be honest, he doesn't have the habit of sharing with others. But that's perfect. Now that they're all gathered together tomorrow, things will be much easier. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo looked up at the 2 women and said, Tomorrow, you and Jian Ming, take the 2 big guys and continue looking for suitable vehicles. As for the other side, I'll handle that. Good. Upon hearing this, Chen Wushuang's beautiful eyes flashed with light, knowing that her boss was about to make a move. So he quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 67 feels a bit like he's having sex with a princess. Of course, someone will still stay with you at night. So Chen Mo also placed an order. In the end, Jian Ming was chosen. That evening, Jian Ming, dressed in a black stockings and long dress, with her slender waist and stunningly beautiful face, walked over somewhat shyly. This feels a bit like being a princess. However, Chen Mo saw it all. That's really great. Or you can't say it. Having ability is a good thing. Isn't that much better than my ex-girlfriend who cheated on me? Hey, you know what? When Ling Qinghan is mentioned, Chen Mo really wanted to know if she was still alive. However, what happens next? It's content that people don't like to watch. Wait until the next morning. The 3rd day of the snowstorm. It's still -50 degrees Celsius. Early in the morning, Jian Ming and Chen Wushuang then set off with Wei Long to find a new vehicle. Chen Mo, who had comfortably gotten out of bed, didn't sit idle either. He first added all the entries he had collected yesterday to his own name. Because yesterday, Li Zanmo, Din Yo, and Wei Long killed a total of more than 3,000. Remove those that didn't explode. It also exploded by about 1,800. Yesterday, I gave each of the 4 women 120, allowing them to increase their strength to 5 times their original level. The remaining 1,300. He took it all upon himself. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully added 1,300 points. Then a pleasant notification sound rang out. Chen Mo heard a crackling sound, followed by an even more terrifying power surging from his body, which almost overwhelmed him. Holy crap, that hurts! Chen Mo cursed inwardly. Due to the intense pain, beads of sweat began to drip down his body. He could clearly see that his arms and abdomen had perfect muscle lines visible to the naked eye. It was as if it were just a matter of a gesture. It can easily tear a cow in half. This pain lasted for an unknown period of time. Fortunately, though, as the pain disappeared, it was replaced by an unparalleled burst of power. Call! Chen Mo braced himself on the ground, panting heavily. The red in his eyes gradually disappeared. His shirt was still soaked with sweat. But it felt incredibly refreshing. Just then, Jian Yao walked in. Brother Mo, when are we leaving? She wanted to ask Chen Mo when they were going to the Shanghai ruins, but as soon as she entered, she saw a captivating scene that would make any woman swoon. Wow! Wearing a black denim outfit that perfectly accentuated her slender waist, Jian Yao couldn't help but swallow hard when she saw such perfect muscle lines. My heart skipped a beat. No way, which girl could resist that? Fortunately, Chen Mo remained calm despite fighting all night yesterday. I saw him come in. I got up and quickly changed my clothes. It's nothing, I just added some attributes. Added a little. But when Jian Yao heard this, her pretty face went blank. Are you sure this is a point? But… brother MOI. She had a little idea in mind, so she couldn't help but shyly move closer, wanting to use her perfect figure and stunning face to seduce Chen Mo. But Chen Mo remained calm. Let's take care of business first, we'll talk about it tonight. Seeing Chen Mo leave, Jian Yao stomped her feet in anger. This thing, where can you wait until nightfall to get it? But there was nothing she could do. Despite being deeply in love, she still pouted. I followed after him with small, quick steps. Now, let's talk about the city center at this time. Everything is completely out of control. Almost all the major forces have arrived. Furthermore, large-scale battles and the encirclement of areas commenced. Now, there are the Sky Bombing Gang, Star Alliance, Dark Knight Rose, Sirius, and Lone Wolf Base. The lowest level among these is LV-8, or even LV-9. In addition, there are their affiliated shelter bases. The total number of people is about to exceed 10,000. 10,000 people, what does that mean? Keep in mind that there are only 280,000 people left in the permafrost plains. It has already occupied 1/28. Keep in mind that these are just 5 shelter bases. That accounts for 1/28 of the total population. This demonstrates the power of these shelter bases. Currently, the leaders of these large shelters are still locked in a standoff with each other. Wang Zhaotian of the Zhaotian Gang, Lin Xingyue of the Star Alliance, Pei Happy of the Dark Knight Rose, Lone Wolf of the Lone Wolf Base, and Wolf King of the Sirius Base. Each side brought nearly 1,000 people. Negotiations are underway. My request is very simple. As I've already said, since none of us can take this area for ourselves, my suggestion is that we divide it equally. The one speaking was the Wolf King, who had a large bald head, fierce eyes, and was very strong. You can tell just by looking at the muscles. They've gotten quite a few entries. His cold gaze swept over the young man in sportswear, Wang Zhaotian. There's also a one-eyed wolf, a lone wolf who got out of prison. Including Pei Happy, who was dressed in a black outfit, had white hair, but wore a mask so her true face was completely obscured. However, judging from her figure, even if she was ugly, it was worth it. Finally, there's the aloof Lin Xingyue. Upon seeing Lin Xingyue, the Wolf King couldn't help but lick his lips. This woman is really something. Lin Xingyue didn't like that look, but since they were evenly matched now, the key was to gain the greatest benefit at the lowest cost. So she remained calm and looked up to ask, "How do you want to split it equally?" "It's very simple. Wolf King put his feet up on the chair at the crossroads in the city center and said, "We have a total of 5 shelter bases, and we are now the strongest group in the entire frozen plains. I have had someone roughly estimate that this demon city ruins is about 1,500 square kilometers. That's perfect, we can each have 300 square kilometers. What I mean is, let's each choose one area from the east, west, south, north, and center," the Wolf King said. "Oh, so you say that?" Before he could finish speaking, Lone Wolf interrupted, his voice arrogant. "Then I'll take the west side." "West?" But to everyone's surprise, Pei Happy, who had been silent until now, suddenly sneered and said, "To the west are the ruins of the Shanghai Armed Police Force. They're full of weapons and firearms. If I give them to you, wouldn't you be getting a good deal?" It turns out that she had sent someone to investigate yesterday afternoon. The Shanghai Armed Police Corps is located in the western area, and there are still a lot of weapons and equipment there. Although there are no heavy weapons, in today's frozen plains, it is almost all in the era of cold weapons. You could at least get some sniper rifles and anti-tank equipment. That's enough to give everyone else a hard time. So she sent people early on to try to take control of the area. But the people from the Lone Wolf base also went there, and the two sides started fighting and are still in a stalemate. And indeed it was. Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf slammed his fist on the table in anger. Snap! He stood up and cursed at Pay Happy. You bitch! No wonder so many people showed up this morning before we even made a move. So they're your people? What, you want the West District too? Nonsense! Pay Happy's voice was icy. With so many weapons, who wouldn't want them? Then let's see if you have the ability. Okay, stop making noise! These words displeased Wang Zhadian, who had been silent all along. He was different from these people. He was not a retired Special Forces soldier, nor a criminal from prison, nor a CEO. He's just an ordinary gamer. But gamers are losers in everyday life. But here, you can rely on all sorts of methods, resources, and strategies to get started in a post-apocalyptic survival game. He easily left a large group of people far behind. What does this prove? Hey, it's a game, without spending money or cheating. The most awesome one has to be a gaming master like myself. Easy peasy. Therefore, he also acted as a peacemaker. It's just firearms. If you want them, we can split them equally. What are you arguing about? Lone Wolf, you want the West District, right? Perfect, the West District is yours, but you have to include the area of the Shanghai Armed Police Headquarters. That'll do. Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf laughed and glared fiercely at Wang Zhadian. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that this kid was the strongest, he would have liked to kill him outright. You make it sound nice, but I'm going there for the armed police force. The West District is a godforsaken place with no weapons. What would I need it for? Chapter 68. Damn it, what are you doing, fighting over it? Did you even ask Brother Mo? That is. The Wolf King also spoke up, leisurely saying, if the weapons are to be divided equally, then I'd rather have the city center. This is the most prosperous area, and the resources are the most abundant, etc. But Lin Xingyue was not happy, and she raised an eyebrow. Downtown? Sorry, I want one here too. Since you all want them, then I want them too. After a pause, Pay Happy also spoke. Grass! These words immediately made Lone Wolf slam his fist on the table in anger, speechless. Damn it, how are we supposed to negotiate like this? Everyone wants a good location, there's no way to negotiate that. I have another idea! At this moment, Wang Zhadian stepped forward. He stood up slowly, glanced around at everyone's men and said, 5 regions, this method is not bad, but I think the distribution is definitely unreasonable. After all, there are good and bad people everywhere. How about we try a different approach? In what way? All 4 of them looked up and stared at Wang Zhadian. Wang Zhadian waved his hand, and his underling immediately brought over a golden leaf. He took a deep breath and coughed. He almost choked so badly that tears came to his eyes. Grass! This scene left the thousands of onlookers speechless. Damn it, if you don't know how, don't smoke. What a waste of good cigarettes. Why? Wang Zhadian never expected that his attempt to show off in front of so many people would fail. However, this did not affect his performance. He glanced at the 4 people and simply smiled. We will divide them according to their strength. Strength? Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. That's right. Wang Zhadian nodded. My Zhadian gang is ranked number 1 in the entire Frozen Plains. I think I am qualified to choose first. As for the next ones, it's Dark Knight Rose, Star Alliance Sirius, and Lone Wolf Base. This way, everyone can save time and effort, and there's no need to fight or lose money. Isn't that a win-win situation? That's what I meant. The Dark Rose is fine. After all, the second choice has pretty good resources. But the Star Alliance Sirius and Lone Wolf Base were not happy about it. Lone Wolf, in particular, raised an eyebrow and cursed. Damn it, you mean I should just take the worst one? Why? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhatian quickly waved his hand and smiled slightly. It's not that you want the worst, it's that you only deserve the worst. Lone Wolf. Holy shit, you want to fight, huh? This remark angered the group of henchmen behind Lone Wolf. Most of them came from prison. Even in a peaceful society, they've done a lot of illegal things. Not to mention the frozen plains. So although they are few in number, their combat strength is still quite good. But the exploding Sky Gang isn't going to be trifled with either. Upon seeing this, he immediately sprayed back. Damn it, you think the Sky Bombing Gang is afraid of you? We have almost 3,000 people, and you only have 1,000. Let's see who wins. So what if you have a lot of people? If you're not happy, let's fight. Damn it, let's do it. The situation was about to spiral out of control. Lin Xingyue couldn't sit still any longer. She frowned and said in a deep voice, Alright, what's there to argue about? Do you want to fight here, lose troops on both sides, and let other survivors take advantage of the situation? Don't forget, the civilian alliance is still recruiting outside. They have about 1,000 people now, and they'll be on the table soon. At that time, 5 will be divided into 6. These words calmed everyone present down considerably. Indeed. Although the 5 major shelter bases are awesome, but there are still tens of thousands of retail investors outside. If they were to unite, it would be a real problem. So, Lone Wolf scoffed. Don't even think about letting me pick the worst. More people doesn't necessarily mean stronger fighting power. Oh shit! At this point, Pei Happy couldn't sit still any longer. This won't do, that won't do, so how do you want to divide it? Hee, if you asked me. At this moment, Lin Xingyue stood up. Her beautiful eyes swept over the thousands of people present, and she revealed a charming smile. She swayed her slender waist and took a few steps, attracting countless fervent gazes. He then slowly opened his mouth. Listen to Wang Zhatian, let's choose according to the ranking. The West District is the worst, so let's give you some from the city center. Don't be picky. Lone Wolf, you're just lucky. You barely made it to the table. You. These words angered Lone Wolf. He raised an eyebrow, revealing a sinister expression. Lin Xingyue, you also want to go against my Lone Wolf base, don't you? But Lin Xingyue remained calm and instead said, I have another suggestion. Oh? What suggestion? Upon hearing this, everyone looked over again. Lin Xingyue smiled coldly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Let's join forces and wipe out the Lone Wolf base. That way, we only need to divide into 4 areas out of the 5, isn't that better? Upon hearing this, the Lone Wolf base exclaimed. Holy crap, this woman? That's fucking sneaky. In short, they've put the Lone Wolf on the table. You bitch, what are you saying? Yeah, damn it, how dare they talk to our boss like that? The people at the Lone Wolf base were terrified. If they were actually carried up there, you know what would happen. With the 4 shelters joining forces, Lone Wolf base is doomed. But Pei Shi, who loved watching the drama unfold, gave a cold laugh. That's a great idea. We should give it a try. Pei Happy, you. The Lone Wolf was startled and quickly looked at the Wolf King. Brother Wolf. Fortunately, the Wolf King isn't stupid, damn it. If this is according to Lin Xingyue's wishes. If they lift up the Lone Wolf, who knows, they might be next. After all, even with 3 against 1, they would be easily taken down. In the end, maybe only these 3 companies will be left. Therefore, we can't leave the Lone Wolf base. 4 portions are good, but 5 portions aren't much different, since there are already so many supplies here. The Wolf King pondered for a moment before speaking. That makes things easier. Lin Xingyue was a little disappointed that they hadn't managed to take Lone Wolf away, but she still smiled charmingly and said, Then there's nothing more to say. Just divide it according to Wang Zhatian's wishes. No! But to everyone's surprise, the Wolf King still shook his head. This displeased Lin Xingyue, who frowned and said, "What other ideas do you have?" "My thought is—" The Wolf King smiled slightly, but the next second his eyes flashed with killing intent, and he attacked Lin Xingyue at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, Lin Xingyue was no pushover either, and upon seeing this, she quickly dodged. Boom! The Wolf King was not captured. Lin Xingyue rebuked angrily. "What do you mean?" The Wolf King chuckled. "The meaning is simple. Your father is the leader of the Star Moon Alliance, while you are just an agent. You are not qualified to be here. So what I mean is, you are not qualified to be here. The Star Moon Alliance should withdraw. Brothers, let's go." It turns out, he wanted to get rid of Lin Xingyue. Because this woman is the weakest, she can get a larger share. "Oh? Good bro." The lone wolf was overjoyed upon seeing this. "Holy crap, my bro is awesome. Target Lin Xingyue directly." So, he waved his hand dismissively. "Brothers, charge! Grass!" Lin Xingyue's group panicked upon seeing this. They hadn't expected this group to act so suddenly. But they weren't afraid. "Brothers, charge! Protect Boss Lin! Kill these scum!" Suddenly, thousands of people rushed out together. This left Wang Zhaotian completely bewildered. "Damn it, how did we end up fighting like this?" But that's how it is now. Even a kingpin isn't stupid. He immediately told his underlings, "Get ready and observe the situation." However, just when everyone thought the three major alliance bases were about to clash, unexpectedly, the next second. Buzz! Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying beam of deathly ice light blasted down from above. That energy, imbued with the chilling aura of death. This caused everyone present to change their expressions immediately. The people at the Lone Wolf base quickly dodged. "Quick, watch out!" Boom! But the energy light was too fast. It directly cuts off the battlefield in the city center. They also killed more than 30 survivors. Holy crap! This sudden scene terrified everyone, and they looked in the direction of the deathly cold light. It was an 8-story building in the city center. A beautiful woman wearing a black bodycon skirt, high heels, with long, slightly purple hair styled in a bun, a slender waist, and black stockings. He appeared on top, carrying a Barrett. With just one shot, everyone present was stunned. Immediately afterwards. Then the stunningly beautiful woman cursed angrily. "Damn it, what are you doing, grabbing things like this? Did you even ask Brother Mo? Get the hell out of here!" Everyone screamed. Chapter 69 The Domineering Li Muyao. How can she compete with such a powerful tiger legion? Pretty. This woman is so beautiful, with that bodycon skirt, black stockings, a slender waist that could be encircled by one hand, and that absolutely gorgeous face. To be honest, even the leaders of several base shelters had never seen someone so beautiful and dashing. But most importantly, all eyes were drawn to the Barrett in her hand. Holy crap, look, it's a Barrett? And it seems to be of gold quality. Someone spotted the Barrett anti-tank weapon in his hand. He couldn't help but point and shout, his face filled with shock. Many people were shocked, and their eyes lit up when they saw the Barrett anti-tank weapon. This is a gold-quality weapon, you know. In the entire permafrost plain, you can count them on one hand. But then a problem arises. Where did this woman come from? She has such a terrifying weapon. The leaders were all surprised and puzzled at the same time. Because they had never heard of any survivors from an unknown shelter base possessing a gold-quality weapon. Logically speaking, there is such a magical artifact. They've already made a name for themselves on the frozen plains. And the most outrageous thing is, this woman dared to come here alone. Who are you? The leaders were all on guard, and the Wolf King coldly said, What, you want a piece of the pie too? Just by yourself? He smiled. Although I knew this woman looked extraordinary, with such a slender frame, how could she withstand a Barrett's attack? There must be a term that enhances physical strength. But who among us doesn't have a few attribute bonuses? But the problem is, even if you're incredibly strong and possess a gold-quality weapon, there are thousands of people here. Do you really think you're qualified? He sneered. They thought Li Miao was just one person. Even if you have a golden weapon, they're not even qualified to sit at the table. Oh? Is that so? But Li Miao smiled disdainfully upon hearing this. What if we had these two as well? Boom. Just then, a loud rumbling sound came from all directions, from the high-rise buildings. Immediately following, two mechanical creatures with metal skeletons appeared. They climbed up from below. Its 6-meter-tall body, once it appeared, stood high above, looking down with a piercing metallic sound. Ga ga ga, you're surrounded! Boom. Especially when the noise starts, its massive 9-meter height, combined with its full set of military weaponry. He only appeared once. This terrified everyone present. Holy crap, what is this? What the hell? A monster! It's a mechanical being! The sudden appearance of the two enormous creatures startled the thousands of people present, and chaos ensued. Even Wolf King, Wang Zhaoyan, Pei Shi, Lin Xingyue, and Lone Wolf couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock when they saw the terrifying mechanical creature that appeared on the high-rise building. But that's not all. Because of the next second. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble for some unknown reason. Then everyone realized that the earth seemed to be shaking. They looked down, and saw that something seemed to be about to break through the soil. Until the next second. Roar! Boom! On the other side of the street, a colossal mechanical beast, the drill demon, over 100 meters long and covered in metal gears, burst from the ground and swept towards them with a deep, furious roar. Ah! The sudden appearance of this enormous object caught some survivors near the building off guard, and the falling structure nearly crushed them to death. They screamed in agony and kept trying to escape. Then, with a screeching sound and sparks flying from the ground, the drill demon emerged. Its 120-meter-long body appeared. It shocked the entire audience. Holy crap, what is this thing again? Damn, is it a monster from the frozen plains? The group of survivors stared at the rising sharp drill demon, speechless with shock, their eyes filled with terror. Two transformers that tall are already ridiculous enough. But now, even more surprisingly, a 120-meter-long one appeared. This is even more outrageous than a level 7 shelter. The most outrageous thing is, this enormous creature, upon arriving, climbed with its massive mechanical body as nimbly as a giant snake. Finally, they arrived at Li Miao's feet. As Li Miao stood on the head of the sharp drill demon, the sharp diamond demon also lifted it high. A huge shadow loomed over the entire intersection. This left thousands of people completely bewildered. Looking down at her with the Barrett rifle in hand, Li Miao sneered. Now, do you still think I'm not qualified? Everyone. Holy crap. These words left everyone speechless. That's so pretentious, so incredibly pretentious. No, where did these sisters come from? What a pretentious pose. The way that terrifying mechanical creatures, over 100 meters long, were lifted up was absolutely stunning. Plus those two transformers. Who dares to compete with you? The key is, how come I've never heard of such a person in the frozen plains? They frowned. You need to know. With just these three big guys, it is enough to be the top shelter in the permafrost plain. The ridiculous thing is, they had never heard of this name before. Where did this woman come from? And who is this brother Emo she's talking about? But only Lin Xingyue knew the woman's identity. She is Chen Mo's woman. Chen Mo? Seeing Lin Xingyue muttering to herself, Pei Shi, who was standing very close, trembled upon hearing it. The image of the boy she had met last time inexplicably surfaced in her mind, and she couldn't help but whisper. It was him. Lin Xingyue was taken aback and turned to look at Pei Happy. You know Chen Mo too? This Coming to her senses, Pei Happy shook her head. There are many people named Chen Mo. I don't know if it's the same person. But now. That's certainly true. Pei Happy raised her eyes and looked at the domineering Li Muyao, her voice solemn. If these few want to compete with us for Shanghai, then I'm afraid we have no chance of winning at all. Needless to say, Lin Xingyue also noticed it. She finally understands completely now. No wonder Chen Mo was able to get so many supplies. He sold them. Because he relied on far more than just a mechanical behemoth. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff too. Let alone in an era dominated by cold weapons, with the occasional discarded firearms from World War II, even the top firepower of modern society would probably be insufficient. How can you argue when you encounter something like this? This guy was hiding his true abilities so well. And clearly, others have realized this as well. So after a brief moment of shock, the leaders immediately put on friendly smiles. Of course, someone like you certainly deserves it. Upon hearing this, Li Muyao scoffed. Since you're qualified, then you can all get lost. Remember, this place belongs to the Chen family now. Get out of the Shanghai ruins immediately and get as far away as possible. You bunch of good-for-nothings, you're here discussing how to divide up the ruins of Shanghai? You think you're worthy? Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed. Chapter 70 Dinyo. What were you trying to say? That was a very hurtful thing to say. Damn it, you can eat alone if you want, but why humiliate others? Countless people were so angry they gritted their teeth, wishing they could just take this woman right there and then. But they dared not. Because there were 3 enormous, menacing creatures lurking around. They thought that even a level 8 tyrant couldn't withstand this thing. As for the level 8 tyrant, it could probably crush them all. Li Muyao wasn't just saying that lightly, because ever since she followed Chen Mo, she genuinely looked down on these so-called large shelters. How can you compare to our brother Mo? Armed with melee weapons, you want to clash with our Decepticons? So. Ha! A bunch of survivors of cold weapons, pretending to divide up territory here? You think you're worthy? Get out of here! Li Muyao reiterated that statement. This really angered even more people. Some were already on the verge of losing their temper. Low voice. Damn, what's so great about that? It's just good luck. But unexpectedly. Walk! However, on the other side of the exploding Sky Gang, without any further words, Wang Zhaoyan stood up, said his piece, and left with his men. Hey, boss? These words stunned Wang Zhaoyan's 3,000 followers. They looked at their leader with some surprise. No, boss, are we really going to go this way? They were unwilling to accept this. There were so many supplies here. Were they just going to hand them over to others like that? But Wang Zhaoyan, without turning his head, spoke with an undeniable air of authority. There's a cheater, we can't play. Everyone. That's right, the principle of King of Bombs is flawed. Damn, I was originally invincible as a gaming master, so logically, there was nothing wrong with it. There is a little bit. That means I will absolutely never fight against someone who cheats. Wait, you're asking how I knew the other person was using a cheat? Damn, is that even a question? They even created a mechanical behemoth monster that's over 120 meters long. You ask me where the cheat came from? Forget it. So. Walk! He immediately led his men in retreat. Although the underlings looked at each other, not quite understanding, they still chose to respect their boss's idea. With a whoosh, 3,000 people left, and 2/5 of the crowd immediately dispersed. This left the Wolf King and the Lone Wolf dumbfounded. No! They never expected that this bombshell would leave so suddenly. Because they knew that Wang Zhaoyan also possessed a golden weapon. Logically speaking, we could give it a shot. I never expected it to run so fast. But that's not all. Because of the Dark Rose and the Star Moon Alliance. Pei Happy, without saying a word, took his men and left. Lin Xingyue followed closely behind. Hey, wait a minute, you all need to leave! Wolf King and Lone Wolf were stunned by what they saw. As they watched the large crowd begin to leave the ruins of the demon city, they tried to stop the two women, frowning as they said, "Aren't we going to take a gamble? There are still so many supplies here." "Spell?" But Lin Xingyue, who was stopped, gave Wolf King a cold laugh. "We haven't settled our score yet. We'll settle it after we leave Shanghai." But now, regardless of the opponent's combat strength, Chinemo saved me last time. We have to give them face, no matter what. So before leaving, she turned her head and looked up at Li Muyao, saying, "Tell Chinemo to thank her for saving me last time. This time, I won't fight you for it. Let's go." Having said that, he led his underlings out in single file. "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Li Muyao's aloof and pretty face showed a hint of interest. There's more gossip to be had. However, there are still two groups left, with nearly 2,000 people. So Li Muyao looked up and saw Wolf King and Lone Wolf. "You two aren't planning on leaving, are you? Walk?" But to everyone's surprise, the two of them just glanced at each other upon hearing this. He then gave a cold laugh. "With so many supplies, who would be willing to leave? Damn it, they're a bunch of useless ordinary people, but this isn't. We've all come from prison, some of us are even on death row. Are we afraid of dying?" He wanted to use his identity to scare Li Muyao. After all, there are so many people here. But before Li Muyao could even speak, "Caw caw caw!" Then Din Yo burst into laughter and suddenly leaped down from a height of more than 20 meters. With an electrified hook in hand, sparks flew everywhere as he slashed the entire building. As soon as it landed, it flicked the electrified hook and then retrieved it. With a hum, an energy hand cannon materialized. It emits a dull, mechanical sound. "If you don't want to leave, then don't leave." After saying that, he raised his energy hand cannon and aimed it at Wolf King and Lone Wolf. Buzz! As the blue energy light converges. Holy crap! The two men's pupils contracted sharply, and without the slightest hesitation, they quickly moved to the side. Boom! The next second, a blue energy beam instantly exploded on the spot, and more than a dozen underlings were instantly vaporized. "Ah!" They screamed in agony and turned into steam in the blink of an eye. Holy crap! The two who had narrowly escaped were terrified upon seeing this. The Wolf King hurriedly raised his hand and called out, "Wait!" "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Din Yo became quite curious and actually stopped. "What else do you want to say?" I have something else to say." Then the Wolf King stepped forward, panting heavily, and walked out with his hands raised. He looked cautiously at the great ox before saying, "I have something else to say." "What do you want to say?" That's the only bad thing about big shots. They love to show off. Little did they know that they were being delayed. "I want to say." The Wolf King, with his hands raised, sneered, a cold glint in his eyes, and said, "Here they come!" Rumble. The words had barely left his lips when, in the next second, then I heard the earth tremble. Then, Din Yo looked up and saw a rumbling sound not far away. Two enormous shelters, each over 40 meters long, were hurtling towards this place at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. That's right, this is the moment the Wolf King has been waiting for. He revealed a sinister smile. "I can't beat you. Don't forget. We still have shelters. A mobile base, 40 meters long. It's still made of metal. Even if you two were mechanical lifeforms, you might not be able to withstand such an impact. This was originally my trump card for dealing with the exploding Sky Gang in the future. It's made entirely of steel. Even a tyrant would only have one word, death, if he were crushed by it. I never thought I'd use it against you now. But this is for the best." Two big guys were just arriving. The Wolf King was no longer in a hurry. Instead, he lowered his raised hand and gave a cold smile. "Killing you might just yield a lot of loot." Boom. But before he could finish speaking, a blue energy beam struck the central furnace of a level 6 mobile base. That base was made of paper. It was blown up. Then, Dinyo shook his energy hand cannon for a moment before slowly turning around to look at Wolf King and asking curiously. What were you trying to say? Wolf King. Chapter 71 Western Star, isn't this just dark skyfall? Fast, too fast. This single shot completely destroyed a level 6 mobile base. As for the casualties, there is absolutely no information. And to make matters worse, this big guy was staring straight at him. What else could he say? In an instant, the Wolf King felt a chill run down his spine. In the frigid -50°C weather, cold sweat poured down his back. I want to call the police. For the first time, he felt despair and wanted to call the police. It would be better to be arrested and put in jail. But Li Muyao was too lazy to waste words. Her purpose in coming here was for the city ruins. Brother Amos said he came here to take over Shanghai. Why are you wasting your breath talking to him? Since you don't want to leave. Then none of you should leave. Kill them all. As she spoke, Li Muyao hoisted the Barrett rifle onto her shoulder, and immediately fired another shot. Hey, got it! Upon hearing this, the two big guys didn't hold back. Go all out. Buzz boom! Buzz boom! One burst of blue energy after another exploded violently in the crowd. Before Wang Zhaoyan and his group had gone far, they heard various terrifying explosions, screams, and the clanging, ear-piercing metallic sounds coming from behind them. I felt a chill run down my spine. Holy crap, this is it, Lone Wolf Base Sirius is doomed. However, Wang Zhaoyan didn't waste any words and just sped up his pace. Get out of here first, survival is the priority. Yes, yes. For a time, everyone admired Wang Zhaoyan to the extreme. The boss really knows what he's doing. Holy crap, what if this were Sirius, the Lone Wolf Base gang? Now he's probably dead too. With this in mind, the group quickened their pace in retreat. And so it went on for more than 10 minutes. The entire city center has been completely wrecked. Boom. Chen Mo, meanwhile, slowly drove out in a red Western Star. That's right, a heavy truck with a red and blue paint job, and a huge exhaust pipe and fuel tank underneath. It looks very imposing. He looks exactly like Optimus Prime from the movie. Western Star 4900. This was found in an underground parking lot. I wonder which rich kid got this toy, since one of these costs tens of millions. Using it as a truck? That's bullshit. So he just activated it. And so it came up. Boom. As Chen Mo and Jian Yao got out of the car, they saw the quiet Western Star behind them suddenly start humming and clicking away. Amidst the loud clanging of gears, the deformation began to complete. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal creature nearly 10 meters tall. It looks almost exactly like Optimus Prime in the movie. Standing behind Chen Mo. Is this all taken care of? Looking around at the pitted and uneven landscape, which looked as if it had been carpet-bombed by missiles, Chen Mo asked. Li Muyao nodded, proudly claiming credit. I chased them all away. Sirius and the Lone Wolf Base were initially unhappy, but after I wiped out several hundred of them, they've slunk away. Pity, she said with some regret. That Lone Wolf and the Wolf King escaped in the chaos. I didn't chase after them. Brain. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo wore a speechless expression and looked up at Li Muyao. Remember, if you encounter this situation again, take out the leader first. Keeping the leader around will only cause trouble later. Oh, Li Muyao said, sticking out her tongue a little shyly, completely different from her domineering and aloof demeanor just now. I understand, I won't do it again next time. Should I send Dinyo to chase after them again right now? No! But he waved his hand and ran far away, not taking them seriously at all. Only said, have Black Hawk patrol and seal off this area. At the same time, notify Qin Wushuang's trading team to come over. Also, bring all the weapons confiscated from this city's ruins to me. To prevent others from getting it for free. After all, what use are firearms to ordinary people? Good. The two women nodded and immediately made their own arrangements. Before long, truckloads of supplies were being delivered one after another. They had discovered a new way to collect supplies, using their spatial backpacks to pick them up directly, and then loading them onto the trucks. This saves a lot of trouble. In addition to the supplies, Chen Mo also saw some weapons, all of which were obtained from the Shanghai Armed Police Corps. Common ones included individual assault rifles, QBZ-192, ASB-92A pistols, QCQ-171 submachine guns, and Type 201 anti-material rifles, etc., which were scattered all over the ground. A rough estimate suggests there are over 100. If you let any one of these out, it could probably thrive in the current frozen plains. But now, Chen Mo has accepted them all. Moreover, according to the situation of the Shanghai Armed Police Corps, there shouldn't only be these ordinary weapons. Logically speaking, there should also be helicopters and armored vehicles, but for some reason, none of them were found. However, that's enough. He put all of these into his backpack. Chen Mo started transporting truckloads of goods to the shelter. Meanwhile, news quickly spread that the ruins of Shanghai had fallen and been occupied by Chen Mo. It caused a sensation in the trading channel of the frozen plains. What? Holy crap, Chen Mo has taken over the ruins of Shanghai? Really? He can take on the sky-bombing gang, Dark Knight Rose, and Sirius? There are nearly 10,000 people in total. It's only been a few days. He has so many people? Although many people in the exchange knew Chen Mo's name, they didn't expect him to develop so ridiculously during this period. Even the 5 major shelter bases are no match for them? They were a little skeptical. According to an insider. Oh dear, you guys don't know, it's not that Chen Mo has more people, it's that he's somehow got 2 mechanical lifeforms and a mechanical behemoth over 100 meters long. Tell me, who can beat him? What? Sure enough, this statement came to fruition. Everyone gasped in shock. Holy crap, a mechanical behemoth over 100 meters tall? No wonder. No wonder they were able to make the sky-bombing gang and Dark Knight Rose withdraw their troops. Turns out they had a trump card. Moreover, I also heard that Sirius and the Lone Wolf base were almost completely wiped out. What the hell? The entire army was wiped out. Wow. These words caused an even greater uproar. Really? Those two, together they have over 2,000 people. What use are more than 2,000 people? They have mechanical behemoths over 100 meters long that even modern weapons might not be able to penetrate, let alone cold weapons. That is. Some people have long been dissatisfied with Sirius and the Lone Wolf base. Now is the perfect time. Chen Mo almost wiped them all out. That's a way of venting their anger. Of course, there are also smarter ones. She has already started messaging Chen Mo privately. The goal was clear, to find a way to join Chen Mo's shelter base. Because it's safer to follow a big shot like that. In particular, the number of people in his shelter was not large. As a result, all sorts of private messages flooded into Chen Mo's inbox. What? Brother, I'm 18 years old, just turned 18, a freshman in college, 170 centimeters tall and 50 kilograms. Hey, could you let me join your shelter? I'm Gajita, I'm 21 years old, fair-skinned and beautiful. I'll do anything as long as you let me join, really. Big brother, do you need any underlings? I can provide some. Etc. Chen Mo was speechless. Damn it, they give it to men too? Go to hell. But the others, like Clucking or just turned 18. He wasn't interested at all. The lessons learned from online dating a few years ago are still fresh in my mind. They even dared to use Louis Fei's photos to impersonate themselves. So, he chose to ignore them all. The next few days. He only cares about selling goods. Therefore, Chen Wuxuang's team was responsible for clearing out the supplies. It only took less than 2 days. 12 million charcoal coins were sold. This number also surprised Chen Wuxuang. At this rate, if we sold the entire city of Shanghai, wouldn't we get 3 to 500 million charcoal coins? We'll probably have to feed the entire permafrost plain. Inside the shelter, Chen Wushhuang, dressed in a black halter dress and watching the ever-increasing amount of charcoal coins, couldn't help but look up at Chen Mo, her pretty face full of surprise. After all, the entire permafrost plain only has a population of just over 200,000. With the current resources in Shanghai, feeding these 200,000 people for a month shouldn't be a problem at all. We're invincible. As she spoke, her eyes began to reveal excitement. But Chen Mo, after taking a sip of iced tea, remained calm as he lay back in his airplane seat. Do you think this world only has about 200,000 people like us? The second catastrophe that ended in Chapter 72, with 25 new areas added. These words made Chen Wushhuang pause, and she subconsciously glanced at Chen Mo, her eyes flickering slightly. What does Brother Mo mean? Chen Mo closed his eyes to rest and said, More than 200,000 people are just the remaining survivors of our sea city. Don't forget, on the frozen plains, our coordinates have always started with the letter C. Who knows if there are other areas like Abdef or similar? He doesn't believe it. In the entire frozen plain, only our city sees more than 3 million people were teleported here. That's true. Upon hearing this, Chen Wushhuang nodded thoughtfully. Yes, that's right. Logically speaking, if such an apocalyptic game were to actually occur, it's impossible to only teleport to City C. Moreover, the ruins of Shanghai have all been teleported here. If it really is only City C, then what about the people inside the city ruins that were teleported to? So, there's only one possibility. Thinking this, Chen Wushhuang raised her beautiful eyes, her gaze flickering. That is, the others have been teleported to other areas, and we can't contact them yet. Chen Mo gave the beautiful CEO a somewhat approving look. She's very smart. But these are just guesses. He was also unaware of the specifics. All in all, our top priority right now is to deal with the ruins of Shanghai and upgrade the level of our shelter. Chen Wushhuang nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. I understand. Does it matter if there are other people around? Accumulating charcoal coins is definitely the right thing to do. So, in the following days, they didn't go anywhere, selling goods right here in the shelter. Moreover, because of Chinmo's large pet, the Diamond Demon, which appeared last time, it directly intimidated these large shelters. This continued until the 7th day of the second disaster. That is, the last day of the snowstorm. Nobody dares to set foot here. And during this period, they sold a total of approximately 60 million charcoal coins, adding what was left over from before. In total, it has accumulated to approximately 80 million. This infuriated the people at Lone Wolf Base and Sirius, those top-tier shelters. 80 million! It essentially depleted all the charcoal reserves in the entire permafrost plain. There's nothing I can do. We can't beat them. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as Chen Mo took over the entire Shanghai city ruins. Tears streaming down my face. However, the only thing that Chen Mo felt regretful about was, it continued until the 7th day. A golden treasure chest didn't appear even once in the middle. This inevitably led to some complaints from him. Is the drop rate really that low? As for the blueprints for the level 7 shelter, needless to say, although someone opened a purple one on the exchange. But for Chen Mo, who wanted everything to be gold, it's useless. Fortunately, there are still many zombies inside the ruins of Shanghai. So, this was the last night. Boom. Inside the ruins of Shanghai, led by Dinyo, another wave of zombies was driven out. Amidst the noisy and intense gunfire. It's because neither the old nor the young were left behind. Clean it all up in the corner. Chen Mo also obtained approximately 2,000 attribute modifiers. Add 1,200 of it to yourself. He checked his own attributes. Name Chen Mo. Mental strength, 1,200. Physical defense, 1300. Magic resistance, 1300. Strength, 1400. Agility, 1000. It can be said that in terms of all attributes, it has reached 120 times that of the lowest level ordinary person. 120 times, what does that mean? Shinemo felt that he should throw a punch. Even a level 8 zombie has to call him daddy. Come on, give me a shot! Therefore, Shinemo waved to Dinio and said, "Ah." Big Bull, who had just wiped out the last batch of zombies, was stunned. He blinked his blue mechanical eyes and exclaimed, "Boss, are you crazy?" "Damn it, I told you to hit, so hit," Shinemo said impatiently. He wanted to see just how resilient his defense really was. "Certainly," he added. "Reduce the energy a bit, don't go too far." "Oh, okay." Since that's what they've said, Dinio didn't stand on ceremony. He took out his energy cannon, and with a whoosh, blue light gathered, instantly causing Chinmo's pupils to shrink. He was about to raise his hand and say, "Wait a minute!" Boom. But the message had already arrived. Boom. With just one shot, Shinemo was blasted into the ruins. "Fuck! Damn!" This enraged Chao now, who rushed forward and smashed a large iron hammer into Dinio's head. "Are you crazy? You think you can just hit someone because I told you to? Holy crap!" Dinio was also aggrieved, scratching his head. "I will resolutely carry out the boss's orders." He rushed forward and looked at the ruins. "Boss, are you all right?" Cough, cough, cough. From within the ruins, Shinemo crawled out. His clothes were torn, but he was all right and unharmed, though he was a bit tanned. This time, the defense wasn't breached. It was Dinio who showed mercy. But he still grimaced in pain and changed his clothes. "That was ruthless!" The mechanical arm scratched its head, not forgetting to flatter. "Boss, with your current strength, you can totally take on a level 8 tyrant, or even a higher level 1. "Oh? Is that so?" Shinemo actually felt quite pleased to hear this. But before he could say anything more, the next second, suddenly boom! A violent snowstorm shook the earth, as if the sky had collapsed and the ground had caved in. Immediately afterwards, he then heard the system's cold notification. Ding! The second catastrophe is about to end tonight. Congratulations to the survivors. Starting tomorrow, temperatures will rise and dense fog will descend, during which zombies may appear. Please be extremely careful. At the same time, at 8 a.m. tomorrow, the system will activate the server merge mode. Frozen Plains Zone C will be merged with the other 25 zones. Furthermore, the ranking of shelter bases will be recalculated. A new Tundra ruin will open the following day. The ruins open randomly, and exploring them will reward you with items and resources. Coordinates will be announced at 8 a.m. Please prepare accordingly. This was accompanied by a series of system prompts. This made Shinemo, who was just training, pause, and his eyes lit up. "Oh wow, the servers are merging so soon?" "Sorry for the slow writing, it's 2 a.m. and I just finished. I'll revise it around 10 a.m. tomorrow and upload it. I should be updating more frequently soon." Chapter 73 I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, or you'll get beaten up too. Although I guessed that there might be more than just these people on the frozen plains. But I didn't expect the servers to be merged so quickly. But upon closer reflection, it makes sense, since a month has already passed since I started surviving in the permafrost. The server merge is now normal. At this moment, Chen Wushuang, who had heard the commotion, also ran over. He stood up, hands on his knees, panting, and said, "Brother M.O., did you hear that? They're merging the servers." She looked somewhat agitated. Nodding slightly, Chen M.O. said, "I heard you." Chen Wushuang said excitedly, "I didn't expect you to guess right, boss. And this time, a total of 25 regions came. Wow, I wonder how many people there are in total. I reckon this time, the once powerful Xiaoyan gang. I'm afraid I won't be able to get a spot." But Chen Mo didn't care about any of this. We'll find out tomorrow. He glanced over there, and rumbled as a white snowstorm, like a sandstorm, swept in on the last night. To prevent any accidents, he said. Get in the car first, we'll talk about it when we get back to base. Okay. Chin Wushwang nodded, and then they boarded the Western Star together. And then boom. Amidst the roar of heavy truck engines, Western Star, leading the way, with noise and big bull, returned to base immediately. Upon returning to the base, after entering, all the vehicles drove into the garage. It only took a moment to take off my clothes. Boom. Violent tremors could be heard outside. Even though it was a level 6 shelter, it swayed slightly in the snowstorm. But it was just a tremor, there's no need to worry at all. After all, the shelter is strong enough. The yellow light flickered. It reveals Chinmo's perfectly muscular upper body. The 4 women were captivated by what they saw. But Jianming tried her best to remain calm, her eyes fixed on the snow as she said in a seemingly composed manner. It seems that tonight's snowstorm will be even stronger than before. Normal. After taking a sip of milk to rinse his mouth, Chinmo, now possessing the strength, said, The previous mist calamity has already proven it. That night, 1,000,000 zombies horde. Even now, thinking back on it, I still feel lingering fear. It's normal for the snowstorm to be stronger this time. Fortunately, though, our level 6 shelter is even tougher than a level 9 shelter, so there's absolutely no need to worry about these problems. Jian Yao said with a smile. I just don't know what will happen tomorrow morning. Rest assured. Seeing that it was getting late, Chinmo waved his hand and said, Let's rest first. We'll know the situation first thing tomorrow morning. Okay, sure. The girls nodded obediently, but they didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, she took a shower, brushed her teeth, changed into comfortable pajamas, and didn't forget to prepare some late-night snacks, taking out cooked frozen sweet shrimp, salmon, and other things she found in the ruins of Shanghai. I ate a little more. It's so juicy and sweet. Sigh, who could have imagined this was the end of the world? It's even more comfortable than usual. Following Brother Mo is so awesome. After they finished, they climbed into bed one by one, satisfied, and closed their eyes to sleep. When evening came, Chinmo found that there was someone next to him. It's Jian Yao. This little girl has wanted it for days. So when that fair little hand reached out to him, Chinmo didn't hold back. Here comes another 10,000-word truncated section. Wait until the next morning. The snowstorm outside has ended, and the temperature is starting to rise. Pull back the curtains. Chinmo saw that the outside was already covered in a thick white fog. Unlike the gray fog before. This time it's snow white. And visibility will also be much better. You can probably see about 20 meters ahead. Every now and then, the howls of zombies could be heard. Clearly, these things have also been resurrected or refreshed. Because it is very close to the city ruins. Furthermore, Chinmo didn't bother to clear out the frozen zombies. After all, these were just keywords and resources, weren't they? So now that the -50°C low temperature has passed, the zombies regained their activity and began to wander around. This also benefited Chinmo. He directly activated the Gatling gun. Duh! Immediately afterwards, a burst of intense firepower erupted from outside. Soon, there was no more movement outside. Apart from the zombie corpses, supplies, and entries, nothing else was left. Collect all entries and resources, approximately 60 entry attributes, and some other ordinary resources. Collect and add them all. He then opened the regional channel for the frozen plains to check the situation. It would have been better if they hadn't looked. Once they did, they immediately showed a surprised expression. The total population of the current permafrost plains has reached a staggering 10.25 million out of 100 million. In just one night, nearly 10 million more people joined? Even Chinmo was somewhat surprised when he saw this number. Not to mention anyone else. At this moment, the entire channel across the frozen plains exploded upon seeing the number of people. Damn, 10 million people! That's more than the 300,000 survivors who were left before. This is a server merge? Which district are you from? I'm from Nanjing. I'm from Chongqing. I'm from Linqing. Many people introduced themselves. They are obviously from all over the Dragon Kingdom. As these place names were continuously reported, everyone understood. It seems that it wasn't just one city that was teleported here, but the entire city. That's possible. A man named Li Xiuwu said. However, based on the current 26 regions on the frozen plain, the Dragon Kingdom has more than 300 cities, so there should be more than that. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone became quite solemn. I estimate that the entire Dragon Kingdom has been teleported over, but this server merge hasn't reached everyone yet. At least once more. Clearly, many people are aware of this problem. The merging of districts will likely happen more than once. Furthermore, looking at the shelter rankings, it becomes clear that the rankings of shelters in different regions have changed after the region merge. The once powerful level 10 gang. They've now dropped to 7th place. Instead, an organization called Official was established. The level has reached LV 13. Level 13. What does that mean? This means the base could have around 10,000 people. Many people were shocked when they saw this ranking. Holy crap, what kind of official organization is this? They're so powerful! Level 13. The second-ranked Heavenly God sect is only level 11. Is this a clear gap in skill level? Even Chinemo frowned slightly upon seeing this. The base is level 13, and there are quite a few people there. It's important to know that the materials required for a shelter increase as its level increases. It has almost doubled. Just the lowest quality LV 13. The materials used alone amount to tens of thousands of steel. This is no small amount. Well, of course, it's no big deal for me. However, such a shelter base with nearly 10,000 people is indeed not simple. In addition to that, the second place goes to the Celestial Cult from Zone B. The third place goes to the Ironblood Legion in Zone E. It wasn't until 7th place that the Explosive Heaven Gang, which had just been upgraded to level 10, finally appeared. As for the Dark Rose, Chinemo glanced down and saw that he had fallen to 15th place. But being ranked in the top 15 out of 10 million people is no small feat. At this moment, within the regional channel, everyone is still shocked by the horror of this server merge. Unexpectedly, the various shelter bases, which are usually so arrogant and domineering, were here. Some people can't even get a number in line. Some bases have already begun recruiting survivors as soon as possible. Cult of the Celestials, we, the Cult of the Celestials, trust in the Celestials. Now, everyone has been dragged into this game called the Frozen Plains. Perhaps this is the Celestials' test and punishment. If you want to survive, join our Heavenly God cult. Grass! These words immediately left some survivors speechless. What the hell is going on? How come there's a pyramid scheme here? That is. Many people could tell at a glance that this was a pyramid scheme. You've gone to this frozen plain? But who would have thought that these words would come out so soon? Immediately, a follower of the Celestial God cult spoke up. How dare you disrespect God the Father? You should kill yourself. Yes, Heavenly Father came to save humanity. How can you be so disrespectful? You should all commit suicide. The sheer number of people was enough to make one's scalp tingle. This is supposed to be the end of the world, and they've even dragged in believers. Who did this? Alright, stop arguing. Someone from the official side has spoken up. Now everyone has been pulled into this game. The only way to survive is to work together, strive for survival, and build a true mobile city. Before the apocalypse, we are the official organization of Jinling. Everyone can proceed to our base. We have firearms and equipment to better defend against zombie attacks, as well as blizzards and extreme cold, Once these words were spoken, everyone understood. Damn, no wonder you leveled up so fast. It turns out this is an official organization. However, it is clear that even the official authorities in Nanjing, even now, nobody would buy it. Damn, so what if you're in charge? This is a frozen plain, not peacetime. Exactly. In peacetime, you don't care about me, but now that it's the apocalypse, you still care about me? What was the point of coming to the apocalypse? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You might get beaten up too. Official. Chapter 74 Li Muyao. I only got this one orange blueprint. This statement left even the officials bewildered. Seriously, are all survivors this arrogant these days? They don't even respect the authorities anymore? However, they were sensible enough not to say anything more. Just kidding, this is the frozen world. Although 10,000 people seems like a lot. But don't forget, there are now 10 million survivors in the entire frozen world. If we really anger them. What if a dozen or so high-level shelters join forces? TSK. That's enough to give them a hard time. Therefore, after the official response was met with a setback, they also chose to remain silent. Chen Ermo shook his head at the sight, speechless. Because he discovered it. These large shelter bases are all very wild. They might even disagree over a few words. They're about to start fighting. For example, there is a shelter called the Black Tiger Alliance Base. They started targeting Area C. Black Tiger Alliance, we're from Sector D, didn't expect to be right on the edge of Sector C. Great, now we can start causing trouble. Survivors of Sector C, are you ready to face our hunt? This is the 6th-ranked shelter. But the Exploding Sky Gang, the leaders of Zone C, were not to be outdone. Wang Jiatian. Speak politely. We're all survivors. You'd better stay put in your own areas, or I don't mind sparring with you. Oh? This piqued the Black Tiger Alliance's interest. Looks like you're the boss of Area C now. Interesting. This is the first time someone has dared to talk to us like this. But coincidentally, we love attacking other areas. Hey, Skybomb Gang, don't let me find your location, or else, you'll be in big trouble. Of course, Chen Wushuang also saw these things. So while Chen Mo was still watching the excitement, the cockpit door was pushed open with a bang, and the pretty girl walked in with bare feet in black stockings and a black halter dress. As soon as she entered, she spoke to Chen Mo. Brother Mo, the servers have been merged. It looks really chaotic in the regional channels. There's even a level 13 shelter base. What do we do next? Keep in mind, that's a level 13 shelter, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. I never expected that such an amazing person would emerge in just 1 month. What to do? But Chen Mo glanced at that alluring body and didn't mind. If they don't provoke us, that's fine. But if they do, we'll wipe them all out. He doesn't care who the other party is or how many people there are. So what if you have 10,000 people? Modern soldiers in full gear. It couldn't withstand the onslaught of more than a dozen Decepticons. Not to mention the 10,000 people on the frozen plains. So, he doesn't take it seriously at all. The most urgent task now is to find more suitable mechanical life-form vehicles, as well as golden building blueprints, and also to sell the entire Magic City ruins for charcoal coins. Don't waste it. This is the most important thing. Therefore, he waved his hand and said to Chen Wushuang, You don't need to worry about anything else, let's keep selling. 10 million people can sell much faster than 300,000 people. Also, since the areas have been merged, you should look around and ask if there are any suitable vehicles in other areas, the bigger and more powerful the better, and bring them all over. At that time, there will be several hundred Decepticons. Do you think I'd be afraid I couldn't survive on the frozen plains? Yes. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Chen Wushuang's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what Chen Mo meant. Yes. More people means more money. More people means more money. With enough money, why worry about not being able to stand firm on the frozen plains? So, realizing what was happening, she smiled and said, "I see." After saying that, he went out and instructed his men to continue selling supplies. As Chen Mo expected. Because there are too many people. As a result, the shipping speed has become much faster. In just the first day of the district, Chen Wushwang's underlings, plus the survivors he had just recruited, had already reached more than 50 people. They shipped out a total of 20 million charcoal coins. Adding to the previous 80 million, it has now reached 100 million. This extravagant move stunned Wu Di and other businessmen from Zone C. They never expected this. No, holy crap, the servers just merged, and this guy still dares to sell? Are you not afraid of dying? But Chen Wushwang didn't care about any of that. Targeted? Ha! Go tell my big brother's tyrant. In addition to selling Shanghai's urban ruins. A whole day. She is also acquiring large vehicles at high prices. Even military equipment. However, luxury cars are obviously easy to find, even pickup trucks, but those real large mechanical products are hard to come by. For example, mining hydraulic presses, trains, subways, etc., are not commonly seen. Not to mention military weapons, helicopters, and the like. Even though it was hanging there for a whole day. It was all just small pieces of trash. However, Chen Wushwang was not discouraged. If 1,000 charcoal coins isn't enough, then 2,000 will do. 2,000 isn't enough, so let's make it 4,000. She refused to believe she couldn't receive it. This price shocked the traders in the other 25 regions that had just merged into one. Holy crap, 4,000 charcoal coins for a vehicle? Are you out of your mind? Would this thing be useful on a frozen plain? That is. Of course, even though they say that, some people have already started to have their own ideas. I'm wondering if there's any way to get one, buy it at a low price, and sell it at a high price. Just kidding, it would be a fool not to make money when you can. Of course, while Chen Wushwang was busy shipping out goods, Chen Mo wasn't idle either. Because it was the first day, even though it was all covered in thick white fog outside. But he still tried his best to bring the Decepticons with him. Clear out the nearby zombies. Collect attribute entries. After all, increasing your own attributes is never a bad thing, no matter when. Besides, didn't the system already say that? There are even stronger tyrants behind this, forbidden beings indeed. Chen Mo's requirement was to do it without relying on the tyrant tigers. It can also easily save your life. Therefore. Boom! On a plain shrouded in thick fog, the ground was littered with the twisted and disfigured corpses of zombies, as the last shot fell. The last level 3 tyrant zombie was also taken down. And a blue entry dropped. Agility attribute +4. Another one, not bad! He bent down to pick up the word and added it to his attribute points. After stretching his arms and feeling a slight increase in agility, Chen Mo was quite satisfied. Although there aren't many, finding traces of zombies in the thick fog is still quite difficult. However, little by little, it adds up. 200 a day is 5 times the amount for an average person. That's 50 times in 10 days. After a month, it's another 150 times. Damn it, who knows, it might break 1,000 one day. When that happens, I'll just punch the mobile city to pieces. Chen Mo thought to himself. It wasn't until dark. He finally brought Daniel back to the base. Let's go back first. Hey, got it. Upon hearing this, the bull, who had been cautiously surveying its surroundings, executed a stylish flip, transforming itself into a black Lamborghini with a whoosh, and then got into the car. The next second. Then a muffled gust of air roared. They sped away into the thick fog. Boom. As night fell, upon returning to the shelter and getting out of the car, Chen Mo saw the firelight illuminating the area around the base. Meanwhile, Li Muyao and Jian Meng, who had also gone out to collect resource boxes, had already returned ahead of time. Upon seeing her return, one could spot Li Muyao, dressed in black stockings and a bodycon skirt, exuding a post-apocalyptic female gunslinger style. Excited, she immediately jumped into his arms and clung to him like a koala. Wow, Brother Mo is back! Feeling the softness in that area, he had to admit, it felt quite nice. However, while holding those two long, beautiful legs, Chen Mo still asked, "How was the harvest?" Upon hearing this, Li Muyao awkwardly stuck out her tongue, looking as if afraid of being scolded, and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Mo, we went out to look for resource boxes all day, but we still couldn't find any golden building attributes. After all, the drop rate for this thing is extremely low. It would be very difficult to find one in the entire permafrost plain." Chen Mo could understand this. It was normal. After all, if there really was a golden treasure chest, the system would have already given a notification. But who would have thought that before he could even offer comfort? But then, in the next second, the pretty girl took out a drawing that emitted a faint orange glow from her backpack and waved it around. He said with some regret, "Today we only found this one orange building blueprint and 2 purple weapons, nothing else." Chen Mo. Chapter 75. The Second City Ruins Unveiled. The Ruins of the Military Region. Upon hearing this, not to mention Jian Meng, who had long since become numb from searching for resource boxes, even Chen Mo was shocked. "No, what do you mean by only? You know, others have been wandering around for a month. There are still countless people who haven't even found a purple treasure chest. You're something else. I found 1 orange and 2 purple ones in one day. Still not enough? You fucking cheated?" She was still lying on Chen Mo, enjoying the man's scent, which made her a little dizzy, but upon hearing these words, she subconsciously opened her beautiful eyes and stared at Chen Mo. "Isn't this standard procedure? You should know that she found a golden resource box as soon as she landed, and she didn't even leave the house, managing to survive for 2 whole weeks. Moreover, a red blueprint was opened when they went out. If we had other means of transportation and other treasure chests nearby, who knows what we might have gotten?" So, she always thought. This is the normal drop rate. Standard operating procedure. But those words made Chen Mo laugh in anger. "Of course, I'm not angry with Li Muyao. Rather, it's just that comparing yourself to others is incredibly frustrating. This woman is so damn lazy, she could just lie down and relax. But this is just right." After thinking about it, Chen Mo felt that this pretty girl was so lucky, so he gently stroked her pert nose and smiled. "In that case, from now on, you'll focus on collecting supplies. This guy is practically the chosen one." Chen Mo even suspected that she might have come with some kind of luck system from the start. "Okay." And clearly, Li Muyao also seems very interested in collecting resource boxes. After all, there were no means of transportation before, and few boxes. But now, driving hundreds of kilometers a day is like playing a game. Those resource boxes are so plentiful, you'll be picking them up until your hands are sore. Therefore, I gladly accepted. What about this blueprint? Li Muyao waved the orange blueprint in her hand again. Chen Mo took a look. Level 8 orange blueprint, affix, Berserker engine, orange after use. It can increase speed to 120 km per hour by consuming more charcoal, cannot be upgraded. It's a raging engine, capable of reaching speeds of 120 km per hour. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. To be fair, it's really good, but the only downside is cannot upgrade. This made him feel somewhat regretful. Otherwise, this thing would be invincible. But the orange blueprints are not bad either. So Chen Mo thought about it. Let's keep it for future use. In addition, there is an AWM sniper rifle, locked head, and an energy bow, rage. He simply put those two away. Then he said to Li Muyao, "From now on, your task is to be the team leader. You don't need to do anything else but collect supplies." "No problem." Li Muyao was overjoyed upon hearing this, and immediately nodded emphatically in agreement. It's a pity. There are no level 7 building blueprints yet. But he wasn't in a hurry. Let's rest first. The system will notify you when it's available. Okay. The girls were tired after a long day. So they returned to the shelter and rested early. Nothing was said that night. Wait until the next morning. After getting up, Chinemo first opened the World Channel to take a look. Then I realized that a night had passed. The rankings have changed. There was a high-level shelter, yet it was wiped out. Moreover, the channel was in an uproar. Fighting is happening everywhere. Clearly, this is a common occurrence after the server merge, as it's all about vying for territory. Many survivors sought to expand their territory. They will attack and plunder other shelters. A shelter ranked 13th. Overnight, the entire army was wiped out. Damn, John San's shelter got raided. Holy crap! Really? It was level 10, how did it get taken down? Who did this? It's the Black Tiger Alliance. What, it's them? Upon hearing this, everyone was startled and gasped. That's not surprising. Because the Black Tiger Alliance is number 1 in District D. Moreover, he has always acted with extreme ruthlessness and decisiveness. They lived by plundering resources from other bases. It can be said that anyone in District D who did not obey him was utterly destroyed, except for those who were lucky enough to escape unscathed. Therefore, Area D is the worst off. I just didn't expect it. Damn it, they'd become even more ruthless since the districts merged. They even wiped out one of the top 15 shelters. And because they destroyed that shelter, the Black Tiger Alliance has even risen to 3rd place in the rankings. And the Black Tiger Alliance is still making noise. Ha ha ha, listen up, you little Karami. From now on, I'm taking over Sector C. Anyone in Sector C who wants to live, become my subordinate base immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. His idea was very bold. We must devour most of the bases in the entire sea area. In this way. That way, we can control more territory. But this angered Wang Zhaotian, Pei Happy, and others. Pei Happy, you really think there's no one left in Zone C? Lin Xingyue, that's right, if you want to take over Zone C, we'll see if you have the ability. Oh, it's 2 women's shelter bosses. But the leader of the Black Tiger Alliance base didn't care at all. Instead, he became interested in the 2 of them. Lin Xingyue, Pei Happy, I've heard of you too. I don't know what Pei Happy looks like, but Lin Xingyue is alright. Alright, I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to become my subordinate base, I can choose to let you stay. But you too, you'll have to sleep with me. Lin Xingyue, you're asking for it. Black Tiger Alliance, oh? You disagree? Looks like I'll have to use force then. You'd better watch out, don't let me know your coordinates, otherwise let's see if you can handle me. Ha! A group of Black Tiger Alliance members burst into laughter. However, while everyone was still exchanging words, suddenly, a notification sounded across the frozen plains. Ding! The ruins of the military district have been opened. Location, C-88. Interested survivors may proceed, but be aware that you may encounter attacks from mutated creatures. Friendly reminder, there are also golden resource chests inside the ruins. However, a level 8 zombie tyrant guards them. Please consider your own strength before making a decision. Wow! The moment this news broke, the entire frozen plains erupted in uproar. Holy crap, the ruins have opened? And it's a ruined military site? Are you serious? Chapter 76 Driving there? That's outdated, they use armed helicopters now. Even Chinemo, who had been watching the commotion, was stunned when he saw this message. I thought I was seeing things. He never expected that in addition to urban ruins, military site ruins would also appear on the frozen plains. You should know that this is a military site, or in other words, a military base. What's most abundant inside a military base? Those must be firearms. Of course, this also applies to assault rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and the like. He wasn't very interested. But what about military vehicles? For example, main battle tanks, armored vehicles, transport vehicles, and self-propelled artillery. There's even a possibility that they might have armed helicopters, transport planes, and fighter jets. If these things are activated, does that mean I'm invincible? Thinking of this, his eyes gradually brightened. Brother Mo! At this moment, Chen Wushwang, who was standing next to Chen Mo, looked at him excitedly and said, It's a military site. There must be military vehicles inside. Even if most of the vehicles are damaged because it's in ruins, we'll be rich if we find even 3 or 5 good ones. That's right. Coming to his senses, Chen Mo nodded and smiled. He had been worried about not having a vehicle, and here it was. However, I glanced at the distance. 800 kilometers. It's a bit far. Chen Wushwan couldn't help but say. It's all right. But Chen Mo waved his hand, not taking it seriously. Opening a shelter that would be slow, of course. It might even be beaten to it by someone else. Don't forget. We still have Black Hawk. Oh? Upon hearing this, the young woman's eyes lit up. Oh my God, I almost forgot about that. Yes. She slapped her forehead and said excitedly. How could I have forgotten about him? With Black Hawk, we'll probably be there in less than an hour. What are you waiting for? Let's get going. She stood up eagerly and said. Chen Mo stood up, nodded and said, Notify Li Muyao, the twins, to depart immediately. Good. Upon hearing this, the pretty young woman immediately nodded and went to inform them. Of course, Chen Mo set off. The others weren't idle either. Because of these 2 visits to the city ruins, everyone already knows the benefits of this thing. It contains a large amount of supplies and resources. And this time it's even more ruthless. Direct ruins of a military district. You can tell just by the name. There must be a large number of military weapons in here. The survivors in the frozen plains were all excited. It's important to understand that those of us who have survived to this day generally have no major problems with basic survival supplies. But if we truly want to become stronger, bigger, and achieve new heights, we need weapons. However, the probability of obtaining high-end weapons through opening crates is extremely low. It might be 1 in 10,000. But things are different now. An abandoned military site has been discovered. The weapons and equipment inside include not only ordinary assault rifles, but also tanks, armored vehicles, and what if there are armed helicopters? If we really get our hands on it, we could probably dominate an entire region. I wonder how many people were tempted when they heard the news. However, some survivors noticed a problem. Holy crap, there's a level 8 tyrant in here. It is important to know that such a terrifying existence exists. But it can easily destroy a level 9 shelter. Ordinary people, please. It'll be torn to shreds in no time. Even if you have weapons, you won't live to use them. So they started to hesitate. But the top-tier shelters are different. Especially the Black Tiger Alliance. They knew perfectly well that to truly dominate the frozen plains, they needed plenty of weaponry. And now, if I can take over this military region ruins, that's enough to form at least a regiment. Maybe then we'll be able to directly challenge the authorities. Therefore, Black Tiger Alliance. Damn it, so what if it's a level 8 zombie tyrant? There are so many good things inside, even if it were a level 10 tyrant, I'd still go for it. His base now has 3,000 people. Not afraid at all. As long as we can get those weapons and equipment, it's worth it no matter how many people die. Therefore, without any hesitation, the Black Tiger Alliance immediately notifies all affiliated military bases. All affiliated bases, proceed to Area C-88 immediately. Understood, boss. Let's go. Upon receiving the order, all affiliated bases in various locations immediately set off for the C-88 area. Of course, once the Black Tiger Alliance set off, other large shelters were not to be outdone. After all, no one would pass up such a good opportunity. Iron Blood Legion, Celestial God Cult, White Tiger Alliance, and so on. They're all heading towards Zone C. And they even made a statement. Bases below level 8 in this area, please leave on your own. Don't wait for us to arrive and then clear them out. That's right, all low-level players, get out. The celestial god cult also issued a threat. But such ruins and military site ruins are too tempting. It's even more alluring than urban ruins. Because supplies can be looted. But what about weapons and equipment? Especially modern firearms. This is the only chance to soar to new heights. Are you kidding me? Damn it, with these weapons, even a level 6 shelter could easily take down the top 10. What are you thinking, telling us to leave? Take a gamble, and your motorcycle might turn into a bicycle. Some of the shelters that are closer together aren't stupid. How could we let such a good opportunity slip by? Therefore, even if there is a level 8 zombie tyrant, they were willing to take the risk and gamble. Therefore, countless survivors began to rush towards Zone C in an instant. Ha ha, this is mine! I want one too! I'm nearby, so I can pick up a few assault rifles if I want. The most worried were Lin Xingyue, Wang Xiaotian, Pei Happy, and others, because they knew that if these ruined military district relics fell into the hands of the Black Tiger Alliance, which had always wanted to take over District C, it would be disastrous. Then they'll have absolutely no chance. Therefore, inside the Star Moon Alliance base, Lin Xingyue stared at the flashing red dot on the map, about 600 kilometers away, and gritted her teeth, saying, "No matter what, we must seize this military region ruin first. This is the key to whether we can wipe out the Black Tiger Alliance." Upon hearing this, one of the underlings couldn't help but step forward and say, "President Lin, this place is 600 kilometers away from us. If we drive the base there, it will take at least 2.5 days. Isn't that too far?" By the time we arrived, the daylilies were already cold. But Lin Xingyue sneered, "We're far away, and the others are even further away. Although the Black Tiger Alliance and District D borders our District C, it's located in a more central position. It won't be too late for us to get there." However, he paused for a moment, in order to speed things up even more. She immediately looked at her younger brother and said, "Don't we still have cars? Send word right away to take more than 300 people and speed over there. If using a car, travel at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It only took 6 hours to get there. Moreover, in addition to that, we also need to bring some retired soldiers. Because there might still be heavy weapons inside the ruins of the military zone, which someone knowledgeable could drive away." "Clear!" Upon hearing this, the younger brother's eyes lit up. "That's right, how could I forget we can just drive there?" So he immediately started making arrangements to go out. Of course, while Lin Xingyue was busy, the Exploding Sky Gang, Dark Knight Rose, Lone Wolf Base, and Sirius were also not idle. In a secluded canyon, overgrown with weeds, lies a hidden spot. A thick fog blanketed the area. Sirius escaped here. He was terrified of being beaten by Chenemo. He was just wondering how to find an opportunity to take revenge. And then, lo and behold, this ruined military base appeared. Looking at the constantly flashing red dot on the map, it was only a little over 500 kilometers away. His eyes revealed a ruthless glint. "Brothers, the opportunity has arrived. Chenemo is still in the ruins of Shanghai, which is more than 800 kilometers away from the military region. Unless he flies a plane, hey, he definitely can't get there as fast as us. If we can get here first, then we won't have to be afraid of those two big guys like Chenemo." "Yes, that's right." Upon hearing this, the group of underlings also showed excited expressions, clenched their fists, and their faces turned red with excitement. "Boss, what are we waiting for? Our chance for revenge has come. Let's set off right now." "Yes, get the weapons, and kill Chenemo." "Good." Turning off the map hints, the Wolf King's eyes also revealed a fierce look. He, this time I'll wait until I get my hands on some firearms. Even if you have two big guys, I don't think you can. Can you handle it, Chenemo?" Thinking of this, the Wolf King smiled sinisterly, waved his hand, and set off with his underlings. But he overlooked one thing. That means Chinemo really does have armed helicopters. And right now, we're almost there. Chapter 77. Chinemo, who was the first to reach the military base, was so fast and so cool. That's right. Chinemo moved very fast, and across the entire frozen plain, survivors in various places were either preparing to set off or had already set off, at various mobile bases of all sizes along the way. Cars and such. While frantically sprinting towards C-88. Right now, rumble. He was seen with 4 women in a Black Hawk attack helicopter, the rotors making a loud rumbling sound. From God's perspective, we can already see the outline of the ruins of the military district over there. About 30 kilometers away, shrouded in a thick fog, one could still vaguely make out the ruins of a military district. Most importantly, a large red sign was floating in the air. Hey, look! Look! This was the first time Li Muyao and her group had ridden in an armed helicopter. This feeling is somewhat exciting. And you can see the red coordinates below. The 3 women were also somewhat excited. Brother Mo, we're here, we're almost here! Wow, that was fast! Upon hearing this, Chinemo, who had been resting with his eyes closed and then sneezed, finally opened his eyes. He rubbed his nose. I always feel like someone is criticizing me. Oh shit. Who could be so wicked? However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an abandoned military base covering several hundred acres, faintly visible in the thick fog, and his eyes lit up. We're here? If these words were heard by other survivors, they'll be so angry they'll vomit blood. Damn it, are you kidding me? This is a frozen plain, a primitive world. Although, some people are lucky and have already acquired some vehicles. They even found some gasoline. But at most, it's only the speed of a car. But you went and used an armed helicopter. Speed is the deciding factor. Who the hell can compare to you? The Wolf King, in particular, would surely curse loudly if he saw this scene. Damn it! You really do have one. But none of that matters anymore. Because as it approaches the coordinates. As Chinemo led Black Hawk closer, he also reminded the 4 women. Get ready, we're about to go down. The frozen plains over there has a warning about tyrants, so I think there will be quite a few ordinary zombies too. Even the worst Yen Yao now has a value 8 times that of the average person. But just to be safe, check the weapons and ammunition, lest we get caught if we go down there. Yes, I understand. The 4 women knew that in order to arrive first, the other Decepticons wouldn't be able to keep up. Even the fastest it takes is 2 to 3 hours. Therefore, they have to rely on themselves for this operation. However, Li Muyao, holding the Barrett rifle, smiled and said, Don't worry, even if there are level 8 zombies, I can handle them. That would be perfect. Chinemo smiled. Rumble. As the Black Hawk slowly approaches the abandoned military site. He was suspended in midair, about 30 meters away from here, maintaining a vertical position. Li Muyao said, Boss, you guys go down first, I'll scout the situation up here for you. She has a Barrett rifle, which allows her to better observe the dangers around her and, if they appear, to kill them instantly. Okay. Chinemo nodded, then gestured for the 3 women to follow him downstairs. Soon, the 3 of them were up the rope. It slid down with a whoosh. But Chinemo didn't need to. Instead, he jumped directly from a height of 30 meters. Boom. It landed smoothly. Come on, let's go inside. Chinemo, wielding the Fire Phoenix battle blade, led the way. Behind them are Chen Wushuang, Jian Yao, and Jian Meng. Following closely behind. The 4-person team made their way into the military ruins. Along the way, we passed through weeds taller than a person. Although the fog was still thick, the visibility had probably improved a lot. Soon, they reached the outside of a rotten, rusty base wall. These are iron railings, but they seem to have been abandoned for a long time. It was covered in rust. The gate is there. With sharp eyes, Qin Wushwang spotted a large iron gate at the entrance of the base through the fog, though the view was not very clear. After getting close, I just realized that. Holy crap, why is it in English? Qin Wushwang was stunned for a moment. The blue sign was covered with dense red English signs. Do you know him? Qin Mo turned his head and asked the question. Well. Qin Wushwang felt awkward upon hearing this. How was he supposed to answer? I'm terrible at English. But Jian Ming's expression was strange as she said, Sister Xuan, you don't not recognize her, do you? Qin Wushwang was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into the ground, but she still mumbled. My eyesight has been bad lately. Cut! Jian Ming pouted and said, So what if we don't know each other? There's nothing shameful about it. Qin Wushwang blushed and retorted irritably. You know them? Certainly. Jian Ming pointed to the first line. Prohibited area. And said, This, should be read as prohibited area. Wait, something's not right. But as soon as she finished speaking, Jian Yao quickly corrected her. Doesn't this mean restriction? Upon hearing this, Jian Ming blushed and said irritably, Aren't prohibition and restriction the same thing? How can you be so disrespectful to your older sister? Jian Yao was about to say, That's different. This means restricted area, or limited zone. Okay, that's enough. Seeing that the two sisters were about to start arguing over a word, Qin Wushwang was stunned, but still said, The next line, quickly say the next line. Below is written the U.S. government, Unexpectedly, Jian Ming was also only half-baked. After talking for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a coherent explanation. Qin Wushwang immediately smiled. Sister, you only have a superficial understanding of relationships too. What are you saying? Jian Ming was unconvinced. I need to say more. Oh shit! At this point, Qin Mo couldn't hold back any longer and said irritably, Can you guys stop worrying about these useless things? What are you doing here? They've come looking for transformers. I didn't study English. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense, okay? Qin Mo said with a cold face. So, boss, do you understand? But to everyone's surprise, as soon as these words were spoken, the three women immediately looked over, their beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. This moment. Feeling a little guilty under such intense scrutiny, Qin Mo began to feel uneasy. But amidst great anticipation, he still managed to say it anyway. I love my country! Who would learn from the dregs of foreign cultures? The three women. Holy crap! The three women inwardly scoffed at these words. If you don't know someone, just say you don't know them. Why bring up patriotism? But they didn't dare say it. Who told you to be the boss? However, one thing is certain. This might be a U.S. military base. Qin Wushwang frowned slightly as he spoke. She thought it was from China. But Qin Mo didn't take it seriously. If the frozen plains can take over Shanghai, what's so strange about a base in America? As long as we have military vehicles, that's fine. Let's go in first and talk. Qin Mo took the lead and led the three women into the base. It was only the moment I entered the gate. Roar! Suddenly, from within the thick fog, a rotting zombie roared and charged forward at incredible speed. Brother Mo, watch out! Jian Ming was about to remind her. But Qin Mo was even faster. The moment he gripped the Fire Phoenix battle blade in his backhand, a flash of crimson light appeared. Puff! The zombie was cut in half at the waist. The body was decapitated. With a gurgling sound, the corpse fell onto the damp, frozen ground of the base, rolled around a few times, and then a flame suddenly rose up. It burned rapidly to ashes. This move stunned the three women. They raised their beautiful eyes and couldn't help but look at Qin Mo in disbelief. Wow! This strike. So fast, so cool. Chapter 78 Tank Graveyard? There's no way around it. Qin Mo's physical abilities are just too amazing right now. The agility value alone has reached over 1,000. They are definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Therefore, dealing with a zombie is a piece of cake. However, Chinemo was not careless, because there was supposedly a level 8 zombie tyrant inside. Therefore, put away the Fire Phoenix battle blade. He remained calm and led the three women deeper into the area. Stay close to me, don't fall behind. Okay. The three women were shocked by Chinmo's methods, but after regaining their senses, they immediately grabbed their weapons and followed him. Soon, the group entered the abandoned military base. Inside, although the fog was thick, the visibility was probably not bad. It is about 20 meters long. Everywhere you look, there are abandoned vehicles, weapons, and even grenade launchers. Unfortunately, that's a shame. Chinemo glanced at them. These vehicles were in terrible condition. I shone a flashlight on it. They found a desert-colored military vehicle with all 4 tires flat, and 2 doors had fallen off, possibly due to the fall. Including some vehicles whose engine heads were completely destroyed. It seems the military area landed first, and then these cars arrived. They were all badly injured from the fall. This isn't a military site, it's a garbage dump. Even Chen Wuxuang, who had come along, couldn't help but complain when he saw this abandoned place. Fortunately, though, not everything is bad. We walked a little further in. Boss, look, that's a military pickup truck? Jian Yao's eyes lit up when she noticed a desert-colored military pickup truck, and she excitedly pointed it out. Oh? Chinemo noticed it too, so he quickly stepped forward. They discovered that this military pickup truck, which was usually used for off-roading and missions, was in perfect condition except for 1 flat tire, making it much better than the others. This one is pretty good. After shining a flashlight on himself, Chinemo was fairly satisfied. However, he did not intend to activate it directly. After all, the number of fire starters is limited, only about 20. I'll definitely pick the good ones first. Therefore, he decided to trade the vehicle back first. Chen Wuxuang. He gestured to Chen Wuxuang. Clear! After spending a long time together, Chen Wuxuang and Chinemo had developed a tacit understanding. With just a glance, she knew what to do. So I smiled. He then planned to trade the car directly to his underling. However, she suddenly noticed something moving below. She frowned slightly and looked down, and what she saw next was a mistake. Roar! A man with his eyes missing and his body rotting was lying under the car. Holy crap! Even someone as strong as Chen Wuxuang was startled and screamed. A ghost! This roar startled the 2 sisters. They rushed over and found a zombie with missing eyeballs and rotting body. Therefore, Jianmeng stabbed him in a bad mood. It's a zombie, Sister Shuang! Zombies? Startled, Chen Wuxuang, who was sitting on the ground, finally came to her senses. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the zombie was making gurgling noises and crawling out from under the car, excitedly wanting to eat meat. You fucking bastard! This scene left her speechless. Then, in a fit of anger, she grabbed a nearby wooden stick and slammed it down hard. Bang! The zombie's arm was smashed off. Then, he hit my neck again. Head and shoulder blood splattered. It was a direct headshot. After the fight, Chen Wuxuang was still not satisfied and cursed. If you're a zombie, then be a zombie, what are you pretending to be? Oh my god, it really is! The poor zombie never expected that it would end up lying perfectly fine under the car. How could you be guilty of something? However, after resolving this, soon, Chen Wuxuang realized something was wrong, because when she looked around, she suddenly heard similar faint noises coming from all directions, followed by that familiar roar. She turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. To their horror, they saw a large number of zombies emerge from the thick fog, drawn by the noise. Not good. Chen Wuxuang's expression changed slightly upon seeing this scene. She quickly ran to Chen Mo's side and grabbed his arm. Brother Mo, there seem to be quite a few zombies here. What's there to be afraid of? But Chen Mo wasn't worried. Sure enough, before those dozens of zombies could even get close. Just as the three women were about to make their move, suddenly, da-da-da, accompanied by a series of rapid machine gun rotations. The next second, the zombies that charged forward were riddled with bullets. Immediately afterward, they looked up and saw a huge propeller spinning in the sky, and Black Hawk brought Chen Wushang over. Clearly, it was the machine gun from earlier. It was Black Hawk that shot it down. Oh my God! This scene delighted the three women. How could I forget about Black Hawk? This is a transformer. What's there to be afraid of zombies? And rumble. As the surrounding zombies were dealt with, the attack helicopter roared loudly. It landed slowly. In that moment of silence, buzz boom. Click click click, so cool. Amidst a series of violent gear whirring sounds, it rapidly transformed into a colossal creature 12 meters tall. As soon as he came out, he faced the zombies that were rushing up from all around him again, and with a whoosh, a boom. Buzz boom. 2 shots were fired in quick succession. Ha ha, come on, you ants! Only 2 shots. The scene immediately descended into chaos. More than 30 zombies were killed. But there are more and more zombies around. Boss, I'll take care of it for you. Black Hawk is going to make another move. But Chen Mo stopped him. Take it easy. What a joke. The reason we had Black Hawk waiting on the perimeter was mainly because this guy's firepower was too intense. There might be an armory inside the military region ruins. This guy's having a blast. 1 shot. The entire military region ruins must be razed to the ground. That's why I left it outside, but I never expected that Li Muyao would bring it in. But since we're already here, he also offered a reminder. Black Hawk, slow down. Don't use the energy cannon. There are plenty of weapons and ammunition here. If there's a nuclear bomb, we'll all go to heaven. Hey, got it. Upon hearing this, Black Hawk grinned. I'll be careful. As he spoke, he turned his head. Buzz boom. 1 energy cannon shot wiped out more than a dozen zombies. Then he switched the energy cannon to a regular machine gun. Da-da-da. As the machine gun turned, Black Hawk spoke in a mechanical voice. That way you won't be afraid. His blue mechanical eyes turned red, locking onto the zombies. Come on, you bunch of filthy creatures, ha ha, come on. As they were talking. Da-da-da. After several rounds of firing, those zombies were all smashed to pieces. We can see that the firepower has been reduced. Chen Mo then thought. This works. Black Hawk stood motionless, 12 meters tall, like some kind of statue, while the 2 Gatling guns fired wildly in all directions. It directly attracted all the zombies and stopped them. Then kill it. The scene was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Chen Mo then took the opportunity to lead the 3 women to continue their investigation further. Not long after, as they passed through the thick fog, they soon arrived at another area. Then I saw more military vehicles, such as transport vehicles and armored vehicles, like a tank or a Humvee tactical command vehicle. However, this place was also in a mess, with various military vehicles scattered everywhere. There were nearly 100 vehicles. Some were smashed to pieces. Some of them collided and were completely destroyed. It looks like an abandoned military vehicle graveyard. Chen Mo frowned as he watched. Holy crap, that's such a waste. If everything is in good condition, activating it once will make it invincible. Fortunately, just as they were still feeling regretful, suddenly, Chen Wushang's voice rang out in surprise. Boss, look! It's a helicopter! Following the direction of Chen Wushang's voice, Chen Mo saw a desert-colored Chinook transport helicopter lying on its side in the steel graveyard. But its peculiar shape and enormous propeller still stand out even amidst the steel ruins. It's a Chinook! This made Chen Mo's eyes light up. I immediately thought of the Decepticons who were the first to appear in the Transformers movie. Dizziness. Chapter 79. An assault gun with a broken leg? That works too. Yes, that's right, dizziness. That behemoth that destroyed an entire mold base as soon as it appeared. That thing. But he was Megatron's right-hand man. Moreover, a miniature Decepticon, the giant scorpion monster, is hidden inside its body. They chased the fleeing squad all the way to the desert. Although in the end, well, he was killed by a human captain who shot him in the groin with an armor-piercing bullet, right at the location of the Allspark. In addition, a formation of F-22 Raptor fighter jets fired missiles at it relentlessly. Just finished them off. But this place is a frozen plain. And a ruthless individual capable of easily wiping out a mold farm. If I activate this thing. TSK. He's definitely a capable assistant. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate at all. Chen Mo and Chen Wuxuan quickly stepped forward to check. It was discovered that the Chinook transport plane, apart from some damage to its nose, was otherwise in good condition. This is good. Seeing this, Chen Mo did not hesitate and immediately threw out the fire seed energy. Activate it. Buzz. And with the instant that spark energy was injected. The next second. Then, a rich blue light enveloped the entire transport plane. In an instant. The large, originally crooked creature was now empowered by a mysterious spark of energy. It made a loud rumbling sound. Cool and quirky. A loud, screeching sound of gears turning. Then, a colossal creature, nearly 12 meters tall, slowly rose from the steel ruins. Oh damn it, what kind of place is this? Similar to being noisy, this guy's head starts to malfunction as soon as he comes out. They clearly hadn't realized what was happening yet. Fortunately, when he saw Chen Mo, the red mechanical eyes immediately became clear. He immediately knelt on one knee and spoke in a very respectful tone. Mechanical life form, pays respects to the esteemed creator. This thing is huge. Although he had experienced it before, seeing the 12-meter-tall behemoth slowly stand up in front of him, and then kneel down on one knee was still quite a sight. This scene stunned Chen Wuxuan. Having grown up in a military compound, she disliked dolls in Lolita fashion, she loved big toys. Military weapons are such big toys. Especially when you watch helplessly as something comparable to an alien mechanical life form stands up in front of you. The feeling was incredibly awe-inspiring. That's so cool! With this thing in the frozen plains, what's there to fear about natural disasters or the end of the world? Chen Mo remained relatively calm. After all, he had seen this more than once or twice. However, looking at the 12-meter-tall mechanical behemoth in front of him, he was still quite impressive. This guy looks so much like the Vertigo character in the movie, except his color has changed from military green to desert green. As for the data, he glanced at it. Mechanical life form. Brigade, Air Force. Strength 5,000. Defense 4,000. Agility 3,000. Firepower configuration 5,000. Loyalty, absolute loyalty. I discovered that this guy is no weak either, about the same as Black Hawk, except that this one can obviously also take on a transportation role. So he nodded in satisfaction and said, From now on, you'll be called Dizziness. Yes, my revered creator. Upon receiving its new name, Dizziness immediately responded with a respectful, mechanical voice. At this time, roar, roar. Then, swarms of zombies surrounded them again. It clearly came from somewhere else. There are quite a lot, several hundred. But perfect timing! Looking at the zombies rushing towards him, Chen Mo smiled. He had just activated one. Then, he waved his hand and said, Dizziness, you go! Understood, my creator! Upon receiving the order, Dizzy immediately stood up and charged forward with huge, mechanical strides. It was just a fleeting glance. Several people were trampled to death. At the same time, his hand also transformed into a weapon similar to a Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat-tat at those zombies. It was a burst of frantic firing. Wherever it went, any zombies that were hit were instantly turned into a pile of mangled flesh, a truly outrageous scene. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the stench of rotting flesh and blood. The smell is absolutely amazing. Even Chen Wushuang, Jian Yao, and Jian Meng were stunned. Wow, that's some serious fighting power. It's no less impressive than the Black Hawk. Fierce? But Chen Mo laughed when he heard this. What the hell? This thing can even destroy a mole base. Dealing with hundreds of zombies is child's play. So, in just one encounter, he wiped out hundreds of zombies. The others were already panicking. It began to let out terrified screams. They didn't expect it to be flesh and blood. How did it turn into fucking metal? Who could bite that? And the firepower is so intense? So, they didn't care about anything else and turned around to run away. But escape? How could they outrun dizziness? So. Boom. He stomped on 3 more creatures that were trying to escape, killing them with 2 more kicks. Then continue with full force. Da-da-da. The intense firepower, though described as bullets, was no different from artillery shells. What's more, it fires more than a dozen shells per second. So the scene was absolutely horrific. Chen Mo didn't care about all that. There's a Black Hawk at the entrance. I feel dizzy here. That's enough to kill all the zombies on the perimeter. He was only concerned with looking through the steel ruins for a suitable vehicle. Activate 2 more. We discovered that many of the buildings here were already in a dilapidated state. After all, it would be a waste to force these junk items to be activated. Who knows if it will turn out to be a half-finished product. Fortunately, he found 2 more vehicles in the ruins. They are a green M1128 Striker assault gun, built on a Striker chassis and equipped with a large 105mm main gun, primarily used for fire support. Although the track is broken, there are no major problems overall. The other vehicle is an infantry fighting vehicle, the M2 Bradley, which has a large turret equipped with a 25mm autocannon and anti-tank missiles. They are all genuine war machines. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo strode forward and used 2 more fire seeds of energy. Buzz. Then came another burst of intense blue light, so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. The next second. Buzz boom. The sound of gears turning violently echoed once again from within the steel ruins. In just a moment, 2 more massive figures, each 8 meters tall, emerged from the ruins, shoveling scrap metal, and stood up imposingly. The infantry fighting vehicle is fine. It was just that 2 headlights were broken. So, when it came out, its massive 8-meter-tall mechanical body, desert-colored, was very imposing. But assault guns fared much worse. Because the tracks broke. So, buzz, click, click, click. The transformation was successful. Oh, damn it, my leg! Then they discovered that this guy had lost a leg. Chen Mo was stunned when he saw this. Holy crap, are you kidding me? This is allowed? Chapter 80 Frenzied Infantry Fighting Vehicles and Assault Guns. This is what a Decepticon is all about. That's right, it lost a leg, specifically the track section, so this big guy can only walk on 1 leg. Fortunately, these 2 big guys were only activated once. Upon seeing the zombies, its mechanical eyes immediately turned red, and it excitedly joined the battle. Ha, great! We're already fighting as soon as we arrive! What a filthy creature! Take this! Creator, step aside! I'll help you deal with these lowly ants! Boom! Then an infantry fighting vehicle launched a missile. Boom! Just like a small mushroom cloud, it exploded near dozens of zombies. Dry it to ashes! Even with 1 leg missing, the assault gun remained eager to fight, transforming itself into an energy hand cannon with a series of clicks. Boom! 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 Just a few shots. They've wiped out all those zombies. There are a few larger tyrants, each 2.5 meters tall. I thought I'd get to eat flesh and blood. But who could have predicted that? As soon as I came over. Then I saw 4 enormous creatures, the shortest of which was 8 meters tall. They're firing everywhere. The entire abandoned military district remains are still remnants of artillery fire. It looks like we've been invaded by aliens. Even Chen Wuxuang, Jian Meng, and Jian Yao were completely dumbfounded by the scene of continuous gunfire. I thought I had come to the wrong place. Wow! Is this some kind of alien mechanical invasion? Have you ever seen someone holding a Gatling gun, but the Gatling gun bullets are the same as cannon shells? Have you ever seen a lame person who, even with a limp, still wields an energy cannon and reaps the rewards, firing one shot after another? This scene? That's absolutely outrageous. Wait, what the heck did the boss activate? Why do I feel like I'm completely different from the big shots and the others? Those at least still had some humanity. But these guys, upon seeing a zombie, act like they've seen their own father? They're pure war machines. Looking at the scene of war raging across the land, Chen Wuxuang opened her cute little mouth wide, too shocked to speak. Same? Nonsense, how can they be the same? If Chen Mo knew what she was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. Joke. Those are cars. But what are these? Tanks, armored vehicles, artillery. Can that be compared to a supercar? He also discovered that these large creatures, once activated, personality is more or less related to the vehicle. Take these 2 purely military weapons for example. Let's start fighting. His legs are broken, and he's still hitting him. It is easy to imagine that military vehicles activate real war machines. However, Chen Mo soon smiled, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. The more belligerent the better. Belligerence means we have enough firepower. This is the real Decepticon. All that matters is loyalty. With that in mind, Chen Mo disregarded everything else and immediately said, "Clear them all out for me. Kill as many as you can. But remember, don't aim the artillery at weapons and ammunition, or we'll all have to take off." "Hee boss, just you wait and see." Upon hearing this, the assault gunner turned around to speak, but suddenly, because he could only move one leg, he fell to the ground with a loud thud, like an earthquake. Ouch! Even so, he didn't forget to kill a few zombies first. He picked up his hand cannon and aimed it at the dozen or so zombies charging towards him, instantly vaporizing them all with a single shot. Then he chuckled and said to Chen Mo, "We'll be careful." Very good." Hearing this, Chen Mo finally felt relieved. They then checked it again. It was discovered that none of the hundreds of military vehicles were usable. However, he adhered to the principle of not wasting anything. This also meant that Chen Wuxuang would trade everything to his underlings and send them to the shelter. "Take them all, just in case we run into a car-fixing genius someday. We can fix it later, and it might still work." "Good." Chen Wuxuang snapped out of his daze, nodded excitedly, and disregarded the intense artillery fire. Despite the barrage of bombardment, he made all the transactions one by one. Fortunately, the 2 big guys knew that Chen Wuxuang was the boss's man. So not only were there no accidental injuries, but they were also carefully protected. As for Chen Mo, she was accompanied by her twin sisters. Continue walking inside. And this time, they found a large military warehouse. Looking around, it occupies an area of about 30 meters wide. But its length is 80 meters. It occupies approximately 2,400 square meters. Holy crap, could this be an ammunition depot? When Jian Ming saw the desert-colored camouflaged metal warehouse, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, her pupils revealing surprise. This is obviously a place for storing supplies. It's hard to say. Chen Mo felt it wasn't that simple. Because even now, he still hasn't seen that so-called level 8 tyrant. Maybe they're hiding somewhere. So he thought for a moment, then simply beckoned and said, "Infantryman, come here." "Hey boss, I'm here." Boom! Boom! Although the fighting was fierce, the infantry fighting vehicles did not hesitate at all when they heard Chen Mo's call. They ran over and quickly transformed into infantry fighting vehicles with a loud bang. They're speeding towards us. After we arrived. Cool again, click click click, transforms into an 8-meter-tall Decepticon. Boss! You! Chen Mo pointed to the lock over there. Open this. Whatever rushes out later, take it down. Hey, no problem. The frenzied infantry fighting vehicle slowly extended its mechanical arm, and then, in the instant the mechanical arm's fingertips gently touched the ground. Mechanical locks that originally had a backup power supply. Immediately after a series of beeps, the password was deciphered. Buzz. Boom. The door slowly opened. The twin sisters' eyes lit up with excitement as they watched the metal gate open. There must be a lot of equipment in here. But who could have predicted that? The next second. Boom. Roar! Then, a deep, angry roar came from inside. Immediately afterwards, an enormous figure shot out from inside like a cannonball. I want to surprise them. Careful! Jian Meng's pupils contracted sharply when she saw the enormous creature. That's a fucking level 8 tyrant! Even with my current superhuman physique, I probably couldn't withstand a big fight like this. Just as the two sisters' pretty faces changed slightly, and they were about to dodge. Who would have thought? The next second. Boom. There it was, a huge, desert-colored metal arm. They rushed out from behind with lightning speed. It knocked the tyrant, which had just been launched, back. And then, taking advantage of the situation, he grabbed his head and slammed it hard against the metal wall. Boom. The entire metal wall was dented. And the arrogant level 8 tyrant just now. There was also a complete silence. Twin sisters.